the turn of eras, myriad worlds collapsed and countless glorious civilizations turned to ashes in an instant. However, above these broken ruins, opportunities suddenly appeared like a glimmer of light. Countless chosen ones were granted the power of lords and came to a brand new world called the continent of the universe. In this land, there are no rigid classes and no innate privileges. Everyone starts out as an equal, with only a piece of barren land in their hands. Build houses and farm, tame animals and mine, resist foreign enemies. Everyone is struggling on the brink of life and death. And in order to survive, they work hard to build their own survival base. Logically speaking, Chinyu, should also be like them, working hard and struggling to survive. However, fate is never written according to common sense. The biggest difference between me and others is that my starting point is standing on the legend. As the chosen one, I obtained an extremely rare artifact, Altar of Creation. It can crystallize energy into a key to open a prize pool leading to miracles. Within the prize pool, opportunities are as bright as stars. The souls of heroes throughout the ages, heroes from the fantasy world, mysterious immortal weapons and magic weapons. Countless heaven-defying treasures are shining before me. With this unique power, I began to rise in this unknown land. Starting from a simple base, I conquered the wilderness, expanded my territory, and gradually stepped into the arena of hegemony among all races. From now on, my name will resound through heaven and earth like a war song, writing an immortal legend and creating my own era of glory. But at this moment, welcome to the universe continent. You will participate in the disputes of this continent as a lord. Whether you rise to be a hegemon or become a cornerstone under the feet of others depends entirely on your choice. Territory Crystal is your core tool, which can be used to speak in channels, control buildings, open them all, etc. Please keep it properly. Warm reminder: while guarding against foreigners, do not ignore the potential threats from your own people and be prepared to deal with challenges and disasters at any time. Starting tomorrow, you will enjoy a 7-day novice protection period. After the protection period ends, the first challenge will come as scheduled. I wish you a happy game. What a joy, I muttered, looking around. In front of me was a shabby thatched house, with thunder roaring outside and heavy rain pouring down. On the left side of the house was a straw mat, and on the right side was a basketball-sized crystal, which looked particularly abrupt. I sighed helplessly, walked to the territory crystal, and put my hand on it. The next second, the data panel slowly emerged, full of a sense of technology. Territory name: Chinyu's Village Lord. Chinyu rank: first level population, 34 military rating, 11 production rating, 13 cultural rating, 10 economic rating, 8 medical rating, 8. Starting from scratch? I smiled bitterly and shook my head. This is too extreme. Before I crossed over, I wasn't rich, but the inheritance my parents left me was enough for me to live a leisurely life. But now, I have to shoulder the responsibility of managing the territory, which is really overwhelming. Just as I was lamenting the trick of fate, everything suddenly went dark before my eyes. When I opened my eyes again, the ground beneath my feet turned into a dazzling galaxy. Accompanied by a loud bang, the star exploded, the black hole collapsed, and countless streams of light turned into energy and rushed straight into my chest. What is this operation? Before I could react, the energy had already entered my body, and my consciousness immediately returned to the thatched hut. The host meets the requirements. The creation altar has been activated. You can use energy crystals to draw prizes. The altar contains rare treasures and historical ministers and generals. Altar of Creation? I opened the system interface suspiciously, and sure enough, I found the lottery interface was there. However, each altar lottery consumes 1,000 energy crystals, and there is no guarantee. It all depends on luck. The daily limit for lotteries is 50. I sighed speechlessly. At the beginning, I was given 100 energy crystals, 100 units of food, and 500 units of wood and stone. And you still expect me to have spare money for the lottery? As I was complaining, the system's prompt sounded. Detecting the host's current environment, a novice gift package is provided as an exception. Novice gift package content: 1 free 5-draw streak and a guaranteed reward. I was stunned for a moment. Then my eyes lit up and I couldn't help laughing out loud. How thoughtful. Not only does it meet all requests, but it also tailors benefits for non-Africans. Definitely a 5-star rating. I pressed the 5-draw button without hesitation, waiting for the result with bated breath. A flash of light passed, and the turntable stopped. Ding! You have obtained the sacred artifact level Lantian Camp, a military building that can train Qin Ruishi, who can sweep across the world. Ding! You get a set of whiteboard-level luxury furniture. Ding! You get a refugee card. You will get 100 young and strong laborers immediately after using it. Ding! You have obtained the Emperor-level talent, Zulong. Ding! You have obtained the King-level evil. Seeing this series of rewards, my eyes widened, and I was so surprised that I couldn't close my mouth. Is this a lottery with your life? Why do I feel like something is wrong? Although I didn't have time to check the details, the reward card was floating in front of me, emitting a faint fluorescence. Each one was not simple. I first cast my eyes on the magnificent military camp card. Building name, Lantian Camp, can be upgraded to holy weapon level. Building level, blank level building effect. Transfer civilians to Qin Ruishi. Requires 50 units of energy crystals and 10 units of extraordinary flesh and blood. Architectural potential, Zhejiang Lao Qin. When the generals of the Qin dynasty were in command, the overall combat strength of the troops was 10%. The morale was not easy to fall, and the formation was stable. Go to the mountains and rivers together. 20% of physical strength and 20% of reaction force in coordinated combat. Martial style, comprehensive combat power 20%. Upgrade conditions, 500 units of excellent special materials, 1,000 energy crystals, 1,000 units of refined iron, etc. Looking at this Qin Ruishi's military camp card, I couldn't help but sigh. Although it is a blank slate-level building, it can be upgraded to the sacred weapon level. This is full of hope. Ignoring the furniture and refugee cards, I stared eagerly at the 4th card, Talent Ancestral Dragon. Talent name, Zulong Talent Rank. Emperor-level talent effect. 1. The ruler's people's hearts are stable, the loyalty of civil servants and generals is 20%, and the efficiency of military management and civil security are significantly improved. 2. The overall combat strength of the foreign troops is 20%, and the rate of morale decline is reduced by 40%. 3. Inflicts 20% damage to foreigners, and has a chance to instill fear in the enemy. Zulong. I touch my chin, thinking, the rewards I drew are all Qin-related items. Could this be the legendary fate? I raised my hand and touched the territory crystal, and the system prompted again. Use the free name change opportunity. Please enter the new name of the territory. I almost thought, Daqin. Congratulations, the territory has been renamed Daqin. Looking at the crystal with the words Daqin flashing on it, I murmured in a low voice. If we can really conquer the Huanyu continent, then our children won't have to learn foreign languages in the future, right? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, and the light shone into the window, illuminating a black shadow the size of a basketball. I heard heavy breathing and turned my head stiffly to look out the window. A black bear over 3 meters tall was standing there, staring at me with its scarlet eyes. My pupils suddenly shrank, and my breathing stagnated. Didn't they say there was a novice protection period? Fuck, what is this? The oppressive feeling of the black bear was approaching instantly, and I hurriedly picked up the evil card and threw it out of the window. The card turned into starlight, gathering into a human shape in the air. Before the starlight dispersed, a roar shook the earth. Evil beast, don't hurt my master. The black bear was startled by the sound, and deep fear appeared in its eyes. The figure jumped out of the window and knocked the black bear to the ground in an instant. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel nervous. You dare to fight a black bear with bare hands? Isn't this obviously courting death? Be careful. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard a crisp sound of bones breaking outside the window, followed by a system notification sound. The Lord's combat unit killed the beast, gaining 34 experience points and 5 energy crystals. Through the window, I saw Eli stand up from the black bear and move his neck casually, as if he was warming up. You are just an injured bear, and you dare to act wild in front of me? You are really looking for death. I came to my senses and hurried to the window. I saw that a large part of the black bear's chest had collapsed, and its ribs had pierced its fur. The blood flowed with the rain and turned into a scarlet color. Obviously, that was a fatal injury. At this time, Eli turned around, knelt on one knee towards me, and saluted with his fists. I am Eli, the humble general, and I am here to pay my respects to my lord. Eli was 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a strong waist, and a fierce look on his face. I hurriedly said, "It's raining outside. Let's go inside and talk." "Thank you, Lord." Eli stood up and walked quickly towards the gate of the Lord's mansion with the spoils. Don't get me wrong, the spoils he took were not the black bear, but the things that the black bear exploded. The door was pushed open, and Eli respectfully handed the spoils to me. "My lord, this is the spoils we got from killing the bear." I took it and looked at it. In addition to a few energy crystals, there were also 2 drawings similar to parchment scrolls. I picked up one at random, and the system page popped up immediately. Item name: Perfect Warehouse Blueprint. Building purpose: can store a large amount of wood, stone, refined iron, and other materials to extend the shelf life of food. Building materials: 200 units of energy crystals, 500 units of refined iron, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. I quickly checked the contents of another drawing. Item name: Perfect Residential Blueprint. Building purpose: increase civilian comfort by 30%, increase work efficiency and sense of belonging to the territory by 8%, and increase the number of refugees to refresh. Building materials: 50 units of energy crystals, 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. I couldn't help but mutter, "This explosion rate is too outrageous." Although I had doubts in my heart, I did not forget the Eli in front of me. His presence surprised me, and I put the blueprint aside and called up his attribute panel. Name: Eli Cavalry, Loyalty, 100 Never Betray, Never Surrender, Rank King Talent. Ancient Eli. Increases combat power by 40% when fighting generals, and increases combat power by an additional 3 or more people, plus 5% for each additional person, up to 50%. Beasts. Can subdue raptors and ferocious beasts, making the enemy feel fear. Strong Army. Increases attack power of soldiers under your command by 30%, defense by 25%, and physical fitness. Level: LV3, First Order, Bravery. 42, Upper Limit 98, Leadership. 30, Upper Limit 80, Politics. 20, Upper Limit 60, Intelligence. 28, Upper Limit 70. My heart was shocked, and I thought to myself, wow, this attribute is about to take off. Soon after, I felt sleepy and couldn't help yawning. Eli immediately stood up and said, "My lord, you take a rest first. I will stand guard outside the door." I waved my hand and said, "No need to go. This house is big enough. You can just stay and guard it." Eli nodded in agreement, and I turned around and went to lie down on the straw mat. Actually, there were 2 reasons why I didn't let him leave. One was that I was worried about the wild animals outside, and the other was that I wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to each other. There was no conversation that night. At dawn, I rubbed my eyes and got up. The first thing I looked at was the door. Where's the person? How come Eli, who was guarding the door last night, is gone? I subconsciously touched the blueprint in my pocket and felt relieved. As long as what I had gained last night was real, there was nothing to worry about. Walking out of the Lord's mansion, the moist air mixed with the morning sunshine hit me in the face. Just as I adjusted to the surrounding environment, I heard shouts one after another. "Greetings, Lord!" I looked in the direction of the sound and saw more than 30 people gathered outside the thatched hut. They were discussing the bear that Eli had killed last night. I nodded and called up the attribute panels of these people. Among them, half are young and middle-aged people with average qualifications, mostly farmers, and the rest include village chiefs, butchers, blacksmiths, cooks, and doctors. Although they are only elementary professions, they are a great help to the initial development of the territory. I'm already satisfied that I have all these people in the early stages of development. After all, what else can I ask for at this time? As night fell, a steady sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the village. I and the 30 or so civilians around me turned our heads at the same time. I saw Eli carrying a wild bull and walking slowly. His expression was stern and his steps were calm. Even on the muddy dirt road, his footsteps only made a slight sound. If it were any other time, I'm afraid he would walk as fast as the wind and leave no trace. Eli gently put the bison on the ground and saluted me with his fists. "Greetings, my lord." I nodded and opened the data panel to check the record of his killing of bison, only to find that the message was sent while I was asleep last night. After a moment's thought, I said calmly, "Well, you've worked hard. Get up and talk." I immediately turned to the civilians who seemed to be somewhat afraid of the evil coming, and said in a calm but unquestionable tone, "Everyone, listen to my arrangements. Today's mission has been planned. In fact, last night when I couldn't fall asleep, I carefully made a plan for the next development. First, use the refugee cards in hand to expand the population. Although more people means higher food demand, with powerful generals like Eli and the upcoming Lantian military camp, food will not become a bottleneck. Next, I assigned the tasks one by one to ensure that everyone could efficiently perform their duties in their positions. Compared with other lords who have just started out, starting with a population of more than 30 is obviously a bit weaker, and I have the advantage of having a population of more than 100, so naturally I want to maximize it. My eyes swept across the data panel and stopped at the general mall function. In the mall, you can buy tools with energy crystals, but food is not on the list of sales. Weapons and tools are mostly basic level, but even so, these resources are still crucial in the early stages. I first bought a batch of commonly used tools such as axes, hoes, kitchen knives, and iron pots, and then took out my refugee card. With the stars twinkling, 100 young men stood in front of me in an orderly manner. "Greetings, Lord!" They saluted in unison, with a look of trepidation on their faces. I nodded. "Wang Air, you are responsible for recording their names and specialties, and report to me later." Wang Air is the only village chief among the common people who can read, so such tasks are naturally not difficult for him. Soon, he handed me a simple booklet. I quickly flipped through it and soon made arrangements. "Wang Air, you will lead 20 people to repair the road and build first-level residential buildings and first-level warehouses. 10 of the remaining 80 people will be assigned to cultivate farmland, and the rest will be responsible for collecting wood and stone. The pharmacist will lead the team to collect herbs and other supplies in the surrounding area." Wang Air bowed his head and accepted the order, then quickly led his men to carry it out. After the task was issued, the surroundings became much quieter, with only Eli and 12 selected strong young men left in front of me. I led them to the west side of the Lord's mansion and took out the card of the Lantian military camp. I saw a flash of starlight, and a solemn camp took shape. "Eli, General, the next task is to assist these people in completing their job transfer from civilians to Chinruishi." There was a hint of expectation in my tone. Job transfer requires energy crystals and extraordinary flesh and blood, and these materials can only be obtained from wild beasts. Therefore, you need to take them out hunting to complete the job transfer task. Eli readily agreed, turned around, and led his team away. I quickly called him to stop and then bought 13 bronze swords from the mall and handed them to him. "If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. They are not like you, who can fight beasts with bare hands." Eli took the weapon solemnly, clasped his fist towards me, and said, "I will live up to the trust of my lord." Then he led his team away. After sending Eli away, I returned to the Lord's mansion and roughly drew a blueprint for the next development. Although the blueprint looked like a child's doodle, it was sufficient for the current scale. My plan is as follows. The west side is the military area, and there is currently a Lantian military camp. The north side is a residential area. The east side is a special construction area, which is still blank. The south side is designated as an industrial area. Once the task is completed, the construction of a blacksmith shop and a weapons workshop will be prioritized. After reading this, I pounded my numb legs with a speechless expression on my face. Don't I have a set of luxurious furniture? Why do I have to sit on the floor? At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on the data panel. The Lord's combat units killed beasts and gained a total of 52 experience points and 4 units of energy crystals. The Lord's combat units killed beasts and gained a total of 66 experience points and 7 units of energy crystals. The Lord's combat units killed beasts and gained a total of 41 experience points and 3 units of energy crystals. Looking at the constantly refreshing data, I chuckled. Such efficiency. He is indeed a tough guy who can fight with wolves and tigers. The fighting power of Eli was obvious, and I shook my head and stood up. I closed my notebook, turned around, and walked to the territory crystal, tapping the prompt on the panel with my finger. "Do you want to spend 200 units of energy crystals, 1,000 units of wood, and 1,000 units of stone to upgrade the territory crystal?" I nodded yes without hesitation. As the words fell, a large amount of materials flew up from the side of the Lord's mansion, turning into countless points of light that gathered into the territory crystal. The light spread out, and after a moment, the territory was completely renewed. The original 20-square-meter mansion was instantly transformed into a spacious wooden house, covering an area of 200 square meters, with a more reasonable internal structure. It has 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 1 bathroom, including bedrooms, offices, conference rooms, living rooms, dining rooms, and bathrooms. Although the area is still not luxurious, it is more than enough for me. I nodded with satisfaction, then opened the territory panel to check the latest data. Territory, Dachin Lord. Chin rank. 2 population. 134 military rating. 311 production rating. 32 cultural rating. 10 economic rating. 16 medical rating. 11. A complete set of luxury furniture includes 5 items. A leather sofa, 2 leather armchairs, a marble coffee table, a double bed, and a set of tables and chairs. Although its functionality is average, it does improve my quality of life, which is not bad, I said to myself. After finishing the tasks at hand, I began to count the supplies. There are 64 units of energy crystals left, 361 units of wood, 300 units of refined iron, and 352 units of stone. On the contrary, the amount of food has increased, a total of 877 units. Whiteboard-level buildings do not require energy crystals. Only basic materials are needed. In the initial development stage, I will naturally not directly build perfect-level residential buildings or warehouses. Even if I have an idea, I don't have the conditions to realize it for the time being. The territory crystal is the core of all buildings. Only by upgrading the territory crystal can the levels of other buildings be upgraded synchronously. Another benefit of upgrading the territory crystal is that it increases the daily refresh quota of refugees. The first level territory crystal refreshes 10 people per day, and the second level is increased to 100 people. Population not only means productivity, but also represents the potential for transformation into soldiers. As long as production and armaments can keep up, early accumulation will inevitably form a snowball effect. When we opened the door, we saw a busy scene outside. In front, construction workers were leading farmers to build houses. On both sides, people were coming and going, carrying the collected resources. "My lord, this is freshly cooked broth." The chef came to my side holding a porcelain bowl. I took the porcelain bowl and smiled. "Thank you." After taking a sip, the taste of the soup made me feel refreshed. I thought the beef soup would be greasy, but I didn't expect it to be so refreshing. Not only did it not have any foreign smell, it also had a refreshing effect. In just one sip, I felt as refreshed as if I had drunk 3 cups of energy drinks. "Is this the charm of the extraordinary world?" the chef asked in a low voice. "My lord, is the taste to your liking?" "Very good." I nodded in praise. "Let the villagers come to eat. Everyone must get a piece of meat. Everyone is the same. Do you understand?" "Yes." The chef took the order and left, and I returned to the lord's mansion to continue planning the next development of the village. Soon after, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." I put down my pen and turned to look at the door. Eli pushed the door open and saluted. "My lord, the 12 Chin Rue soldiers have completed their job transfers. What is the next battle plan?" "So fast." I was stunned for a moment and looked through the previous data information. After checking, I couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of Eli. In just one morning, he led 12 ordinary villagers to kill nearly 100 wild animals. He was like a bulldozer. I stood up and said, "Let's go check on Chin Ruishi, who just changed his job first." "Promise." The two came to the west of the village, where 12 Chin Rue soldiers stood in a neat row, all over 1.8 meters tall. Although they were not particularly burly, their tight muscles showed their great strength. "Greetings, my lord." They saluted in unison with serious expressions, no longer showing the nervousness they had before changing jobs. I nodded in response and brought up the properties panel. Type: Chin Ruishi loyalty. 100 never betray, never surrender. Rank: gold talent. Gallant Chin. Go to the mountains and rivers together. Martial spirit level. LV3, first level attack. 25 vitality. 20 defense, 20. Although their data is far from that of Eli, soldiers can be mass-produced, but heroes cannot be copied. In the future, the scale of Chin Ruishi may be tens of thousands, but characters like Eli are destined to be rare. "General, what's the situation outside the barrier?" I asked. Eli replied, "There are many wild beasts. Although we have killed many of them, the roars of beasts are still heard within 1,000 meters. Fortunately, most of the beasts act alone, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with them." I nodded. "Besides the energy crystals and the beast corpses, there is nothing else to gain?" "No." Eli shook his head. After understanding the situation, I brought Eli back to the square and had dinner with the soldiers who had completed their job transfer. While they were eating, I went to the butcher and the cook to get more details. How many units of food and extraordinary flesh can each beast obtain? The butcher replied, for beasts below LV3, it takes about 50 units of food, and for beasts between LV5 and LV7, it takes about 100 units. The chef added, beasts below LV3 can produce 3 units of extraordinary flesh and blood, and those between LV5 and LV7 can produce about 8 units. I nodded and said, I understand. Go ahead and get busy. Afterwards, I put the extra food on the trading platform. Product, white grade meat price, 2 units of energy crystals / 20 units of refined iron / 100 units of wood / 100 units of stone quantity. 500 note. If you have other precious items, please chat with me privately. Then, I advertised on the ethnic channel. White slab grade meat is available on the trading platform. It's good quality and cheap. The quick ones win. As soon as the words fell, the channel exploded. Someone is actually selling meat at this time? Amazing. Those who got it must be single. Their hands are so fast. Oh my God, I didn't get it. What should I do? Some people complained that the price was too high and even asked me to share it for free. However, I don't care. The rule of this world has never been survival but war. If you want to be a lord, you must keep conquering. No one will show mercy to resources. I sneered and continued to move forward with my plan. The food that had just been put on the shelves was instantly cleared out, and I obtained 204 units of energy crystals, 1,860 units of refined iron, 19,100 units of wood, and 18,600 units of stone. As for the fact that precious items were not traded, it was normal. After all, only one night had passed, and it had not yet entered the 7-day stage. How could anyone obtain rare items so quickly? Even if there were any, these people might not be willing to trade them. Through the chat on the race channel, I had some guesses about what happened last night. The appearance of a black bear is likely to be a hidden challenge. If you choose to ignore it, it will eventually go away. On the contrary, killing a black bear might give you a special reward. Otherwise, it is hard to explain why Eli didn't get any special items after hunting hundreds of wild animals outside. Just as I was thinking, there was a loud noise outside. I immediately got up and walked outside, only to see a 2-meter-tall reptile standing at the entrance of the village. It looked like a crocodile, and its bloody mouth was as big as a water tank. The loud noise was caused by it hitting the barrier. At this moment, its eyes were bloodshot and it looked manic and restless. Creature, Kylus giant crocodile, rank gold, level, LV12, race, beast, introduction, a powerful overlord in the maple forest, not a group-living creature, often the king of a region. My lord, I request to go into battle. Eli saluted with his fists clasped. My lord, the great Qin warriors request to go into battle. I asked with a little concern. General, how sure are you? Fighting alone, 70% chance. Cooperating with Qin Ruishi, 90% chance of winning. After hearing this, I nodded and said, okay. Eli immediately picked up his weapon again and rushed towards the Kylus crocodile. Qin Ruishi, make a deed, he ordered loudly. The 12 Qin warriors were divided into 2 teams and went around the alley to the rear of the Kylus crocodile. The giant crocodile seemed to feel threatened and stopped hitting the barrier. Instead, it slowly retreated. However, Eli was not afraid at all and rushed out of the barrier to fight. The giant Kylus crocodile swung its tail and swept over. Eli remained calm, stabbing the tail with his sword with one hand and slapping it hard with the other. The bronze sword pierced the giant crocodile's scales, causing it to scream. The giant crocodile felt pain, but Eli used the force to leap up, grabbed its tail fiercely, and swung it out with force, throwing it over his shoulder. Oh! The giant crocodile fell heavily to the ground. The 12 Qin Rue warriors quickly seized the opportunity, stabbed the bronze sword into its white belly, and then quickly retreated. Although the giant crocodile rolled and roared in pain, it could hardly fight back, and the 12 bleeding wounds on its body meant it would not live long. Not long after, the Kylus crocodile fell to the ground and died due to excessive blood loss. The system prompt popped up. The Lord's combat unit killed a gold-level beast, gaining 243 experience points and 27 energy crystals. At this moment, I felt a warm current flowing through my body, and my level was raised from level 1 to level 2. Name, Qin Yu Lord, talent, Zulong level, LV2 bravery, 10 command, 20 politics, 22 intelligence, 31. The Lord's setting is indeed unique. There is no upper limit on ability here, and personal strength depends entirely on the development of the territory. This mechanism is destined to make war the main theme of the Huanyu continent, and there is almost no place for comfort and peace. At the same time, Eli, who had completed his combat mission, brought Qin Ruishi and dragged the Kylus crocodile back into the barrier. 3 butchers and 5 chefs quickly stepped forward and took over the task of dealing with the giant crocodile. "My lord, this is what we found from the giant crocodile." Eli stepped forward, holding a wooden box the size of a basketball in both hands, and handed it to me. I reached out and pressed on the wooden box, and the next second the data panel popped up. "Excellent treasure chest detected. Do you want to open it?" "Open." As soon as the words fell, the wooden box opened. A flash of light appeared, and a large amount of energy crystal cores poured out. "You have obtained a total of 2,000 units of energy crystals." I nodded slightly and then asked, "General, are there many prey like the Kylus crocodile around?" Eli shook his head and said solemnly, "Not much." After hearing this, I was a little disappointed, but I still reminded him, "If you find a similar treasure chest in the wild in the future, be sure to bring it back." "Promise." After a simple dinner, Eli led the Qin Rue Shur out hunting again, while the rest of the civilians continued with construction work under the organization of Wang Air. Time flies, and the sun sets. During the day, Eli led the team to go back and forth between the inside and outside of the barrier many times, bringing batches of spoils back to the territory. I was busy drawing up a blueprint to put the excess meat on the trading platform in exchange for more energy crystals and basic resources. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the focused atmosphere. "Come in." Without even raising my head, I continued to draw the blueprint. Then, 3 people walked into the Lord's house one by one. They were Eli, Wang Er, and the chef Zhangbo. Although they came together, they had different purposes. Eli came to report the situation and ask for instructions on the next task. Wang Er summarized the day's work and project progress. As for Zhangbo, he just came to deliver dinner. Zhangbo placed the food on the table, bowed, and quietly left. I closed my notebook and pulled the tray in front of me. "Wang Er, you go first." Wang Er stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "At present, the residential buildings can meet the living needs of the existing population, and the warehouse infrastructure has also been completed. As for the farmland," after Wang Er finished his report, I opened the data panel to check the information. Building name, residential building effect, civilian comfort plus 10%, work efficiency and sense of belonging to the territory plus 5% building introduction. In troubled times, who doesn't want a safe and comfortable place to live? Building name, warehouse building effect, can store 10,000 units of food, 20,000 units of refined iron, 40,000 units of wood, and 40,000 units of stone. Building description, an ordinary warehouse, but enough to meet the needs of the initial stage of territory development. I put away the panel and gave the order. Tomorrow, the number of people doing the logging and mining will be halved and transferred to participate in the construction work. The specific task is to build an additional new residential building that can accommodate 100 people. At the same time, upgrade the existing first-level residential buildings to second-level residential buildings and also upgrade the warehouses to the second level. I paused, then added, "In addition, select 18 young and strong men and give them to General Eli to arrange." "Understood." Wang Er took the order and left. I turned my gaze to Eli and said, "General, tomorrow transfer these 18 people to Qin Ruishi and lead 30 Qin Ruishi to expand the hunting range and understand the surrounding terrain as much as possible." Eli responded in a deep voice, "Yes." After Eli and Wang Er left, I called up the lottery panel and had already made up my mind. Only draw once, and keep the remaining energy crystals for the development of the territory. I smiled confidently. Besides, only a single draw can produce miracles. As soon as I finished speaking, I spent 1,000 units of energy crystals and started the lottery. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the complete set of weapon and armor production illustrations from blank to perfect level. Seeing the reward, I narrowed my eyes slightly, and my thoughts started to work quickly. In this case, we will arrange some key buildings tomorrow. Tasks that must be completed within 7 days cannot be delayed. After closing the lottery page, I readjusted my construction plan. The next morning, after washing up, I walked to the square in front of the Lord's mansion to wait for the arrival of today's refugees. At the same time, I also informed Wang Er of the new arrangements. Today's mission is still construction, but I have divided the team into 3 groups. I said as I looked through the schedule. The first group is responsible for building houses and reclaiming farmland. This is the core of infrastructure and has the largest number of people. The second team is focusing on the construction of the blacksmith shop, tailor shop, weapon workshop, and armor workshop, with the goal of completing them today. The third group began to build the city wall. This is a long-term project. Currently, there are not many people involved, but the territory must be enclosed within 7 days. I immediately opened the general mall and spent 900 units of energy crystals to buy the architectural blueprints. I couldn't help but shake my head and sighed. As expected, there is never enough money. Soon after, 100 refugees arrived, and Wang Air immediately began to register them. With the experience of yesterday, the work was completed quickly. There were 2 more clerks and tailors among this group of refugees. I immediately arranged. The butcher and the chef will continue with yesterday's work, and the rest of the people will follow the plan. Yes. After receiving the order, Wang Air left 18 people to me and took the rest away. Come with me. I led 18 civilians to the Lantian camp. As soon as I arrived at the camp, I heard shouts coming from inside, but I didn't disturb Eli's training and led people directly to the core area, Qin Rushi's job transfer point. Not long after, 18 people completed the job transfer. After handing them over to Eli, I returned to the Lord's mansion. Eli's mission was still to hunt more beasts to replenish supplies and explore the surrounding terrain and potential threats. I am responsible for supervising the progress and cannot get involved in other matters for the time being. At the same time, in other corners of the universe, many lords are also busy developing. In a valley, a girl sat on the steps of the Lord's mansion, watching the busy civilians. The valley was rich in resources, with more than 300 people doing their own jobs, and it was obvious that the starting point was higher than most territories. As she browsed the trading platform, she muttered, "Oh, can't that guy put up a little more meat? He only put up 1 unit of meat, which is not enough to eat." Suddenly, she noticed that a new batch of excellent fresh meat had been put on the platform. Product: excellent fresh meat price. 6 units of energy crystal / 60 units of refined iron / 300 units of wood / 300 units of stone quantity. 200 note. Accepts precious items for trading. Please chat privately. It has tripled, she exclaimed, but curiosity got the better of her, and she still bought 2 units. When the crystal clear, fragrant fresh meat arrived, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is amazing. I must buy more." On the other side, in a camp somewhere on the grassland, a man with thin cheeks and cold eyes stared at the excellent meat on the platform and whispered, "How did he hunt the second-level beast?" After buying 10 units of fresh meat, the man sneered, "With this food, those people will never be able to disobey my orders again." His gaze was cast towards the center of the camp, which was a Warring States warrior training camp that was obtained at the cost of a dozen civilians last night. However, although the Warring States warriors were powerful, they were arrogant and domineering and could not be controlled by him. The man clenched his fists. "As long as I tame them, my advantage will grow." He ordered the civilians to cook fresh meat to lure the Warring States warriors out hunting, trying to use the snowball effect to quickly widen the gap. At this moment, I looked at the data uploaded by the trading platform and chuckled. I didn't expect that excellent food would be so popular. I thought no one could afford it. The excellent fresh meat on sale on the platform is exactly what the giant Kailas crocodile caught yesterday. Excellent food can not only fill the stomach, but also improve the physical fitness of the eater. For this reason, I deliberately left half for Eli and Qin Ruishi as food and put the rest on the trading platform to test the waters. It seems that there are a lot of big fish. I touched my chin and thought about future development plans. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Air came to inform me that the blacksmith shop and other buildings had been completed. I didn't delay, picked up the complete guide to making weapons and armor, and walked out of the house. "Is everyone here?" I glanced around and asked casually. Wang Air bowed and replied, "My lord, everyone is here. There are 5 first-level blacksmiths, 1 second-level blacksmith, 3 first-level tailors, and 1 second-level tailor." I nodded, having expected this. Before this, I asked Wang Air to compile a book of the skills of the people in the village. Although the content was brief, it was clear at a glance. "Come with me. I have a task to assign to you." After saying that, I turned and walked towards the planned South City. Wang Air and others followed closely behind. Soon, we arrived at the South City, where there were only 4 buildings: a blacksmith shop, a weapons workshop, a tailor shop, and an armor workshop. Blacksmith shops are mainly used to forge production tools, such as hoes, sickles, iron pots, etc. The weapon workshop is responsible for forging weapons, such as iron swords, shields, halberds, etc. The division of labor between the tailor shop and the armor workshop is similar, and each has its own responsibilities. I handed the crafting encyclopedia I drew last night to the second-level blacksmith Li Guang and the second-level tailor Lu Ru and said, "Next, I want you to hurry up and make equipment for 50 soldiers." I explained. Each Shin Ruishi needs an iron spear, an iron sword, and a set of 2-point armor. If you ignore the loss of materials and focus on efficiency, how fast can you finish it? Li Guang and Lu Ru looked at each other and fell into deep thought. After a moment, Li Guang clasped his fists and said, "My lord, if you give me 4 more people, I am sure I can complete the task before tomorrow morning." Lu Ru was not to be outdone and said, "My lord, I can also finish it before tomorrow morning, but I will need 2 more people than Li Guang." I nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. I hope you won't let me down." Then I turned to Wang Er and instructed, "Arrange the personnel and materials first. Also, tell the chef to give them an extra meal." "Yes," Wang Er responded. Li Guang and Lu Ru's quickly bowed to express their gratitude with joy on their faces. After returning to the Lord's mansion, Li Guang and Lu Ru had already led the team to start building the production line. They knew that the resources belonged to me, so they were extra cautious. However, in order to speed up the work, they had to adopt an efficient solution. Li Guang led 3 first-level blacksmiths and 2 apprentices to stay in the weapons workshop, responsible for refining weapons. The other 2 blacksmiths and the apprentice were responsible for forging the rough pieces and cooperating with the armor workshop to make the Liangdang armor. Lu Ru's team was busy in the tailor shop with a clear division of labor. I didn't intervene because I didn't know much about it, and if I had intervened rashly, it would have just caused more trouble. At dusk, Eli returned to the Lantian camp with 30 Qin soldiers. He came to me with 2 boxes and presented the spoils. The first box contains 2,370 units of energy crystals obtained from killing beasts today. The second box contains a whiteboard treasure chest. I put my hand on the treasure chest, and the system prompt appeared. A whiteboard-level treasure chest has been detected. Do you want to open it? Yes. You get the blank-level arrow tower design. Although it's not a surprise, it's better than nothing. After I put away the spoils, Eli took out another map, pointed to the center, and said, "My lord, this is our great Qin." I looked north and pointed to a place marked by a bull head. "What is this?" Eli explained. "This is the lair of the Beast King, whose true form is a wild bull." When I heard the word Beast King, I looked solemn. The Beast King not only has high intelligence, but also has exclusive talents and extremely strong combat power. I asked, "General, are you sure you can defeat it?" Eli clasped his fists and said, "If I have all the equipment and 10 Qin Rue soldiers, I will be able to kill it." My eyes lit up, and I said, "The equipment will be ready tomorrow, and the number of Qin Ruishi will increase to 50. This should be done as soon as possible. What do you think?" Eli pondered for a moment and suggested, "My lord, we don't need a large army to fight against wild beasts. I suggest that the Qin soldiers be divided into 5 teams, each with elite soldiers as decapitation leaders, and explore in different directions." He further explained, "The Qin Ruishi's combat power is strong enough, and they only need a reliable commander to play a role. Moreover, the operation of the division can not only improve efficiency, but also gain more experience." I waved my hand and said decisively, "Okay, you can choose the Centurion and arrange the battle plan. I have only one goal, to kill the Beast King in the north." "Yes." Eli clasped his fists and accepted the order with a solemn expression. After Eli finished his report, he left. I muttered to myself, "We need to buy the design drawings for tomorrow. As for the lottery, we can talk about it later." Then, I opened the general store and bought the blueprints of a clinic, a tavern, a lumberyard, a mine, and various production tools. The medical hall not only allows doctors to settle in and improve treatment efficiency, but also unlocks some general prescriptions in the mall. Although no one in the territory is sick for the time being, medical care is always the core of any civilization. This is also illustrated by the importance of medical care listed separately in the data panel. The tavern provides a place for chefs to display their skills and will be able to produce more types of food in the future. As for logging and mining sites, the purpose of their construction is not to improve efficiency, but to continuously produce wood and stone. Although their efficiency is not as good as manual logging or mining, sustainability, and development are undoubtedly their biggest advantages. The role of production tools is more intuitive. In the universal continent, anything that wants to have attribute bonuses requires the support of a design drawing. Even if you draw it yourself, you need to get approval, otherwise the effect will be no different from what you buy in the store. Unfortunately, no one in Dachin can draw the design. Although I know what the item looks like, I am unable to describe its details. Besides, the design will need to be upgraded sooner or later. Instead of wasting time, it is better to buy it directly. Besides, a few hundred units of energy crystals are not worth mentioning compared to the large expenditure. After buying these designs, I placed them neatly on the table, looked at the remaining energy crystals, and said with emotion, buying and selling is still the most profitable. Of the more than 3,000 units of energy crystals, more than 2,000 were obtained by selling fresh meat. In other words, Elias' daily income mainly comes from two parts. One is the energy crystals obtained by killing beasts, and the other is the fresh meat obtained by selling the meat after decomposing the beasts. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind, and I said excitedly, if we can produce our own weapons, others will never be able to keep up with me. If there are any surpluses, maybe we can trade in arms. This idea is not groundless. At this stage, most of the selected people are unlikely to invest resources and time in buildings such as blacksmith shops. Although the general mall provides basic supplies, the variety of goods is small and the quality is average. For example, the bronze sword in the mall is just a simple bronze sword without any additional properties, which is completely inferior to the equipment made from the blueprint. Blueprints are also limited, and there are not even weapon blueprints in the general mall. This means that even if a blacksmith shop is built, it is difficult to produce high-quality equipment without blueprints. I believe there are many smart people, but smart people will also prioritize resources for more important things. Therefore, I quickly took out my notebook and made a plan. The blacksmith shop and other 4 buildings must be upgraded to the excellent level tomorrow and try to recruit as many apprentices as possible. I wrote down a series of short-term effective plans. After completing them, I said with emotion, the value of blank level items will only get lower and lower. If the production of weapons can keep up, the income in the future will definitely be much higher than now. Then, I waved my hand and said proudly, leave 472 units of crystals for tomorrow, and take the remaining 3 consecutive draws. With the light flashing, the turntable slowly stopped. Ding! You have obtained the artifact level Emperor's Heart Sutra. Ding! You got the extraordinary level fertilizer manufacturing barrel. Ding! You obtained the holy weapon level Tianwen sword. Seeing the lottery results, I couldn't help but let out 2 long breaths and said excitedly, this wave of lottery, I'm definitely lucky. Emperor's Heart Sutra. Type, technique level, artifact level effect. Practicing this technique can give birth to a ray of Emperor Fire. It has 9 levels in total. The first 3 levels refine the body, the middle 3 levels refine the chi, and the last 3 levels fuse the spirit and soul. Practicing to perfection can break through the shackles and achieve the Tao of Daluo Jinxian. Good stuff. I'll definitely use it myself. My mind moved and a lot of complex information flooded into my mind. After a long time, I slowly opened my eyes. My eyes flashed with golden light. I clenched my fists and felt the power increase several times. My excitement was beyond words. Calming down, I turned to the second item. Fertilizer manufacturing barrel. Type, black technology rank. Extraordinary effect. Any garbage can be decomposed into fertilizer. The produced fertilizer can greatly increase the growth rate of crops and has a small probability of causing benign mutations. Now that construction waste and domestic waste finally have a place to go, I decided to place fertilizer manufacturing barrels in the square to facilitate unified garbage collection and help agricultural development. Finally, I picked up the third item, Tianwen sword. Type, King's weapon rank. Holy weapon effects. King, nourish the king's spirit in the wearer. Destiny, protect the wearer in times of crisis, 30 days cooldown. Calm as water, stabilize emotions, improve decision-making ability. Introduction. Qin unified the 6 kingdoms, and the first emperor offered the Qin Emperor's sword in the ancestral hall, and ordered the sword-making master to use meteorite iron from outer space to forge the king's sword exclusively for him. The next day, I finished washing up at 8 o'clock and went downstairs to the living room. Come. As I finished my words, the wooden door was gently pushed open. Wang Er walked straight to the table, bowed respectfully, and said, "My lord, this is the list of refugees that arrived today. Please have a look." He placed a list on the table. I flipped through a few pages and found 2 new professions added today: housekeeper and servant. If I have someone to take care of my life, I should be able to spare more time for cultivation. I nodded and pointed to 2 names on the list and said, Zhang Ping and Xiao Shuang. I want these 2 people. You can arrange the rest yourself, but leave 20 people to send to Lantian camp. Then, I pushed the architectural design drawings I had sorted out last night in front of him and said, this is today's architectural arrangement and production task. You handle it together. Wang Er carefully checked it for a while, and after confirming that it was correct, he left. Not long after, Zhang Ping and Xiao Shuang were brought into the room. Zhang Ping is an elderly butler with a calm demeanor and is good at calculating. I decided to let him take charge of organizing the warehouse temporarily. Xiao Shuang is a young girl who is responsible for cleaning and appears a little nervous. Go and get busy. I'll call you if there's anything else. The 2 men bowed respectfully and said, yes. Then they left the room. I got up and went back to the bedroom, took down the Tianwen sword that was hanging on the wall, and turned to walk towards the planning area of the South City. When they arrived near the blacksmith shop, Eli and others were already waiting there. When they saw me, they bowed in unison. Greetings, Lord! Greetings, Lord! In the territory, only Eli and Qin Rui sure called me Lord, while others called me Lord. This shows the difference between direct subordinates and ordinary subjects. I nodded slightly, my eyes falling on Li Guang and Lu Ru beside me. Thank you for your hard work. There were several sets of brand new equipment on the long table, which were made according to my plan. A set of Liangdang armor plus an iron spear and an iron sword became the standard equipment for Qin Ruishi. Li Guang and Lu Ru bowed in unison and said, it is our honor to serve you, Lord. From now on, you will be responsible for the management of the weapons workshop and the armor workshop respectively, and report directly to me. The 2 of them were filled with joy and bowed again. Thank you, Lord. Stand up and talk. Have you finished the weapons and equipment I asked you to make last night? Everything has been completed. Please move into the room, Lord. Lu Ru replied. I turned around and told Eli, arrange for Qin Ruishi to change into new equipment, and then you come with me to check it out. Promise. Eli then called over 5 Qin Rui soldiers and said sternly, you are responsible for supervising the soldiers' changing of uniforms. This is your first mission as a centurion, and you must not make any mistakes. The 5 people responded in unison, yes. After making all the arrangements, Eli and I walked into the armor workshop. Inside were 2 sets of brand new Mingguang armor, shining brightly. Item: Mingguang armor type. Armor rank: excellent effect. Defense +5, critical damage chance -20% introduction. Made up of 1,590 pieces of fish scale armor and 644 pieces of long armor. It has amazing defense. His eyes moved to the weapon rack on the left, on which were placed 2 tiger-head axes, which looked majestic in appearance. Item: tiger-headed axe type. 2-handed weapon rank. Excellent effect. Attack power +5, armor-piercing damage +10%, bleeding effect +10% introduction. Weighing hundreds of pounds, extremely sharp and incredibly powerful. This set of Mingguang armor and tiger-head axe are equipment specially prepared for Eli. Eli knelt on one knee and said excitedly, thank you for the reward, my lord. I will fulfill my mission and wipe out the powerful enemy for you. I waved my hand and said calmly, you and your people fought for these resources, so they should be used for you. After getting dressed, I hung the Tianwen sword around my waist, feeling high-spirited. Eli sensed my intention and asked carefully, my lord, what are you doing? Of course I will go with you to hunt the Beast King, I said with a smile. But don't worry, I won't interfere. I will just watch the battle from the sidelines. Eli nodded and stopped trying to dissuade him. The Qin Rui soldiers in the territory had finished changing their uniforms. Eli called out to the 3 centurions. Zhao Hu, Bai Feng, Wei Jie, lead your teams to explore in the east, south, and west directions respectively, and record the terrain and dangers. Promise. The 3 men took the order and left. Eli turned to another man and said, Kong Liang, you will go north with me and protect the safety of the Lord. Promise. Everything was arranged, and the team headed north. Although I had to assign several Qin Rui soldiers to protect me, Eli had no complaints. He understood that an elite combat team was the best choice for hunting the Beast King, not human wave tactics. With the new equipment, Eli's confidence became stronger. His eyes were bright, and he held the tiger head axe tightly, as if he couldn't wait to show his skills. Chapter 10. Killing the Bull King, population explodes. Chinyu didn't know how big the universe continent was. Currently, the area he belongs to is named Red Maple Forest. The main terrain is composed of woods and hills. The climate is southerly. It is cold and wet, hot and sultry, and it rains from time to time. Of course, except for a heavy rain on the night before the arrival, the weather was generally sunny during these 3 days. At this time, the road to the Beast King's territory is not difficult to travel. After all, Eli had already led people to explore yesterday and opened up a relatively spacious route. It took about 10 minutes for Chinyu and others to arrive at their destination. The sound of flowing water was heard, and the Beast King and its environment came into Chinyu's sight. It was a black bison with white horns, lying on the ground about 2 meters tall. At this moment, it was leaning against a big river, with its eyes closed and breathing heavily through its nostrils, as if it was sleeping. The 4 of you go dig a trap for the horses, and the rest of you go to the designated location and ambush. Eli selected 4 Chin-Rue soldiers to dig a trap, and asked the remaining Chin-Rue soldiers to ambush at the location he expected. After making the arrangements, Eli turned to Chinyu and said, "My lord, please go to the high slope on the right to watch the battle." "Oh, cool." Chinyu nodded, took 6 Chin-Rue soldiers, and walked towards the high slope. It was true that he needed more experience, but he was also aware of the dangers of staying at the scene. If it was any other kind of Beast King, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if it was a cow, we couldn't do anything rash. What if it really rushed towards him? Wouldn't Chinyu be finished? Soon, everything was ready. Eli leaned over, picked up a huge stone the size of a millstone, and held it high above his head. "Drink!" A low growl came from Eli's throat. At the same time, the Bull King, who was sleeping in front of the river, opened his eyes. Boom! The boulder broke apart with a loud noise, and the Bull King's head was smashed and bleeding. However, the Bull King simply shook his head, ignored the pain in his head, and charged straight towards Eli. Moo! It was naturally impossible for Eli, who was well prepared, to go head-on with the Bull King. When he saw the other party rushing towards him, he quickly retreated to the designated location. At this moment, Chinyu, who was standing on the high slope, was muttering to himself. 3, 2, 1, drop. As soon as he finished speaking, the Bull King fell on his back and fell directly into the horse trap. Eli raised the tiger head axe and gave orders. "Get started." 6 Chin warriors holding iron spears suddenly jumped out from the bushes on both sides of the horse pit. Thrust! Puff, puff, puff! The sharp weapon pierced into his flesh and blood. The Bull King continued to struggle in the horse pit, making a deafening roar. "Retreat!" Eli ordered Chin-Ruishi to retreat, while he stepped forward, flipped the tiger head axe in his left hand, and smashed it on the top of the Bull King's head. The brutal force coming from above caused the Bull King, who was about to break free, to fall into the pit again, and his movements came to a standstill. Eli seized the opportunity and chopped at the Bull King's neck with the tiger head axe in his right hand. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. The Bull King woke up and looked even more crazy. Eli did not choose to fight head-on with a seriously injured Neo King, but instead fought and retreated, using traps and Chin-Ruishi to drag the opponent to death. Finally, after falling into the horse trap 3 times in a row, the Bull King died suddenly. The Lord's combat units killed the Beast King, gaining a total of 658 experience points and 79 energy crystals. The next second, light flashed in Chinyu's eyes. Name: Chinyu Lord. Talent: Zulong. Level: LV3. Bravery: 15. Domination: 21. Politics: 24. Intelligence: 32. Arms: none. Although the improvement is not much, don't forget that the upper limit of the level of the universe continent is LV100. If the improvement rate continues at this rate, Chinyu's various attributes may even exceed 100. Of course, it is the same as practicing the Emperor's Heart Sutra before. If one's foundation is weak, but the skills are strong, the effect of the first practice will be more obvious. Therefore, if Chinyu wants to break 100 in all 4 attributes, he needs to find a way to enhance his abilities. For example, in terms of bravery, one must of course start with one's own combat power. Or maybe the commander must have enough theoretical knowledge and experience accumulated. It is relatively easy to improve the 4 attributes in the early stages, but it becomes increasingly difficult as time goes on. Therefore, Chinyu wanted to accumulate slowly, travel with Eli, and learn his command habits and fighting methods. If you don't understand it the first time, watch it a few more times. Anyway, I'm just a foil in the battle, so just think of it as taking a walk after dinner. Chinyu meets up with Eli, who hands him a green treasure chest. My lord, this is a trophy. Has the perfect treasure chest been opened? Chinyu took the perfect treasure chest and handed it to Chin Ruishi beside him. General, I will take the spoils back to the territory, and you continue to explore outside. How about that? Promise. Eli pointed out 8 Chin Rue soldiers and said, You are responsible for escorting the Lord back to the territory. Remember, everything is based on the Lord's safety. Promise. After returning to the territory, Chinyu immediately opened the perfect treasure chest. You get a refugee card 1000 and a cobblestone road design. Dachin is not short of food at the moment, and 1,000 refugees can just help to strengthen some of the productivity. As for the stone roads, it rains a lot in the red maple forest. Even if it doesn't rain, the dirt roads will become muddy if they are not maintained for 2 or 3 days. Besides, I can first build 4 roads leading to the 4 urban areas in the east, west, south, and north, and then slowly arrange the rest. It doesn't seem to delay anything. Chinyu wrote down the new plan, then walked out of the house, and came to the square and used the refugee card. In a flash of light, 1,000 refugees appeared in the square. Among them are men, women, young and old, unlike the refugee cards in the prize pool, which only summon young and middle-aged people. Chinyu arranged for Wang Air to register the 1,000 people in the square, and then pick out the new professions that had been screened out. What disappointed him was that there was only one new profession among the 1,000 people, and that was a second-level architect. But it's okay. The so-called architect before was actually Wang Air, who was in charge of directing the construction progress with the design drawings. His profession is village chief, and the bonus he can bring to the construction progress is very limited. A real architect is different. The bonus he can bring to the construction progress is twice that of Wang Air. Fortunately, there is a second-level blacksmith and 2 second-level doctors among the newly arrived civilians as compensation, so overall it's okay. With nothing to do, Chinyu took the time to practice the Emperor's Heart Sutra. When he first got started, Chinyu needed to mobilize the little internal energy in his body to nourish the Emperor fire. It was a task like boiling a frog in warm water, so Chinyu had to take it slowly. There is no time in cultivation. Once you enter a state of meditation, noon will arrive in the blink of an eye. If Chinyu hadn't been so hungry that his stomach was growling, he might have continued practicing. Not long after, Xiao Shuang came in carrying a millstone. On top were 2 big white steam buns, a plate of boiled meat, a dish of vegetables, and a bowl of broth. Xiao Shuang put the things on the table. Chinyu pushed the notes aside and said, Ask Li Guang and Lu Ru to come to my place after dinner. Li Guang and Lu Ru stayed up all night last night, making weapons and equipment, so naturally they had to have a good rest this morning. Chinyu had never treated civilians as NPCs, so he naturally wouldn't treat them as machines and keep them running around. Promise. Xiao Shuang responded and slowly left the room. Chapter 11. Accelerate development and sell weapons. Chinyu overlooked one thing, which was how important he was in the hearts of the common people of Dachin. Their life scripts are set as homeless refugees who go through life without enough food or sleep every day. But what happens after arriving in Dachin? Although they have to work 12 hours a day and only have 2 meals a day, they have meat at every meal. Add to that the provision of shelter and a safe environment, and their loyalty cannot be lowered. Secondly, Zulong's talent can improve people's morale and forcibly increase the loyalty of any creature under his name by a constant buff of 20. Simply put, as long as Chinyu does not commit suicide, no one within the influence range of the Qin Empire will have any inappropriate thoughts. Some people with a loyalty level above 90 will obey his orders unconditionally. Just like when Li Guang and Lu Ru heard that Chinyu was looking for them, they hurriedly put down their bowls and chopsticks and rushed over. That was also a manifestation of submission. Greetings, Lord! Li Guang and Lu Ru came to the table and bowed. Chinyu raised his hand and motioned for them to stand up. I came to you to ask you 2 things. First, according to the normal production model, how many weapons and equipment can the weapons workshop and armor workshop produce every day? Second, what are the requirements for you to become a 3rd-level blacksmith and tailor? Upon hearing this, Li Guang replied, To answer your question, sir, there are 2 situations to consider for the first question. If it is to produce stock equipment, under the normal production mode, the weapons workshop can produce more than 40 weapons per day. But if we want to produce superior weapons, the quantity will have to be cut in half. Chinyu asked, What if both are produced at the same time? Li Guang did some calculations in his mind and said, there are more than 10 excellent level weapons and more than 20 blank level equipment. Qin Yu nodded and looked at Lu Ru. My lord, the production efficiency of the armor workshop is the same as that of the weapons workshop. Seeing this, Qin Yu said to the two of them, then follow the third plan and produce both excellence level and whiteboard level weapons and equipment at the same time. He had already decided in his mind that he would sell the blank level ones on the trading platform, while the excellent level ones would gradually replace Qin Ruishi's weapons and equipment. There is nothing much to talk about the second question, because the conditions for becoming a third-level blacksmith and tailor are very simple, as long as they can make perfect-level equipment. Qin Yu has the relevant design drawings. Therefore, Li Guang and Lu Ru only need to accumulate production experience at present, and the rest will come naturally, and there is no need to rush. As soon as Li Guang and Lu Ru left, Wang Er came to find Qin Yu. The sudden population surge was more than 4 times their previous total population, so it must have been difficult to deal with. Moreover, the newly arrived population includes men, women, young and old, so the arrangements will definitely not be the same as before. Put aside the tasks at the logging camp and mining camp for now, and build the blank-level residential buildings first. Qin Yu flipped through the list and continued. I plan to build 4 stone roads in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast, with the Lord's Mansion as the center. This task is ranked second, only higher than the construction of the city wall. There are many construction tasks at present, so Qin Yu divided the construction speed and investment ratio according to their importance. The first tier is buildings such as residential houses, farmlands, or blacksmith shops. The second tier is buildings such as medical clinics. The third tier is city wall buildings. Clear. After Wang Er understood the detailed arrangements, he left the room. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the first batch of blank-level weapons and equipment were delivered to the Lord's Mansion. As for weapons, Qin Yu chose an iron sword which was more versatile. Item: iron sword. Type: weapon. Level: whiteboard. Effect: sharp attack power 2, bleeding effect 2%, defense breaking probability 5%. Introduction: Qin-style long sword, made in 1 year of the universal calendar. For armor, please choose the cheaper leather armor. Item: leather armor. Type: armor. Level: whiteboard. Effect: protection, defense 2, chance of receiving fatal damage -5%. Introduction: Qin-style leather armor, made in 1 year of the universal calendar. That's 20 iron swords and 20 sets of leather armor. That should yield a lot of fish. Qin Yu dragged the items onto the trading platform and then set a price for them. Product: iron sword / leather armor. Price: 20 units of energy crystals / 200 units of refined iron / 200 units of animal hides / 1,000 units of wood / 1,000 units of stone. Quantity: 20/20ths. Note: if you need to customize other equipment, you can discuss it in private chat. Serious customers only. After making the arrangements, Qin Yu went to the race channel and shouted something. 20 iron swords and 20 sets of leather armor have been put on the shelves. The properties are as follows. On the racial channel, the atmosphere immediately reached its peak because of Qin Yu's call. Today is the 3rd day since the Chosen One came to the universe continent as a lord. Those who are not adapted to the environment have long been eliminated, and those who survived are no longer trapped by food as before. Although they could not do as well as Qin Yu, they could barely maintain the basic needs of the civilians in the territory. Those with better conditions could even train soldiers to go out for exploration or hunting. Therefore, they knew that apart from food, scarce resources and weapons were definitely the most important at the moment. Rare resources include copper, coal, and some ores that reach exceptional standards, which are crucial to their future development. Not to mention weapons. A soldier with a weapon and a soldier without a weapon are 2 completely different things. The combat effectiveness of the soldiers under your command is related to how far they can go and how much spoils they can bring back after each trip. This is why no one sells weapons on the trading platform. At least not before Qin Yu appeared. I bow down in worship. Please accept my knee. Although the product is good, the price is too outrageous. In a word, I can't afford it. If the price were lower, I wouldn't mind buying them all. This is the most difficult time for humanity, and yet someone is making this kind of money. Do you have a black heart? Is the person upstairs an idiot? Same here. How on earth did you manage to survive until now? Same as one. Although bronze swords in general stores are cheap, Don't you know the difference in quality between bronze swords and iron swords? Same as 2. This one has additional attributes. The price is really not expensive now. Are your hands too quick? There were people cheering in the racial channel, but there were also people who were against it. But Chinyu didn't care about their comments. It seems that the number of human lords is larger than I thought. A sneer appeared on Chinyu's lips. If that's the case, then there's absolutely no need to show mercy. Decisively block all those who disagree, so that they cannot buy the things they put up. I didn't block them before, because the number of items was too large, and blocking others would affect my business. But the fact that his 20 weapons and 20 sets of leather armor were sold out in seconds made Chinyu no longer worry about sales. Of course, he is targeting some guys who are taking the lead. As for the followers, it doesn't matter whether they are blocked or not. Because even if they are not blocked, they seem unable to afford it. Chapter 12 Bywell Lord, Excellent Grade Special Materials. You have been blacklisted by the Lord of Qin. Hateful. Yang Biao suddenly kicked over the table in front of him. You'd better not be found by me. Otherwise, I will make you live a life worse than death. Before coming to the Universal Continent, he was the underground boss of a region, so he was naturally more radical in handling things. Of course, more importantly, he thought Chinyu looked down on him. In the past, when he got into trouble, he would create rumors online to turn the victim into the perpetrator, thereby reducing the pressure of public opinion and allowing himself to get out of trouble. But when this tried and tested move was used on Chinyu, he ended up falling flat on his face. Naturally, he couldn't accept it. My lord, today's food. The sudden sound brought Yang Biao back to his senses, and he turned to look at the door. He was a middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples, and he looked a little anxious. Damn it, Yang Biao kurset inwardly. Yesterday his food problem was solved by the meat that Chinyu hung up. But now that I have been blacklisted, that channel has naturally been cut off. After a long time, a hint of cruelty flashed across Yang Biao's face. Send the villagers out hunting immediately. The middle-aged man was shocked and said quickly, but this will kill many people. If you don't go out, you will also die. Yang Biao gritted his teeth and said, if they can succeed, the food problem can be solved. If they fail, the remaining food will keep us going for a while. Although most of the chosen ones who have survived to the present are gradually adapting to the living environment of the Universal Continent, there are many ways to adapt. Some are wise, some are bold and careful, and some are mean and wicked. Of course, no matter what happens after 7 days, once the novice protection is canceled, they will all need to face the same level of test. That is the threshold for survival in the world. If you don't live to that time, then no matter how well you develop, it will be in vain. In a village full of primitive atmosphere, 2 figures walked into the village one after another. Walking in front was a girl with a graceful figure and charming appearance. The burly man following behind her was the exact opposite. It is more than 2 meters tall, with a naked upper body, muscular body, and a ferocious appearance. He wore an iron chain as thick as his arm on his shoulders, and his aura was as terrifying as that of a ferocious beast. My lord! The middle-aged man with ordinary looks quickly stepped forward and bowed to the girl. What's up? The girl stopped and asked softly. The middle-aged man said with some shame, while you were out hunting, hundreds of refugees came one after another. According to your instructions, if we accept them, the remaining food may not last until tomorrow. The girl bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Please settle them down first, and I will take care of the food problem. The middle-aged man bowed deeply to the girl. Promise. The girl walked straight towards the Lord's mansion. The burly man followed the girl until she approached the Lord's mansion. Then he turned around and stood at the door like a loyal guard. The door of the Lord's mansion closed, and the girl sat on a stool and opened the data panel. As for food, the only one who can sell it now is probably that person. She quickly found Qin Yu's store, but there was nothing inside except a message. The girl looked a little disappointed, but she quickly turned her attention back to the only message that existed. If you need to customize other equipment, you can discuss it in private chat. Serious customers only. When the girl saw this, her eyes lit up. If we can buy the right weapons and equipment, won't the Bywell warriors be able to use them to expand their hunting grounds? But the girl soon saw the reality, because she saw the transaction price of weapons and equipment sold by Qin Yu before, which was currently unaffordable for herself and her territory. After a long while, the girl seemed to remember something and gritted her teeth and said, maybe I can sell those things to him. Although she was somewhat unwilling, The girl immediately adjusted her attitude. That thing is of no use to me now, and I need to change the current situation immediately. Otherwise, once the novice protection period ends, disaster will strike Baiwei again. Dachin. Yu sat at the table, constantly taking orders in the ethnic channel. He no longer lists weapons and equipment on the trading platform. The 20 swords and 20 sets of leather armor thrown in before were baits, not his real purpose. Apart from the energy crystals, those blank-level materials are currently of no use to Yu. Moreover, although some lords have solved the food problem, it does not mean that all human lords have no shortage of food. As long as there is a food gap, Yu will not worry about not having blank-grade materials to use. Therefore, he made some adjustments based on the sale of weapons. Simply put, it means exchanging weapons and equipment for better and rarer things. For example, from 3:30 to 5 o'clock now, he has received 5 orders. His rewards were a water wheel design, a drainage ditch design, an earthen kiln design, a well design, and more than a dozen kinds of vegetable seeds. The above transaction prices correspond to different quantities of weapons and equipment, and the delivery time is tomorrow. Of course, the two parties signed a contract on the trading platform before reaching a cooperation. If one party breaches the contract, the breaching party will be required to bear double compensation. The guarantor of the contract is the trading platform itself, so there is no possibility of shady dealings. Today's transaction volume has been saturated. If it's any longer, it will have to be delayed until tomorrow. So let's stop here for today. After Yu finished speaking, he prepared to close the data panel and stop in time. Tomorrow he plans to expand the Qin Rue Shi to 80 people, so he will also have a gap in weapons and equipment tomorrow. In order not to affect the store's reputation, Yu did not accept any more orders. Just when Yu was about to take action, a message appeared and asked him to stop. Kuntu? Yu said to himself, how come someone has excellent grade materials now? Although I had some doubts in my heart, the relevant information sent by the other party could not be false. Item, Kuntu. Type, special material. Rank, excellent. Effect, solid earth. Adds Kuan earth when upgrading buildings. 70% chance to increase building defense. 20% chance to bless earth power. 10% chance to gain Kuan earth power. Introduction. The soil transformed by a trace of Shi Rang's immortal energy can be used to upgrade various buildings. Yu's eyes flickered as he began to edit his information. How many units of Kunda do you have? And what do you want? Baiwa Lord. I have 2,000 units of Kuan soil. As for what I need a lot of food and weapons and equipment. Yu was shocked when he saw the message sent by the other party. There are 2,000 units of excellent grade special materials at this stage. Is this true? Baiwa Lord. If you don't believe it, we can apply for certification from the trading platform. The doubts vanished. Without mentioning anything else, just bringing up the trading platform certification, Yu had nothing to say about it. Immediately, Yu fell into deep thought. If I can get these 2,000 units of excellent grade special materials, my territory can be upgraded to level 3 during the novice protection period, and a military training camp that comes with evil can also be built. It's just that the price doesn't seem to be negotiable. Chapter 13. Threats lurking on all sides. After more than 10 minutes of tug-of-war, the two sides reached the following agreement. First, Yu must trade 1,000 units of blank-level food and 500 units of excellent-level food to the Baiwa Lord within 2 days. Second, Yu must complete the order for 50 iron spears and 50 sets of leather armor within 3 days. To be honest, let alone 1,000 units of food, even if the territory is well developed at present, the remaining surplus food that can be mobilized will not exceed 500 units. Moreover, the Lord of Baiwa not only required blank-grade food, but also 500 units of excellent-grade food. As for the 50 iron spears and 50 sets of leather armor, the asking price is a bit too high and totally out of line with the market price. However, Yu did not think that he was the one who suffered a loss in the transaction with the Lord of Baiwa. The core of a transaction is profit. Someone once said, adults don't see right or wrong, they only look at the pros and cons. As long as it benefits yourself, it is not a loss. Food and weapons are commodities to Yu, not indispensable things. At most, after the transaction with the Lord of Baiwa, the number of daily draws will be affected. But on the contrary, what you can get in exchange for the above price is enough excellent-grade special materials. Yu can use this to upgrade his territory to the 3rd level, and even build a training camp for the soldiers that come with Eli. In addition, the upgrade of Lord Crystal can directly affect the level cap of other buildings. Just the increase in the number of people that can be accommodated and the improved production efficiency after the weapons workshop and armor workshop are upgraded to the 3rd level are worth the money. Moreover, once Elias barracks are established, the military level of the Qin dynasty will rise sharply, which is a temptation that Qin Yu, who is currently eager to expand his territory, cannot miss. Qin Yu was in a particularly good mood, having just completed a big order. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. There is no need to guess. The only people who can come at the current time are Eli and Wang Er. Wang Er's reporting work is relatively simple. Although there are 1,000 more people today, the sufficient food and enough work keep the newcomers busy very quickly. As long as you are not born rebellious or too rebellious, it is basically impossible to cause trouble. Qin Yu also arranged tomorrow's tasks. According to the current climate of Maple Forest, drainage ditches must be arranged as soon as possible. There is no rush to build earthen kilns and wells, so just put them in the 2nd tier. After solving Wang Er's problem, Qin Yu turned his attention to Eli. General, have you found any mounts suitable for riding wild beasts near the territory? At this time, Eli, who was preparing to report the exploration information of the other 3 Qin Ruishi teams today, was shocked when he heard this. Although Eli is a general and does not participate in internal affairs, the difficulty of building the Beast Cavalry training camp is obvious to all. In other words, he had never thought about forming his own elite cavalry at this stage. But the meaning of what Qin Yu said at this moment was clear at a glance. If there is no idea of forming a beast cavalry, then why bother looking for mounts at this stage when food is still a scarce commodity? Isn't that just a waste of food? Many thoughts flashed quickly through Eli's mind, but his answer was not slow at all. He clasped his fists towards Qin Yu and said, according to the report from Wei Jie, who is exploring the west, there is a small grassland to the northwest of Daqin. There lives a group of omnivorous beasts wearing iron armor and with 2 horns on their heads. They are called iron-armored beasts. There are more than 30 of them, and their leader is a beast king. More importantly, iron beasts can reach the silver level at birth, which fully meets the rigid requirements for changing to beast rider. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, then you can take someone to take a look tomorrow. If it works, then catch the ironclad beast back. If it doesn't work, look for another one. Promise. Elias' expression was shocked and looked a little excited. Qin Yu didn't care and continued. Tomorrow, the number of Qin Ruishi will be expanded to 80. You are fully responsible for this matter. I only care about the results. Promise. They both responded at the same time. When Eli saw Qin Yu finish speaking, he stepped forward and spread a leather map on the table. My lord, this is a topographical map of the area near Daqin, as well as some identified threats. Qin Yu took a quick look and said, the Beast King in the north has been dealt with, but judging from the lineup in the west, there should be something that has not been investigated yet. General, remember to pay attention. We have already discussed the problems in the west of Daqin. Qin Yu pointed his finger to the southeast of Daqin, where there was a small house. What does this mean? According to Bai Feng's report from the exploration to the south, there is an abandoned village there. Eli said with a serious expression, there is no lord in there, only a group of living dead wearing tattered armor and holding rusty weapons. The living dead? Qin Yu did not ask any further questions and moved his finger to the southeast. What about this? Eli explained. There is a strange creature in that direction. It looks like a human, but has a dog's head and exposed fangs. And when Zhao Hu and his men followed them, they found that their base camp had a milky white protective cover, just like ours. Foreign lord. Qin Yu's pupil shrank, and he immediately guessed the other party's identity. He had thought about competing with the alien races, but he didn't expect that he would encounter them in the novice stage. Qin Yu quickly asked, how is their combat power? As soon as the alien lord appeared, the dangers in the other 3 directions were obviously reduced to an acceptable range. Therefore, Qin Yu is currently only concerned about 2 issues. Have those alien races discovered him, and whether Daqin can defeat the alien races with its current combat power. Seeing this, Eli replied, their individual combat skills are better than humans, but they have no discipline, let alone military command. Therefore, if the numbers are the same, I am confident that I can lead the Qin Ruishi to victory. Although he had never seen the aliens with his own eyes, Kalai had enough confidence in this. First, it is impossible for anyone to mobilize an army exceeding 4 digits at this stage. The second reason is his personal strength. The third reason is that this alien race has no discipline. In terms of individual combat quality, can they compare with me, who is fighting the Beast King head-on? Obviously not. If that's the case, then why be humble? Besides, the more confident I am now, the more Qin you will value me, and I might be able to command the Beast Cavalry faster. That is Eli's little trick. However, Qin Yu obviously didn't care much about it. As long as Eli has enough ability to solve the problem, Qin Yu will support him. After all, considering his current environment, he must turn the current situation around. At least he has to take the initiative into his own hands so that he will have enough time to prepare. Qin Yu thought of this, and his expression became serious. Tomorrow's schedule remains the same, but we need to send another team to keep an eye on the alien territory. There are only two goals. First, we must not let them discover Daqin's location. Second, find out their specific combat capabilities. Promise. Chapter 14. Level 3 Territory Crystal, Ironclad Beast. It is now the 4th day since the Chosen One arrived on the Universe continent. As soon as the sun rose, 100 refugees appeared in the square of Daqin. Wang Er, who was already familiar with the process, stepped forward to register them without any instructions. Qin Yu did not slack off, he just adjusted his schedule. That is to practice for an hour after getting up early. And when he finishes his training, Wang Er will be able to bring the new roster to him. There are no new professions today, but a hero unit has appeared. Name, Su Xiao Infantry. Loyalty, 86. Rank Bronze. Talent. Defense. Defensive infantry under your command is 5. Formation is maintained at 20%. Level, LV9. Bravery, 23. Capped at 45. Leadership, 18. Cap 40. Politics, 10. Maximum 30. Intelligence, 15. Cap 38. Arms, none. Although he cannot be compared with Eli, there is absolutely no problem for him to be a deputy at this stage. Have him report to the Lantian camp and be transferred to Qin Ruishi, and first serve as General Eli's deputy. After arranging Wang Er's work, Qin Yu asked the butler to allocate 1,000 units of blank-level food and 500 units of excellent-level food from the warehouse and send them to the Lord's mansion. Afterwards, he asked Xiao Shuang to tell Li Guang and Lu Ru that they must make 25 spears and 25 sets of leather armor this morning. After completing the above tasks, Qin Yu called up the data panel. The food has been prepared. 25 spears and 25 sets of leather armor can be delivered this afternoon. Lord Baiwei, thank you. Next, the two completed their first transaction on the trading platform. What Qin Yu paid was food and the promise to deliver weapons and equipment in the afternoon. The Baiwei lords delivered 1,000 units of Koan soil. After closing the system panel, Qin Yu summoned the Lord Crystal. Do you spend 1,000 units of energy crystals, 1,000 units of Koan soil, 2,000 units of refined iron, 5,000 units of wood, and 5,000 units of stone to upgrade the territory crystal? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, countless materials shattered into starlight and merged into the Lord's crystal. The next second, the Lord's mansion expanded outward to 800 square meters, and a square blue brick wall was erected. The structure of the Lord's mansion became a courtyard. The living room became a meeting hall. The bedroom was moved to the left side of the hall, and the study was located on the right side of the hall. There are 4 rooms on the left and right sides of the yard, including a guest room, a warehouse, and 2 offices. The furniture in the living room was moved into the study, and the bed remained in the bedroom. Qin Yu called up the data panel to check the information of the 3rd level territory. Territory Daqin. Lord, Qin Yu. Potential. Power of Earth. The defense of buildings in the territory is greatly improved, and damaged buildings can absorb the energy of the Earth to repair themselves. Tier 3. Population, 1,334. Military rating, 345. Production rating, 136. Cultural score, 33. Economic score, 97. Medical score, 112. At this moment, the walls of the conference hall were empty, and the same was true for everything else except the study and bedroom. Qin Yu said to the housekeeper in the yard, "Housekeeper, arrange the furniture as soon as possible." Promise. The housekeeper said this and left the courtyard. The carpenters of the Qin dynasty were not born with this profession, but learned it unintentionally during construction. Tables, chairs, benches, etc. did not require any attribute bonuses, so Qin Yu did not waste money buying the corresponding blueprints in the general store. At the same time, Eli led 50 Qin warriors to set out targeting the Iron Armored Beast territory located northwest of Dachin. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the logging camp and the quarry were completed one after another. When Wang Air handed over the report, Qinyu also pulled out the data panels of the two buildings. Building name: Lumberyard. Building level: whiteboard level. Building cap: 0 out of 10. Building effect: send civilians to settle in and obtain a certain amount of wood every day. Note: each civilian's daily output is 20 units of wood, the lumberjack's output is 20%, and there is a small chance of collecting special materials. Building introduction: mysterious technology, but it still requires human operation. The stats of a quarry are similar to those of a lumberjack, except that the collected materials are turned into stone. There are also related buildings for other materials, but they are not sold in general stores. Qinyu couldn't help but touch his chin. It seems that no matter what profession you are in, you can basically shine in your own field. After saying that, Qinyu immediately issued a new order, asking Wang Air to transfer all the lumberjacks and miners in the territory to the sawmill and quarry. Those professions are also learned by oneself, not gained by brushing. In fact, general stores also sell life profession scrolls, but they are too expensive to buy. Moreover, a civilian without a job can learn a career as long as he is willing to spend time learning. There's really no need to waste money on this. Otherwise, there would be no blacksmith apprentices in the weapons workshop. Of course, there is definitely a difference between the professions that are realized and the professions that are transferred using the life profession scroll. The most important thing is growth. The upper limit of the life profession scrolls in the general store is the 3rd level. As long as you don't die halfway, becoming a 3rd level life professional is a natural thing. It is different for civilians who figure out their own life vocation. They need to make breakthroughs in their careers in order to move up in level. For example, Li Guang and Lu Ru had said before that they needed to make perfect weapons and equipment in order to break through to the 3rd level. That is the bottleneck of realizing your own life and career. As soon as it was afternoon, Li Guang and Lu Ru immediately sent someone to deliver the equipment Qinyu needed to the Lord's mansion. Qinyu did not have any other ideas and successfully completed the second transaction with the Lord of Baiwe. He also got the remaining 1,000 units of Kuntu as he wished. The remaining weapons and equipment will be replenished tomorrow morning. Lord Baiwe, thank you. After closing the data panel, Qinyu heard bursts of exclamations coming from outside. Butler, what happened outside? The butler ran in and said, My lord, General Eli is back. And they brought back a group of wild beasts. A hint of joy flashed across Qinyu's eyes. Did it work? Qinyu walked out, and the butler followed immediately. Not long after, Qinyu arrived at the square and saw Eli not far away. At this moment, he was sitting on a giant beast that was 2 meters tall and 7 meters long. That must be the ironclad beast without a doubt. The appearance of the ironclad beast is very similar to the ankylosaur of the late Cretaceous period. Its scales are like iron sheets, and its tail is short with a hammer-like structure at the end. Of course, there are also differences between the ankylosaur and the ironclad in that they have 2 vertically growing horns on their heads, similar to rhinoceros horns. In addition, except for Eli, all the Qin Ruishi who went with him in the team led the armored beast forward. When Qinyu looked around, Eli also saw Qinyu in the square. He immediately turned over and jumped off the armored beast and walked quickly towards Qinyu. I have accomplished my mission. Qinyu smiled. Well done. Now that the materials have been prepared, if nothing goes wrong, the Beast Rider training camp will be completed tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, my lord. Eli hurriedly thanked him. Qinyu waved his hand and asked, Are those armored beasts under control? Eli replied, I defeated the Iron Beast King by means of a challenge, so the Iron Beast is now completely under my control. After saying that, Eli took out another blue crystal from his arms. My lord, this is the spoils of this expedition. Qinyu reached out and picked it up, checking the details. Item: Ironclad Lair Core, upgradable to artifact level. Type Core, level whiteboard. Effect: you can build an ironclad beast nest here. Loyalty of the ironclad beast living there is 10. Reproduction success rate is 20%. Growth speed is 20%. Introduction: although it appears in different forms, this is a genuine building core. Chapter 15 3 Consecutive Draws, Zhuge Kongming. Qinyu read an important piece of information from the core of the armored beast's nest. That is, not all races have a Lord Crystal at their core. For example, the ironclad beast is a nest core. Unlike the Lord Crystal, which is rooted in one place, the nest core can be moved. Of course, despite its convenience, the functionality and architecture of the layer core are definitely not as much as those provided by the Lord Crystal. The two have their own strengths and cannot be compared horizontally. Chinyu pondered and said, "For the time being, place the armored beast next to the Lantian military camp. General, you are in charge to prevent any accidents from happening." "Promise." Eli led the team back to the barracks to rest, while Chinyu returned to the Lord's mansion. First, he called Wang Er to arrange a new task. He then ordered the butler to dispatch supplies to Wang Er, asking him to complete the construction of the Beast Cavalry training camp before tomorrow afternoon. Secondly, he called Li Guang and Lu Ru. In addition to the previous orders, Chinyu also ordered them to make armor, cavalry equipment, and long-handled axes. After that, it was busy work again. It doesn't mean that Chinyu has nothing to do after he assigns the tasks. Wang Er has now developed the habit of writing reports, and each report contains the progress of various task arrangements. Chinyu needs to start from the basics, otherwise there will be more trouble in the future. Just when Chinyu thought that nothing major would happen today, the butler's voice sounded outside the study. "My lord, General Eli requests to see you." "Send him in." Chinyu put down the pen in his hand, looking a little confused. It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Shouldn't Eli be leading the team to sweep away the wild beasts around? Soon, the door was gently pushed open and Eli walked in. "This humble general greets the Lord." Eli knelt on one knee with his head lowered, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Chinyu waved his hand, signaling Eli to stand up. "You look so bloody. You don't look like you just came back from hunting. Did something unexpected happen?" Eli said unwillingly, "I am guilty." Chinyu was not anxious and asked, "Tell me, what is the specific situation?" Eli replied, "The team responsible for monitoring the aliens accidentally ran into the alien hunting team while on the move today. Originally, with the bravery of Qin Ruishi, they are fully capable of destroying the alien hunting team. But who would have thought that when the battle was about to end, reinforcements from the alien race appeared? The Qin soldiers were defeated and retreated while fighting. I received a distress signal and went to support them, but in the end I accidentally let a few foreign soldiers escape." After saying this, Yi clasped his fists and said, "I let the enemy escape because of my negligence, exposing the Qin to the eyes of the foreign races. I beg you to punish me, Lord." Although Chinyu was somewhat helpless, he also knew what priorities were. "Since we've been discovered, there's nothing we can do about it. You get up and talk first." After Chinyu calmed down Eli, he said, "Tomorrow, the Qin Ruishi will be increased to 100 people, with you as the leader, stationed in the east. If the alien race dares to raise its claws to the territory of the Qin dynasty, it will be cut off." After a pause, he continued, "The Beast Rider training camp will be ready by tomorrow afternoon. For the Beast Cavalry, I'll give you a team of 10 people. I don't care how to fight, but before sunset tomorrow, I want to see that the aliens cannot leave their territory." Eli said excitedly, "I will definitely live up to my lord's trust. Go down first." Chinyu waved his hand. "Promise." Eli stood up and left the study. Chinyu called up the lottery panel and said thoughtfully, "Perhaps only by drawing some good things can the unstable factors be suppressed." He looked at his balance for 1,769 units of energy crystals. Excluding those needed tomorrow, Chinyu currently has 3,000 units of energy crystals available. "System, give me a triple draw." As the turntable flashed, the reward surfaced. "Ding, you got the design drawing of the mechanism building." "Ding, you got a pair of conches." "Ding, you have obtained the Emperor-level civil official Zhuge Liang." Snap! The wooden cup in Qinyu's hand was crushed. His breathing was a little heavy, and he said to himself, "I originally wanted to pick up a pistol for self-defense, but who knew that I picked up a nuclear bomb and put it in my pocket for no reason?" Chinyu read a passage on the internet before traveling through time. The records of the Three Kingdoms commented on Zhuge Liang. He is good at military affairs, but not good at making extraordinary plans. His ability to govern the people is better than his military strategy. Then there is another note. Zhuge Liang's ability in governing the country and commanding the army was higher than his ability in making brilliant plans, but his lack of brilliant plans did not mean that he had no achievements in this field. Because compared with 100 points and 99 points, the ability of 99 points is also called short. According to the current size of Daqin, there is basically no possibility of large-scale military operations. Therefore, The appearance of Zhuge Liang is what Qin Yu needs most at the moment. Moreover, even if Qin Yu fails to draw other heroes in the future, he does not have to worry about development problems in the short term. Because Zhuge Liang was a versatile attacker who could bring peace to the world with his pen and decide the outcome of a war on horseback. That was the real reason why Qin Yu was excited. After Qin Yu calmed down, he sat back in his seat. He did not summon Zhuge Liang immediately, but instead his eyes fell on the other two items. First of all, the design drawings of the office building. Building name, machinery building, can be upgraded to super artifact level. Building level, whiteboard level. Building cap, 0/20. Building effect. Civilians can be transferred to scholars. Each transfer requires 100 units of energy crystals and 20 units of extraordinary flesh and blood. Building potential. Mahis Mechanical Engineering can speed up the research of any defensive or civilian equipment. IQ 20%, creativity 10%, hands-on ability 10%. Tyrannical Mechanical Engineering can speed up the research of any equipment with destructive or war significance. IQ 20%, creativity 10%, hands-on ability 10%. Sage. Learning ability 20%. IQ upper limit 20%. Mapping success rate 20%. If scholars trigger Sage mode when researching foreign technology, there is a certain probability of absorbing its essence, removing its dross, and integrating with mechanical engineering. Construction materials. 2,000 units of energy crystals, 2,000 units of excellent special materials, 4,000 units of refined iron, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone. Introduction to the building. The cultural accumulation of tens of millions of years has a rich heritage. What kind of wonderful ideas can the scholars come up with? It is both mysticism and probability. Well, it's another high-end building that can't be built at the moment. Qin Yu put the construction drawings into the drawer and then looked at the second item. Item, conch. Type props. Rank, extraordinary. Effect, there are 2 conches in total. The holders can transmit information to each other within a distance of 10,000 miles. Introduction. Rumor has it that this item was a casual creation of a certain being, and the raw material was a relatively rare marine creature. From now on, when Eli goes out to fight, I will be able to keep in touch with them at all times. Qin Yu threw the conch in his hand, ready to hand the inner shell to Eli. After deciding on the location of the mechanical building design and the conch shell, Qin Yu immediately took out the cards symbolizing Zhuge Liang. If you can get one of the dragon and phoenix, you can get the world. I wonder if this saying still holds true in the world. As Qin Yu spoke, he threw the card forward. Chapter 16, Zhuge Liang's gorgeous panel. The flying cards scattered into stardust, and then quickly gathered into a tall human figure. After a long time, the light faded away, and a middle-aged man with a height of 8 feet and a very handsome appearance appeared in the study. Ming, I meet the Lord. Zhuge Liang bowed slightly, his temperament showing his elegance and refinement. Qin Yu stood up and bowed to Zhuge Liang with a serious face, saying, The Huanyu continent is a stage for all races to compete for supremacy. I hope you can help me achieve hegemony. Although Qin Yu's words were a bit exaggerated, some things had to be explained clearly. Because you must let your future second-in-command know what you want, so that he can help you achieve your goal through his own wisdom and actions. This is Ming's honor, my lord. There is no need to do this. Zhuge Liang bowed and saluted, his face showing no sign of being surprised by the praise or criticism. Next, Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang started chatting. The main content revolves around 2 points. One is the current situation of Daqin. The second is the information of the world. In addition, people who have just been born into this world have no memories of their past lives. What they bring is experience, combat power, and wisdom. Therefore, Zhuge Liang now has no regrets. He only has the lofty ideal of assisting Qin Yu in achieving hegemony and leaving a good name for all eternity. When Qin Yu was chatting, he often asked Zhuge Liang questions. He was also very happy to answer Qin Yu's questions, and his expression seemed a little relieved. Of course, while chatting, Qin Yu did not forget to check Zhuge Liang's relevant data. Name, Zhuge Liang, all series. Loyalty, 100, never betray, never surrender. Timeline, rank royal. Talents, divine calculation. When plotting against others, the success rate of the ingenious plan is 30%, and there is a 20% chance of guiding the person being plotted in the wrong direction. Good minister of the state, military development speed in the territory is 30%, industrial development speed is 30%, Agricultural development speed is 30%. Commercial development speed is 30%. Crime rate is minus 30%. And people's morale is not easy to decline. Loyal and martial marquis, the comprehensive. Combat power of all arms under his command is 50%. The morale of the army is not easy to decline. And the army formation is not easy to be chaotic. Level, LV1. Bravery, 32, up to 65. Leadership, 55, cap 98. Politics, 58, maximum 100. Intelligence, 63, capped at 100. Arms, none. Although there are no additional troops, Zhuge Liang's statistics are quite luxurious. The talents cover 3 major categories: counselor, civil official, and commander, and the corresponding bonus effects are ridiculously high. The political and intelligence attributes reach the peak of 100, and the commander's command of 98 was definitely among the best in the entire history. What surprised Qin Yu even more was that Zhuge Liang's bravery was actually 65. It is unbelievable that a civil official and a Confucian general could have such an outrageous fighting ability. The Qin Empire is not very large at the moment, and a population of more than 1,000 is a piece of cake for Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang's suggestion is that urban planning needs to be further improved on the current basis to better utilize every inch of land within the Qin territory. The talent management framework needs to be developed from scratch. According to Zhuge Liang, Qin Yu's previous arrangements were rather one-sided and could not really maximize human and material resources. In addition, Qin Yu was not bold enough in his external exploration, so it took him until the 4th day to figure out the terrain and threats near Daqin. Of course, Zhuge Liang said it very tactfully, so Qin Yu didn't feel that there was anything wrong. That is the charm of rhetoric. The two chatted until dusk. After leaving the room, Qin Yu called the housekeeper. Let Xiaoshuang clean up the guest room and office. In addition, this is Mr. Zhuge. He will temporarily live in the Lord's mansion and will also work here. Promise. Although the butler was a little surprised, he still responded calmly with a bow. Just as he was about to retreat and go to arrange what Qin Yu had asked him to do, Zhuge Liang suddenly called him to stop. Zhuge Liang turned to Qin Yu and said, "My lord, I want to go for a stroll in Daqin and buy some small items for my office. You are busy with official duties, so why not let the butler accompany me on this trip?" "Can." Qin Yu nodded in agreement without even thinking about it. Next, Zhuge Liang went out accompanied by the butler, while Qin Yu continued to go back to the study to deal with official documents. The next day, Qin Yu came to the study after practicing. Not long after, Zhuge Liang came to the door. "Greetings, my lord." Zhuge Liang bowed slightly to Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised his hand to signal Zhuge Liang to sit down and asked, "Sir, why did you come to see me so early?" Zhuge Liang stepped forward and spread a map on Qin Yu's desk. "My lord, please look." While Zhuge Liang was speaking, Qin Yu looked down at the map. Qin Yu was very surprised at first sight. Unlike the sloppy map made by Eli, the map presented by Zhuge Liang was very professional. Both the painting skills and the map proportions are impeccable. Even a layman like Qin Yu could understand at a glance what the marks and lines on the map represented. Of course, because there were some changes on the map, Qin Yu still had to confirm it. "Is this Daqin?" "Exactly." Zhuge Liang nodded, then raised his hand and pointed to the building in the center of the map. "This is the Lord's mansion. The 4 areas of east, west, south, and north remain unchanged, but there are some changes in other places. My lord, please listen to me in detail." Next, it's Zhuge Liang's turn to perform. There are 4 key points in his plan. First, the number of city gates, main roads, and area divisions increased from 4 to 8. Second, replan the layout of drainage channels and farmland so that rainy weather can become a boon for farmers in the city. Third, measure the distance between buildings and arrange every inch of land reasonably without causing any waste. Fourth, establish main roads and secondary roads to facilitate traffic and transportation, and at the same time separate the military, government, and civilians. Previously, the north was a residential area, the west was a military area, the east was a special area, and the south was an industrial area. Today, the north is a residential area, the west is an agricultural area, the east is a commercial area, and the south is a military area. The other 4 directions are the civilian industrial area in the northeast, the official administrative area in the northwest, the military industrial area in the southeast, and the special construction area in the southwest. As for other things such as wells, sewage channels, city defense facilities, etc., they were also arranged clearly by Zhuge Liang. In fact, The real difficulty of the above arrangement lies in the connection between the 8 areas and leaving some space and room for future development. Therefore, only by letting Zhuge Liang, who has real practical experience, to operate the above complex project will there be no hidden dangers. Although Qin Yu had no experience, it was not difficult for him to understand Zhuge Liang's general layout without him having to deal with the details. Therefore, after roughly understanding Zhuge Liang's ideas, Qin Yu nodded and agreed to his reforms. However, Qin Yu thought that Zhuge Liang's proposal had ended and was about to have breakfast with him. But Zhuge Liang suddenly changed direction and talked to him about current military issues. Chapter 17, Territorial and Military Changes. Facing Zhuge Liang's overwhelming suggestions, Qin Yu seemed to have thought of something and frowned and asked, "Sir, did you get a good rest last night?" Zhuge Liang was stunned by Qin Yu's question and shook his head subconsciously. The protection period is only 7 days, and now 5 of them have passed. How dare I slack off? Qin Yu thought so too, but still reminded. Now is a special period. This reason is barely justifiable. But you should be careful in the future to avoid getting sick from this. He has not forgotten how Zhuge Liang died in history. Simply put, it is illness caused by overwork. He does everything by himself, from morning to night, and has no awareness of a worker at all. Although everything is possible on the universe continent, and getting sick is not a big deal, Qin Yu does not want Zhuge Liang to be the same as he was in his previous life. At least under the current circumstances, this is not necessary. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I will pay attention to it in the future. Zhuge Liang bowed, but the words workaholic seemed to be written on his face. Qin Yu had no choice but to wave his hand to signal Zhuge Liang to continue. However, when it comes to military affairs, the Qin dynasty cannot do without one person. Evil comes. Qin Yu is a real-time traveler. Before coming here, he was just the owner of a small studio. Qin Yu still has some management experience. But when it comes to leading troops in battle, he is completely blind. After all, he can't even fight. Therefore, the importance of a lie is already certain at this stage. Qin Yu immediately asked the butler to call Eli, who was about to go out. He usually gets up at 7 o'clock, practices until 8 o'clock, and then goes to his study to work. And Eli set off on time at 8:30. During this period, if Qin Yu had any problems, he could find him immediately. In a short while, Eli walked into the study. After Qin Yu introduced Eli to Zhuge Liang, he signaled Zhuge Liang to continue the previous topic. Zhuge Liang did not waste time and briefly stated his arrangements. First, the east was guarded by the 20 earliest Qin warriors. Their mission is simple: use guerrilla tactics to try to eliminate the alien forces. On the contrary, when they encounter a situation that their own team cannot resolve, they need to lead the aliens around in circles in the forest. If you really can't get rid of it, then ask for support. Secondly, 20 Qin Ruishi were arranged in each of the remaining 3 directions: east, west, and north. 10 higher-level Qin warriors explored outward and tried to expand the vision of the Qin dynasty as much as possible. The remaining 10 people hunted near the territory, training their levels while being ready to support the team in the east at any time. As for the south, Eli was personally responsible for leading 40 Qin warriors to eliminate the gathering place of the living dead. Qin Yu was a little puzzled, so he asked, "Why don't you deal with the alien race first, and then deal with the gathering place of the living dead?" Zhuge Liang explained to Qin Yu, "The novice protection period has not ended. Even if we fight back, we will not be able to completely eradicate the threat posed by the alien race. Instead of doing that, why not change direction and destroy the gathering place of the living dead? Maybe there will be unexpected gains." An unexpected gain? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and blurted out, "Sir, you mean the treasure chest?" "Exactly." Zhuge Liang nodded with a smile. Qin Yu suddenly realized. He really didn't expect that Zhuge Liang only took one night to get used to his environment. It is true that the universe is dangerous, but danger often coexists with opportunity. For example, the black bear when it first arrived on the universe continent, or the Kylus giant crocodile that came to the door on its own initiative. They either drop things directly or bring treasure chests to your door. In other words, as long as you have enough courage and fighting power, you will reap rewards of equal value to your efforts. In fact, this is true in most cases, but the rules that the universal continent currently reveals to others are more direct. Qin Yu comes from the era of information explosion and is a frequent game player, so he is naturally more receptive to the above settings. Zhuge Liang was different. Qin Yu thought that no matter how smart Zhuge Liang was, he would need some time to adapt, but he didn't expect that he had underestimated the wisdom of the ancients. After the matter was settled, Eli immediately led his troops south. At the same time, Qin Ruishi, consisting of 20 men, set out towards the northeast, east, and west of Daqin. Qin Yu originally wanted to go out with Eli to gain some experience. After all, with Zhuge Liang in the territory, he doesn't have to spend all his time on management. However, Zhuge Liang decisively rejected Qin Yu's proposal. First of all, the management team was established to serve Qin Yu, not to facilitate Zhuge Liang. Therefore, Qin Yu may not participate in the design, but the new personnel appointments must not bypass him. Secondly, Daqin's subsequent development is inseparable from Qin Yu's operation. For example, Qin Yu cannot be absent when purchasing other architectural drawings or making some government decisions. In the study, Qin Yu completed the transaction with the Lord of Baiwei and also dealt with the 3 orders he had received yesterday. He did not stop there and opened the General Mall, buying 2 blueprints each for the weapons workshop and armor workshop. Except for infrastructure such as farmland and residential houses, other buildings require new drawings when they are built to give them new attributes. Otherwise, even if you build an identical building, it will not have the same bonus effect as before. Then, Qin Yu bought scrolls for carpenter, stonemason, blacksmith, bricklayer, and other occupations. The purpose of the former, according to Zhuge Liang, is to expand the scale of production and thereby accumulate more wealth. After all, currently on the trading platform, only Qin Yu's territory can sell various weapons and protective gear to the outside world. If you don't take this opportunity to accumulate more wealth and create a snowball effect like territory, it would be tantamount to wasting this advantage. As for the latter, its purpose is to accelerate the development of territory. To put it simply, it means using the accumulation of resources to buy time for development. Various life professions have bonuses in their own exclusive fields, so the above professions are equivalent to speeding up the development of the territory. After finishing these things, Zhuge Liang brought 5 people to the study. One of them is Wang Er, who is the village chief, and the other 4 are 3 clerks and an architect. Before leaving, Zhuge Liang had already stated his proposal. Therefore, Qin Yu said very skillfully, "Wang Er, from today on, you will be responsible for the registration of refugees. In addition, the registration content needs to be more detailed. The sir will discuss the specific content with you later." Promise. Although Wang Er was a little confused, he still nodded in agreement. Qin Yu nodded and turned to look at the other 4 people. Xiang Tsang, you are responsible for managing the mobilization of resources within the Qin Empire. Fan Chun, you are responsible for all construction arrangements within Daqin. Wang Su, you will be in charge of the work in the industrial zone, mainly to assist Li Guang and Lu Ru in improving production efficiency. Yi Fei, you are responsible for the villagers' meals, rest, and other issues. Daqin currently has a small population and a small territory, so these 4 positions cover everything. If there are any problems with the rest, Zhuge Liang will check and fill in the gaps, so Qin Yu doesn't need to worry about it. Promise. The 3 of them bowed quickly, their faces full of joy. To be honest, Qin Yu also felt a little emotional about this, because compared to his casualness, Zhuge Liang's methods and purposes of employing people were obviously clearer. Moreover, Zhuge Liang had just arrived at the Huanyu continent yesterday, and he could find talents corresponding to the position in Daqin today. The efficiency is so impressive. Although they may still have some gaps with regular officials, they are completely sufficient at the current stage. Chapter 18. Daqin is changing, and the population is booming. The following morning, Qin Yu witnessed what true efficiency was. First, hunting efficiency. According to Zhuge Liang's arrangement, the Qin warriors and the hunting team no longer needed to bring back the spoils. They only need to open up a safe zone, and then it is the villagers' job to bring back the prey and do the dissection. In addition to hunting efficiency, villagers can also collect herbs or other supplies in the safe zone. Don't delay either. Second, explore progress. Qin Ruishi is no longer walking out in a straight line. He is just checking for dangers. They now need to thoroughly understand the surrounding terrain in order to improve the map, plan development, and formulate tactics. Third, construction efficiency. As soon as the personnel appointment was completed, Zhuge Liang took Fan Chun to redivide the previous construction team. Coupled with the large number of life profession scrolls that Qin Yu bought in the general store, the work efficiency of the construction team has now been doubled. Fourth, production efficiency. As soon as the new weapons workshop and armor workshop were established, Zhuge Liang immediately arranged for blacksmiths to move in. There are no blacksmith apprentices among them, only first-level blacksmiths. It only took Qin Yu half a morning to earn back all the money he had spent. Moreover, the upper limit of weapon orders is also higher than before, allowing Qin Yu to trade more different blueprints. For example, city gate design drawings, mining site design drawings, breeding circle design drawings, armory workshop design drawings, etc. Obviously, the closer it gets to the novice protection period, the more likely some lucky people will have to sell some of their most valuable items. Because although the drawings they have in their hands will be of great use in the future, they are useless to them at this stage. Therefore, it is wise to take out things for exchange. Otherwise, if you cannot survive the novice period, no matter how good the things are, they will be useless. In addition to the above gains, Qin Yu also traded for several refugee cards. Not everyone is as hungry for people as Qin Yu. The reason is simple. They don't have enough food. Qin Yu had previously compared the gap between ordinary soldiers and Qin Ruishi on the racial channel. Later I found out that the reason why Qin Ruishi was so strong was not only because of their gorgeous attributes, but also because they had a strong sense of combat. However, it is different for soldiers who transfer from the barracks. Even if they successfully change their job, they still have to start as a recruit. He has no combat experience, no combat skills, but just an attribute that is more suitable for combat. Moreover, most of the newly trained soldiers had no weapons, and those who were better off were only equipped with bronze swords from general stores. The more critical point is that they have no command. Most lords were like Qin Yu. They only gave orders and left the rest to the people below. But when the people below them have no experience, they will solve the problem according to their own ideas. For example, they will run away when they are scared, they will panic when they are hurt, etc. However, Qin Yu did not share their concerns. Of course, before using the refugee card, Qin Yu needs to ask Zhuge Liang for his opinion. Qin Yu had no experience and was unable to estimate the current population limit of Daqin. The more people there are, the better. Because before a framework is thoroughly perfected, too much population will bring chaos rather than productivity. In the study, Zhuge Liang bowed to Qin Yu. According to the current territory level of Daqin, 5,000 people are already saturated. Of course, that does not include the military. In addition, if additional production buildings are needed, the population can be increased according to demand. Qin Yu nodded and took out his harvest this morning and put it on the table, asking Zhuge Liang to arrange the construction work. Afterwards, he asked Zhuge Liang a few questions that he did not understand. At this moment, he is in the process of constantly improving himself in practice and trying his best to adapt himself to his current identity. And Zhuge Liang is his best teacher at present. Loyalty, erudition, wisdom, and knowing how to act in moderation are the shining points of Zhuge Liang. The key is that Zhuge Liang's areas of interest are very broad. From military tactics and statecraft to unique skills and techniques, agriculture and industry, Zhuge Liang did not score full marks in every area, but he was more than capable of reaching the excellent line of 8 points. The key is that Zhuge Liang highly recognized Qin Yu's learning attitude. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it, as long as you are willing to learn. After asking the questions and having lunch with Zhuge Liang, Qin Yu went to the square and took out the 3 refugee cards he had just received. Among them, there is one with a population of 1,000 and 2 with a population of 100. Even if we add the 1,000 refugees that are refreshed every day by the 3rd-level Lord Crystal, Daqin still has a big population gap. I have to find a way to collect more refugee cards. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 cards in Qin Yu's hand gathered into 1,200 refugees in the square. Next, according to Zhuge Liang's instructions, he stood in front of 1,200 refugees and gave a speech. There is no exaggeration in its content. It only explains the specific conditions and rules of the Qin dynasty. Zhuge Liang had 2 purposes for this. One is to let the refugees know that Qin Yu is the master of Daqin and who has given them a stable and safe life. The second is to better rally the people's hearts and minds so that the newly joined refugees can quickly integrate into the Qin dynasty through Qin Yu's presence. After Qin Yu finished speaking, the looks of the refugees in the square were indeed different from before. Of course, the next step would be for Wang Er to take the stage and register the refugees, which had nothing to do with Qin Yu. After finishing his own work, Qin Yu prepared to return to the Lord's mansion to practice until 2 o'clock before getting up to work. But just as he stepped into the Lord's mansion, the private message column suddenly lit up. If I remember correctly, I should have only added Lord Baiwei on my friend list. But didn't I just make a deal with her? Qinyu opened his friend list and walked towards the study. Baiwei Lord. Lord Daqin, can you make long-range weapons? Like a longbow or a crossbow or something like that. Seeing this, Qinyu touched his chin. Is she belligerent or are there too many enemies nearby? Why are you planning to buy another batch of equipment right after you bought one? And it's long-range equipment? After thinking for a while, Qinyu replied, It can be done, but the price is a bit expensive. Baiwei Lord. 20 longbows, I will exchange them with you for 2,000 units of kun. Make a deal. Qinyu immediately replied to the Lord of Baiwei and said, The order can be completed tomorrow morning at the earliest, or tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Baiwei Lord. Okay, I'll wait for you. After saying that, the Lord of Baiwei directly traded 2,000 units of kun too. Is this girl so honest? Qinyu was surprised at first. However, his surprise was dispelled when he saw the contract that came with the deal. Sure enough, it is impossible for a simple-minded person to live to this day. After completing the transaction, Qinyu took out the design drawings of the mechanism building from the drawer. I thought it would take some time to build it, but I didn't expect that someone would come to help me in my time of need. Qinyu stood up and muttered, But then again, where did that girl get so many special second-level materials? Did he steal it? Chapter 19. The Troubles of Baiwei Lord, the Machinery Building. In a forest somewhere, a girl in red was leading her Baiwei warriors forward, and not far away from them was a group of wild wolves running around. Kill! The girl waved her delicate hand forward, and the Baiwei warriors who had already formed their battle array gradually surrounded the wolf pack. At this moment, the sturdy man in front of the Baiwei warriors let out a roar from his throat, strode forward, took off the iron chain on his shoulder, and threw it forward. Bang! The two wild wolves were hit on the head by iron chains, flew out and died on the spot. Oh! When the wolves heard the command, they stopped gathering and began to flee in all directions. However, the well-trained Baiwei warriors in the jungle will not let them go easily. Soon, most of the wild wolves on the field were left behind, and only a few elites above level 6 escaped. Hateful. The girl stood on a huge rock with her fists clenched. A pair of dark green eyes in the dense forest emitted an evil light and gradually revealed its true form. It was a wild wolf that was 2 meters tall and about 4 meters long, and it was also the leader of the wolf pack. When the girl saw the wolf leader appear, her eyes narrowed slightly. Don't worry, you will be the one to die next time. A mocking smile seemed to appear on the corner of the Wolf King's mouth. He turned around and led the remaining wolves into the depths of the dense forest. Seeing this, the girl took a deep breath. As long as the longbow of the great Qin Lord arrives tomorrow, you will never escape from my hands again. I promise. After saying that, she turned around and ordered, Retreat. She had been fighting the wolves for 3 days. The Baiwei Lord not only lost 10 Baiwei warriors, but also lost a lot of Kun soil that had been mined. At this moment, the relationship between them and the wolves has become a life-and-death situation, so the Baiwei Lords will naturally try every means to get rid of the wolves. The Baiwei warriors were skilled in jungle warfare and were natural archers. Therefore, the Baiwei Lords thought of customizing longbows from Qinyu in order to completely solve the troubles near their territories. Daqin. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the office building was completed. It is a special building complex located in the southwest corner. Qinyu and Zhuge Liang arrived at the scene quickly. The office building is designed as a hexagonal tower, about 27 meters high and with 9 floors. It is currently the tallest building in the territory. Qinyu subconsciously called up the data panel of the office building to check the detailed information. Building name, Machinery Building, can be upgraded to Super Artifact level. Building level, Whiteboard level. Building cap, 0/20. Building effect. Civilians can be transferred to scholars. Note: transferring requires 100 units of energy crystals and 20 units of extraordinary flesh and blood. Building potential. My's Mechanical Arts, Tyrannical Mechanical Arts, Sage. Introduction to the building. The cultural accumulation of tens of millions of years has a rich heritage. What kind of wonderful ideas can the scholars come up with? It is both mysticism and probability. Seeing this, Qinyu couldn't help but explain to Zhuge Liang. According to the building instructions, each scholar needs to choose between My's Mechanical Arts or Tyrannical Mechanical Arts when changing jobs in order to obtain the corresponding talent bonus. And the talent of a sage is something that every scholar possesses. After that, he added, "Sir, there are 20 places for job transfers. Why don't we pick 10 from each side?" "My lord is wise." Zhuge Liang bowed and said, "I will select 20 suitable candidates to complete the job transfer before this evening. Please rest assured. Civilians also have qualifications. Of course, the IQ is not revealed, and it requires some skills to know the depth of that aspect. The function of the office building is related to the future development of the territory, so Zhuge Liang naturally has to inspect it personally." While the two were talking, the butler quickly came to Qin Yu's side. "My lord, General Eli has returned victorious and is now waiting for your reception in front of the lord's mansion." Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately took Zhuge Liang back to the lord's mansion. Sure enough, the outcome of the battle was just as Zhuge Liang had expected. In the gathering place of the living dead, Eli found 3 treasure chests, 2 of excellent level and 1 of perfect level. As for danger, according to Eli, there is none at all. Although those zombies look scary, they are actually very ordinary in combat, and their weak points are obvious. As long as their heads are cut off, the zombies will lose their ability to resist. The key is that killing the living dead gives high experience and rich loot, almost twice as much as beasts of the same level. The Qin warriors who went out to fight have returned to the camp to rest. General, the Beast Cavalry training camp has been built and is now located in the South City District. Qin Yu looked at Eli, whose face looked a little agitated. "I will give you a team of 20 men, and you are required to train them into real warriors before tomorrow morning." Eli clasped his fists. "I will definitely live up to my lord's trust." Qin Yu nodded and waved his hand to signal Eli to go down and rest. Soon after the door was closed, Qin Yu turned to look at Zhuge Liang. "Sir, do we need to continue to expand our military now?" Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and replied, "Of course. And if conditions permit, we also need to train all the soldiers we have available." Qin Yu fell into deep thought after hearing this. Upgrading all buildings, including territory crystals, to level 3 or perfect is a threshold. If you want to move up further, you will need excellent basic materials. There are 2 sources of excellent grade basic materials. The first is to upgrade resource-based buildings to the perfect level. For example, perfect level logging camp, perfect level quarry, and perfect level mining camp. The second is from wild resources. For example, some wood minerals that are old or rare in species. Before Zhuge Liang came, Qin Yu had already planned to upgrade all the buildings in the territory to the perfect level. As for the issue of the 4th level territory crystal, he did not take it into consideration at all. The number of places in the Lantian camp, which has now been upgraded to the perfect level, has increased from 500 to 2,500. If they are fully trained, will it be too much of a burden on the territory? Qin Yu expressed his concerns about this. Zhuge Liang explained, "According to my calculations, the best ratio of soldiers to civilians in Huanyu continent is 1 to 5. To put it simply, if we use the productivity of 5 civilians to support 1 soldier, the territory's development will not be affected by the expansion of military power. However, once the novice protection period ends, the territory will face unknown tests. Therefore, considering the current situation, military expansion is imperative. Besides, there are many wild animals around the territory now, so we don't have to worry about food in the short term. Therefore, I believe that expanding the military is entirely feasible." Afterwards, in order to completely eliminate Qin Yu's concerns, Zhuge Liang told him about his discoveries in agriculture and future development directions. It details the growth time and yield of crops, as well as ideas on how to expand production areas. After listening to it, Qin Yu finally understood why Zhuge Liang wanted to expand the weapons production line at one time. It is not only for buying and selling on the trading platform, but also for preparing for a new round of expansion. There is no worry about food for the time being. The production speed of weapons can also keep up. What remains is the population issue. As long as Qin, you can get a few more refugee cards on the trading platform, the military expansion plan mentioned by Zhuge Liang can be officially put on the agenda. One thing fits within another, it's simply perfect. Chapter 20. Li Xin of the Qin Dynasty. After discussing the expansion of the army, Zhuge Liang went back to work. When the door closed, Qin Yu shifted his attention to the 3 treasure chests and opened them one by one. You get a brewery design, you get a siege ladder design, you get a shop platform design, and a blue brick design. The function of the winery is to promote business development within the territory, but it is not currently in use. You can keep the siege ladder design. It should be of great use in the future. The store platform just hands over the business on the trading platform to people who are better at it. After all, when Zhuge Liang was the prime minister of Shuhan, he created flagship products such as shoe brocade. His experience in economics must be richer than mine. As for the blue bricks, the earthen kiln can be used to start construction, and the defensive power of the city wall can be improved to a higher level. After the analysis, Qin put away the 4 drawings and called up his own lottery panel. Leaving the funds for tomorrow's development, I can also use 6,000 units of energy crystals. In that case, give me a 5-draw combo. Ding, you have obtained the Wushuang level EXIN. Ding, you have obtained 10 acres of excellent spiritual farmland. Ding, you got the perfect grade rice seeds. Ding, you have obtained 10 excellent grade Tiguanyin seedlings. Ding, you got a set of whiteboard level premium tea sets. When Qin saw what he had drawn, he did not look too disappointed. The previous draws were a bit scary, but this time it was much more normal. He then turned his attention to the 5 cards in front of him. The effect of spiritual fields is similar to that of farmland. The difference is that the bonus of the former is doubled, and there is a certain probability of causing benign mutations in crops. The key to determining whether perfect grade rice seeds can be used to produce new seeds is whether they can be used to produce new seeds. If not, the value will be greatly reduced. On the contrary, the value of perfect grade rice seeds will jump to the top of this 5-draw series. There was nothing much to say about the other things, so Qin just took a look and ignored them. Qin picked up the card representing Li Xian and threw it forward in the same way. Bang! The card disappeared, the light dissipated, and a strong young man appeared in the study. General Li Xian pays respect to the Lord. Li Xian knelt on one knee. Qin smiled. Stand up and speak. Thank you, my lord. Li Xian stood up, his eyes full of the drive that only young people can have. Qin called up Li Xian's data panel to check his detailed information. Name, Li Xian, infantry and cavalry. Loyalty, 100, never betray, never surrender. Tailan, rank, unparalleled. Talents, bravest of the 3 armies. When fighting a general, the overall combat power is 40%, and there is a certain probability of seeing through the target's defense. Well, to strengthen Qin, when the soldiers under his command are Qin Ruishi, his own bravery is 2, command is 1, intelligence is 1, and the overall combat power of the Qin Ruishi under his command is 10%. Control the army. The attack power of the soldiers under his command is 2, the defense power is 2, the morale is not easy to drop, and the formation is not easy to be chaotic. Level 5. Bravery, 40, up to 90. Leadership, 35, capped at 90. Politics, 20, max 50. Intelligence, 25, capped at 60. Arms, Qin Ruishi note. The relevant design has been replaced with a tiger talisman that increases the number of Qin Ruishi training places. It will take effect when placed in the Lantian camp. To be honest, Li Xian's attributes are not bad either. After all, he was the general who led an army of 200,000 south to attack Chu. How bad could the data be? Even though Li Xian failed in his expedition against Chu, he cannot bear all the blame. If it weren't for the sudden backstabbing by Chongping Jun who stayed behind at the rear, Li Xian's expedition against Chu would not have ended in the defeat of his entire army even if he failed. In addition, before the attack on Chu, Li Xian served as Wang Jian's deputy general and participated in the wars of annihilation between Zhao and Yin. If he really had no ability, he would not have been able to become a deputy general, and he would not have been able to become one of the young and strong representatives during the Qin Shi Huang period. Next, Qin brought Li Xian and other things to Zhuge Liang's office. As for how to arrange the buildings Qin brought, where to place the spiritual fields, and how to deal with the seeds, Zhuge Liang knew all of them, so Qin didn't have to worry about them at all. Li Xian's words were temporarily handed over to Zhuge Liang. First, Zhuge Liang explained the current situation of the Qin dynasty much faster than Qin Yu, and it was easier for Li Xian to understand. Second, Li Xian must understand Da Qin's current situation tonight, so that he can lead an army alone like a lie tomorrow. At the same time, Qin Yu brought the tiger talisman to the Lantian camp. As soon as I walked in, the system prompt came. An amplification treasure related to the Lantian camp has been detected. Is it placed inside the building? Qin Yu came here just for this, so naturally, he couldn't choose no. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the tiger talisman in Qin Yu's hand flew up and crashed into the core of the building at an extremely fast speed. Qin Ruishi's tiger talisman was successfully placed, and the number of job transfers increased to 3,500. Chinyu muttered, "One tiger talisman increases the number of places by 1,000. This is a pleasant surprise." 100 miles south of Dachin, there is an ancient battlefield filled with worn-out weapons. Suddenly, a pair of withered hands emerged from the pile of corpses on the battlefield. Then he pressed his hands on both sides and forcibly pulled his upper body out of the pile of corpses. He has a tall body, scarlet eyes, and although his clothes are shabby, they have a sense of the Warring States period in Dongying. Die! The Japanese warrior slapped the corpses on both sides with his hands and jumped up. Boom! The sound of the landing was particularly conspicuous here in the lonely environment, and it even awakened the other living dead who were sleeping on the ancient battlefield. The Japanese warrior raised his head and looked in the direction of Dachin, then drew the samurai sword beside him and pointed forward. Kill us to kill everything. Strange cries linger on the ancient battlefield. Countless zombies crawled out from the pile of corpses, picked up weapons on the battlefield at random, and roared in response to the Japanese samurai. Crash! The Japanese warrior stepped forward, and the sound of iron chains colliding could be heard. If Chinyu was here, he would definitely be scared to death. Of course, he could also find that at the end of the iron chain on the Japanese warrior, there was an indigo treasure chest. In the universe continent, white represents the blank slate level, gray represents the excellent level, and green represents the perfect level. And indigo means epic. Except for the weapons workshop and armor workshop, other places in Dachin seemed exceptionally quiet and peaceful at night. Because of the orders, Zhuge Liang had to replan the working hours of the workshop. When the 6 buildings are fully occupied, 4 of them are responsible for daytime production, and the remaining 2 are responsible for nighttime production tasks. The reason for this arrangement is mainly because not all the orders Chinyu received are the same. Some of the orders require spears, some require iron halberds, some require broadswords, and some require shields. Unless there were special circumstances, Chinyu's orders would be delivered the next morning or afternoon. So Zhuge Liang had 2 of the buildings work overtime at night to produce weapons and equipment. Of course, in addition to the 2 workshops, there is actually another place in operation in the territory. That is Zhuge Liang's office. Chapter 21, The Living Dead Are Coming. Although Chinyu asked Zhuge Liang to have a good rest, as a workaholic, how could he go to bed on time? Although the Qin dynasty has developed much faster after Zhuge Liang came into being, it is still not enough in his opinion because of his broader vision. First, the Qin dynasty must be prepared to transition to private ownership. But before that, Zhuge Liang had to do 2 things. 1. Improve the legal and administrative system of the Qin dynasty. Second, improve Dachin's production chain and basic people's livelihood needs. Of course, Zhuge Liang also understood that one cannot become fat in one bite. Moreover, it is not realistic for him to solve the above 2 problems alone. Therefore, he thought of a second way out. Cultivate more talents, and record and archive in detail everything that happened in Dachin. In addition, the previous arrangements were too one-sided and buried a lot of talents. For example, Chinyu. His management ability before crossing to the universal continent was quite impressive, but after coming here, he did not switch to a job like a clerk. The reason for this is actually because the triggering conditions are not met. There are many such people in Dachin. For example, someone with the potential to be a clerk can change his job to a carpenter, or someone with the potential to be a blacksmith can change his job to a doctor. Although they successfully completed the job change, their potential and previously accumulated foundation were wasted. In order to eradicate the above problems, Zhuge Liang came up with 2 solutions. First, improve the registration process for refugees, including detailed information such as what jobs they did in the past. Second, establish a system similar to the Yamen to assist in managing minor troubles within the Qin state. How could Zhuge Liang have a normal schedule when he was busy with the above things? Besides, there is no cartographer in the territory now, so the information Qin Ruishi brings back from his explorations has to be handled by him. Just as Zhuge Liang was working overtime with an oil lamp, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly rang out. There was a gentle knock on the door, followed by Li Xian's voice. "Sir, are you asleep?" "No, come in and talk." Zhuge Liang put down his pen and looked towards the door. Li Xian opened the door and walked in, looking a little solemn. According to the spies stationed outside the territory, a large number of living dead appeared in the south of Dachin and are heading towards us. Zhuge Liang frowned slightly. According to the mechanics of the universal continent described by the Lord, This should be the novice protection period. How could such a situation occur? Li Xian said in a deep voice. Sir, should we report this matter to the Lord first? Zhuge Liang nodded. I'll talk about this later. Then, Zhuge Liang ordered. General Li, you are to go to Avenue Number 3 immediately, take the 500 civilians selected this afternoon, and go to Lantian Camp to complete the job transfer. I will immediately ask Xiang Tsang to transfer all the necessary materials to you. Also, when you change your job, please call General Eli here. Promise. Li Xian responded with a fist salute and turned to leave. Zhuge Liang also walked out of the office and went straight to Qin Yu's bedroom. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Yu, who was sleeping, vaguely heard a knock on the door and slowly opened his eyes. Isn't this an auditory hallucination? Qin Yu got up from the bed and walked towards the door in a daze. The moment the door opened, Qin Yu saw Zhuge Liang bowing slightly to him. My lord, a large number of living dead have appeared in the south of Daqin. I have ordered General Li Xian to lead 500 civilians to transfer to Qin Ruishi. Please let me know what to do next, my lord. How to arrange? Qin Yu was woken up in the middle of the night. His mind was in a mess. How could he possibly issue a combat order at this moment? Isn't that nonsense? Qin Yu shook his head, as if trying to sober himself up. Then he quickly said, Sir, let you take charge of how to fight next. Promise. Zhuge Liang bowed slightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Please go to the hall and wait for a while. General Eli and General Li Xian should be on their way here by now. Qin Yu nodded, put on his clothes, and followed Zhuge Liang to the hall of the Lord's mansion to wait for Eli and Li Xian. Soon, Eli and Li Xian walked into the Lord's mansion. At this time, they had already put on heavy armor, and their weapons were temporarily handed over to Qin Ruishi at the door for safekeeping. This humble general greets the Lord. The two walked into the hall and bowed to Qin Yu at the same time. Now that everyone is here, let's talk about how to fight next. Although he had recovered, Qin Yu still did not plan to take command personally. After all, the number of units participating in this battle has reached 4 digits. Qin Yu was planning to start from scratch, but he didn't think about playing a high-end game right away. Besides, he doesn't even know basic operations now, so how can he command hundreds of people in battle? Zhuge Liang was the first to speak. According to the information sent back by the spies, this army of the living dead has a commander. Therefore, in order to minimize the losses, we need to kill the opponent's command corps in a short period of time. I suggest that General Li Xian lead 300 Qin elite soldiers to contain the living dead head-on, and then General Eli will lead 20 beast riders to break into the enemy formation, kill the general, and seize the flag. And my lord, please lead the rest of the Qin elite soldiers to guard the central army to prevent any accidents. Qin Yu nodded and looked at Eli and Li Xian. What do you think? I will obey the orders of my lord. The two of them clasped their fists at the same time in response to Qin Yu. Obviously, they also agreed with Zhuge Liang's tactical arrangements. Qin Yu stood up. In that case, the two generals should set off as soon as possible. I will personally lead the troops to support you. In this battle, we can only win, not lose. Including those who changed their jobs tonight, there are now a total of 600 Qin warriors in Daqin. However, the reason why only 300 Qin elite soldiers were sent to participate in the war was mainly because of insufficient weapons and equipment. Moreover, although the Qin Ruishi, who had just completed their job transfer, had excellent combat awareness, their levels were all LV1. Therefore, the main force of the battle tonight is the 100 Qin warriors from before. As for Qin Ruishi, who has just completed his job change, he plays a supporting role. In less than 20 minutes, 300 Qin soldiers completed their equipment change and were then taken out of the city by Su Xiao to meet Li Xian. At this time, Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang also arrived at the city gate. In front of them were 2 Qin Ruishi, who spread out the map. There is a narrow pass 1,000 meters south of Daqin. I named it Huku. The terrain here is high in the east and low in the west, which is just right for our defense. Qin Yu nodded and waved his hand to signal Qin Ruishi to put the map away. Notify the 2 generals to set off immediately, heading for Huku. Promise. Qin Ruishi took the order and left. Soon, Li Xian and Eli, who received the order, immediately led their troops to advance towards Huku. They also had the topographic map drawn by Zhuge Liang, so they naturally knew where Huku was. Late at night, Qin soldiers holding torches formed a long line. With such a mighty array walking in the dense forest, no one dared to provoke them. Chapter 22. Li Xian commands. Eli kills the general. There is a key sentence in Sun Tzu's Art of War. He who is good at fighting attacks others instead of being attacked by others. Simply put, it is a question of initiative and not being led by others. Why did Zhuge Liang suggest to Qin Yu to go out of the city to fight when there was a huge disparity in military strength and combat effectiveness? One of its purposes is to regain the initiative. Zhuge Liang had previously learned about the specific composition of the living dead through his notes and archives. Unconscious, slow movements, and obvious vital points. Now the unconsciousness has been unified by an unknown command core, but the shortcoming of slow movements will never change. In addition, Zhuge Liang had discovered the true strength of Huku, so he decided to use the terrain to regain the initiative. In addition, Zhuge Liang also put a lot of effort into the weapons and equipment of his soldiers before going into battle. Previously, because the number of Qin elite soldiers was small, Zhuge Liang did not propose the suggestion of coordinating multiple arms. But now that the number of Qin elite soldiers has reached a certain scale, Zhuge Liang naturally has to propose a multi-service military reform. What's more, the Qin Rui sure belong to a comprehensive military force. Equipped with a spear, he is a spearman. Equipped with a shield and a sword, he is a sword and shield soldier. With a strong bow and crossbow, he is a sharpshooter. Mounting on their war horses, they are the Qin cavalry. Therefore, the current garrison configuration of Huku is 150 sword and shield soldiers, 150 iron spear soldiers, and 50 longbowmen. At this time, Li Xian stood on a high place, commanding the flag bearers to deploy the troops and immediately build a square formation that was good at defense. Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang were located on a commanding height in the rear. Although it was too dark to see what was happening inside the gourd, Qin Yu was not completely clueless based on the location of the torch and Zhuge Liang's explanation. Report. Our troops have come into direct contact with the living dead. A Qin soldier who was responsible for delivering the message came up to Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang, knelt on one knee, and reported in a deep voice. Qin Yu nodded and waved his hand to signal Qin Ruishi to retreat. Hoarse roars came from the mouth of the gourd, and its ugly shape looked even more terrifying under the light of the fire. No matter how elite the Qin soldiers are, the vast majority of them are new recruits. Such an environment and such a scene will inevitably make people feel afraid. As for the reason why Eli was able to lead 40 Qin Rui soldiers to flatten a gathering place of the living dead, it was because the former had accumulated enough prestige. Secondly, the 40 Qin warriors who went on the expedition were the elite at that time, so they could easily defeat the living dead. Of course, Li Xian did not disappoint. He took a step forward, rushed to the zombie who raised his weapon, raised the iron spear high, and killed him quickly and efficiently. Then he exerted force with both hands, retracted the iron spear, and swept forward. The 3 or 4 zombies that surrounded him were knocked away and fell to the ground screaming. Li Xian jumped back a second later, jumped onto the boulder, and shouted, "Gentlemen, are you ready to fight?" When Qin Ruishi saw Li Xian easily picking and killing the living dead, his face was full of shock. When they heard Li Xian's question again, their fear disappeared. All they heard was them shouting at the same time, "Fight, fight, fight!" Not far away, Qin Yu received a prompt. Li Xian's talent, strong Qin ambition, is triggered. His bravery is 2, command is 1, intelligence is 1, and the combined combat power of his Qin warriors is 10%. Li Xian's skill encouragement is triggered. The soldiers under his command have an attack power of 2 and a defense power of 2, and their morale rises significantly. On the battlefield, Li Xian immediately retreated to his command position. "Everyone listen to my orders." Sword and shield soldiers raise their shields and move forward. Iron spear soldiers hide behind the sword and shield soldiers and attack. Longbowmen throw their weapons diagonally upwards at a 45-degree angle. Remember, the zombie's weakest point is the head. Attack! When the sword and shield soldiers heard Li Xian's order, they immediately raised their shields to push back the charging zombies. Upon seeing this, the iron spear soldiers swung their 2.5-meter-long weapons to pierce or cut off the heads of the zombies. Although the Qin's longbowmen had not received professional training, as long as they were given orders not to hurt their own people and to shoot diagonally upwards, they would basically not make mistakes. Just as Evil describes, not only are the living dead easy to kill, but the experience and energy crystals they provide also benefit Qin Ruishi a lot. Of course, the prerequisite is to overcome the psychological fear. Otherwise, no matter how easy it is to kill the zombies, it will be useless when facing such a large number of zombies. The first wave of zombies was blocked, and the second wave immediately rushed forward. Longbowmen, throw the torches. Li Xian issued new orders. The lit torches were thrown towards the enemy camp by the longbowmen, splashing sparks when they fell to the ground, and some grass and trees were even ignited on the spot. At this time, Alai, who was on standby in the east, saw the sudden fire and immediately looked for the command corps of the zombies in the enemy camp. Soon he discovered a Japanese samurai holding a samurai sword and with giant zombies standing on both sides. Although he has no memory of his past life, with his rich experience in war, Alai can be sure that the Japanese samurai are the core of the living dead. Beast riders, listen to my orders, charge with me. Kill. After shouting, Eli pulled the reins and drove the armored Beast King to rush towards the zombie position below. The other beast riders raised their long-handled axes and echoed loudly. Kill, kill, kill. Although there were only 20 beast riders, the momentum of the heavy cavalry's charge was extremely astonishing. With such a big commotion, it was impossible for the Japanese warriors to be unaware of it. He was seen holding up his samurai sword and pointing it to the east. Defense! As soon as these two words were uttered, dozens of zombies moved towards the east, forming a human wall at an extremely fast speed. However, their actions were in vain. The beast riders, using Alai as their spearhead and riding the armored beasts, instantly tore apart the human wall of the living dead and rushed forward with unstoppable force. Stop them! The Japanese samurai swung his sword, and two giant zombies pounced on Alai. Court death! Eli's eyes were wide open with anger, and he reached his left hand behind him. Alai's talent, Ancient Alai, is triggered, and his overall combat power is 40%. At this time, Alai is besieged by two people, and his overall combat power is an additional 20%. The evil skill Brave is triggered, the overall combat power is 20%, and the soldiers under his command have an additional attack power of 5. Eli took out the tiger head axe from behind and threw it forward fiercely. Puff! A giant zombie was hit on the head by a tiger head axe. Although his head did not explode, his body fell down limply. Eli then raised the long-handled axe with both hands and chopped at the second giant zombie. It was obviously not as lucky as the previous one, and its head and body were split into two halves by Eli. The iron-armored Beast King never stopped running, so even though he killed two giant zombies in seconds on the road, it still did not affect his speed in rushing to the Japanese warriors. Die! Eli exerted force with both hands and swung the long-handled axe upwards. Upon seeing this, the Japanese warriors immediately raised their swords to block. Clown! With a crisp metallic sound, the Japanese samurai's sword broke on the spot, and his body flew out like a torn sack. Upon seeing this, Eli immediately stepped forward to finish off the enemy. The next second, the Japanese samurai's head fell to the ground. At the same time, the zombies who lost their core commander lost their minds. Although due to the darkness, Li Xian could not see that Eli had completed the task of beheading the general, but he could see that the zombies had completely lost their rational behavior. Sword and shield soldiers, change formation. Iron spear soldiers, charge. Li Xian's order was quickly executed. The sword and shield soldiers made way, and the iron spear soldiers charged forward. The zombies along the way were knocked down one after another by the iron spears, and the sword and shield soldiers and longbow soldiers followed behind to finish off the dead. The moment the goal of killing the general and capturing the flag is achieved, the nature of the battle has changed. Not only does it switch from defense to offense, it's also a good opportunity for new recruits to gain experience. Chapter 23. Amazing Harvest. Report. A Qin soldier quickly ran to Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang, knelt on one knee, and reported aloud. General Li Xian led his army to successfully resist 2 waves of attacks from the zombies. General Eli used the firelight to kill the zombie commander in battle, and we won a great victory. Qin Yu clenched his fists when he heard this. Of course, he did not rush to applaud, but asked, "What is the loss?" Qin Ruishi quickly replied, "Except for a few people who suffered some minor injuries, there are no other losses." Qin Yu's tense heartstrings finally relaxed when he heard this. Seeing this, Zhuge Liang said, "My lord, the living dead without a commander are like birds in a cage. There is no need to worry about them. You go back and rest first, and leave the rest to me." Qin Yu thought about it and nodded. Then I'll trouble you, sir. Zhuge Liang cupped his hands and then said to several Qin soldiers, You escort the lord back to the territory. Promise. Several Qin Rue soldiers clasped their fists and accepted the order. Before Qin Yu left, he took a deep look at the gourd mouth filled with flames, then turned and left. The next morning, Qin Yu didn't get up until 10 o'clock. There's no way. Even though we won a great victory last night, it's still hard not to be a little frightened to receive such news in the middle of the night. Soon, Zhuge Liang came to the study. There are 3 things in his report today. First, last night's spoils. Damaged weapons and equipment can be re-refined and then sold on the trading platform, which can also be a considerable profit. Secondly, a total of 9 treasure chests were dropped at the scene last night. One of them is particularly precious, of epic quality, and comes from the command corps of the living dead, a Japanese samurai whose name is unknown. The rest are 2 perfect levels and 7 excellent levels. The 2 perfect level treasure chests come from 2 giant zombies. The above is what I gained last night. Second, the arrangement of the troops. Zhuge Liang suggested leaving behind 200 Qin elite soldiers, with 50 men in each direction, mainly for hunting and leveling up. Of the remaining 400 Qin warriors, 100 were arranged to go out and explore in each direction. The focus in the east is still on defense, with Li Xin as the main general. The north and east sides are mainly for exploration, and there is no main general. The main focus in the south is searching, and the main general is Alai, who is responsible for finding the gathering place of the living dead last night. Zhuge Liang firmly believed that there couldn't be something else at the gathering place of the living dead last night. This does not conform to the operating logic of the world continent. Third, arrangements for government affairs. Zhuge Liang had already drafted a complete administrative framework. For example, Wang Er, Zhuge Liang transferred Xiangcang and Yi Fei to work under him. Therefore, his task from then on was not only to manage household registration, but also to manage supplies and the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of civilians. Moreover, the rule of more work, more pay must be established from now on to facilitate the establishment of private ownership in the future. When Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang were chatting yesterday, he mentioned the administrative system of 3 provinces and 6 ministries to Zhuge Liang. Unexpectedly, he started to implement it today. It is obvious that the team led by Wang Er was obviously based on the Ministry of Households. Although it is still far behind the complete Ministry of Revenue, it is sufficient for today's Qin dynasty. After talking about the above 3 things, Zhuge Liang turned the topic to agriculture. According to Zhuge Liang's judgment, the growth cycle of crops nowadays should be 1 harvest every 10 days. It's the same whether it's wheat, rice, or other fruits and vegetables. Of course, with its fertilizer-making machines, Daqin is fully capable of shortening the growth cycle of crops to 1 harvest every 7 days. It's just that because fertilizer-making machines appeared late, the first batch of crops would take at least 8 days to mature. The second is Lingtian. If the fertilizer machine is combined with the spiritual field to stack the double acceleration buff, the growth cycle of crops can be shortened to 5 days. However, the above theory has a premise, that is, the seeds of the crops planted must all be blank grade. If the level is pushed up, the growth cycle of crops will be extended accordingly. In addition, cash crops are different from agricultural crops, and their growth cycle is about 1.5 times that of the latter. Therefore, according to Zhuge Liang's suggestion, except for the spiritual fields, other farmlands are currently mainly used to grow whiteboard-level crops. One is to store up grain. At least we cannot rely all of Daqin's food reserves on wild beasts. This is neither safe nor realistic. Second, the current civilians and soldiers can meet their daily needs by eating whiteboard-level or excellent-level food. Even if you really want to move up, you should first transition to the excellence level and then consider the perfection level, rather than jumping directly to the perfection level. After Zhuge Liang finished his report and helped Qin Yu solve some problems, he stood up and left. When the door of the study was closed, Qin Yu shifted his gaze to the 10 treasure chests. Qin Yu first opened the 6 excellent-level treasure chests one by one, and obtained 3,000-person refugee cards, 2,000 units of energy crystals, and the mill design drawings. Then comes the highlight. 2 perfect-level treasure chests and 1 epic-level treasure chest. You get the ancient chariot design. You get the design of improved horse harness. You have obtained a king-level talent book. Needless to say, the first 2 are basically weapons that can directly enhance the combat effectiveness of the army. Item: Ancient Chariot Blueprint. Type: Draft. Rank: Perfect. Effect: consumes 100 units of refined iron, 100 units of wood, and 2 bronze mounts to build an ancient chariot. Note: a chariot can carry 3 people, 1 driving, 1 holding a halberd, and 1 pulling a bow. It is a medium-sized combat unit on the battlefield. Introduction: although it has been eliminated by the times in a certain world, it still has a place in the universe. Item: improve harness design. Type: draft. Rank: perfect. Effect: 10 units of refined iron and 10 units of leather can be used to make a set of improved horse harness. Note: improved horse harness is applicable to any mount, improving the coordination between the person and the mount by 10% and the balance by 10%. Introduction: a perfect set of horse harness can solve many problems, especially for cavalry. It is particularly important. Qin nodded and put the 2 drawings away, preparing to hand them over to Wang Su later. Of course, Qin was actually more curious about the king-level talent book. In fact, he had always wondered how others acquired their talents without the help of the creation altar. It's impossible to awaken talent purely by luck, right? Today, the answer is obvious. The Lord's talent comes from the talent book, and the talent book comes from challenging the hidden rules set by the universal continent. Qin picked up the talent book and checked its detailed information. Item: talent book. Type: consumable. Rank: king. Effect: when used by the Lord can comprehend the talent Hidden Dragon. Brain area 20%, personal luck 30%, learning ability 100%. Introduction: the nature of a latent dragon. Reaching up to the 9th heaven. Qin breathing became heavy when he saw the effect of using the talent book. What does he lack most now? It wasn't the civil officials or military generals, nor was it the time, but that his own abilities were somewhat flawed. Although Qin graduated from a prestigious university, he could not do anything because his major was not suitable for his job. Chapter 24. The Gifted Hidden Dragon. Eli explores the ancient battlefield. Who could have imagined that he would be inexplicably transported to a continent to become a lord and fight for supremacy with all races, including Qin? He was also willing to learn and ask Zhuge Liang for advice every day, but so far there had been little success. To be honest, from Zhuge Liang's perspective, Qin learning progress was actually fast enough. It's just that due to the previous living environment, my vision was not high enough and my thinking was constrained. For example, Liu Bang. Zhang Liang was called a sage of strategy by later generations. His ability to plan strategies and win battles thousands of miles away was his legend. But in fact, many people don't know that the most important thing that Zhang Liang helped Liu Bang was that the former gradually improved the latter's vision. Otherwise, how could a pavilion chief compete with the unrivaled Xiangyu? How could they have ultimately defeated the other side and established a dynasty that lasted for more than 400 years? The credit cannot be attributed entirely to Zhang Liang. But without him, there would not have been Liu Bang, who gave up his enjoyment soon after entering Guanzhong and resolutely embarked on the road to hegemony. Therefore, Qin learning ability is not bad, but his adaptability is not outstanding enough. Although the hidden dragon in the talent book cannot completely eliminate the problem of adaptability, it can greatly improve learning ability. Coupled with the 20% expansion of his brain area, Qin is confident that he can overcome the problem of adaptability. Anyway, there are no side effects, so just use it. Maybe it will really work. Qin had already made up his mind. The moment Qin used the talent book, his mind became clear. The knowledge points that I understood before are clearer, and the decisions and layouts that I didn't understand before are clearer. After a long time, Qin opened his eyes full of joy. Obviously, the effect of Qianlong's talent is more domineering than he imagined. If he was standing on the mountainside looking at the scenery before, then now he is equivalent to standing on the top of the mountain looking down. Although there are still many clouds and fogs covering it, the location and angle are very different from before. It is completely about using one worldview as nourishment to construct a completely new worldview. At the same time, Eli, who led his army to the ancient battlefield, immediately discovered something was wrong. Report. A Qin Rue soldier came up to Eli and reported in a deep voice. A mass grave was discovered 1 kilometer ahead, surrounded by 99 tombs. We tried many ways, but we couldn't get in. Let's go and take a look. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately drove the armored beast king in the direction Qin Ruishi pointed. Soon, Eli led his army to the mass grave. The so-called mass graves actually buried more than 10,000 people. Because most of the corpses on ancient battlefields were concentrated in pits, The number was at least over 100,000. As for Jingguan, it is a conical building made of piled-up heads. It usually has two functions. One is to show military merit, and the other is to deter foreign enemies. However, the Jingguan here is different. Of course, Eli is not a Taoist priest and does not understand the tricks involved. What he could see was that the atmosphere on the battlefield was filled with an evil spirit, as if it could corrode people's souls at any time, making them depraved, bloodthirsty, or even crazy. Suddenly, a low growl was heard. When Eli heard the sound, he looked and saw a mutilated corpse crawling out of the mass grave. It opened its scarlet eyes and blew black air from its mouth, like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. Humph, playing tricks! Eli took out a throwing axe made for him by the weapons workshop and threw it at the corpse. Puff! The flying axe split the corpse's head in half, and he died on the spot. However, Eli's behavior seemed to have poked a hole, and an ear-piercing roar immediately rang out from the mass grave. Qin Ruishi retreated outside the ancient battlefield, and the beast riders stayed behind. Promise! Under the command of Su Xiao, Qin's elite soldiers retreated out of the ancient battlefield in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a roar was heard. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow was seen leaping into the sky from the mass grave, and then falling to the ground like a falling meteor. Not until the smoke and dust on the ground cleared did a monster made entirely of muscle tissue reveal its true appearance. Why did I wake up before the time came? The weirdo raised his head and looked forward. But Eli did not answer its question, but instead hit the opponent on the head with an axe. Evil's talent, Ancient Evil, is triggered, and the overall combat power is 40%. The evil skill Brave is triggered, the overall combat power is 20%, and the soldiers under his command have an additional attack power of 5. The monster's pupils shrank sharply, and he wanted to dodge, but because Eli's attack was too fast and too sudden, he couldn't avoid it at all. Puff! The long-handled axe hit the shoulder, penetrating 3 inches into the flesh. The key is that the monster's power was suppressed by Eli, and he knelt on one knee on the spot and couldn't get up at all. Are you human? The weirdo immediately denied it. Opposite. It is impossible for a human to have such strong power. Eli narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Since you are a foreigner, I won't let you off. Give me your life. The iron-armored Beast King seemed to be in tune with Eli's thoughts, and he pushed forward and knocked the monster into the air. The long-handled axe fell out of his hand, and Eli immediately took out the tiger head axe behind him, and at the same time jumped up from the iron-armored Beast King. The tiger head axe chopped forward crosswise, aiming directly at the monster's head. No. The monster was locked by Elias' powerful aura and couldn't even move his limbs. Puff! The new legend fell at the hands of the ancient legend before it even left its birthplace. Eli fell back onto the back of the iron-armored Beast King, holding 2 tiger head axes in one hand and lifting his free hand upwards. The treasure chest emitting purple light fell into Elias' hands, bringing a smile to his serious face. It's just as you said, there are still great rewards in the birthplace of the living dead. As Eli was sighing, the corpses in the mass graves rioted collectively and rushed out like a tide. Withdraw! Eli pulled the reins and immediately led the beast to retreat out of the battlefield. At this time, Qin Yu, who had been reborn from the ashes, was discussing the issue of law with Zhuge Liang. In his previous life, Zhuge Liang co-founded the Shu Code with Fa Zheng, e.g., Liu Ba and others to promote the policy of governing Shu according to law. Although the summoned characters have no memories of their past lives, their wisdom is preserved. This includes Shuk. The reason why Zhuge Liang did not implement it immediately was that he believed that it should be adapted to local conditions. Obviously, Zhuge Liang realized that the Shu Ke who governed Bashu at the beginning was not suitable for the Qin dynasty. At least there were many places that needed to be changed, so he worked overtime day and night to rush the work. Previously, Qin Yu was limited by his vision and ideas, so he could only make some small suggestions and could not help in other ways. But now that his brain area has expanded by 20%, some vague information from his past life is gradually becoming clear. For example, certain legal provisions. Although it is not complete, the content is suitable for the current stage of Qin. In addition, his vision has now been raised to a higher level, so his opinions are no longer limited to minor ones to Zhuge Liang. Chapter 25. The idea of the training ground. The kobolds are attacking. In the study, Zhuge Liang showed an expression of surprise for the first time. He just bowed towards Qin Yu. My lord, your talent is truly unprecedented, and I admire you deeply. Qin Yu smiled. I'm just a porter, not as powerful as you say, sir. Changing the subject, Qin Yu asked, Sir, do you think the newly compiled Great Qin Law is feasible? Of course it's possible. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, looking happy. If the laws of the Great Qin are used to assist, the promotion and subsequent governance of private ownership will be guaranteed to be twice as effective with half the effort. Qin Yu asked again, So, when do you think it is appropriate to implement private ownership? Zhuge Liang pondered and said, I suggest that we first publish the laws of the Qin dynasty. As for private ownership, we can wait until the novice period is over and observe the situation in the universal continent before making a decision. Qin Yu nodded. Okay, then let's do as you say, sir. As soon as Zhuge Liang left, Eli came to the Lord's mansion to report on his work. What? A large number of living dead have awakened in the ancient battlefield, but they are trapped inside and can't get out? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, then said, General, tell me the details. Promise. Eli used the simplest language to describe everything he had experienced on the ancient battlefield. There is no exaggeration or superfluous content. As for the extraordinary treasure chest placed on Qin Yu's desk, it is one of them. After listening to this, Qin Yu touched his chin and fell in a deep thought. He had a guess. That is, the ancient battlefield is one of the tests at the end of the novice period. But now, due to Elias' actions, some mechanism changes have occurred, causing the awakened zombies to be trapped in the ancient battlefield and unable to get out. Of course, that's just speculation. Whether it's true or not won't be known until the novice period ends. As for now, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. General, are you sure that the zombies inside can't get out, and that they behave the same as ordinary zombies? Eli nodded and said, I don't know about the inner circle, but the zombies outside are indeed the same as the zombies we encountered before. Qin Yu's mouth curled up slightly when he heard this. In that case, let's temporarily use the ancient battlefield as a training ground for Qin Ruishi. Su Xiao will be in charge of this matter. General, do you think it is appropriate? After thinking about it, Eli nodded and said, Although Su Xiao's combat power is slightly inferior and his ability to command troops is not very strong, he is smart and cautious. If it's just about training the troops, he's fully capable of doing it. Qin Yu smiled and said, In that case, let the general take care of this matter. As for how many people should be sent every day, please discuss it with Mr. and come back to me after you decide. Promise. Eli clasped his fists, accepted the order, and left. The study door was closed, and Qin Yu pressed on the extraordinary treasure chest with one hand. You get the design of the snow white lair. Qin Yu picked up the drawing and looked at the details. Building name, Snow White Nest, can be upgraded to extraordinary level. Building level, whiteboard level. Building limit, none. Building potential, extreme speed, 40% speed when marching, 20% balance. Weak, minus 20% load carrying capacity. Construction materials, 2,000 units of energy crystal, 1,000 units of refined iron, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Building introduction. Snow White is a warhorse that can gallop on all terrains. Its movement speed is the fastest among silver-level mounts, but its load-bearing capacity is poor, so it is only suitable for light cavalry. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Although mounts can be recruited infinitely, this is not possible in practice. First of all, the mount's consumption is greater than that of Qin Ruishi, whose current upper limit is level 7. An armored beast eats the equivalent of 10 units of human food every day, and that's at the silver level. The daily food requirement of the evil gold-level armored beast king has to be increased to 15 units, and the consumption is simply terrifying. Fortunately, the ironclad beast is an omnivore. Otherwise, just taking care of the logistics of the ironclad beast in the future would be a headache. We must recruit. The effect of multiple arms coordination was clearly evident in the Battle of Huku. Besides, even if we don't recruit light cavalry for combat purposes and only use them as scouts, they can still play a positive role in the military development of Daqin. Qin Yu had a plan in mind, so he picked up his things and walked out. Just leave the construction to Zhuge Liang. As for using the 3,000-person refugee cards and completing yesterday's orders, these were his tasks during this trip. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The eastern part of Daqin is a war preparation area. Even with Li Xian in charge, Zhuge Liang's strategic approach was still mainly defensive. And Li Xian had no idea about this strategy. The key point was that he also did a very good job in defense. First, he ordered 20 Qin warriors who had reached level 10 to guard the road that the gnolls had to take to get to Daqin. That road was named Xiang Valley by Zhuge Liang, and Dog-Headed Men was the nickname Qin Yu gave them. Li Xian deployed a total of 8 sentries, both visible and hidden here. With the help of beacon fires, he ensured that the people he left behind could notify him in case of any emergency. Secondly, Li Xian led the team himself and led the Qin warriors to level up in an area with a relatively high density of wild beasts, and the location happened to be stuck on the only way for the gnolls to reach Daqin. It's just located behind the Sunset Valley. As for the other Qin warriors, they were divided into groups of 10, scattered around, and supported each other. The principle of the arrangement is simple. Not only has a patrol network been woven to the east of Daqin, but timely rescue can also be provided when an emergency occurs on one side. That is the power of having a high-ranking general commanding on the spot and having someone who is good at strategizing point out the key points. However, just when Li Xian thought that he had repelled 3 waves of attempts by the ogres and that the other side would not send anyone to deliver heads, an accident happened suddenly. At this moment, Qin Ruishi, who was in the dark corner of Xiang Valley, saw a crowd of people not far away. As a veteran of many battles, he immediately recognized the identity of the invader. Kobold. Based on the scale that has appeared now, the number of dog-headed people is at least in the 4 digits. Qin Ruishi turned to his colleagues and said, "You immediately report the news of the kobold's invasion to the general. I will stay here and continue to monitor them." "Okay, then you better be careful too." Qin Ruishi nodded in response, turned around, and walked down the mountain along the path. The Sunset Road is long and narrow. Although the dog-headed man is not very smart, he dare not step in easily. Besides, dozens of people had already died before this, so they naturally wouldn't rush in a hurry. However, their so-called caution gave Li Xian enough time to react. Having extensive experience in large-scale military operations in his previous life, he immediately began to deploy troops, dig traps, and build barricades. At the same time, Li Xian took out the conch shell and informed Qin Yu of the military report that the ogre-headed people were invading in large numbers. It has to be said that Li Xian's emergency response alone is fully worthy of his commander upper limit of 90 points. Chapter 26 Qin Yu's Decision. Li Xian lures the enemy. Qin Yu returned to his study after finishing his business outside. As soon as he sat down, a sound came from the conch shell. Qin Yu put down his pen and picked up the conch. "What is it?" "My lord, the kobolds are attacking in large numbers and are now stationed outside the Sunset Valley. We request support." Qin Yu's mind raced, and he immediately asked, after they settled down, did they have any other reactions? Li Xian replied, "Not yet." Qin Yu didn't ask any more questions. "Just stay put for now. I'll send reinforcements to support you right away. Promise." After the call ended, Qin Yu picked up the conch and went straight to Zhuge Liang's office. Zhuge Liang, who had understood the situation soon, seemed to realize something and asked, "My lord, how do you think we should deal with it now?" Qin Yu touched his chin and said, "They don't dare to enter the Sun Valley directly, which means there is a smart person among the dog-headed people. Of course, there are only a limited number of smart ones. But it's troublesome to have a guy like this among the kobolds." Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. "My lord, do you want to send troops to eat up this group of kobolds in one go?" Qin Yu shook his head. "If it were tomorrow, I might be tempted. But now most of Qin Ruishi are new recruits. If they really want to eat them, Qin Ruishi will lose a few teeth. It's not worth it." Zhuge Liang asked tentatively. "So what do you mean?" "Same old trick," Qin Yu said. "Hasn't General Eli set out yet? Have him lead the beast riders to go around to the back of Xiang Valley and wait for orders. Then order Li Xian to set up an ambush in Xiang Valley and force that smart guy out." The moment Qin Yu issued the combat mission, the order was implemented immediately. Sunset Valley. Seeing that the ogre did not move, Li Xian immediately sent troops to occupy the commanding heights in the valley and prepared a large number of rolling logs and stones. At the same time, Eli led the beasts along the trail, preparing to ambush the side of the gnolls' temporary camp. However, the kobolds were completely unaware of the above arrangements. There are 2 gnolls leading the team this time. One is the hero in the kobold territory Cold. The second one is the priest in the territory, who is equivalent to a manager or something like that, named Monty. At this time, in the simple tent, Cold was looking at Monty with dissatisfaction. How long do we have to wait? There was a gleam of wisdom in Monty's eyes, and he let out a strange laugh. Don't worry, they will come over by themselves. And look at the terrain ahead. It's long and narrow. If humans set an ambush inside, we will lose our inherent advantage. Colder still said unhappily, can't we just go around it? Monty explained, if we want to bypass the valley in front of us, we will not be able to return to the territory within the specified time. He suddenly changed the subject, his tone becoming slightly mocking. Or you can try to disobey the Lord's orders. After all, you're the only hero unit in the territory. If it were you, he might not blame you. Suddenly, the voice of the kobold warrior came from outside. My lords, there is a group of human soldiers approaching the camp. Cold slammed the table and laughed. The priest is indeed very smart. Those humans actually took the initiative to attack us. Monty ignored him. In his eyes, Cold was a dog who changed his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. But before Monty could say anything, Cold ran out of the tent and immediately began to gather troops to prepare for battle. Outside the temporary camp of the ogres, Li Xian led 30 Qin warriors to look at Cold, who was rushing towards them. General, how do we fight next? Qin Ruishi, who was appointed as the centurion, asked. Li Xian said calmly, in the next battle, we must protect ourselves first. We can only lose, not win. Qin Ruishi said with a puzzled look on his face. General, you said it the other way around, didn't you? Li Xian glanced at him. If we don't bring people in, then who will be left with our arrangements in Xiang Valley? Qin Ruishi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Promise. Soon Cold, riding a large hyena, came to Li Xian with hundreds of dog-headed men holding wooden spears. At just one glance, Cold saw the sophisticated equipment on Qin Ruishi. There was a greedy gleam in his eyes, and he raised his spear and pointed it at Li Xian. Human, put down your weapons and surrender. Maybe Mr. Dog will be in a good mood and spare your lives. Li Xian sneered. If you have the guts, come and rob it yourself. It's still uncertain who will live and who will die. You're looking for death. Cold roared angrily and immediately drove the large hyena towards Li Xian. Remember, don't fight with him. After Li Xian finished speaking, he rushed straight towards Cold. Clown! The iron spears and iron daggers collided with each other. The impact from the mount made Li Xian's palms numb, and his weapon almost slipped out of his hand. Of course, Li Xian would not really confront Cold head-on. When the two weapons collided, he had already used his skills and footwork to dissipate most of the force transmitted from the weapons. Therefore, he was able to swing his weapon and fight back immediately. Tej stabbed at Cold, who had his back to him, and the latter quickly raised his iron spear to block. Li Xian sneered and turned his hands. Tai Gu hooked the iron spear, and Li Xian exerted force to pull the handle into his arms. Cold was caught off guard and fell to the ground by Li Xian, letting out a muffled groan from his throat. Li Xian's eyes were like an eagle's. At the same time, he exerted force with both hands, controlling the iron spear to stab towards Cold's heart. Seeing this, Cold was horrified and could only run back in embarrassment. Unfortunately, it's useless. Although Cold avoided the vital parts, his shoulder was soon pierced, causing him to scream in pain. Just when Li Xian was considering whether to kill Cold instantly, a flying wooden javelin helped him make the decision. Li Xian gave up the attack and rolled on the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner. The wooden javelin stuck into the ground, less than a meter away from Cold. Li Xian half-crouched on the ground and looked in the direction of Qin Ruishi. They had already started fighting with the ogre warriors. Although the Qin Ruishi had advantages in coordination and weapons, they could not compare with the gnolls in terms of numbers. Seeing this, Li Xian immediately ordered, "Retreat!" After saying that, Li Xian ignored Cold and immediately rushed towards the ogre warriors, ready to use his own brute force to defeat their barely organized formation. He was seen holding a sword in one hand and a spear in the other, killing the ogre warriors so badly that they didn't even dare to get close. He cleared a bloody path for Qin Ruishi. Immediately afterwards, he led the Qin warriors to fight and retreat, moving quickly towards the Xiang Valley. Cold recovered and immediately yelled, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chase him." As he spoke, he immediately got up from the ground, mounted the large hyena again, and rushed in the direction of Li Xian's retreat. The ogre warrior did not dare to hesitate and immediately followed Cold's footsteps. Mani, who arrived a step later, cursed inwardly. Damn it, I knew he would take all the credit. I shouldn't have rescued him. After cursing, he raised his hand and waved, leading the remaining ogre warriors into the Sunset Valley. Chapter 27. Supervising the battle for the first time, trapping and killing the enemy. At this time, Qin Yu stood on a high place in Xiang Valley, holding his sword, and Zhuge Liang was beside him. Report. Qin Ruishi came to a place not far behind Qin Yu and knelt on one knee. My lord, the Kobold army is divided into two parts, entering the Sunset Valley from the front and back, and they are on their way now. Qin Yu said thoughtfully, Send the order. Let the front army of the dog-headed people attack the fortifications built by General Li Xian, and the ambushes on both sides will wait for my order. Promise. Qin Ruishi took the order and left. Zhuge Liang looked into the valley, as if he was calculating something in his mind. After a long while, he said, Although the formation of the Kobold's army is scattered, there is still some order in their arrangement. There are 12 people in a row, and there are 47 rows in total, which means there are 564 people. Qin Yu smiled and said, There is pressure, but it's not a big problem. Before coming here, I called back all the Qin Rue soldiers scattered around, a total of 200 people. Add the 100 men that General Eli didn't take with him, and General Li Xian's own 100 men, and the total is 400. Although there is still a small gap in numbers between 400 and 564, I believe Li Xian will be able to hold on given the advantages in equipment, terrain, and preparation. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan and nodded slightly. Obviously, he was ready to watch Qin Yu's performance quietly. After all, if there really was a mistake, he was right next to Qin Yu, so it wouldn't be too late to remind him. In the Xiang Valley, Cold led his troops on a rapid march and caught up with Li Xian in a short while. But he had to stop at this moment. There is no other reason. Relying on the terrain, Li Xian built a wooden wall at the exit of Xiang Valley. Not only could the soldiers stand on it for defense, but there were also several commanding heights for longbowmen to shoot. Without knowing the exact situation inside, Cold didn't dare to act rashly. Human, if you have the guts, get out here and let's fight for another 300 rounds. Cold drove the large hyena around, holding his weapon high, provoking Li Xian. However, Li Xian burst into laughter when he heard this. If you're scared, just get out of here. No one is embarrassing you here. After saying that, he took the longbow handed to him by Qin Ruishi. He drew the bow and put the arrow on it in one go. Bang! Cold was so frightened that he took several steps back. The arrow fell to the ground and stuck in the ground not far in front of Cold. The next second, the Qin soldiers who showed their heads on the city wall raised their weapons and made sarcastic remarks. Obviously, Li Xian's purpose was to anger Cold, and his vision is indeed very poisonous. Orcs have two advantages: excellent physical fitness and strong adaptability. But they also have two disadvantages: respect strength, but has poor manufacturing capabilities. Cold is a hero, and his fighting power is much stronger than that of the Kobold warriors. But failure is failure, and the Kobold warriors don't care how you failed or how strong your enemy is. Why did Cold chase after me? The reason is simple. He needs to defeat Li Xian to regain his prestige. Even if we use human wave tactics, no one will say anything. On the contrary, if Cold really turned around now, his prestige in the Kobold territory would plummet. Not only will the Kobold lords not buy his account, ordinary kobolds will also look down on him. So he can't leave, especially when the other party has already made mocking remarks. You can't do this. Cold's teeth were chattering, and he shouted with a distorted expression, 600 to 20, the advantage is still on our side. Everyone listen up, attack the city. At this time, Cold still had prestige in the eyes of the Kobold warriors. Therefore, although his order was a little difficult to accept, the Kobold warrior had no choice but to rush towards the wooden wall. The siege begins now. However, at this time, Cold, like a gambler, did not see the situation clearly. First of all, the terrain of the ancient road is narrow, and at most a dozen people can walk side by side. That means that you can't have too many siege personnel at one time. Plus, you don't have any decent siege equipment, so the possibility of attacking is almost zero. Besides, there were not 20 people behind the wooden wall, but 400 sharp-armored Qin warriors wearing shining helmets and armor. The scene Qin Yu saw at that time was as follows. The Kobold warriors in the first row were shot, and those who escaped were trampled to death by the kobold warriors behind them. The second row of ogre warriors rushed to the wall, but before they could even climb up, they were killed by Chin Ruishi with spears. The third row of Knoll warriors climbed up the city wall by stepping on the corpses of the second row of Knoll warriors, but were soon pushed down by Chin Ruishi's shields or hacked to death on the spot. In addition to the above scenes, there are 100 longbowmen drawing their bows and shooting an arrow into the air every 3 seconds. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of ogre warriors were killed or injured on the way to the city. Even Cold was almost hit in the vitals by the dense rain of arrows. At this time, what Cold had to do was to gather his troops immediately and make plans. He did the same. Pity. Li Xin was just the first move made by Qin Yu. High up in the Xiang Valley, Qin Yu gave the order. Pass the order, have the ambush troops throw rolling logs first, then throw rocks. Remember, you must hit it backwards, even if you miss it. Promise. Qin Ruishi took the order and left. Zhuge Liang showed a look of relief when he saw this. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Qin Yu's current performance. Soon, the ambush troops began to act according to Qin Yu's orders, and their appearance became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Knoll army. The siege failed, casualties were heavy, an ambush occurred behind the army, and a large number of rolling logs and rocks fell from the sky. Where would the soldiers run in that situation? Of course, run forward, because the order Qin Yu issued was to smash things as far back as possible to create an illusion that the front was safe. So what kind of effect does Qin Yu want to create? Confusion. Then use the chaos to cause trampling, so that Cold will completely lose control of his army. And the scene now is exactly what Qin Yu wants to see. Of course, once the number of people is reduced to a certain level, Cold can use his prestige to regroup the troops. Therefore, Qin Yu could not give Cold any chance and had to defeat him in one fell swoop. So Qin Yu immediately made his third move. Immediately ordered General Li Xin to lead the army into battle and completely crush the morale of the kobold warriors. Promise. What is a talented general? Those who can truly implement the strategic deployment issued by their superiors and resolutely overcome difficulties to complete tasks are called talented generals. Li Xin is a talented general, because at the same time Qin Yu gave the order, Li Xin had already organized the formation behind the wooden wall. As soon as he received the order from above, Li Xin immediately ordered Qin Ruishi to push down the wooden wall and then use absolute numbers, morale, and combat power to fight against Cold's defeated army. Li Xin's talent, strong Qin ambition, is triggered. His bravery is 2, command is 1, intelligence is 1, and the combined combat power of his Qin warriors is 10%. Li Xin did not charge immediately, but advanced forward steadily. His idea was to use an overwhelming momentum to completely shatter the fighting consciousness of the defeated army, so as to achieve the goal of defeating the enemy without fighting. Of course, Li Xin's purpose was not to capture the enemy, but just to make it easier for his soldiers to gain experience. Chapter 28, Military Expedition and Training. At this point, Cold knew the game was over. Of course, he didn't give up immediately. Or rather, he did not give up on himself. I'm a hero, far more important than them. Cold remained firm in his belief and immediately picked up his weapon and retreated from the battlefield. He kills anyone he meets along the way. Even when killing his own people, he did so without blinking an eye. His desire to survive was truly eye-catching. However, he was unfortunate, because his mount was hit by the first wave of arrows and died on the spot. And at this moment, someone on the battlefield has been focusing on him. He is Li Xin. Don't you want to fight me for 300 rounds? Li Xin turned the iron spear in his hand, the fighting spirit in his eyes burning. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Cold roared, raised the spear high, and thrust forward. Li Xin held the spear in both hands and interrupted Cold's attack with an upward thrust. Li Xion's talent, bravest of 3 armies, is triggered, and his overall combat power is 40%. Li Xion's skill, strong pressure, is triggered, with a comprehensive combat power of 20%, and at the same time randomly suppresses the opponent by 3 points of bravery. Having been no match for Li Xian in the first place, and now being suppressed, Cold had no hope of escape at all. Li Xian didn't say anything nonsense. He stabbed Cold with his iron spear and went straight to kill him at the vital points. At the top of Xiang Valley, Qin Ruishi ran to Qin Yu and knelt on one knee. Reporting to the Lord, General Li Xian has completely wiped out the invading enemy. There were no casualties on our side in this battle. The number of injured was 7 with minor injuries and 1 with serious injuries. Qin Yu nodded and called up his data panel. Name, Qin Yu Lord. Talent, Zulong/Qianlong. Level, LV-17. Bravery, 30. Domination, 32. Politics, 35. Intelligence, 35. Arms, none. After checking the properties, Qin Yu took off the conch hanging around his waist. General, the enemy has fled. I will chop off his head and present it to you, my lord. After Eli finished his reply, Qin Yu put down the conch. Qin Yu no longer needs to worry about what happens next. The biggest gain from this battle is nothing more than gaining both real and virtual experience, as well as eliminating the threat posed by the ogre-headed men to the Qin dynasty. The two types of experience, real and virtual, refer to actual combat experience and the experience needed for upgrading. Qin Yu gained a lot from both. The same was true of the Qin Ruishi, who participated in the battle. As for whether the threat of the kobolds can be eliminated, that remains to be discussed. However, with so many soldiers killed, even a family as wealthy as Qin Yu would be heartbroken for a long time, not to mention the Knoll territory, whose foundation is weaker than his. Therefore, Qin Yu immediately pulled back the troops that had been temporarily transferred to participate in the battle. This is not only for more effective training, but also to prevent the established safe zone from being invaded by wild beasts. After returning to the territory, Qin Yu began to deal with a more pressing issue. The current establishment of Qin Ruishi is 600 people, and the beast cavalry will be expanded to 50 people today. The current population of Daqin is 8,275. Some of them were swiped out every day, some were swiped out using refugee cards, and some were rescued by Qin Ruishi from outside the village. Qin Yu did not expect the appearance of such refugees. However, it also broadened the way for Qin to increase its population. Qin Yu cannot wait until the population conditions are met before filling up the Qin Ruishi establishment. Because new recruits need training, they are not ready to fight just by picking up weapons. At least according to the standards of the Qin dynasty, the Qin Ruishi, who had just completed their job transfer, were not considered combat units at all. Therefore, Qin Yu planned to increase the strength of Qin Ruishi to 3,500 people today. As for the training methods, he also had ideas. Those with lower levels continued to hunt near the territory, while those with higher levels followed Su Xiao to the ancient battlefield to level up. According to Qin Ruishi's training speed, if they train nonstop for the next day and a half, Qin Yu believes that their level will at least reach LV-10 by then. Qin Yu wrote down his plan in his notebook, then got up and went to Zhuge Liang's office. The discussion between the two went very smoothly. Zhuge Liang expressed his approval of Qin Yu's military expansion plan from the very beginning. The reason for discussion is that there are some details that need to be improved. But then, Qin Yu raised a very sharp question. Do we have enough weapons? Do we need to stop the transactions on the trading platform? Zhuge Liang smiled confidently and shook his head, saying, now the 6 workshops have been upgraded to the perfect level, and each workshop can accommodate 40 craftsmen. If we calculate based on a 14-hour day, and 2 groups of craftsmen work nonstop in the morning and evening shifts, the workshop can produce 10,000 sets of equipment in 2 days. If we strive for excellence, 6 workshops can produce 6,000 sets of excellent equipment. Therefore, my lord, you can rest assured about the weapons. Qin Yu thought about it and said, in this way, the business on the trading platform does not need to be suspended. As long as we cancel the customization function, the standard equipment produced by the workshop will be able to keep up with the needs of the territory. Zhuge Liang nodded. That's right. Qin Yu's mouth curled up when he heard this. The novice period is about to end, and the price of weapons will definitely go up. Although the trading method will change, the price may still have room to rise. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was already dark. Eli and Li Xian led a large army back to Daqin. There is no other reason. The first thing to do is to report the work to Qin Yu. Since Qin Yu returned to the territory, Li Xian has cleaned up the battlefield. Evil is coming fast. As soon as Li Xian finished the battle, he led the beast riders to charge towards Mani. In the first round of charge, dozens of the remaining soldiers led by Mani fell. In the second round of charge, Eli locked onto Mani and killed him under the protection of hundreds of ogre warriors. The sudden death of their leader, coupled with the shock brought by the beast riders' charge, turned the remaining ogre warriors into lambs to be slaughtered on the spot, with all their morale gone. Of course, their scattered escape also caused some trouble to Eli. They could have been completely wiped out, but because they were too scattered, some of the ogre warriors took advantage of the chaos to escape. But then again, it's not Eli's fault. Not only are there only 50 beast riders in number, there are also heavy cavalry that focuses on charging into battle. Chinyu had already thought about the possibility of an escaping dog-headed man before taking action, so he naturally did not take Eli's mistake to heart. After the report on the Battle of Xiang Valley was over, Chinyu said, "In the next 2 hours, the establishment of Qin Ruishi will be expanded to 3,500 people. My requirement is that within the next day and a half, every Qin Ruishi must reach LV10 or above. So you guys might be a little tired next." Eli and Li Xian bowed to Chinyu and said, "We are willing to help you share your worries." They not only have rich combat experience, but also have ample experience in training troops. According to common sense, the request Chinyu put forward was almost an impossible task. However, with a certain armed foundation and the ancient battlefield as a training ground, Chinyu's request could be fulfilled. It's just like what Chinyu said. From now on, not only will Qin Ruishi have a hard time, but those who are responsible for training will also be even more tired. Chapter 29. 10 consecutive draws. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when Chinyu finished his work. As usual, Chinyu took the lead in picking up the account book to check how many energy crystals he could use in the warehouse. 13,000? Chinyu put down the account book and called up the lottery panel. "In that case, give me 2 5-draw combos." After a while, the light flickered, the turntable paused, and a prompt sounded. "Ding, you have obtained extraordinary grade Taigong military strategy ×1, blank grade historical records ×1, excellent grade mulberry seedlings ×10, excellent grade battle flag design ×1, excellent grade war drum design ×1. Ding, you have obtained legendary level Wu Dang flying army training camp blueprint ×1, excellent level silkworms ×100, whiteboard level 3-piece bedding set ×1, excellent level cotton seeds ×100, excellent level wheat seeds ×100. Chinyu began to take inventory. Keep Taigong's Art of War and records of the Grand Historian so you can read them when you have nothing to do. Give the battle flag design and war drum design to the armory workshop, and give the mulberry seedlings, silkworms, cotton seeds, and wheat seeds to Zhuge Liang. The design drawings of the Wu Dang flying army training camp were given to Fan Shun, who was asked to allocate a construction team to build the Wu Dang flying army training camp tonight. After deciding where the items would go, Chinyu immediately called the butler and asked him to deliver the items to the person he designated. Afterwards, he picked up the card representing Taigong's Art of War and checked its attributes. Item: Taigong military strategy. Type: treasure. Rank: extraordinary. Effect: when placed in the Lord's Mansion, the development speed of all military projects in the territory will be increased by 10%. Military projects include weapons production, training efficiency, military and civilian morale, etc. Introduction. Taigong's Art of War is also known as the 6 Strategies, which contains a total of 237 chapters, including 81 chapters on planning, 71 chapters on speech, and 85 chapters on military affairs. Its content is profound, and its logic is rigorous. It is a great work in Chinese military. Chinyu's eyes lit up when he saw this. "I never thought it was actually a treasure. It's a pity that the historical records is just a book and has no other bonus effects. Otherwise, I would have made a lot of money." After saying that, Chinyu crushed the card. The starlight gradually gathered and turned into 3 boxes, appearing in the corner of the study. Taigong's Art of War is not a paper book, but a bundle of bamboo slips. There are 237 bundles in total, packed in 3 boxes. Chinyu leaned over and picked up one of the volumes and began to read it with great interest. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the Wudong Flying Army Training Camp was completed, and Chinyu and Zhuge Liang arrived at the military district at the same time. The two walked together, discussing what to do today. At the same time, Chinyu brought up the panel of the Wudong Flying Army Training Camp. Building name: Wudang Flying Army Training Camp can be upgraded to legendary level. Building level: whiteboard level. Building cap: 0/500. Building effect: civilians can be transferred to Wudang Flying Soldiers. Note: transferring requires 40 units of energy crystals and 8 units of extraordinary flesh and blood. Building potential: Wudang can adapt to any terrain, attack power 5, defense power 5. Fei Jun, march speed 30%, and the march speed is affected by the terrain -50%. Manyong. In mountain warfare, the overall combat power is 20%, morale is not easy to drop, and the formation is not easy to be scattered. Building introduction. During Zhuge Liang's reign in Shu, he forcibly recruited the young and strong men of the Qingxiang tribe and trained them into the elite of the Shu army, named Wudong Flying Army. Zhuge Liang looked at the building in front of him, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. At this time, Qin Yu said, "According to the work efficiency of the construction team, we should be able to upgrade the Wudong Flying Army training camp to the excellent level this afternoon. The number of training places will also be increased from 500 to 2,000. Zhuge Liang came back to his senses and said thoughtfully, "The equipment of the Wudong Flying Army includes light armor, round shields, long swords and bows, and crossbows. Among them, light armor, round shields, and long swords are easy to solve, but bows and crossbows cannot be mass-produced in a short period of time. Therefore, I suggest that even if there are 2,000 vacancies, we don't have to train all of them. After all, if we don't have the right weapons and equipment, even if we train them, their combat effectiveness will be average." Qin Yu nodded in agreement, with a look of helplessness on his face. The armory is not only a place dedicated to the production of siege weapons, but also a building for the final production of longbows and crossbows. The weapons workshop forges the bow arms. The armor workshop needs the bowstrings, and then they are handed over to the craftsmen in the armory workshop for assembly and debugging. It is a technical job. An inexperienced person cannot make a real bow or crossbow. However, there were no relevant life profession scrolls for sale in the general mall, so Qin Yu could only use a lot of resources to pile them up. Fortunately, Qin Yu's weapons production line had complete design drawings, and with the help of Zhuge Liang, he just solved the problem of the longbow yesterday. The crossbow is different from the bow. Not only do they involve many mechanical designs, but the bowstring tuning skills also require a certain level of skill. Otherwise, the arrows shot out will not hit the person, and there is no point in making such a crossbow. Fortunately, a craftsman successfully made a breakthrough last night and created the first crossbow. Although it is a blank slate, it is of great significance to the history of weapons development in the Qin dynasty. But then again, the breakthrough of one person is of limited significance to Da Qin. At least Qin, you could not let Qin Ruishi use bows and crossbows as their main weapons in a short period of time, and could only equip a few people for use. Next, Zhuge Liang went to direct the work, while Qin Yu returned to the study to continue reading. But just a moment after he sat down, there was a knock on the study door. Qin Yu put down Taigong's Art of War somewhat helplessly. "Enter." Qin Ruishi pushed the door open and walked into the study. When he came to the table, he bowed to Qin Yu and said, "My lord, the first squad of the scout group has discovered a new alien territory in the northeast of Daqin." As he spoke, he handed a report to Qin Yu. The reconnaissance corps was formed by Qin Yu selecting 50 Qin warriors and training them with the assistance of Ta Xiubai. It was only formed yesterday evening, and today we have acquired new intelligence. I can only say that this efficiency is truly incomparable to human legs. Qin Yu picked up the report on the table and frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, the report should describe the Uruk octos. They are humanoid, gray-skinned, have exposed canine teeth, have a strong desire to fight, and are generally not very intelligent. Putting down the report in his hand, Qin Yu sighed and said, "There are so many territories in such a small area. I am really impressed." After complaining, he looked at Qin Ruishi. "You haven't been discovered by them?" "No," Qin Ruishi replied. "When we found them, they were fighting with crocodiles in the river." Qin Yu nodded and said, "Okay, then continue to send people to keep an eye on them and try to find their territory within today. Of course, the premise is that they don't find out." "Promise." Qin Ruishi left the study at Qin Yu's signal. At the same time, Qin Yu stood up and walked to the map on the wall. He was not complaining, but according to the maps explored so far, Daqin's geographical location was really bad. To the south, there is an ancient battlefield that currently poses no known threat. The north is separated by a large river, and there is an alien territory suspected to be that of the orcs in the northeast. To the east is grassland, where a large number of dinosaur-like beasts have been discovered and are gradually migrating towards Daqin. To the west is the territory of the kobolds. However, after the battle in Sunset Valley, the threat posed by the ogre men became the lowest. It's really unpredictable. Chapter 30 Warm-Up Event? Knockout rounds start early. The reason why Qin Yu was able to find out the details of the Qin Empire in a short period of time was certainly due to Zhuge Liang's contribution. In just 2 days, Zhuge Liang trained 2 cartographers and a geomancer. Geomancers not only need to understand feng shui, but also need to have sufficient geographical knowledge to determine what hidden information is in the area. For example, the fertility of the soil, whether there are any mineral deposits underground, etc., are basically included in the profession of geomancer in the universe continent. Today's maps are more detailed than ever before. Moreover, it not only marks the hostile forces around Daqin, but also the natural resources within the safe zone under Daqin's jurisdiction. For example, salt mines, copper mines, or some rarer second-level materials, etc. Those are the areas that need to be mined after the novice ending area. As for the hostile forces, Qin Yu will wipe them all off his map when he becomes fully capable. After all, hegemony is the main theme of the world. Suddenly, a red light shone into the study. Qin Yu raised his head and looked at the sky through the window. At the same time, prompts from the universe continent appeared. World announcement. Today is the last day of the novice period. I believe all lords are ready to face the challenge. There will be a warm-up event in 3 hours. The content is Beast Riot, and the end time is 8 o'clock tonight. During the event, all beasts' attack and defense will be increased by 20%, and they will have a constant violent buff. They will not retreat or surrender due to injury. After the event starts, each kill of a first-level beast will earn 1 point, a second-level beast will earn 2 points, and so on. 3 rankings will be set up on the Huanyu continent, and those who are in the top 100 in points will be ranked on them. The rankings are divided into ethnic rankings, continental rankings, and regional rankings. The higher the ranking, the richer the reward. Perhaps this is the last chance for all the lords to fight. Qin Yu sighed helplessly upon seeing this. Whatever you fear will come true. Originally, he thought he could spend the last day in peace, but who would have thought that Universal Continent was thinking of making trouble? On the surface, it gives some people a chance to take a chance. But what is the reality? If today's people are out of light, how will we deal with tomorrow's challenges? Therefore, the Universal Continent has made the accounts very clear. Those who are truly incompetent will die today, without having to wait until tomorrow. Of course, some people may choose to remain silent, but there is not much point in hiding, because you will die tomorrow too. After Qin Yu expressed his feelings, he immediately ordered the butler to find Zhuge Liang. At the same time, Qin Yu asked the scouts to take his military order and asked Eli and Li Xian to withdraw the troops. But Zhuge Liang's reaction was faster than his. When the celestial phenomena changed, Zhuge Liang would immediately put down his inspection work and rush back to the Lord's mansion. As soon as the two met, Qin Yu immediately explained to Zhuge Liang the so-called activities they were about to face. Zhuge Liang heard this and said thoughtfully, "In this case, the rules for protecting the city will definitely not be revoked in advance. With the ability to attack when advancing and defend when retreating, we have more options." Qin Yu nodded and said, "I think so too." Then, the two discussed the next battle plan. Soon, Eli and Li Xian returned to Daqin safely with their respective teams. When they arrived at the Lord's mansion, a long table had already been set up in the hall, and on the table was a map of the Qin city defense drawn by Zhuge Liang himself. "This humble general greets the Lord." Qin Yu waved his hand, signaling them to stand up, and at the same time picked up his baton and pointed towards the north gate of Daqin. Next, General Eli will lead 1,200 Qin elite soldiers and 50 beast riders to guard the west gate. After that, he changed positions continuously and issued combat orders. General Li Xian leads 1,000 Qin elite soldiers to guard the north gate. "Sir, lead 1,000 Qin warriors to guard the east gate. The rest of the troops stay here. I will guard the south gate." When Eli and Li Xian heard Qin Yu's plan, they immediately bowed and said, "My lord, this is absolutely not allowed." Obviously, they thought that the number of soldiers Qin Yu brought was too small. The current military strength of the Qin dynasty is a total of 3,500 Qin elite soldiers, 1,000 Wudong flying soldiers, and 50 beast riders. Among them, 100 Qin Ruishi were divided into 2 departments. One is Qin Yu's newly established reconnaissance regiment. The other is the Imperial Guard who guards the Lord's mansion and is responsible for assisting in maintaining the security of the territory. Therefore, if the distribution method of Qin Yu is followed, the combat effectiveness of the South Gate will be a bit worrying. Don't think that Qin Yu reserved 1,000 Wudong flying soldiers for himself, but you have to know that most of them are new recruits. So their concerns are not without reason. But before they could continue, Qin Yu waved his hand and said, "First, let me explain why I made this arrangement." After that, he began to explain the details of the event to the two. This event is called Beast Riot. To put it simply, all the beasts around Qin will rush over here at once. Not only will their overall combat power increase by 20% compared to normal times, their temperaments will also become more bloodthirsty and wilder. Upon hearing this, Eli and Li Xian showed unprecedented solemn expressions on their faces. Qin Yu ignored them and raised his hand to point his baton at the west side of the map. Today, the area around Daqin with the most and highest quality wild animals is the herd of dinosaurs on the western grassland. Qin Yu raised his head and looked at Eli. "General, don't think your mission is easy. On the contrary, your mission is the most difficult among the four of us and the one that is most likely to fail." Changing the subject, Qin Yu looked at Li Xian. "Before the event began, the scouts sent us the latest report that a large number of amphibians were found in the Baihe River north of Daqin. Therefore, the difficulty of the North Gate is second only to the West Gate." Qin Yu put away his baton and asked a question. "Two generals, do you still think that I have too few soldiers?" Eli and Li Xian immediately clasped their fists and saluted. "I understand. The reason why they judged that Qin Yu had fewer soldiers was because they were worried about the latter's safety. Moreover, making the above judgment without knowing the rules actually indirectly illustrates their loyalty. However, after Qin Yu's explanation, they naturally understood why such an arrangement was made. The northwest sides have been explained, so the situation on the southeast sides is not difficult to understand. The terrain on the east side is dangerous, so the beasts cannot be too big. The key point is that the general guarding the east of Qin before was Li Xian. Usually, in addition to leading troops to guard against the ogres in the east, he would lead the Qin warriors to level up or open up a safe zone in the east of the Qin dynasty. Therefore, the threat from the east of the Qin dynasty ranks third. As for the south, to be honest, even if there are activities as a basis, it is impossible for too many wild beasts to appear there. Two reasons. First, if the beast wants to reach the south of Daqin, it must pass through the ancient battlefield. As for the environment of the ancient battlefield, those who have been there don't think that there are many wild beasts that can cross it. Second, from last night's training plan until the withdrawal of troops just now, Qin Ruishi has been treating the ancient battlefield as an activity area. If the Qin army had not fought on the scale of the Battle of Huku, it would inevitably be harassed by wild beasts. Eli and Li Xian reached a consensus at that time. That is to use the beasts along the way as whetstones and lead the new recruits all the way to the training ground. In addition to improving levels, it is also to let the new recruits see blood and adapt to the tone of war in the ancient battlefield in advance. To sum up, Eli and Li Xian were able to immediately think of the ingenuity and rationality of Qin Yu's layout. Chapter 31 event begins, the attack and defense of the South Gate. Zhuge Liang didn't say a word at this meeting. The purpose was not only to leave the stage to Qin Yu, but also to approve of his plan from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Zhuge Liang's confidence in Qin Yu was backed by evidence. That was the Battle of Xiang Valley. If it weren't for the calm analysis and precise command of that battle, Zhuge Liang would definitely not have trusted Qin Yu to guard a gate alone. Afterwards, led by Qin Yu, for people walked out of the Lord's mansion one after another, and each led the army towards the city gate they were responsible for. At this time, the city wall mission that Qin Yu planned to complete within 7 days had reached the final stage. There are only slight changes in the design of the city wall. That is, the 8 city gates were changed to the previous 4, but the overall framework still used the design of the 8 city gates. To put it simply, the 4 city gates of Daqin are enough at the current stage. If we want to change the design of the city to have 8 gates in the future, the workload will not be very large. Of course, because the protection period has not ended, the wild beasts cannot attack the city walls. Similarly, the soldiers inside cannot hit the beasts outside. Therefore, the first thing Qin Yu did when he left the city was to use the manpower and material resources in the city to build fortifications. With stone as the foundation, solid wood as the walls, and sand filled in the middle, a dirt hill was built to protect the city. In addition, Qin Yu piled up small earth hills on top to build a high platform and create shooting points. They also dug traps in front of the city, placed wooden spikes, and placed deer antlers in the gaps between the traps. His purpose is also simple. Taking advantage of the territory at your back, you can forcibly create terrain that requires the beasts to attack from above. As for having your back to the territory, it will leave you a way out and reduce the pressure of defense. However, the above is the work of construction teams and civilians, and has little to do with the soldiers participating in the war. What the latter needs to do now is to conserve their energy and prepare for the coming war. Whether you can complete the above arrangements depends on 2 points. First, decisiveness and action. It took only about 10 minutes from the announcement of the event to the time you made up his mind and decided how to play. Immediately afterwards, Yu completed the war mobilization of his generals within half an hour. It was equivalent to him squeezing out 2.5 hours of buffer time for himself. The second is the resources at hand. As for material resources, Yu obtained materials nearby and directly allocated supplies from the warehouses in the city to build fortifications. There was no need to waste time sending people to cut, collect, and transport them. In terms of manpower, Dachin not only has a team dedicated to construction, but also has enough people for Yu to transport supplies, dig traps, and fill the soil. That is the so-called advantage in comprehensive strength. If it were someone else, even if they had enough time, they might not be able to achieve what they have now. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. At this time, the fortifications outside the Dachin city had been completed. Yu wasted no time and immediately ordered everyone except the soldiers to return to the city. At the same time, he issued combat orders to Su Xiao. You are responsible for leading 100 Qin Rue soldiers and 100 Wu Dang flying soldiers to defend the front. Deploy 200 Wu Dang flying soldiers on each side, for Wu Dang flying soldiers on each hill, and the rest on standby. Promise. Su Xiao took the order and left. Yu stood at the highest point of the earthen hill and scanned the entire place. There is limited space on the earthen hill, and it is impossible to push all the soldiers up there. Fighting requires space. Moreover, a small number of rolling logs, stones, and oil tanks also need space to be placed, so there cannot be too many soldiers fighting the beasts in the front. Moreover, if someone is injured in front, someone will be needed to take him back and then retreat to the territory for treatment. At the same time, the vacant positions need to be filled, and the necessity of the reserve team becomes apparent. Of course, the reserve team is not limited to serving as substitutes. The advantage of the earthen hill itself is the wide field of vision, so it is fully capable of using bows and crossbows to shoot from a high vantage point. The Qin dynasty is currently unable to equip all its personnel with bows and crossbows, but longbows are more than enough. In addition, the Qin Rue Shi is a comprehensive military force, and the Wu Dang flying army is a dual system of infantry and bows, so there is naturally no need to worry about whether they can use long-range weapons. Suddenly, the sky darkened and the dark red hue became even heavier. The first wave of beasts is coming and will last for half an hour. Lords, please be prepared. Boom! The pebbles on the ground kept shaking, and a cloud of dust rose in the forest in the distance. Roar! Accompanied by a violent roar, thousands of wild beasts rushed out of the forest. The sound was so loud that it made people breathe in unison. The huge scale made Yu's pupils shrink. But Yu recovered quickly. It took less than a moment to calculate the distance between the two sides. 300 meters. Attention all reserve troops. Raise your longbows to a 45-degree angle and release your arrows. The next second, dense rain of arrows formed a black curtain and fell into the herd of beasts. At the same time, the trap dug in front of the earth hill played a good blocking role. The charging beasts kept falling into the pits and were pierced by the wooden spikes inside, losing their ability to move. Of course, because there were too many wild beasts, the pits dug by the predecessors were quickly filled up. However, the continuous rain of arrows that followed caused a large number of wild beasts to die on the spot. In just the distance from the front trap to the hill, the beasts left behind a pile of corpses, causing heavy losses. Bang! The first beast hit the hill of earth and gripped the solid wood with its claws, preparing to use it to climb up. There was only 2.5 hours left, and the height of the earthen hill was only built to 5 meters. To be honest, if there weren't enough arrows to suppress them, Yu believed that many beasts would have the ability to jump up directly. On the hill, the Qin Rue soldier who was in charge of defense picked up a rock and threw it at the beast that was about to climb up. The beast was hit on the head and fell to the ground with its head tilted back. However, the damage caused by the rocks was limited, and it was obviously impossible for the beast to be killed instantly. But now the wild beasts are trying to rush up the hill one after another, and they can't stop. When the siege was at its fiercest, human soldiers couldn't even take care of the wounded who fell to the ground, let alone wild beasts. Therefore, in a short while, the beast that was knocked down was submerged and trampled to death alive. Less than 3 minutes into the defense, the first beast rushed up the hill. At this time, the Chinrue soldiers at the front had already taken up their weapons under command and were killing the rushing beasts. In less than 10 seconds, the beast was killed with the cooperation of Chinruishi. But the first beast is just the beginning. Next, wild beasts surged onto the city wall like a tide, and the Chinruishi and Wu Dang flying army at the front line took up their weapons and killed them. In no time, the blood dyed the red soil mountain. Roaring and roaring became the main tones on the hill. Any newcomer would be affected to some extent in a battlefield that is so wild and primitive. Qin Yu was no exception. However, he knew clearly that he was the backbone of the Qin Southgate troops. If even he is confused, then there will be no way we can fight the rest of the battle. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. The next second, he suddenly drew out the Tianwen sword, gathered all his internal strength, and roared, "Soldiers, don't be afraid. I am with you. Fight to the bitter end." Upon hearing this, the morale of Qin Ruishi and Wu Dang Feijuan immediately soared, and they shouted, "Fight, fight, fight." Chapter 32. The first round of the event is over casualties. At this time, Qin Ruishi and Wu Dang Feijuan had replaced their iron shields with round shields. There are 2 reasons. First, it is light and easy to control. Secondly, it is more convenient to cooperate with comrades. In addition, whether it is the Qin Rue Shi or the Wu Dang Flying Army, their organization is the same. 5 people form a group with 1 group leader. 2 groups form a squad with 1 centurion as the leader. 10 squads make up a large squad with a centurion. The frontline positions are currently organized into groups as combat units, which disperse to fight against the rushing beasts, and the combat arms are Qin Ruishi. The second row was organized into squads and formed the first line of defense under the command of 4 centurions. The third row is composed of archers arranged in a V shape. Their current mission is to shoot the beasts that rush up. Of course, they also have a second mission. That is to attack at any time, rescue the injured Qin Rue soldiers, and act as a firefighter on the battlefield. The above-mentioned troops are the Wudong Flying Army, mainly because they are low-level and have little combat experience. The Qin Ruishi, who were transferred to Qin Yu's command, were elite soldiers who had fought in many battles, and their levels were all above LV-20. In a blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed since the first wave of the activity. Qin Yu stood on a high place and looked around. As he had expected before the event, the battle at the South Gate was not very intense. Apart from the fact that there were more beasts in the first wave, which had some impact on our side, there was nothing else special. Moreover, now that the initiative of the battle has returned to their hands, Qin Yu has nothing to worry about. Also, there was Su Xiao who surprised Qin Yu in this battle. Currently, he is the only one on the field who can contend with the third-order beasts, a genuine main force on the front line. Perhaps after seeing the luxurious attributes of Eli and other civil and military officials, Qin Yu didn't pay much attention to him. Looking back now, Su Xiao's attributes are definitely sufficient at the current stage. It is only because the attributes of Eli and others are too advanced that Su Xiao appears mediocre. Speaking of which, if the pressure at the South Gate is so great, what will the other 3 gates be like? Qin Yu was a little worried about this. The East Gate of Daqin, Zhuge Liang's talent, loyalty, and martial marquee is triggered, and the combined combat power of his soldiers increases by 50%. Zhuge Liang's skill, 8 formations, is triggered. The soldiers under his command have an attack power of 10, a vitality of 10, a defense of 10, and a movement speed of 10. The morale of the soldiers remains high, and their fighting spirit continues to rise. Zhuge Liang's skill, brilliant calculation, is triggered. The battle formation power of his soldiers is increased by 20%. The individual reaction speed of the soldiers is increased by 20%, and the tacit understanding of the soldiers is increased by 20%. Zhuge Liang's skills and talents were activated at the same time, instantly turning his Qin warriors into a war machine. Different from Qin Yu's 3-layer arrangement of front, middle, and back, Zhuge Liang's arrangement is obviously more advanced. He set up his own original 8 diagrams on the hill, using the forward strategy of prevent, trap, kill, and destroy. He lured wave after wave of wild beasts into the 8 diagrams, then used the battle formation to break them up and sent out Qin Ruishi to kill them. The efficiency and safety are more stable than Qin Yu's, because even if a 3rd-level beast rushes into the 8 diagrams, it can basically only go in but not out, which shows its power. At the west gate of Daqin, the battle was the most intense. However, Eli, who was guarding here, turned the situation around by his own strength, causing the Qin Rue soldiers to charge back and forth like carps entering water. Large numbers of small and medium-sized dinosaurs kept falling under Qin Ruishi's weapons, while most of the large dinosaurs were killed on the spot by Eli, and there was no one who could match him. Although this style of attack causes greater damage than the other 3, its efficiency in killing enemies is several times that of the other 3. At the north gate of Daqin, the battle situation was equally intense. Unlike Zhuge Liang's superb command or Elias's single-handed attack, Li Xian is obviously much more stable. Of course, his stability is based on the fact that the opponent has a large number of people. If his side had the upper hand, Qin Yu believed that Li Xian would definitely be the first to lead his troops to attack. Except for the south gate, the battle situations at the other 3 gates were different, but they were able to stabilize the situation under the command of their own generals. To be honest, that was already a profit for Qin Yu. Although he was unable to obtain the battle reports of the other 3 sects in a timely manner, his own rising rankings in the 3 lists spoke for themselves. Soon the activity reminder sounded. The first wave of the event has ended. The activity will be suspended for half an hour. After half an hour, the second wave of beasts will arrive as scheduled. Open World Channel, all races can speak on it. As soon as the prompt ended, the beasts that had not yet climbed onto the city wall at the south gate retreated like the tide. Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief and ignored the newly appeared World Channel. He immediately ordered, "Reserve troops, move forward and kill the beast." Promise. The centurion responsible for protecting Qin Yu immediately led the reserve troops forward to strangle the remaining beasts. In a short while, the battle was over. Seeing this, Qin Yu gave the order. The reserve team will stay on guard, and the rest of the participating soldiers will return to the city to rest and assemble in 20 minutes. Su Xiao, you are responsible for this matter. At the same time, Qin Yu called a Qin Rue soldier. Immediately let the idle villagers come out to clean up the battlefield, and then let the construction team come out to repair the earthen hill. Promise. Qin Ruishi took the order and left. Long before the battle began, Qin Yu had set up a rest area at the city gate. Not only are food and water provided to the soldiers, but doctors are also on standby. Of course, they only treat the slightly injured, and the seriously injured will be transferred to the city hospital as soon as they are delivered. After handling the matters on the front line, Qin Yu quickly returned to the Lord's mansion on Tashuabai. Not long after, Zhuge Liang, Li Xian, and 3 others arrived one after another. As soon as the 4 of them met, Qin Yu said, "How is the battle situation on your side?" Zhuge Liang shook his feather fan lightly and said, "There are not many wild animals in the east, so the pressure is not very great. Please don't worry, my lord." Most of Eli's armor was damaged, but he still said calmly, "Shimian is fine." Li Xian, like Li, even has a claw mark on his face. However, he said nonchalantly, "There is no problem in the north either." Although the 3 people answered in different ways, the content was exactly the same. Seeing this, Qin Yu did not continue asking, because he believed that the 3 people in front of him would never lie about this matter. While the 4 were talking, Zhuge Liang's assistant walked in with a report. Zhuge Liang took it and took a look, then said, "My lord, the casualty report is out." Qin Yu sighed slightly. "How is it going?" Zhuge Liang handed the report to Qin Yu and said, "The total number of casualties in the 4 gates is 412 people with minor injuries, 363 people with serious injuries, and 185 people killed." Qin Yu frowned slightly and looked down at the report. The casualties are so great. Although the previous battles were of great significance and involved a large number of casualties, there were no soldiers killed. However, the casualties now reached 3 digits, which was a tragic number. As for the seriously injured, even if they are cured, they will either be injured or disabled. Even if there are those who recover, Qin Yu may not be able to see them on the battlefield within the next 3 months. In just the first wave of the activity, the loss of their side reached 1/7. How could Qin Yu not be depressed? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu said in a deep voice, "Immediately let the reserve troops complete their job transfer and replace the soldiers who died in the battle. Use the best medicine for the injured, and don't worry about wasting it." In addition, let experienced civilians clean up the fallen soldiers so that they can leave in a dignified manner. Chapter 33. Draw a lottery before the battle. The fierce General Dianwei. After arranging some follow-up matters, Qin Yu, Zhuge Liang, and the other two exchanged combat experiences. The three of them left one after another after they finished their meal. Qin Yu was in no hurry to leave, because he still had one more thing to do. Before arriving at the Lord's mansion, Qin Yu asked someone to notify the butler and ask him to bring the energy crystals in the territory warehouse to the Lord's mansion. With the previous accumulation and the harvest from the first wave of the event, Qin Yu currently has a total of 21,769 energy crystals. Seeing this, Qin Yu called up the lottery panel. Leave 6,000 units of development funds, and give me 3 5-draw combos for the rest. Ding, you get King level Dianwei times 1, excellent level braised pork times 1, perfect level forging hammer design times 1, excellent level rice seeds times 100, legendary level Costin lair design times 1. Ding, you get legendary level White Horse volunteer training camp times 1, 10,000 people refugee card times 1, peerlessly exine times 1, perfect level salt making workshop design times 1, excellent level cow, pig, and bird cubs times 10. Ding, you get super artifact level Wanya's High blueprint times 1, 4th level blacksmith job transfer card times 1, extraordinary level building acceleration scroll times 1, epic level endless mine times 1, 1,000-person refugee card times 1. Qin Yu had gained quite a lot, so he began to count them one by one. The perfect forging hammer design and the 4th level blacksmith job transfer card should be delivered to Li Guang so that the benefits can be maximized. The design drawings of the Sacred Falcon's Nest, the salt-making workshop, and the Wanya's High were left behind, waiting to be constructed after the battle. The excellent rice seeds, cattle, pigs, and bird cubs were left for Zhuge Liang to arrange. The Bema Itzong training camp is a finished product and can be operated as soon as it is put into use, so there is no rush to use it. The 2 refugee cards are not needed for the time being, otherwise it might cause some trouble. As for the building acceleration scroll, put it away first, it may be useful later. Qin Yu decided to eat the excellent braised pork after the event was over. I spent 1,000 energy crystals to get this thing, it's really depressing. As for the endless mine, it is a treasure similar to that which increases the number of job transfers in the military camp, except that the endless mine is placed inside a quarry. Qin Yu picked up the card and checked the details. Item, endless mine. Type, amplification treasure. Rank, epic. Effect, daily output of whiteboard level mineral resources 100%, excellent level mineral resources 50%, perfect level mineral resources 20%, and the probability of obtaining additional special materials is 50%. Introduction. The bottomless mine contains countless treasures, provided you can dig them out. All that's left are the 2 character cards. But Qin Yu felt a little strange. Wasn't Li Xin summoned by him? Why did another one suddenly appear? Qin Yu picked up the card and looked at it, his expression gradually becoming speechless. Good fellow, are you planning to let me train a full red number? In the prize pool, civil officials and military generals can be drawn repeatedly. The first one drawn out is to directly summon the corresponding civil and military officials. The second one drawn out will become a reinforcement card, which is used to strengthen the corresponding civil and military officials, increasing their comprehensive abilities by 20% each time. Among them, comprehensive ability has nothing to do with the 4 attributes. I have said before that attributes are similar to amplification and do not represent your personal abilities. Therefore, the comprehensive ability of the amplification is improved on oneself, and the effect is much stronger than adding 1 or 2 attributes. Of course, this mode is also very similar to a strategy game he played before traveling through time. Qin Yu felt this way because he had been deeply harmed by him. Crush the card representing Li Xin in your hand to improve its related attributes. At the same time, Qin Yu took out the card representing Dianwei and threw it forward. The cards turned into starlight and quickly gathered into a burly man who was 2 meters tall and as strong as an iron tower. General Dianwei pays respect to the Lord. Dianwei knelt on one knee and saluted with his fists clasped together. His voice was as dull as a war drum, and his momentum was powerful. Qin Yu raised his hand, signaling Dianwei to stand up, and at the same time clicked on his data page. Name, Dianwei Infantry. Loyalty, 100, never betray, never surrender. Titlon, rank King. Talents, Ancient Evil, When fighting generals, the overall combat power is 40%. When besieged by more than 3 people, the overall combat power is increased by 10%. Each additional person increases by 5%, and the upper limit is 50%. Barbarian tyrant born with great strength, amazing physique, attack power 50%, defense power 50%, vitality 50%. Reverse scale, when the Lord is in danger, the overall combat power is increased by 50%. The more serious the injury, the stronger the combat power, and other comprehensive abilities will also increase accordingly. Level: LV1. Bravery: 50, up to 99. Leadership: 20, capped at 60. Politics: 20, maximum 30. Intelligence: 20, capped at 30. Arms: Iron Guard Battalion. Note: the relevant construction drawings of the Iron Guard Battalion have been included in the Lord's construction column and can be viewed at any time. Compared with other characters in the Three Kingdoms period, Dian Wei is rarely described in either the novel or real history. Among them, what is praised most is Cao Cao's evaluation of Dian Wei, the evil one of ancient times. Just based on the current data comparison, Alai and Dian Wei are obviously 2 different types. Alai is a general who is well-developed in both bravery and military strategy. Dian Wei is different. He is a pure warrior, and his fighting ability should be 1 level stronger than Alai. On the contrary, his command was 20 points lower, and his politics and intelligence were more than half lower. Coupled with Dian Wei's 3 self-reinforcing talents and personality, his position has basically been determined. The position of the commander of the Lord's Palace Guards must belong to him. Qin Yu then brought Dian Wei to the military-industrial zone and customized a set of weapons and equipment for him. This includes the Ming Guang armor, a common protective gear used by generals. As for Dian Wei's weapon choice, it was 2 short spears and a set of flying spears that could be used as projectiles, a total of 10. After solving Dian Wei's equipment problem, Qin Yu immediately took him back to the South Gate. At this time, the traps outside the South Gate had been emptied, and the damaged antlers had been replaced with new ones. Qin Yu did not waste any time and immediately began to deploy his troops. Based on the previous experience and the insights gained from communicating with Zhuge Liang and others, Qin Yu made some modifications to his battle plan. Of course, there are not many changes, mainly concerning the deployment of firepower and the positioning of frontline soldiers. The reason why we can't change too much is because the soldiers in front of us already have experience. If the battle formation is changed drastically, they will need to get used to it again. Not long after, a reminder from the universe continent suddenly sounded. The second wave of beasts is coming, and will last for 1 hour. Lords, please be prepared. Qin Yu's face changed when he saw this. They actually added half an hour. Don't you think the deaths are not enough? After complaining, Qin Yu immediately called the scouts and asked them to rush the message to Zhuge Liang and others. After that, it's the same old routine. Accompanied by a roar, wild beasts of all sizes rushed towards the hill like a tide. The scale was not as large as the last time, and the number of wild beasts was obviously much smaller. The above also confirms Qin Yu's previous analysis that the number of wild beasts at the South Gate is limited. If they hadn't been given the frenzy buff, Qin Yu wouldn't have had to draw a lottery before the battle. Chapter 34: The True Significance of the Emergence of the World Channel. Suddenly, there was a roar on the battlefield. Qin Yu's eyes were as fast as lightning, and he immediately locked onto a white ape not far away. Roar! The white ape roared towards the sky and leaped up, directly onto the hill. A loud noise was heard from the earthen hill, and Qin Ruishi at the front line was blown away on the spot. When the smoke and dust cleared, the white ape was seen holding 2 Qin Rui soldiers in his hands and swinging them up and down, as if in demonstration. Z-Man, Dian Wei's courtesy name. Qin Yu spoke in a cold voice. I will be here. At this moment, although Dian Wei's level has only risen to LV16, the aura on his body is more oppressive than the wild beasts around him. Qin Yu's call made Dian Wei immediately come back to his senses from the killing, and he quickly locked onto the white ape that had just jumped onto the hill. Get out of the way! Dian Wei strode forward and shouted loudly to Qin Ruishi, who was blocking him. When everyone heard this, they all moved away without a trace of dissatisfaction in their hearts. Because in previous battles, Dian Wei had used his iron halberd to kill many beasts that they thought would require teamwork to take down. Their martial arts powers are completely not on the same level, so naturally, they wouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts. What the hell are you yelling about? Take my halberd. Wei took a flying halberd from his waist, raised his hand, and threw it at the white ape in one smooth move. At the same time, the surrounding wild beasts quickly surrounded Wei, ready to kill him in one fell swoop. Wei's talent, Ancient Evil, is triggered, and his overall combat power is 40%. At this time, Wei is besieged by 10 beasts, and his overall combat power is an additional 60%. Wei's skill, Giant Force, is triggered with an attack power of 100%. If the target strength is much lower than Wei's, the attack will cause a crushing effect. Puff! Thanks to the assists of more than 10 wild beasts, Wei's combat power soared to its peak. The flying halberd, which was supposed to deal normal damage, was amplified in various ways and cut off half of the white ape's head. However, even so, a powerful 4th-level beast still did not die. The white ape screamed miserably and subconsciously threw the Qin Ruishi in his hand as a projectile, hitting Wei. Wei glared with his eyes wide open and thrust his double halberds into the dirt hill with his backhand, while spreading his arms. Bang! The 2 Qin warriors were caught by Wei and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't get me wrong, the one who vomited blood was Qin Ruishi. Someone take them away! Wei threw the 2 Qin warriors to the reserve team, pulled out the iron halberd that was stuck upside down on the ground, and rushed towards the white ape. Because of the rage buff, the white ape is fearless at this moment. Even though half of its head was chopped off, it was still full of fighting spirit. However, facing Wei, who was at the peak of his combat power, even if the white ape's combat power reaches the 4th level, it is not enough. Wei used his iron mountain backbone to neutralize the white ape's attack, while wielding his iron halberd, hooking and slashing. Puff! Wei chopped off the remaining half of the white ape's head with his halberd, and its body fell to the ground with a bang. Upon seeing this, the wild beasts around immediately pounced forward, not even thinking about how big the gap in strength was between the enemy and us. Court death! Wei turned his iron halberd, and the 4 beasts that rushed up first had their heads smashed on the spot, and red and white blood flowed all over the ground. Immediately afterwards, Wei had no idea of advancing alone in the deep. He held the iron halberd and fought in the group of wild beasts, charging back and forth with unstoppable force. However, because of Wei's behavior, the pressure on the soldiers on the front line was greatly reduced. After they reorganized their formation, their fighting power became even stronger, and they pushed the front line back in one breath. At this moment, the world channel that Qin Yu had never cared about, or should be said to have no time to care about, had completely exploded. The reason is simple. It is because Qin Yu, with his own strength, has pushed humans to the 5th place in the race rankings, and he himself ranks first on both lists. They are first in the mainland ranking and first in the regional ranking, respectively. I thought the great Qin Lord was an arms criminal, but who would have thought he was actually a warmongerer? Feel sorry for the East District Lord for a minute. Humph, he's just a human being. Sooner or later, I'll tear his head off and kick it like a ball. Hey, isn't this the wizard who previously claimed that humans are a weak race? Why'd he pop up again? The wizards on the universe continent are not human. The difference is like that between humans and orcs. Although they look like humans, they are not the same species. It's just that wizards look more like humans. Even though humans are ranked 5th on the racial rankings, I still look down on them. Yes, I guess that Lord Qin must have some geographical advantage. Otherwise, how could he kill so many beasts in such a short time? I think you are just jealous. Stop talking nonsense. My territory is in the East District. Lord Qin, if you have the guts, send me your coordinates. Isn't this the Hill King of the Dwarves? Humph, it's you stinky dwarves again. The ones who spoke were forest elves, and it was obvious that they and the dwarves did not get along well. The conversation on the World Channel gradually changed from 2 people arguing with each other to a confrontation between 2 races. If Qin Yu saw the scene before him, he would definitely doubt whether this was also the work of the universal continent. The opening of the World Channel, to put it nicely, is to promote communication between races. But in a world dominated by war, can friendly communication really exist? Maybe, but that would only happen if both fists were equally hard. The real meaning of the World Channel must be to ignite conflicts among all races, so that they can quickly enter a state of war after the novice period ends. Qin Yu didn't know about the farce on the World Channel. Even if he knew, he certainly wouldn't take it to heart, because he could guess that it was all the work of the universal continent. As for the fact that he was on the list, Qin Yu was definitely aware of it. I'm not sure about other races, but Qinyu's development is definitely the fastest among humans. Qinyu had basically guessed their playing style before the event started. First, they would not challenge a herd that was too large. Secondly, they will concentrate most of their forces. Finally, it was impossible for them to build field fortifications and prepare for continuous combat like Qinyu did. The above 3 points are the reason why Qinyu is confident that he can make the list. As for the blooming in all directions, it was the last fuel he added in order to fight for the top spot. Can achieve the best. If it doesn't work out, Qinyu will have no regrets. At this time, the battle at the south gate had come to an end, and the number of beasts on the field had been reduced to 3 digits. You know, only half an hour has passed since the second wave of activity started. Of course, Qinyu knew in his heart that there was a reason why the above scene occurred at the south gate. First, of course, it's because there aren't many wild beasts at the south gate itself. The second is that after the recruits' levels are upgraded, they gradually become veterans, and their combat power is completely incomparable to before. Therefore, as they killed more and more beasts, they found that fewer and fewer beasts ran up the hill. Even now, it takes more than 10 seconds for one to run up. Why is it that you are not brushing as fast as I am? That won't do. Qinyu decided to change his strategy. Su Xiao, you lead 200 Wudong flying soldiers to guard the south gate. If a large number of wild beasts attack, you should retreat to the city gate and hold your ground until help comes. Promise. Su Xiao accepted the order. Qinyu turned around and called Dian Wei and led the rest of the troops to the west gate. Chapter 35. Rush to Shimon's aid and hunt large dinosaurs. The Carnotaurus was 8 meters long, weighed 3 tons, and ran at an astonishing speed. Eli was very troubled by this. The beast riders are heavy cavalry and cannot catch up with the Carnotaurus at all. But once you turn around to deal with other dinosaurs, they will climb up and bite you. The battle formation of the Eli organization has been broken through by them 3 times, causing considerable losses. If the beasts at the south gate were not enough to kill, then the situation at the west gate was definitely so numerous that they were overflowing and could not be killed at all. Just when Eli was considering abandoning his position and returning to the city to rest, Qinyu suddenly charged into the battlefield from the side and directly killed most of the troublesome Carnotaurus. Of course, the one who made the move was not Qinyu, but a big man who was 3 times stronger than himself. Seeing this, Eli immediately gave up the idea of retreating and instead instigated the iron-armored Beast King to charge forward. At the same time, he raised the long-handled axe and rushed straight towards Qinyu. Qin's warriors hold fast, and the beast riders follow me to charge. Eli's talent strong army is triggered. The soldiers under his command have an attack power of 30%, a defense power of 25%, and a slight improvement in physical fitness. The attack of the beast riders was like a harvester driving into a rice field. Wherever they went, the wild beasts were either knocked away or chopped to death by the beast riders' long-handled axes. At this time, Qinyu was riding on Taxwabai, holding the Tianwen sword in his hand and constantly killing the wild beasts approaching him. Don't underestimate Qinyu, who has never fought before. Although there are no martial arts routines in the Emperor's Heart Sutra, Qinyu, who has been practicing it for some time, has not been standing still. First, the first 3 levels of the Emperor's Heart Sutra are to improve physical fitness. At present, Qinyu's strength has surpassed Qin Ruishi, and his 5 senses have been strengthened unprecedentedly. Second, once Qinyu has mastered the Emperor's Heart Sutra and reached the first level, he will be able to attach his internal force to the weapon. Coupled with the sharpness of the Tianwen sword, it is not an exaggeration for Qinyu to say that he can kill 1 person with 1 sword. Of course, most of the wild beasts were stopped by Qin Ruishi. As for those who were stronger, they were accurately shot dead by the Wu Dang flying army and could not get close to Qinyu at all. Not long after, Qinyu and Eli met on the battlefield and quickly joined forces under their respective command and fought back in the direction of Daqin. After 2 rounds of charging and killing, the pressure on the Qin soldiers on the Shimen Hill was greatly reduced. They gradually regained the positions they had lost before and drove the beasts away in one breath. The first thing Qinyu did when he returned to Tushan was to count his troops. He certainly wasn't planning on launching a 3rd charge. To be honest, if it weren't for the need to deal with the troublemakers like the Carnotaurus, Qinyu wouldn't even have planned to take a detour and defeat them. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to do anything thankless. How good it is to wait for work before taking rest. But the problem is that Simon's situation is a bit special. Most of the beasts in the other 3 gates are small and medium-sized, and the largest ones are only about 3 meters tall. Simon is much more exaggerated. The small dinosaurs are cannon fodder. All of them are first level, and they are responsible for rushing up the Earth Hill and fighting with Chin Ruishi. Look, they were just rushed down just now, and now they are rushing up again. Medium-sized dinosaurs are the main force. Most of them are level 2, and a few are level 3. Before Chin came, they were Eli's main target. However, there is one issue that has to be put on the table at this moment. That is the destructiveness of large dinosaurs. It is somewhat difficult for a large dinosaur to climb up the dirt hill, and if it really climbs up, the evil will chop off its head with an axe. He didn't have enough strength to jump up, and could only stand there anxiously at the bottom of the hill. But just 10 minutes before Chin arrived, those large dinosaurs began to attack the foundation of the Earth Hill. That was also one of the reasons why Chin Ruishi's battle formation was constantly broken through by the Carnotaurus. Because Eli must lead his army to kill those large dinosaurs. Otherwise, the Earth Hill will soon collapse. At present, it is precisely relying on the terrain that Chin can maximize the points with the lowest losses. If Shiman loses its geographical advantage, its handicap will no longer be maintained. Therefore, Chin must find a way to solve them. Chin made the decision and said, "General, you are responsible for leading the people to defeat the beast completely. As for the large dinosaurs under the dirt hill, let me take care of them. Promise." Eli originally wanted to persuade Chin not to take the risk himself. But thinking about the opponent's previous performance and Dianwei's bravery, Eli did not say what was in his heart. The next arrangements were quick. Chin transferred 50 Chin elite soldiers to Dianwei, and he himself led 100 Wudong flying soldiers to support the rear. Their goal is not to score points, but to kill large dinosaurs. Therefore, as long as they did not stop and were not surrounded by the beasts below, Chin would not be in danger. With reinforcements at hand, Eli fought without hesitation. The Chin Rue soldiers under his command are already veterans of hundreds of battles. Now with the addition of the Wudang flying army, who are skilled in archery and crossbows, the efficiency of the push is extremely fast. In less than 5 minutes, the wave of beasts was completely pushed off the hill and could not move any further. Immediately afterwards, the beast tide launched a more fierce attack, and it looked as if someone was directing them from behind. However, Chin was certain that the group of beasts had no commander. Otherwise, with the current fighting style of the Qin dynasty, the commander behind the scenes would not have been able to keep sending wild beasts to deliver kills. Ignoring the surging beasts, Qin and Dianwei led their troops directly down the hill. The Spinosaurus is as big as the Tyrannosaurus Rex and is also the core force in destroying the Earth Mountain. Shoot the eyes first, then the legs. After Qin gave the order to the Wudong flying army. He immediately drew out the Tianwen sword and pointed it at the Spinosaurus closest to him. "Kill!" Dianwei said nothing, took heavy steps, and rushed towards the Spinosaurus with an iron spear in hand. Most wild beasts have the ability to sense danger, and Spinosaurus is no exception. Although Dianwei did not roar as usual, the terrifying aura from him still alarmed the Spinosaurus. Just as the Spinosaurus turned its head, dozens of arrows flew towards it. The next second, the Spinosaurus was hit in the eye and shot in the leg, and fell to the ground with a scream. Dianwei jumped up without saying a word and swung his halberd down. Puff! The Spinosaurus' throat was cut off on the spot, leaving it unable to move. Qin Ruishi, who was following Dianwei, was also very fast. He immediately held up his iron spear and stabbed at the Spinosaurus' heart. A large dinosaur with third-level combat power died on the spot in less than 10 seconds. The battlefield was in chaos, with shouts and cries of killing going on, and no one noticed the death of Spinosaurus. Qin did not waste any time and immediately took his men to the next target. That is one of the reasons why Qin didn't bring too many people. When there are more people, the target becomes bigger, and it is difficult to move around in a battlefield where wild beasts are rampant. On the contrary, with a small number of people and the size difference between humans and dinosaurs, Qin can take advantage of the difference in vision and catch them off guard. Of course, the premise is that Qin cannot go too far. Otherwise, once a real fight breaks out, the 100 soldiers under his command may not be enough to fill the teeth of the dinosaurs below. The second wave of Chapter 36 activities ends. Prepare your troops for battle. In the following time, Qin led his troops hunting under the earthen hills. There are 3 reasons why he was able to navigate the dinosaurs so easily without being discovered or surrounded by them. First, as mentioned before, with a small number of people and a small size, plus a large number of wild beast corpses, Chinyu was able to play hide-and-seek with the dinosaurs on the battlefield. Second, veterans. What is the most important thing on the cold weapon battlefield? Sense of direction is definitely one of them. Chinyu took advantage of the veteran's strong sense of direction, so he was able to temporarily break up the team on the battlefield and then reunite with them at their destination. And Chinyu doesn't want to kill all the large dinosaurs. His targets were only the large dinosaurs that tried to destroy the structure of the Earth Hill. Third, the cooperation of Eli. Without the worries at the foot of the mountain and with reinforcements, Eli put all his effort into cooperating with Chinyu's actions. The beast's attention was originally focused on the hill, and now that Eli has further escalated the intensity of the war, how could they possibly tolerate the provocation from humans? Chinyu's own optimization, the advantages of the hardware, the cooperation of Eli, and the simple thinking of the beast finally allowed him to complete the task successfully. If any of the above conditions were not met, Chinyu would not be able to complete the decapitation mission easily. Even if it can be completed in the end, the price paid will definitely be much higher than it is now. The second wave of the event has ended. The activity will be suspended for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the second wave of beasts will arrive as scheduled. Similar to the scene at the end of the first wave of the event, the beasts that had not yet entered the battle retreated like a tide, and the remaining ones died together with the soldiers who tried to fight them. Chinyu's mission had been completed, so there was naturally no need for him to stay in Shimen any longer. Is there an hour's pause? That's enough, Chinyu said to the scout beside him. Go to the east gate immediately and invite the gentleman to the Lord's mansion. Promise. The scout did not feel strange about doing the job of a messenger. He immediately accepted the order and rode away. Chinyu did not waste any time. He left Eli to take care of the aftermath and headed towards the Lord's mansion. Soon, Zhuge Liang arrived at the Lord's mansion. As soon as the two met, Chinyu said, "Sir, how long will it take for the Qin Empire to receive 11,000 refugees?" Zhuge Liang thought about it. If I were to personally command, the refugees could be completely absorbed in half an hour. Chinyu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. That's good. Changing the subject, Chinyu continued. This is how I plan to do it next. Zhuge Liang had been listening and did not interrupt him because Chinyu's plan had some flaws. After a long while, Chinyu finished speaking, and Zhuge Liang bowed and said, My lord, leave the matter of resettling the refugees to me, and you can make the rest of the arrangements. Zhuge Liang's subtext is, you just build it, and if there are any problems, I will solve them. After Zhuge Liang left the Lord's mansion, Chinyu sighed, really reliable. After saying that, he came to the square in front of the palace, reached into his pocket, took out 2 refugee cards, and threw them forward. As the light flashed, the square in front of the palace was instantly filled with refugees. With so many people suddenly appearing, it's inevitable that things will be a bit chaotic. However, with Dian Wei and the veterans who have retired from the front lines maintaining law and order around the square, there will definitely not be any blind guy who would take the opportunity to cause trouble. Chinyu climbed onto the platform and spoke to calm the people. It's still the same old routine, but it's effective immediately. Of course, part of this is due to Dian Wei and the veteran soldiers. Only with sufficient force to bring deterrence, Chinyu would have the opportunity to finish his words, and the refugees who had just appeared would also listen to his words. Otherwise, it would be a blessing if the sudden appearance of so many refugees did not cause chaos for several hours. Not long after, Zhuge Liang walked into the square with 36 civilians who had been transferred to become clerks. Those were all cultivated by Zhuge Liang himself. Although they are still a little immature in dealing with big occasions, it is not difficult for them just to get their names registered. Afterwards, Zhuge Liang found 27 clerks from more than 10,000 people to help. Even though someone must lead them for the first 10 minutes and teach them the rules of the Qin dynasty, once they are familiar with the process, the increase in the number of people will speed up the absorption process. That's equal amounts. Of course, Chinyu did not wait in the square. After seeing Zhuge Liang coming to the square, he handed over the military power outside the square to him, and then took Dian Wei to the Nanqing military region. Xiang Tsang, who had been waiting here for a long time, immediately bowed when he saw Chinyu. My lord, all the materials needed to build the Iron Guard camp are ready. Chinyu waved his hand and said, Go and do your own thing, don't worry about me. Promise. Xiang Tsang bowed and took his leave. Qin Yu found a good position, put down the Bema Yizong training camp first, then came to the open space where materials were piled up nearby, and took out a scroll from his arms. Item: Construction Speed-Up Scroll. Type: Consumable. Rank: Extraordinary. Effect: The construction process of any building can be completed instantly. Note: Only for new buildings, excluding upgrade projects. Introduction: The value of an item depends on the way and timing of its use. If it is not used properly, it is useless. If it is used well, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Qin Yu crushed the scroll in his hand and at the same time called up the design drawings of the Iron Guard camp. Guided by the design drawings, starlight and materials gathered into a storm, but soon subsided. At this moment, the open space in front of Qin Yu was replaced by a simple military camp. Building name: Iron Guard Camp, can be upgraded to artifact level. Building level: Whiteboard level. Building cap: 0/500. Building effect: Civilians can be transferred to Iron Guards. Note: Transferring requires 80 units of energy crystals and 30 units of extraordinary flesh and blood. Building potential: Iron Guard, when the commander is Dianwei, the Iron Guard's attack power is 20, defense power is 20, and when the Lord's life is threatened, the Iron Guard's comprehensive attributes are 100%. Strong, physical fitness 100%, vitality 100%. Brave when ambushed by the enemy. The morale of the team is not easy to drop, and the comprehensive combat power is 20%. Building introduction: Rumor has it that Cao Cao has 3 special forces: the Iron Guard Battalion and the Tiger Guard Battalion responsible for protecting his safety, and the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry responsible for charging into battle. The Iron Guard Battalion is commanded by Dianwei, and the Tiger Guard Battalion is commanded by Su Chu. Since Dianwei died in Wancheng, the Iron Guard Battalion gradually faded out of the Chao Wei stage, but even so, it still cannot cover up its former glory. Qin Yu turned his gaze and looked at the White Horse Volunteer Training Camp next to him. Building name: White Horse Volunteer Training Camp, can be upgraded to legendary level. Building level: Whiteboard level. Building cap: 0/500. Building effect: Civilians can be transferred to White Horse Volunteers. Note: Transferring requires 40 units of energy crystals, 8 units of extraordinary flesh and blood, and a silver level mount. Building potential: White Horse. When the White Horse Volunteers ride on white horses, their overall combat power increases by 20% and their horsemanship increases by 50%. Volunteers. When the White Horse Volunteers reach 2,000, their attack power increases by 10%, their marching speed increases by 10%, their charge speed increases by 10%, and their collision force increases by 10%. This constant buff can be stacked up to 5 times. Horse archery. When the White Horse Volunteers shoot on horseback, their bow and arrow stability increases by 20%, their accuracy increases by 20%, and their critical damage increases by 20%. Building introduction: Gong Sun Zan liked white horses, so Wu Huan called him White Horse General. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Zan selected 3,000 elite soldiers, all of them riding white horses, and named them the White Horse Volunteers. Chapter 37. White Horse Volunteers. Follow me to fight. After Qin Yu finished his work, he turned to the scout beside him and said, "Pass my order on. Ask you to select 1,000 young men to report to the South City military region." Promise. The messenger received the order and left. Soon, the messenger came to Qin Yu with 1,000 young and strong men. At this time, Qin Yu had already asked Xiang Tsang to prepare all the resources needed for the job change. Once the person is in place, he or she can be transferred to another position immediately. While he was busy, Wang Su came to report to Qin Yu with dozens of carts of weapons and equipment. "My lord, the Iron Guard Battalion needs 500 sets of heavy armor, 500 iron halberds, 500 iron shields, and 500 iron axes. The 500 sets of light armor, 500 longbows, 500 iron spears, and 500 sets of horse harnesses that the White Horse Volunteers need have been prepared." Qin Yu stepped forward and pulled out a spear from the cart. Item: Iron gun. Type: Weapon. Rank: Excellent. Effect: Attack power 5, armor penetration rate 10%, armor penetration damage 10%. Introduction: Qin-style spear, made in 1 year of the Universal Era. Good. Qin Yu put down the iron spear and turned to look at Wang Su. "Go ahead and do your work. I'll call you if I need you." Promise. Wang Su bowed and took his leave. Not long after, The 500 Iron Guards and 500 White Horse Volunteers completed their job transfer, and the weapons and equipment brought by Wang Su were also replaced by them. Qin Yu said to Dian Wei, "Z-Man, you go to the south gate first. I will be there later." "Promise." Dian Wei took the Iron Guards and left. Qin Yu turned around and led his Bema Eat Song to the Taxwabai nest. 500 war horses is not a small number, but Qin Yu was willing to spend money to train the White Horse Volunteers. At present, Daqin has a wide variety of military forces. The infantry has been gathered, including sword and shield soldiers, longbowmen, crossbowmen, iron spear soldiers, etc., which basically cover the current needs. The cavalry is a little worse. The heavy cavalry has the beast cavalry, and the scouts can be temporarily replaced by the Qin Rue Shi. However, before the appearance of the White Horse Volunteers, the Qin dynasty was lacking in the light cavalry. Light cavalry is different from heavy cavalry, because the strategic core of light cavalry is harassment and pursuit. Now, the emergence of the White Horse Volunteers is actually equivalent to making up for the lack of cavalry in the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu will naturally pay more attention to this. At this moment, the White Horse Yitzong riding on the Snow White Horse, wearing shiny silver armor and holding a rotten silver spear, is the most handsome guy on the streets of Daqin. Of course, they marched very quickly. In less than a moment, the Bema Yitzong, led by Qin Yu, walked out of the south gate. Coincidentally, the reminder sound from the universe continent sounded. The second wave of beasts is coming, and the duration is 2 hours. Lords, please be prepared. Note 1. After the event starts, a mysterious treasure chest will be randomly dropped on the battlefield every half an hour. Note 2. The mysterious treasure box will stay in place for half an hour. If no one picks it up within half an hour, the mysterious treasure box will disappear directly. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief when he saw this. It seems that too many people have not taken action. The universal continent is preparing to increase the stakes in order to make some people hiding in the territory take action. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he called a scout and ordered him to pass the message to Zhuge Liang and others. At this time, bursts of roars were heard outside the city. However, Qin Yu could easily analyze that the scale of the third wave of beasts was even smaller than the previous two. But it's just right. We can use it to train our troops. Qin Yu gave orders to Dian Wei on the hill. Z-Man, leave the Iron Guard battalion behind to help Su Xiao defend the Tushan, and you follow me. Promise. Dian Wei jumped directly off the hill and landed with a bang. Then he came to a scout, took Taxwabai, turned over, and rode on it. Qin Yu did not rush out, but waited quietly with the Bema Yitzong for the opportunity to come. Soon, the wild beasts began to attack the hill. Upon seeing this, Qin Yu immediately drew out the Tianwen sword and pointed it forward. White Horse Volunteers, follow me in charge. Promise. Qin Yu was the first to rush out of the barrier, and Dian Wei was guarding him at this moment. The White Horse Volunteers followed Qin Yu's command and gradually moved out of the battlefield, attracting the attention of some wild beasts. At the same time, the Bema Yitzong slowed down and deliberately let the beasts come within their shooting range. Draw the bow and draw the arrow, all in one go. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bowstrings being tightened and retracted continued to be heard, and hundreds of wild beasts died on the spot under the archery of the White Horse Volunteers. As for the wild beasts that tried to block their way, they were stabbed to death by the White Horse Guards. If it was for the treasure chest, then the timing of Qin Yu's attack was obviously wrong. But Qin Yu has his own ideas. First of all, the pressure facing the wild beasts on Nanmen is no longer very great. Even without relying on the terrain, Qin Yu can still harvest points with the elite troops at hand, but his efficiency will be slower. Therefore, Qin Yu planned to level up the Bema Yitzong first and accumulate some experience against the enemy at the same time. The second reason is Qin Yu's personal reason. For some reason, after leading his troops into the enemy camp last time, Qin Yu fell in love with the feeling of riding a horse and killing people in the chaos of the army. After all, as long as your body can handle it and you don't have any psychological burden, the feeling of riding a horse forward and killing at the same time is really great. Therefore, when the second round of the event ended, he quickly returned to the Lord's mansion to arrange a series of military expansion. Of course, Qin Yu didn't expect that he would hit the jackpot and run into the cunning Huanyu continent. I can only say that although luck is illusory, it can sometimes be really magical. Next, Qin Yu led the White Horse Volunteers to charge back and forth between the battlefield and the city gate. Once the wild beasts caught up with them, Qin Yu led his White Horse followers and fled away. When the beasts could not be caught up or gave up, Qin Yu would order arrows to be shot, or even charge directly at them. As for the purpose of returning to the city gate, it is even simpler. It is not only for repairs, but also for replenishing the consumed arrows. The two trips only took about 20 minutes, and the average level of the Bema Yizong had already risen to LV-15. Suddenly, Qin Yu, who was resting, suddenly saw a box with a red and dark blue lid in the sky, slowly floating towards the ground. The strong sense of déjà vu left Qin Yu speechless. It's actually an airdrop. After Qin Yu finished complaining, he turned to the centurion he had just appointed and said, "Pass my order, White Horse volunteers assemble." "Promise." The centurion took the order and left. Soon, the resting White Horse volunteers quickly picked up their weapons, put on their helmets, mounted their horses, and assembled under the command of their respective centurions. Qin Yu also did not waste any time. After locking the location of the airdrop, he immediately led his troops out. Although the airdrop location is in the center of the battlefield, the number of beasts at the south gate is really small now. If it weren't for the coercive orders from the universe continent, Qin Yu believed that the beasts from the south gate would never come to fight back. Rushing all the way, Qin Yu soon saw the airdrop box not far away. Roar! A giant tiger with white fur blocked Qin Yu and others, its aura full of murderous intent. However, Qin Yu didn't care about it at all. He just raised the Tianwen sword high and pointed it forward. Shoot! The Bema Yizong immediately bent their bows and arrows, aiming at the giant tiger in front. Chapter 38. Leading the army to attack. Level restrictions. There was a hint of fear in the giant tiger's eyes. It really didn't expect that Qin Yu would be so unethical. The giant tiger tried to dodge with all its strength. However, the arrow net woven by the Bema Yizong blocked all its retreat routes. Even if it really dodges part of it, another part will fall on it. Puff, puff, puff. The armor-piercing arrows penetrate the fur and reach the flesh. The giant tiger's white fur instantly turned red, and its body was shaking, causing unbearable pain. Kill! Without Qin Yu's order, Dianwei rode out on his horse and chopped the giant tiger's neck with his iron halberd. At the same time, a team of 100 Bema rushed out from inside and immediately attacked the other side of the giant tiger. The giant tiger dodged Dianwei's attack, but the wound was agitated and the bleeding became more and more severe. But before the giant tiger could catch its breath, the white horse soldiers on the other side rushed out with their spears. 10 iron spears pierced into the giant tiger's ribs at the same time, causing it to suffer even greater injuries. However, when the giant tiger turned around to deal with the white horse volunteers who dared to approach him, they had already run dozens of meters away. The giant tiger's heart skipped a beat. But before it could turn around, Dianwei's iron halberd had already chopped off its head. At this time, Qin Yu had bypassed the giant tiger's battlefield and arrived at the location of the airdrop box. The Bema Yizong, who was closer, immediately dismounted, stepped forward to open the airdrop box, and took out the mysterious treasure chest inside. Qin Yu did not take the mysterious treasure chest that Bema Yizong handed over to him. Instead, he glanced at the wild beasts that were gradually surrounding him and gave the order to retreat. But then, Qin Yu did not walk towards the south gate, but turned around and headed straight for the west gate. The Iron Guards are heavy infantry, wearing 3 layers of armor, and are not suitable for long-distance raids. Therefore, Qin Yu had already made arrangements before setting off. The command of the Iron Guard was temporarily handed over to Su Xiao. Although that would not maximize the Iron Guard's combat effectiveness, it would ensure Qin Yu's safety. At least for Qin Yu personally, that is more important. Not long after, Qin Yu brought his white horse volunteers to the Shiman battlefield. At just one glance, Qin Yu saw the red smoke signal on the east side of the battlefield. Needless to say, the strong sense of déjà vu says it all. White horse volunteers, follow me in charge. Qin Yu gave an order and immediately rushed towards the airdrop box. Although the white horse volunteers had only 500 riders, their silver spears and white horses made them very conspicuous on the battlefield. The scene was like a white torrent, and it was hard not to notice it. Eli is one of them. Originally, he wanted to personally lead the beast riders to take back the mysterious treasure chest. But since Qin Yu is one step ahead of him now, there is no need for him to go into battle and kill the enemy himself. As for safety, before Dianwei came, Eli was the most powerful general in the Qin dynasty, so he naturally knew how strong the former was. Otherwise, as a warrior, how could Eli admit defeat so easily? Great Qin warriors, follow me to meet the enemy. Alai jumped off the armored beast king and served as an infantryman, holding up the tiger head axe, and rushed into the group of wild beasts. The evil skill Brave is triggered, the overall combat power is 20%, and the soldiers under his command have an additional attack power of 5. Chin Ruishi was encouraged and his morale was boosted. He immediately repelled the beasts that had rushed up. The actions of Eli's party were instantly discovered by the beasts, causing the beasts that were originally preparing to approach Chin Yu to quickly change direction and attack Shiman Tushan again. On the same battlefield, in a different location, Chin Yu swung his sword and beheaded a level 2 beast. At the same time, the long-lost reminder of the universe and continent sounded. Not a world announcement, but a personal message. Your level has reached the current upper limit. If you want to continue to upgrade your level, you need to find an awakening item higher than level 3 to break through the level cap. Note, when you break through the level limit, you can obtain a random talent, and the type and quality of the talent depends on the quality of the awakening object. Chin Yu frowned slightly. Unknowingly, his level had been raised to LV20. Name, Chin Yu Lord. Talent, Zulong/Qianlong. Level, LV20. Bravery, 35. Domination, 35. Politics, 40. Intelligence, 40. Arms, none. Where am I going to find the awakening item now? This world is full of people digging holes everywhere, and there's no peace at all. After complaining, Chin Yu collected his thoughts and turned his attention back to the battlefield. The reason for this distraction is mainly because the scale of this battle is not small, and the experience Chin Yu can gain will naturally increase. Of course, perhaps because the Lord's attributes have no growth limit, Chin Yu found that his upgrade was much slower than that of Eli and others. Chin Yu and Eli arrived at the universe continent almost at the same time. But now Eli's level is more than twice that of Chin Yu. Although it is not ruled out that this is due to the fact that Eli often charges in a battle and goes out for training, isn't this gap too outrageous? However, it was not unacceptable for Chin Yu to waste the experience gained in this battle. After all, as long as the cake is made bigger, how could Chin Yu have few channels for gaining experience in the future? If Eli and others are taking the advantage of quality, then Chin Yu's upgrade strategy is to win by quantity. Let's get back to the topic. The transfer of firepower meant that the wild beasts that came to intercept Chin Yu on the battlefield could not put any pressure on him. Moreover, after the previous experience on the Southgate battlefield, the Bema Itsung have gradually adapted to the rhythm of the battlefield. Even though he is not considered a veteran yet, his judgment and reaction abilities are far superior to those of a new recruit. Shoot! Chin Yu pointed the Tianwen sword in his hand forward and gave the order in a cold voice. It was the same scene as the previous battle against the giant tiger on the Southgate battlefield. It's just that the giant tiger, which is also a 4th-level beast, was replaced with a pachycephalosaur. In the same class, the defense of dinosaurs is definitely stronger than that of wild beasts such as giant tigers. But no matter how strong the defense is, it cannot withstand hundreds of armor-piercing arrows. The front half of the armor-piercing arrows were blocked, but the back half of the armor-piercing arrows pierced the stubborn pachycephalosaur into a hedgehog. Upon seeing this, Dianwei immediately stepped forward and swung his iron halberd to finish off the opponent. Puff! With his brute force, Dianwei cut off the neck of the pachycephalosaur, and its head flew high into the air and then fell to the ground with a bang. At the same time, the Bema Itsung, who bypassed the Pachycephalosaurus, successfully obtained the mysterious treasure chest. Divide into 3 groups and break out to the north. Chin Yu issued a new combat order, and the Bema Itsung immediately executed it. The 500-man cavalry team was divided into 2 teams of 100 men on the left and right, and after being separated by a certain distance, they broke out to the north at the same time. Chin Yu's behavior greatly stimulated the beast's nerves. Originally, their attention was focused on the earthen hill, but now they turned their attention again and rushed straight towards Chin Yu. Chin Yu's purpose was simple, to help Eli share some of the pressure. If Eli hadn't had a sense of the overall situation before, Chin Yu would not have been able to take away the mysterious treasure chest at the West Gate so easily. Now, before leaving, Chin Yu also showed his overall view. The wild beasts that were scattered and chased out would fight Chin Yu to the death. In simple terms, they would keep chasing him. Wouldn't Simon's pressure be relieved then? As for why they broke out to the north, the reason was simple. There are no cavalry on the north and east sides. If you want to seize the mysterious treasure chest on the battlefield, you need to consume some of the beasts on the battlefield first. As soon as Chin Yu took the mysterious treasure chest from the south gate, He immediately turned around and went directly to get the mysterious treasure chest from the west gate. That efficiency is definitely something the north gate and east gate cannot match. Chapter 39. Lure the enemy in a circle. The activity ends. Moreover, Chinyu had a purpose in leading the beasts from the west gate to the north gate. If the beasts are really going crazy now, they won't care what is in front of them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a tide of beasts rushing towards the Earth Hill, causing a stampede for no apparent reason. Chinyu was planning to take advantage of this loophole and transform his 500 light cavalry into thousands or even tens of thousands of mixed light and heavy cavalry to create a shocking effect. 5 minutes later, Chinyu arrived at the north gate smoothly. Next, Chinyu did two things. First, determine the location of the airdrop box. Second, he issued an order to divide the 500 White Horse volunteers into 5 teams of 100 men and break out to the east in the same formation as they had previously broken out from the west gate to the north gate. The task of taking the treasure chest was up to Chinyu himself. The attire of the White Horse volunteers and the noise they made soon alarmed Li Xian on the hill. "General, should we increase our offensive?" A Qin Ruishi centurion stepped forward and asked. Li Xian replied, "No, just maintain the status quo." At this time, the pressure on the 4 gates was no longer as great as in the previous 2 waves. It's not because the beasts become fewer with each wave, but because the new recruits have completed their transformation. As for why Li Xian did not intensify the offensive like a lie, the reason was of course because of the group of wild beasts following behind the Bema Yizong. Li Xian looked down from a high place and saw a scene like an old ox pulling a plow. The White Horse volunteers are the oxen, the wild beasts at the west gate are the plows, and the fields being plowed are the wild beasts at the north gate. If that balance is broken due to one's own intervention, it would be like shooting oneself in the foot. Although Li Xian has the drive of a young man, he is not stupid. This is not the way to achieve merit. Not long after, Chinyu successfully obtained the 3rd mysterious treasure chest. He did not waste any time and immediately headed towards the east gate with his Bema Yizong. He also took away many wild animals from the north gate. Chinyu followed the same method at the next east gate. However, when Zhuge Liang at the east gate saw Chinyu charging into battle, his feelings were different from those of Eli and Li Xian. He was more worried and concerned. What I am worried about is Chinyu's safety, and what I am concerned about is that Chinyu seems to have fallen in love with this feeling of charging into battle. Chinyu didn't know what Zhuge Liang was thinking at the moment. He only knew that he was very happy. Therefore, after obtaining the mysterious treasure chest at the east gate, Chinyu led his troops straight to the south gate. But at this point, Chinyu must control the time well, because if they reach the south gate and the airdrop is not refreshed yet, Chinyu will have to make another circle with a group of beasts behind him. On the contrary, he can directly take the mysterious treasure chest and continue to brush it. With Chinyu's current brain power, it is no problem for him to calculate how much time he has left, as well as the remaining distance and marching speed. The above are also the loopholes of this event and are not considered loopholes. That is, the protagonists of the activity are wild beasts, and it is not difficult to plot against them. Of course, the prerequisite is that you need to have sufficient strength, otherwise, you will easily get yourself involved. Arriving at the south gate on time, Chinyu began to arrange the tasks according to his plan. Teams 2 and 3 stay here and lead some of the beasts to the top of the mountain at the south gate. Then rest where you are and wait for my orders. Promise. The 2 promoted centurions immediately led their troops and left the team. Everyone else, follow me and keep going. Chinyu swung his sword and rode his horse forward. There is a skill to attracting monsters. For example, the Bema Yizong who broke away from the team are very good at it. They drew their bows and shot 2 precise waves of arrows to anger the beasts. At the same time, Chinyu saw the beast being led away and immediately issued an order to fight. Teams 4 and 5 spread out to the left and right, and one team goes to grab the boxes. Sima. Jianwei responded and quickly rode his horse towards the 4th level beast that was blocking the way ahead. Rain of arrows to cover. Chinyu swung his sword and killed the beast that approached him. The charging White Horse volunteers quickly drew their bows and arrows, repeating the previous routine. As expected, Dianwei cooperated with the Bema Yizong, who rushed out and solved the obstacle in a few moves. The Bema Yizong, who arrived first, took out the mysterious treasure chest, quickly returned to the team, and continued to follow Chinyu towards the west gate. For more than an hour, Chinyu seemed to be assisted by God. Perhaps it is just as he analyzed before, if you have enough strength it is not difficult to deal with the beast. The same routine was repeated 4 times. The beast suffered heavy casualties, but Yu made a fortune. This event ends here. Congratulations to the lords who participated in the event. You will receive rewards corresponding to your ranking. Note: the newcomer protection period ends at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and the challenge will start at 12 a.m. Please be prepared. As soon as the words came out, the beast retreated with unprecedented fear in its eyes. The constant blessing buff disappeared, replaced by the fear that was previously dominated by Yu. Return to the city. Yu breathed a sigh of relief and immediately rode his horse towards the east gate. Somewhere in a forest, a tall tower stands. But apart from the magnificent tower, other buildings in the city are somewhat unsightly. Not only is it shabby, it's also dirty. From time to time, there were fights between orcs on the streets, and there was no order at all. Bang! Inside the tower, a metal bottle was thrown out and fell to the ground with a bang, scaring the nearby orcs so much that they crawled on the ground. Hateful. On the top floor of the tower, a middle-aged man wearing a wide-brimmed wizard hat had a gloomy face. Why did he get so many points? Even if he relied on the geographical advantage, where did he get the troops to kill so many beasts? The middle-aged man was the wizard who had questioned and deliberately belittled Yu on the World Channel before. However, he is not a fool as he can become a wizard. As he said, even with the advantage of geographical location, Yu was able to accumulate a lot of points in the first half. But how do we explain the third wave that followed? You should know that the physical fitness of the orcs under his command is far superior to that of humans. But even so, the orc army he formed was almost defeated. In other words, what virtue and ability did you have to earn twice as many points in the third wave of the event as in the first 2 waves. No, I have to find his location. The wizard came to a crystal ball with a cold look in his eyes. He ranked first among the 3 lists in this event. If I really give him time to develop, I will never be his opponent. So we must strike first. He's also in the East End. Therefore, he was afraid that Yu would take advantage of this reward to soar to fame. The key point is that he had provoked Yu on the World Channel. What if the other party comes to attack you after they become powerful enough? Wouldn't you be finished? Obviously, he overestimated himself. And when the World Channel was in chaos, Yu ignored them at all. Of course, even if the middle-aged wizard did not provoke him, Yu would swing his knife at the other party at the right time and place. That is not a personal grudge, but a general trend. Chapter 40. Activity Settlement. Get rich overnight. Yu returned to the Lord's mansion, while Zhuge Liang and others continued to deal with post-war matters. Soon, the centurion of the Bema Yizong led a team to move 16 mysterious treasure chests to the study. Just as Yu was considering whether to open the treasure chest first, a reminder from the universal continent suddenly sounded. World announcement. Event settlement begins. Congratulations to humans for winning first place in the race rankings. This race will receive the following rewards. Human race luck 5%. Overall human development speed 5%. Population growth rate 5%. Auspiciousness 3%. Disaster -3%. The top 100 human race contributors on the race rankings will receive a gift package. The items in it will be determined based on the size of their contribution. The above is information that everyone can receive. After that came Yu's personal settlement. Congratulations, you won the first place in the mainland ranking. You get the reward, territory title, #1 in the world. You get rewards. King level random mount ×1, sacred artifact level self-selected building card ×2, king level self-selected skill book ×4. Congratulations, you have won the first place in the regional ranking. You get reward, territory title blessing. You get the reward, the right to establish a government. 5 cards representing rewards appeared in front of Yu. He first put aside the gift package of the racial ranking reward, then picked up the 2 cards representing the territory titles and checked their properties. Item: the best in the world. Type: territory title. Rank: holy artifact. Effect: after use, the territory will gain a constant buff. Lord's personal luck 10%. Comprehensive development speed 20%. Population growth rate 20%. Auspiciousness 5%. Disaster -5%. Introduction. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Similarly, if you want to be the best in the world, you must have something unique. Yu's eyes lit up. The combined increase is actually much greater than the constant buff obtained by all humans. After saying that, he quickly figured out the reason. The racial reward is a constant buff that all humans can obtain, but the title of the best in the world belongs to him alone, so it is normal to have a gap between them. Chinyu looked at the second title impatiently. Item blessing. Type. Territory title. Rank. Extraordinary. Effect. After use, the territory will gain a constant buff. Population growth rate 10%, administrative efficiency 10%, military development 10%, agricultural development 10%, industrial development 10%. Introduction. The foundation of a territory is its population, and its growth rate depends on your development speed. As a blessed person, you must obviously stay ahead of others. The attributes are good, but they cannot compare with the title of the best in the world. Chinyu was calm, neither excited nor disappointed. After that, he began to study the setting of territory titles. Each time a territory is upgraded to a higher level, a territory title can be unlocked. Currently, Daqin is a third-level territory, so there are 3 territory titles. Seeing this, Chinyu immediately gave it the titles of number 1 in the world and blessed. After all, Chinyu has no other choice except these 2 titles. Chinyu turned his eyes and shifted his attention to the other rewards. He raised his hand and lightly touched the second card representing the continental ranking reward. The next second, a huge screen appeared in front of Chinyu. The items listed above were dazzling, and some of them made Chinyu salivate. However, Chinyu can only choose 12 times, and the items and frequency must be based on the rewards. Chinyu immediately dispelled the disappointment in his heart, sat down at the table, and fell into deep thought. Daqin's military development is sufficient at this stage, but its productivity and administrative efficiency are lagging behind. In that case, Chinyu immediately made a choice. You obtain the Saint-level building, Yindi Infu Academy, Refining Mountain. You obtain the Holy Artifact level skill book, Civil Governance, Martial Arts, Encouragement and Strategy. You obtain the King level mount, Saluzui. The moment Chinyu made his choice, the screen disappeared. The cards on the table were divided into 7 parts and became the rewards he had selected and randomly assigned. Chinyu came back to his senses and clicked on the data panels of the 2 buildings one after another. Building name, Yindi Infu Academy, can be upgraded to Holy level. Building level, Whiteboard level. Building cap, 0/500. Building effect, civilians can be transferred to students. Note, 30 units of energy crystals and 8 units of extraordinary flesh and blood are required for the transfer. Building potential, talent in internal affairs, administrative efficiency 30%, quickly restore areas with public opinion below 50 to a safe value. Confucianism, loyalty is not easy to decline. Public opinion in the managed area is not easy to decline, and it can play a positive role in the development of territory culture. Integrity, rather than material needs, students hope to leave a name for eternity through political achievements. Introduction to the building. Yingti Infu Academy, also known as Yingtian Academy, is one of the 4 great academies in ancient times. It was first founded by Yang Ke and renamed Yingtian Academy during the reign of Emperor Jinzong of Song Dynasty. Later, great talents such as Yin Shu and Fan Zhongyin joined the academy, making Yingtian Academy the most influential academy in the northern Song Dynasty. The above are the buildings that Qinyu used to improve the administrative system of Daqin. Moreover, Yingdi Infu Academy is one of the few buildings that can transfer civilians into administrative personnel, and it is the only one at the holy weapon level. There are actually better buildings, but they have qualification requirements for civilians before changing jobs, which is not in line with the current population situation of Daqin. As for the second weapon, Refining Mountain, it is a building that Qinyu uses to deal with weapons and equipment, and even to further expand the weapons market. Building name, Refining Mountain, can be upgraded to holy weapon level. Building level, Whiteboard level. Building cap, 0/500. Building effect, civilians can be transferred to forgers. Note, transferring requires 30 units of energy crystals and 8 units of extraordinary flesh and blood. Building potential, forger, forging efficiency 30%, and there is a certain probability of improving weapon quality during forging. Fine, when forging fine weapons, the success rate is 50%, and there is a certain probability of increasing weapon additional effects. Standardization, when mass-producing standard equipment, material loss minus 50%, production speed 50%. Building introduction. The weapon Refining Mountain is a secret treasure of a sect in a certain big world. It uses volcanoes as furnaces to forge magical weapons and is famous throughout the world. The only shortcoming of the equipment refining mountain is that its function is too limited and it can only forge weapons. Of course, if it happened again, Chinyu would still choose the equipment refining mountain. Because whether it is an armor workshop or an ordnance workshop, it is basically inseparable from a weapons workshop. For example, the armor plates on protective gear, or some small parts on military equipment. Therefore, the weapon refining mountain that replaced the weapon workshop can also achieve the same effect. The armor workshop and armory workshop can also gain side bonuses from this. Although it is hidden, it does exist. In addition, the above two buildings do not need to be constructed and can be used as long as they are put down. That also played a key role in Chinyu's subsequent development. After checking the building information, Chinyu looked at the props he was going to use on himself. Skill books and mounts. Chapter 41. Skills, Army Expansion, and Appointments. You have learned the skill Civil Governance. When managing a territory, the overall development speed of the territory will be 20%, and the administrative efficiency of you and your civil servants will be 50%. You have learned the skill Martial Arts. When managing a territory, the territory's military development will increase by 40%. The combined combat power of the Legion soldiers led by you will increase by 40%. The main general's personal combat power will increase by 20%, and the command ability will increase by 10%. Note, if the general you assign is the commander, the effect of the martial arts skill will only be half as good. Skills are the same as Lord titles, with one skill slot awarded for each level up. Chinyu's current level is LV20, which is the second stage, so he has 2 skill positions. The effects of the above 2 skills are beneficial to the development of the territory, so Chinyu has no reason to hesitate. Next are the cards representing mounts. Name, Salu Purple. Loyalty, 100. Ranking, Talents, Salu, Speed 50%, Endurance 50%, Fearless Character, will not panic when something unexpected happens. Horse King, all attributes of the Master's soldiers and horse mounts 20%. Savior, triggered when the Master encounters a crisis, can save his life through his own behavior, can only be used once a month. Level, LV10. Introduction. Saluzi is one of the 6 horses of Xiaoling Mausoleum. It is famous because Qiu Xingong gave up his horse to save his master. Emperor Taizong of Tang praised it as the purple swallow leaps high, and the bones are soaring like a divine horse. Chinyu was not in a hurry to summon Saluzi. No matter how good the famous horse was, it could not be used now. After counting the rewards for the continental rankings, Chinyu began to study one of the rewards for the regional rankings, the right to establish a government. What does it mean to establish a government? The Han Dynasty had 3 dukes, and those who ranked among the 3 dukes could establish their own governments. Simply put, it means building your own administrative team, and the position isn't officially recognized by the court. Of course, lords who do not have the power to establish their own governments can also set up similar administrative systems. On the contrary, a lord who has the right to establish a government can obtain additional bonuses similar to the titles for the officials he appoints. That is the so-called reward for the right to establish a government. At 10 o'clock in the evening, when Chinyu had sorted out his thoughts, Zhuge Liang and others had also finished their tasks and met at the Lord's mansion. Next, Zhuge Liang helped Chinyu do the math. First, the number of casualties among soldiers from the beginning to the end of the activity. Second, Zhuge Liang integrated the 4 armies and calculated how many combat-ready soldiers the Qin dynasty now had. Third, it was Zhuge Liang again. Before coming, he went to the military-industrial zone and calculated how many soldiers the Qin could equip from tonight to tomorrow. With the losses in the first wave of the event, Chinyu had actually prepared himself mentally. But the results surprised him a little, because the losses from the second and third waves combined were less than 2/3 of those from the first wave. The specific reasons have been mentioned earlier. The level of a soldier is related to his personal combat power. Gaining enough battlefield experience is related to teamwork. Therefore, there is data that the losses become smaller and the gains become greater as the fight progresses. As for the second and third accounts, they can be calculated together, excluding those who were killed in action or retired, as well as those who needed long-term rest to recover from their injuries. Qin Rui Shi had a total of 2,876 veterans left. The Wudong Flying Army was a new army, with a full complement of no more than 1,000 men, so there were only 767 veterans left. The Bema Itzone were relatively lucky. Except for 2 people who had to be discharged due to serious injuries, the remaining soldiers were promoted to veteran level when they went out to fight with Chinyu this time, totaling 498 people. Because Qin Yu placed the iron guards at the south gate where there were fewer wild beasts, they were still fully staffed, with a total of 500 people. Zhuge Liang took into consideration the equipment and the problem of veteran soldiers leading new recruits, so he suggested to Qin Yu that he expand the army appropriately. To put it simply, Zhuge Liang's military expansion plan is as follows. The Qin Ruishi was still fully staffed, with 3,500 men. The Wu Dang flying army expanded to 2,000 people. The Bema Yizong expanded to 2,000 people. The Iron Guard Battalion was expanded to 1,000 people. The Beast Cavalry cannot be expanded for the time being, because in order to achieve effective cooperation, the Beast Rider's mount must be an ironclad beast. However, the number of armored beasts is too small at present, so Zhuge Liang did not include the Beast Cavalry in the military expansion plan. Flipping through the report in his hand, Qin Yu quickly nodded in agreement with Zhuge Liang's plan and praised, "Sir, your work is indeed reassuring." "My lord, thank you for your praise. It is my honor to share your worries." Zhuge Liang bowed to Qin Yu, showing his full ability in dealing with human relationships. Everyone likes to hear nice words, and Qin Yu is no exception. After talking about the expansion of the army, Qin Yu took the initiative to bring up the issue of the right to establish a government. With the help of the previous administrative framework and Zhuge Liang's efforts to fill in the gaps, Qin Yu quickly finalized the positions of his subordinates. Zhuge Liang was appointed chief secretary, responsible for commanding Chao officials and assisting Qin Yu in managing all affairs of the Qin dynasty. Next comes the question of the affiliation of the 6 major Chao officials. Qin Yu asked Wang Er to take charge of the Hutsao temporarily, in charge of household registration, collecting taxes and grain, etc. The Fa Chao is in charge of judicial, civil litigation, and other tasks. There are no relevant talents in the territory, so Zhuge Liang has to take charge temporarily. The Bing Chao, who is in charge of soldiers, military industries, and other tasks, can only be temporarily entrusted to Zhuge Liang. The agricultural Chao was in charge of agriculture, animal husbandry, civil industry, and other tasks. Qin Yu handed it over to the learned Wang Su to take charge temporarily. Qin Yu handed over the task of engineering, which was in charge of territory construction and maintenance, to Fan Shun, who had previously managed the construction team. Song Chao was in charge of collecting resources, managing food and grain, and Qin Yu handed the task over to Xiang Song. This was followed by a series of military appointments. Qin Yu appointed Dian Wei as a captain and made him the captain of the guard of the Lord's mansion, leading 1,000 guards. Eli was appointed as the commander, leading 100 fierce beast riders, 1,000 Qin elite soldiers, and 1,000 Wu Dang flying soldiers, a total of 2,100 soldiers and horses. Li Xian was appointed as the commander of a detachment and led 2,000 Qin elite soldiers. Su Xiao was a military marquis and served as Elias deputy general. By the time the appointment was over, it was already 11 o'clock. Qin Yu took out the cards corresponding to Yingdian Fu Academy and Refining Equipment Mountain and placed them on the table, saying, "Sir, you will be in charge of arranging these 2 buildings. You will also be the one to select the relevant job transfer candidates. I only have one request. Complete the structure of the administrative system and the new production chain for weapons manufacturing as soon as possible." After that, Qin Yu explained the functions of the 2 buildings to Zhuge Liang. After hearing this, Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. He immediately bowed and said, "I will give you an answer before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." After Qin Yu had finished explaining what needed to be said, he asked everyone to leave. It is impossible to rest. At least they won't be able to rest until the task at hand is completed. Zhuge Liang had the most things to be responsible for: the establishment of an administrative system, logistical issues for soldiers, etc. As for Eli and Li Xian, they need to assist Zhuge Liang in completing the job transfer of the new recruits, and at the same time, allow the new recruits to integrate into their own team as soon as possible. Of course, Qin Yu didn't rest either. Considering that Zhuge Liang had a lot of things to do and they were relatively important, Qin Yu decided to help him share some of the pressure. For example, Qin Yu now has complete control over personnel transfers and appointments to some minor positions. Besides, the bonuses of various attributes are not false data, so Qin Yu naturally won't feel any pressure. However, Qin Yu is definitely not the only one who chose to work overtime tonight. As soon as the novice period ends tomorrow, the barrier will disappear and the territory will be directly exposed to the wild beasts. Even without the beasts, the so-called challenge was fraught with danger. Therefore, Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. It's the same for any lord. Chapter 42. Open the treasure chest, new talent. Qin Yu's work efficiency has improved, and the others are not much worse either. With the completion of Yindian Fu Academy, Zhuge Liang immediately arranged for the clerks he had previously trained to transfer to other jobs. Just like Qin Yu gave the 4th-level blacksmith job transfer card to Li Guang. A profession represents the additional bonus that the job changer gets in the relevant field, as well as some related knowledge. However, the blacksmith himself can also accumulate experience. That's called experience, which no job-changing item can give you. Li Guang had extensive forging experience before coming to Daqin. Therefore, Qin Yu thought that giving him the 4th-level blacksmith job transfer card would be more cost-effective than training a new 4th-level blacksmith. Obviously, Zhuge Liang held the same view as Qin Yu. Instead of retraining them, it would be better to let these experienced clerks who are familiar with the rules of the Qin dynasty be transferred to become students. In this way, not only can their previous work experience be retained, but they can also use their professional talents to speed up work efficiency in the future. Although they need to retrain their levels, a career that suits them better can allow them to thrive in related fields. It really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. At the same time, the equipment refining mountain was also underway. Blacksmiths like Li Guang had no objection to starting over. On the contrary, they are looking forward to changing their job to forgers. Moreover, with their previous forging experience, they believe that they could definitely return to their peak in a short time. Zhuge Liang transferred a total of 100 students, and then cooperated with Qin Yu to disperse them into various departments. The arrangement for students is similar to that of the military. In the army, veterans lead new recruits. In the officialdom, the old ones guide the new ones. The equipment refining mountain is a bit special, so Qin Yu decided to fill up the quota for job transfers. The purpose is simple: build more weapons and seize market share. Of course, it is also to arm ourselves. After finishing all the work, it was already 3 in the morning. In the study, Qin Yu, who was sitting on a chair, stretched lazily. There's no rush to arrange the rest. Wait until the challenge is over tomorrow. After Qin Yu finished speaking, his gaze immediately shifted to the corner of the study. There are 16 mysterious boxes there, as well as a gift pack of rewards for the race rankings. Qin Yu stood up and walked to the corner of the study. He raised his hand and pressed it lightly, then chose to open all. You have obtained a 3rd-level exclusive awakening item, an ancient sword of unknown origin. You obtain perfect-level cement technology, perfect-level steel technology, perfect-level iron mine, perfect-level copper mine, perfect-level legion attack skills times 4, perfect-level legion defense skills times 4, perfect-level legion healing skills times 4. 16 mystery boxes and a big gift bag turned into 17 cards. Let's first talk about the 2 technologies and the 2 buildings. Without technology-related bonuses, cement or steel can also be produced, but without the additional properties. Conversely, the quality or production speed of cement or steel can receive additional bonuses. The current range is 20%. Iron mines and copper mines are resource-based buildings similar to lumberyards. Mining sites are random mining of minerals. The iron mine and copper mine are buildings that specialize in producing a certain type of mineral, so they're mentioned separately. Legion attack, legion defense, and legion healing are single-use items. However, it is rare to find 12 items with similar functions and data out of 16 mysterious boxes. Item: Legion attack. Type: consumable. Rank: extraordinary. Effect: after use, the attack power of the army under your command will be increased by 20%, and the weapons will have an additional sharp effect. Introduction: if used properly, it can determine the outcome of a war. The data panel of Legion defense and Legion healing is similar to the Legion attack number, except that the attack power is converted into defense power and life recovery. As for the effects, they add toughness and vitality. It can be said to be a simple, practical, and clear prop. Qin Yu put away the things in front of him, and then picked up the card representing the ancient sword alone. An awakening object that meets the conditions has been detected. Do you want to use this to complete the level breakthrough? Yes. Without any other choice, Qin Yu certainly wouldn't be picky. Besides, talent can be covered. After all, what he needs more is to continue to increase his level. If talent is not enough, he can look for it later. The card shattered, and the scattered starlight instantly enveloped Qin Yu. Without any pain, and without spending too much time, Qin Yu received a prompt from the universal continent. The level cap has been broken successfully, and your level has been raised to LV21. You have obtained the royal talent, Lord of Arms. Qin Yu opened his eyes and checked the attributes of his new talent. Talent name, Soldiers. Talent level, Emperor level. Talent effect 1. When serving as a ruler, the metallurgical development speed in the territory will be 100%, and the weapons production speed will be 100%. Talent effect 2. When serving as a ruler, the weapons held by the legions under your command are 100% effective. Talent effect 3. When serving as a ruler, the physical fitness of the military and civilians in the territory will be improved by 50%. Talent introduction. Qi Yu, Huang Di, and Yin Di are known as the three ancestors of China. Among them, Qi Yu is known as the Lord of Weapons because, according to folk rumors, he is the one who made weapons. After all, he has an emperor-level talent. How could he be that bad? Qin Yu changed the subject. That indifferent attitude is gone. Moreover, the talent effect of the Lord of Arms is also in line with the current development of Da Qin. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yu was lying on the bed, browsing the world channel out of boredom. What should I do? The entrance to my territory is full of wild beasts. Haha, humans are so weak. Even at this point, they haven't even dealt with the beasts at their doorstep. Humans are just blood eaters. Even if you take first place in the race, you can't change their fate. Humans of the East District tremble. Sooner or later, I, Dongle, will capture all of you and use you as food and slaves. You want to make the humans in the East District tremble? Are you a half-orc, going insane? The Great Qin Lord is in the East District. If you have the guts, go and find trouble with him. Let me remind you that he was number 1 on the 3 lists yesterday. What's the big deal about being number 1 on the 3 lists? No matter how opportunistic he is just making things easier for me. Obviously, many races were very unhappy because humans took the first place in the race rankings yesterday. Among them, the 2 races that clamored the loudest were. One is a vampire and the other is an orc. These 2 races seem to account for a large proportion in the eastern region, with no less than hundreds of them speaking on the World Channel alone. As for why they hated humans so much, Qin Yu didn't know, and he was not interested. If you really meet them, kill them all. Kill them until they are scared. Dong, maybe we'll meet soon. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he closed the World Channel and got up to wash up. Qin Yu had no plans this morning. The main reason is that I had already finished most of the things that could be done last night, and the rest is a lot of slow work and cannot be completed in a short time. Of course, construction cannot be neglected during the war. To be honest, Qin Yu is very confident about the upcoming challenge. After all, if he cannot complete the challenge with his background, almost no one in the world can do it. That was the conclusion he drew after winning first place in 3 lists yesterday. Chapter 43, Challenge is coming, Optional Tasks. At 8:10, Qin Yu finished his training and came to the study in the Lord's mansion. Not long after I sat down, Zhuge Liang's voice came from the door. Enter. Qin Yu didn't look up and continued to deal with the documents on the table. Zhuge Liang came to the table and said, My lord, the troops have been trained. Qin Yu stopped writing and looked up and asked, Have you changed into new equipment? Zhuge Liang nodded. All the equipment has been replaced. Qin Yu tapped the table with the pen cap, a thoughtful look on his face. Sir, send someone to sell all the old equipment. Also, if there is any surplus from the new equipment, we can sell some of it. Zhuge Liang was a little puzzled. Although those are old equipment, once the new soldiers put them on, they can still have a good combat effectiveness. My lord, why are you in such a hurry to deal with it? Qin Yu smiled. We were number 1 on the 3 lists yesterday, and have attracted the attention of many alien races. But now that they can't find me, they will definitely vent their anger on other human lords. Whether it's out of humanitarianism or selfishness, I want to give them a hand. At least it can relieve our pressure in disguise, right? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang cupped his hands and said, My lord, you have such a vision. I admire you. Qin Yu waved his hand. It's just that everyone takes what they need. There's no need to talk about pattern. Next, the 2 talked about some issues regarding territory development. It has to be said that Qin Yu's ability to recruit Zhuge Liang in the early stages really saved him a lot of trouble. For some things, Zhuge Liang can get things done without Qin Yu even saying anything, and then present the report to you. Suddenly, a reminder sounded from the universe continent. World announcement. The system protection period ends, and the challenge will be launched on time at 12 noon. Note 1. The challenge is a mirror war. All lords and their subordinate territories will be sent to a battlefield with random enemies, random environments, random weather, and random tasks. Note 2. Once the territory crystal is broken, the lord will be destroyed along with the territory. Note 3. The challenge ranking list will be enabled when the challenge is launched. The first place winner in the region will receive the corresponding geomancy map. Qin Yu immediately shared the information on the data panel with Zhuge Liang. Afterwards, Qin Yu said, "This completely random situation is definitely more difficult to handle than the previous activities. Sir, I'm afraid you won't be able to lead the army alone this time." Zhuge Liang naturally understood what Qin Yu meant. I saw him waving his feather fan gently and smiling calmly. "My lord, rest assured. Since it is a challenge, there must be a password to pass it. And as you inferred before, if even we can't pass it, then this challenge will become a death sentence, right?" Qin Yu heard this and nodded in agreement. In a blink of an eye, it's already 10 o'clock. The people in Daqin didn't feel anything, but the environment outside the city changed suddenly. The wind was howling, the sun was scorching, and standing on the city wall, all you could see was desolation. The enemies you face are demons, the environment is a desert, and the weather is a sandstorm. Challenge mission. Hold off the demons for 2 days and kill no less than 10,000 enemies. The demons will concentrate their forces to attack the North Gate. Optional Task 1. Kill the Demon Lord and get a reward talent enhancement card. Optional Mission 2. Destroy the demon territory and get the reward of any soldier symbol, up to 5,000. Optional Mission 3. Destroy the space channel where the demon is hiding somewhere, and you will get the reward of 100,000 refugee cards, can be summoned in batches. Seeing this, Qin Yu immediately gave the order. Tell Eli, Li Xin, and Su Xiao to leave 100 Qin elite soldiers to defend the city gate, and then lead the rest of the troops to gather at the North Gate. Promise. The scout received the order and left. Zhuge Liang's face was full of seriousness. "Lord, are you ready to go and complete the 3 optional tasks in person?" Qin Yu didn't feel anything was wrong and nodded subconsciously. "I'll take Zeman, 200 iron guards, and 2,000 white horse volunteers with me. Of course, I won't force myself. If I really can't complete it, I will withdraw immediately." Seeing this, Zhuge Liang could only sigh and say, "My lord, I hope you can understand that the Qin dynasty exists because of you. You are also the backbone of everyone in the territory. Therefore, I hope you will not take any risks." After saying this, Zhuge Liang bowed deeply. Qin Yu quickly helped Zhuge Liang up. "Don't worry, sir. I will be careful about my safety." The scout who had just gone out returned, ran to Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang, bowed and clasped his fists. "My lord, 3 generals have arrived at the tower." Qin Yu nodded and waved his hand to signal the scouts to retreat. "Sir, let's go." Zhuge Liang made a gesture of invitation. "My lord, please go first. I still need to arrange some things in the city." Qin Yu didn't think anything of it, so he headed for the North Gate Tower. Saluzi is a typical tall horse with a deep purple color and exceptionally lively eyes. Qin Yu reached out and patted Saluzi's head, and the latter immediately nudged him with her furry head. "From now on, we will have to fight side by side for a long time." Saluzi chirped, and the voice was very confident. Qin Yu smiled and climbed onto the horse. He reached out and took the iron spear handed to him by the iron guard, spurred his horse forward, and said in a cold voice, "Let's go." 200 iron guards and 2,000 white horse volunteers mounted their horses at the same time and immediately followed Qin Yu. Saluzi's talent, Horse King, is triggered, and all attributes of the master soldier's mounts increase by 20%. Taxwabai, who had been struggling to carry the iron guards, suddenly became more energetic and his steps became lighter. At the same time, the speed of the Bema Itzong suddenly increased. Qin Yu led his army out of the west gate and then took a detour to the north. There is no order for the optional tasks, just complete them. Therefore, Qin Yu decided to solve the task of the demon territory first. After that, he will try to find the space passage where the demons are hiding and finally deal with the demon lord who is in the battlefield of the North Gate. Of course, if conditions permit, Zhuge Liang would definitely send someone to complete the task of killing the demon lord first. However, Qin Yu believed that the demon siege mission was definitely not as simple as it seemed. At least in terms of difficulty, it will definitely be able to eliminate many lords who are forced to participate in the challenge. At the same time, at the North Gate of Daqin, a fiery cloud appeared in the sky ahead, and the ground was covered with smoke and dust. Suddenly, a flame lit up in the smoke. Immediately afterwards, a little devil, only half the height of a person and slightly hunched, walked towards the north gate carrying a steel fork. They have natural flames on their bodies, ugly appearances, ferocious expressions, and murderous intent in their eyes. However, demons are not beasts. When they were 500 meters away from the north gate, the demon army suddenly stopped. Suddenly, the little demons separated to the left and right, and a demon riding a strange creature, different from the other demons, came to the front of the formation. Humans, open the city and surrender immediately. Otherwise, once the city is breached, all humans inside will die. Zhuge Liang's expression remained calm when he heard this. I'm sorry, but I can't obey your order. The demon lord narrowed his eyes, raised his huge sword, and pointed it at Daqin. Attack the city. Chapter 44. Demons attack the city and attack their food supply. The moment the demon lord gave the order, the little demon rushed forward with the siege ladder like a madman. Zhuge Liang estimated that their number was at least 40,000 to 50,000. As for the elite of the demon lords, such as big demons, fire demons, etc., there must be at least 10,000 of them. General Li, lead your troops and guard the east. General Li Xian, lead your troops to guard the west. Su Xiao, lead the remaining troops and join me in resisting the enemy head-on. Promise. The three of them clasped their fists at the same time, and each led their own troops to move quickly towards the area they were responsible for. At this moment, Zhuge Liang, standing on the city wall, narrowed his eyes and calculated the distance between the little devil and the north gate of the Qin dynasty. Suddenly, Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and pointed it forward. Shoot! The Wudong flying army and some of the Qin elite soldiers had already drawn their bows and arrows. When they heard the order, they immediately released the bowstrings. Bang, bang, bang. Arrows fell in front of the city like a rainstorm. A large number of little demons were shot and fell down in a large group. Some of them had their skulls shot directly through, some had arrows piercing their chests, and some lost their ability to move as a result. Of course, on the battlefield, loss of mobility means death. Because the little devil rushing forward doesn't care why the fellows in front of him fall down. There were 3 waves of arrow rain in total, and thousands of little demons died before they even got close to the north gate. However, the demon lord sent out 10,000 little demons to participate in the siege for the first time. Therefore, even if there are thousands of casualties, the remaining ones are enough to launch a siege. The siege ladder was set up, and the little devil climbed up with a steel fork. As the commander-in-chief, Zhuge Liang still looked calm. He ordered some soldiers to drop the war supplies prepared previously, and ordered another group of soldiers to push the siege ladders out. The demons are not as evil as imagined. At most, they're just stronger than orcs. As for the flames burning on their bodies, the phenomenon should be similar to the sweat hairs on human bodies. It's just a biological characteristic and doesn't mean anything. Soon, the first little devil jumped onto the city wall, looking for its opponent with its fangs and claws bared. However, just as he locked on a Qin Ruishi who was not far away, an arrow suddenly shot his head off. The one who took action was the Wudong flying army. But the first little devil jumping onto the city wall was just a signal. Dozens of little demons jumped onto the city wall at the same time, and then began to clear the way for the follow-up troops. In front of the north gate, the demon lord saw that the vanguard team had climbed onto the city wall and immediately sent out a second vanguard team to launch an attack on the north gate. There are also a small number of big demons and fire demons among them. In fact, they're the main force of this advance team. Zhuge Liang was standing on a high place at this moment, with a panoramic view of all changes on the battlefield, and naturally noticed the demon lord's little movements. But Zhuge Liang didn't care about it at all, because in his opinion, the demon lord's behavior was just a test. Deep in the desert, a group of cavalrymen in silver armor and white helmets galloped past. They are the White Horse volunteers brought by Qin Yu. After going deep into the desert, Qin Yu did 2 things. First, he sent out 100 White Horse soldiers to act as scouts to find the location of the demon territory. Second, he once again sent out 100 riders and ordered them to search for the traces of the demon. Qin Yu's purpose was very clear. The first arrangement is to complete the mission, while the second arrangement is the key to whether he can complete the mission successfully. Supply. If the demons do not need supplies, then Qin Yu's next plan is to lure the demons out of their territory. On the contrary, Qin Yu could do something about their food supply. He doesn't need to lead them. As long as he cuts off the demon supply lines, they will naturally come to him. Report. A white horse volunteer came galloping on horseback, raising a cloud of dust. When they got close to Qin Yu, the Bema Itsong dismounted. The spies ahead reported that War Eagle discovered a group of demons, escorting a large amount of supplies towards Daqin. The so-called War Eagle is the design of the Saker falcon's nest that Qin Yu had obtained before. Of course, since they are not professional falconers, Qin Yu and Bema Itsong are unable to bring out the full capabilities of the War Eagle. However, if it is just to guide the way or explore the enemy's traces, the requirements for use will be greatly reduced. Similarly, that was also the reason why Qin Yu dared to leave the city. Without fear of being surrounded, with the marching speed of the White Horse volunteers, Qin Yu was fully capable of attacking or defending. Besides, Tianwen's sword and Saluzi both have the ability to save their lives, so Qin Yu is naturally more courageous. Let's get back to the topic. Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard the report from the Bema Itsong. He waved his hand and immediately gave the order. Order the second and third teams to go forward and test it immediately. If the demon's overall combat power is insufficient, have the 2nd Battalion immediately assist the 2nd and 3rd squads to annihilate the enemy. Promise. The Bema Itsong received the order and left. Zeman, let's go. Qin Yu called Dianwei and quickly moved in the direction pointed by the Bema Itsong. At the same time, the Iron Guards who were protecting Qin Yu's safety immediately followed. Although the speed is slow, it is loyal to its duty. Soon, a war scene of infantry and cavalry fighting appeared in front of Qin Yu. The 2nd and 3rd squads of the White Horse Volunteers belong to the 1st Battalion and are veterans of the last battle with Qin Yu. Therefore, although their number is not as large as that of the 2nd Battalion, their overall combat power shows a crushing trend. Hundreds of little demons were trapped near the supply vehicle. The 2nd and 3rd teams walked around the supply vehicle, constantly drawing their bows and shooting arrows into it. As for the 2nd Battalion, since there are more recruits, it plays a supporting role. For example, outer perimeter alert to prevent demons from taking the opportunity to escape. At this moment, Qin Yu was standing on a cliff, with a clear view of everything that was happening on the battlefield. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on a tall figure in the supply vehicle. Creature, Archdemon. Rank Silver. Level, LV-34. Race, Infernal. Introduction. The Great Demon is the elite among demons, and is usually the backbone of the Demon Lord's forces. Sima. Qin Yu raised his finger and pointed at the big devil hiding in the supply vehicle. You lead 100 Iron Guards to get rid of that big demon. I'll let the 2nd and 3rd squads clear the way for you. Promise. Dian Wei clasped his fists and accepted the order. He immediately gathered his troops and rushed to the battlefield along the dirt road. At the same time, Qin Yu asked the flag bearer to convey the combat order. On the outskirts of the battlefield, the centurions of the 2nd and 3rd squads immediately issued orders after seeing the flag bearer's actions. 10 men, step out and follow me to charge the enemy. The 2 centurions immediately rode forward, and the 18 decurions quickly followed. Cover! The other White Horse volunteers immediately bent their bows, drew their arrows, and pointed them diagonally into the air. Bang, bang, bang. A dense rain of arrows was thrown into the air, and then accurately fell on the demons near the supply vehicle. The charging centurions raised their spears high and shouted loudly. Wherever justice leads, life and death will follow. The 10 centurions responded in unison. Heaven is my witness, and the White Horse is my witness. There were only 20 people who initiated the charge, but they were instantly endowed with the momentum of 100 riders, causing the large number of little demons in the front to show expressions of fear. Chapter 45. Qin Yu's Fury, Encounter with Talent. Daqin. The siege had come to an end at this point. As for why the battle was suspended, it was of course because the Demon Lord had no way to deal with the North Gate guarded by Zhuge Liang. You know, the elite level of Qin Ruishi and Wu Dang flying army is not much worse than the big demons and fire demons in the Vanguard team. Coupled with the Qin dynasty's sophisticated weapons and Zhuge Liang's command on the city wall, the Demon Lord's offensive was naturally gradually suppressed. Suddenly, the conch shell on the table rang. Zhuge Liang's expression brightened up, and he immediately picked up the conch. Sir, what is the situation in Daqin? Everything is fine. After Zhuge Liang finished his explanation, he immediately asked, My lord, what's the situation over there? Qin Yu's voice was slightly excited. I discovered the demon supply line, and now I am leading my army to besiege their food transport team. After that, he said, Sir, I have a bold plan. If we succeed, maybe we can wipe out the demon army in one fell swoop. Zhuge Liang showed a bitter smile on his face. With his wisdom, he could naturally guess what Qin Yu's so-called plan was. To be honest, Zhuge Liang really wanted to persuade Qin Yu to come back and then hand over this dangerous task to other generals. However, based on Zhuge Liang's understanding of Qin Yu, he knew that the former might not necessarily listen to his advice now. And he also knew that the opportunity for battle was fleeting. At this moment, Qin Yu has already taken action. If someone else goes, it will inevitably waste time on the road. Zhuge Liang did not think that the demon army was vulnerable just because he successfully completed the task of defending the city. The defenders already have an advantage in siege warfare. In addition, the Qin soldiers are an elite force with complete weapons and armor, so the enemy will naturally not gain any advantage. But if it were a field battle, without the advantage, even if the Qin side could win, the price they would pay would be very high. Therefore, Zhuge Liang could only try his best to help Qin Yu improve his plan, and then provide assistance wherever he could. Report! The Bema Yizong reined in his horse, stopped, and fell to the ground. My lord, we have completely wiped out the demon squad. Qin Yu put away the conch and asked, What are the casualties? Bema Yizong reported. 3 people were slightly injured and are currently receiving treatment. It will not affect the subsequent battle. Good! Qin Yu immediately led his men down the path and moved quickly towards the battlefield. Soon, Qin Yu and his men arrived at the scene. But when Qin Yu saw the things on the so-called supply vehicle, his face became extremely gloomy and his fists clenched. The same was true for the soldiers around them. Asshole! Qin Yu gritted his teeth, his heart filled with hatred for the devil. Because the car was filled with the bodies of women and children. Not a single survivor. Aliens, damn it! Dian Wei's eyes were full of ferocity, and he raised his foot and crushed the head of the little devil next to him. Qin Yu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He cannot let hatred blind his eyes, nor can he let hatred serve as motivation to dominate the next battle. Li Heng, exist! A centurion from the 2nd Battalion heard Qin Yu's call and immediately stepped forward. Qin Yu regained his composure and said, Have someone cremate the human body on the spot. Remember, let them go in a dignified manner. As for the demons, chop off their heads and build a jingwan for them. Promise. Li Heng took the order and left. At this time, a white horse volunteer came on horseback to report. My lord, we found that there are living people on the supply trucks. Let's go and take a look. Qin Yu led his men to follow the white horse volunteers, and Dian Wei followed immediately. Not long after, Qin Yu arrived at his destination. At this time, the living people in the car had been released from the cages. It's just because the current circumstances are special that they are still under the control of the Bema Yizong. Qin Yu stepped forward and found that most of the people he rescued were Han people. Suddenly, as if they discovered Qin Yu's identity, a large number of the rescued people immediately knelt on the ground and burst into tears. Thank you for saving my life. Qin Yu dismounted and prepared to step forward to speak. But Dian Wei suddenly stopped him and said, My lord, be careful. Before leaving, Zhuge Liang talked to him alone. The content revolves around one core, which is to try to stop Qin Yu from doing something dangerous. Since he didn't know the origins of the people in front of him, Dian Wei naturally couldn't let them approach Qin Yu easily. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Qin Yu stepped forward and placed his right hand on the Tianwen sword. If there is real danger, Tianwen's sword will remind him immediately. Who among you is better at speaking? Faced with Qin Yu's question, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Soon, a young man with a slightly sturdy build stood up. My lord, do you want to know how we were captured? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment and subconsciously checked the young man's data panel. Name, Chenexine Infantry Department. Loyalty, 70. Tailan, rank gold. Talents, perseverance when fighting a general. The more serious the injury, the stronger the combat power. The upper limit is 60% of the comprehensive ability. Bloody battle, the attack power of the soldiers under your command is 5, and each time you kill one person, the attack power is 1. The upper limit is 10. Level, LV 17. Bravery, 35, capped at 70. Leadership, 30, capped at 60. Politics, 10, maximum 30. Intelligence, 20, capped at 50. Arms, none. Qin really didn't expect that there was a hero among the hundreds of people arrested, and its attributes are even more luxurious than Su Xiao's. Of course, Qin Yu, who had seen the attributes of Zhuge Liang and others, did not forget his previous purpose because of Chen Xian. Next, Qin Yu asked some questions, mainly about the demon territory and whether there are other humans. Although Chen Xian could not answer questions fluently, he helped Qin Yu understand a lot of inside information. After the questioning came to an end, Qin Yu looked at Chen Xian. Chen Xian, are you willing to join me in the next battle against the demons? In fact, after rescuing the people, they had actually pledged allegiance to Qin Yu. Of course, because they were not conquered personally, their loyalty is generally lower. However, Qin Yu's invitation at this moment made Chen Xian flattered. The key point is that his hatred for the devil is far beyond what Qin Yu and others can compare to. Therefore, Chen Xian immediately knelt on one knee towards Qin Yu. I am willing to follow you, sir, even if it means going through fire and water. Good. Qin Yu smiled and said, you will work under Zeman for the time being, and I will appoint you again after we return to the city. Promise. After Chen Xian agreed, he asked hesitantly, my lord, how are you going to resettle these civilians? Qin Yu turned and looked at Li Heng. Select 10 people from your team, bring 2 days' worth of dry food and water, and escort the civilians back to Daqin. Promise. Li Heng officially took over the rescued civilians. When Qin Yu set out, he brought 200 more snow-white horses. This was not only to prevent the war horses from getting injured and the embarrassment of cavalry turning into infantry, but also to carry more supplies. There is no need to worry about consumption. At this time, Qin Yu was only half a day's ride away from Daqin. If he really needed supplies, it would not be a problem to have them delivered. After all, there are only about 2,000 of them in total, so there is no need to act like the devil and make such a big fuss. Chapter 46, The Devil's Dilemma. The opportunity for battle has arrived. Bang! Outside the North City, in the Demon Lord's military tent, the table at the top was broken into 2 pieces. It only takes a few thousand humans to cut off our supply lines? What the hell is Mocha doing? The Demon Lord said with a cold face. Pass the order. If I don't see the supplies I want tomorrow, he will be beheaded. Yes. The messenger crawled out of the military tent, almost frightened to death by the Demon Lord's aura. Sir, we only have enough supplies to last another half day. What should we do next? A big demon walked out with a confused look on his face. The Demon Lord said coldly, if Mocha's supplies don't arrive in time tomorrow, I will personally lead the team to get rid of that troublesome rat. After saying this, he scanned the entire audience. Remember, the news of food shortage must not be spread. Yes. The demons in the military tent responded at the same time, obviously understanding how serious the matter was. Demons, like orcs, value strength above all else. But demons are more extreme than orcs. Because driven by hunger, even small demons dare to attack big demons. As the saying goes, a swarm of ants can kill an elephant. Once the little demons under him go crazy due to hunger, he, the Lord, will definitely be the first to suffer. Moreover, he never expected that humans would dare to divide their troops to cut off their supply lines when their own forces were insufficient. All I can say is that you have to finish the path you choose, even with tears in your eyes. That is the experience the Demon Lord has gained at this moment. In the desert, smoke and dust rose up. Countless arrows were thrown into the sky, and then fell to the ground with overwhelming force. A large number of little demons had their heads shot through, and some lost the ability to resist on the spot. The first and second squads of the White Horse volunteers immediately rushed forward, reaping the lives of the little demons like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. At the same time, Dian Wei led the Iron Guards to attack the Central Army. In addition to Dian Wei, Chen Xian's performance was also very good. Perhaps because of his hatred for the devil, Chen Xian was like a madman who was willing to sacrifice his life when he charged forward. Suddenly, the Bema Yitzong, who was on guard, came to Qin Yu on a fast horse. My lord, there is a demon army approaching us 30 miles away. Qin Yu's face was calm, and he asked the exact number. About 8,000, the Bema Yitzong answered. Qin Yu waved his hand. Let's explore again. The Bema Yitzong immediately took the order and left. At the same time, Qin Yu ordered, Zeman, end the battle as soon as possible. Promise. Dian Wei glared with his tiger eyes, hooked and pulled the iron halberd in his hand, and pulled a big demon in front of him, then cut off his head with a sharp knife. Dian Wei's skill frenzy is triggered, the overall combat power is 50%, and the overall combat power of his guards is 20%. Next, Dian Wei went berserk and acted like a harvester. The big devil couldn't even last 2 rounds in front of him. Soon, the demon officer in charge of escorting the supplies was split in half by Dian Wei's halberd. Seeing this, the demon's escort team lost morale and fled in panic. The Bema Yitsong seized the opportunity, stepped forward and killed the deserters. The battle lasted less than 20 minutes in total, and the demons were completely wiped out. Qin Yu stepped onto the battlefield and gave orders in a cold voice. Destroy all weapons, burn human corpses on the spot, build a jingguan with the demon heads, and evacuate the living civilians to the south. Li Heng, you are responsible for this matter. Promise. Li Heng immediately took the order and left. Soon, the battlefield was cleaned up and Qin Yu led his team out of the battlefield. Soon, a fully armed demon army arrived on the battlefield. Unfortunately, the battle was over by then, and Qin Yu and the others had disappeared without a trace. Hateful. Mocha, who was wearing iron armor and holding a big axe in his hand, cursed. Obviously, he did not expect Qin Yu to defeat his escort team in just half an hour. No, I have to deliver the supplies in time, otherwise that guy will definitely use this as an excuse to kill me. When Mocha thought of the demon lord's orders, he felt a chill in his heart. Retreat! Report, the demon army has retreated. The Bema Yitsong immediately reported to Qin Yu. Since you've already chased them out, why are you suddenly retreating? Qin Yu frowned, looking somewhat puzzled. But he soon figured out the key points. The key lies in the demon's temperament. If there was a death order from above, then there would be a reason for the demon army's sudden retreat. If so, it can be put into operation. Qin Yu waved. Bring me the map. Dian Wei took the map from an iron guard and handed it to Qin Yu. Above is the map sketched by the Bema Yitsong. There was a swirling pattern painted on one of the spots. That was the quicksand area that was accidentally discovered by the Bema Yitsong, who were acting as scouts. If the demons were randomly dropped in like us, they definitely don't know there's quicksand over there. Qin Yu put away the map, a thoughtful look on his face. Give it a try. If it works, the overall situation will be determined. Otherwise, it's not too late to withdraw. After Qin Yu made the decision, he immediately issued the combat order. First and second teams, catch up with the demon army, and then try to lead them to the east. The rest of you, follow me. Daqin arrived at noon, and it was already dusk. In 5 hours, the demon lord attacked the city 8 times. This is the 9th time. Each time the force is stronger than the previous one, and the ferocity makes people look sideways. But the demon lord's efforts were in vain. The walls of Daqin City were high and thick, and the construction alone took 7 days. And now the one commanding on the city wall is Zhuge Liang. He was as steady as a rock, and there was no way he would give the demon lord any chance to take advantage of him. Just as the Qin soldiers were preparing for a new round of battle, a horn suddenly sounded in the demon camp. Afterwards, the army retreated like a tide, and the speed was so fast that the people on the city could hardly react. Zhuge Liang looked at the retreating army of demons, and an incredible idea came to his mind. On the table, the sound of a conch shell was heard. Zhuge Liang turned around and walked to the table and picked up the conch. My lord, the demon army outside the city has withdrawn. Qin Yu stood on a high slope, holding a conch shell, and sneered. They have to retreat even if they don't want to. There are only 8,000 elite soldiers left in the demon territory, but now they are all dead outside. If the fight continues, we can finally drag him to death. Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. My lord, you mean that among the 8,000 elite soldiers, not a single one escaped? Qin Yu smiled. He left a few messengers behind. Otherwise, how could he have retreated? While Zhuge Liang was amazed at Qin Yu's achievements, he also immediately realized that the opportunity for battle had arrived. He just asked, My lord, what do you think we should do next? Qin Yu said directly, You guys go out of the city and chase them. I will set up an ambush on the road they must pass through. Remember, don't bite too hard, just make them run for their lives. As long as the 2 armies behind us meet, we will be able to annihilate the enemy. After saying that, Qin Yu added, Of course, the specific arrangements over there are up to you, sir. If anything unexpected happens, we'll contact you. Promise. After Zhuge Liang finished answering, he saw the conch fade and immediately said to the soldiers at the door, "Immediately call General Eli and General EX in to discuss the matter." Chapter 47. Lure the enemy deep into the valley and set an ambush. Somewhere in the desert, the ground was littered with the corpses of giant demons in full armor. At this time, Qin rode his horse forward and came in front of a demon who was dressed differently from the other big demons. "Tell me the information I want, and I'll give you a quick death." At this time, Mocha's hands and feet had been cut off, and his heavy breathing sounded like a blower. "Don't even think about it." Mocha's eyes widened, with an expression that showed he was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Qin gave him a cold look and turned away. "Kill him." Puff! The Iron Guard raised his sword and beheaded Mocha on the spot. The White Horse volunteers rode forward and reported, "My lord, all our men have been evacuated." Qin nodded, organized the troops, and set off immediately. "Promise." The Bema Yitzong rode away on horseback. Qin turned his head and looked at the endless desert. At least 3,000 elite demons are buried there. In fact, although Qin previous plan to lure the enemy was simple, the conditions and steps required to complete it were somewhat harsh. First, 2 necessary conditions must be met. First, the demons don't know the current terrain of the desert. Second, Mocha must be on top. Only when the above prerequisites are met can the subsequent arrangements take effect. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time. As for the arrangement, Qin took 3 steps. The first step is to have someone tie a rope and enter the quicksand area to find a safe route. The place doesn't need to be big, as long as it can accommodate thousands of soldiers. The second step is to arrange 2 other Bema E teams to wait halfway after determining a safe route. They would tie branches to the horses' tails to create a cloud of dust as a cover. The third step is to successfully lure Mocha into the trap. As long as the plan goes smoothly, even if Mocha's team can escape, they will basically appear in front of Qin as a defeated army. What happened next was that Mocha was completely annihilated. 2 prerequisites and 3 steps allowed 8,000 elite demons to be completely buried here. In reality, the plan was far from clever. If he had been a little more cautious, Qin plan would not have come true. But it is precisely because of this that Qin added the condition that Mocha must be drunk to the 2 prerequisites. Otherwise, his plan would not have gone ahead from the beginning. In a valley somewhere in the desert, there are many diamond-shaped earth thorns growing on both sides. The shortest route between Daqin and the demon territory is the valley in front of us. The demon lord had no other choice, because he no longer had enough food to feed the demons under his command. If he couldn't return to his territory in time, the army he brought would soon collapse. Of course, Mocha's death was also very fatal. Because of his death, there was no one responsible for the logistics of the demon lord. Moreover, the 8,000 elite soldiers that have been lost are the key to defending the demon territory. The supply line is cut, but there is still a way to solve it. But if the territory is lost, the demon lord will have no way out. Therefore, he must return to the demon territory as soon as possible. No choice. That loser Mocha, if he's not dead, I will definitely tear him into pieces. The demon lord chopped off the earth spikes on the side of the road with one sword, his face full of ferociousness. "And those humans? Just wait for me. I will definitely come back. Sorry, you don't stand a chance." The sudden sound echoed in the valley. The demon lord seemed to have thought of some horrifying scene and immediately looked up, looking for the source of the sound. Not long after, he saw Qin riding on Saluzi above the valley. At the same time, 2 huge earth spikes above the valley exit were cut in half. Boom! The huge rock fell to the ground, directly blocking the exit of the valley. At the same time, countless pieces of rubble rolled down at the entrance of the valley. Although the road was not completely blocked, a slope was formed under human control. At the entrance, Zhuge Liang ordered, "General Eli, you lead the army to stop the demon army. General Exine, you lead the army to build a high wall. Su Shao, you lead the Wu Dang flying army to occupy the commanding heights." Above the valley, Qin raised the Tianwen sword and swung it downwards. The Bema Yitzong abandoned their horses, walked to the cliff, picked up the stones nearby, and threw them down. After throwing the stones, shoot arrows. If all the arrows are shot, just use your weapons to dig sand in the valley. Anyway, Qin has only one goal, to beat the demon army in the valley to death. Seeing this, the demon lord had no choice but to bite the bullet and give the order. all troops gather at the entrance. Break through the human defense line at any cost. When he retreated from the north gate of Dachin, he only had 30,000 little demons and more than 2,000 elite soldiers left. If he doesn't concentrate his forces, he will most likely die in battle here today. The demon lord no longer cares about the loss at this moment, because under the stimulation of Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang, his goal has become to return to the demon territory alive. However, Zhuge Liang's arrangement on the earthen hill made him completely despair. The valley passage is not narrow, but it cannot accommodate 100 riders at the same time. Therefore, before the demon lord gave the order, Zhuge Liang arranged the beast riders who had never had the opportunity to participate in the battle into 2 rows. The beast rider was covered in armor, with only a pair of eyes exposed. With this lineup charging from top to bottom, and assisted by the tonnage of the iron-armored beast, Qin Yu was completely unable to calculate the psychological area of the demon lord at this moment. Kill! Although the demon lord was filled with despair, he was still unwilling to give up and gave the order to charge. Heavy cavalry versus infantry, and the battlefield is a crushing charge from top to bottom. To be honest, the outcome of the battle was no suspense. The wave of little demons was instantly smashed by 50 beast riders, and then chased again by 50 beast riders following behind. Don't think that this is all Zhuge Liang's arrangement. When the charge speed of the beast cavalry slowed down, Zhuge Liang immediately ordered the Wudong flying army on high ground to cover their retreat. Obviously, Zhuge Liang intends to use the beast riding and terrain to completely destroy the mentality of the demon lord. Due to the terrain, the demon lord's human wave tactics could not be deployed at all. If you rush forward, you will be trampled back and forth by the wild beasts. If you walk back, you will be beaten into a pulp by Qin Yu in the valley. There is no need to analyze further at this moment, because the situation cannot get any worse than it is now. Since you're going to die anyway, I can't let you have an easy time. The demon lord roared, and the flames on his body became deeper. He led his elite troops to kill all the little demons that blocked the way. He is not giving up on himself, but is ready to lead his elite troops to fight to the death. On the hill, Eli saw the demon lord rushing towards him, and fighting spirit rose in his eyes. Just as Eli was about to take the initiative to step forward and fight the demon lord, a dull voice suddenly sounded behind him. My lord said that if we delay, something bad will happen, so he ordered me to help you kill this guy. The person who spoke was Dian Wei. Along with him came 500 iron guards whose average level reached LV 30. It was obvious that Qin Yu was surprisingly cautious and only wanted to use crushing force to deal with the demon lord. Perhaps in Qin Yu's view, any enemy that has not fallen poses a threat. Chapter 48. Split the troops into 2 groups and attack the Devil's Land at night. It is undeniable that the demon lord's desperate move was smart. But because he was schemed against by Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang from the beginning to the end, he had no chance of turning the tables. Even if you try your best, it won't work. Moreover, the combination of Eli and Dian Wei was too powerful, and they captured the demon lord alive in 3 rounds. As for the remaining so-called elite, the beast riders charged twice, and the iron guards crushed them mercilessly. In just 10 minutes, the elite troops brought by the demon lord had turned into corpses on the ground. Soon, the fighting in the valley came to an end. Qin Yu's order was very simple, which was to completely annihilate the demon army. Therefore, with the support of sufficient arrows, the Wudong flying army shot and killed most members of the demon army in the valley in a short while. Upon seeing this, Zhuge Liang immediately ordered Li Xin and Su Xiao to lead the Qin elite soldiers to advance towards the battlefield and kill the remaining demons. At the same time, Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang successfully joined forces. But before the 2 of them could say anything, Eli and Dian Wei came closer, suppressing the demon lord. He was a little embarrassed at the moment. Both of his hands were cut off, one of his eyes was blinded, and there was a wound on his chest so deep that the bone could be seen. The 2 Eli raised their feet and kicked, causing the latter to kneel in front of Qin Yu in a very embarrassing way. Qin Yu held the Tianwen sword and asked, "Where is the space passage?" The demon lord spoke vaguely with blood flowing from his mouth. "My son will avenge me." "Don't want to say it?" Qin Yu glanced at him. "Drag him away and kill him." "Promise." Eli forced the demon lord away and prepared to take action himself. Qin Yu turned and looked at Zhuge Liang. "Sir, I want to take advantage of the victory and directly capture the demon territory. What do you think?" Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan. The army brought by the demon lord has been completely annihilated. The 8,000 elite soldiers remaining in the demon territory also died in your hands. I think there is absolutely no problem. After analyzing the situation, Zhuge Liang suggested, at present, there are 400 Qin elite soldiers left to defend the city. My lord, if you leave me another 200 Wudong flying soldiers, I can keep the great Qin safe. Qin Yu nodded and said, in that case, let's do as you say. Next, the two men split into two groups. Zhuge Liang returned all the way to Daqin to ensure the safety of the territory. Qin Yu led the army northward, taking advantage of the weak defenses in the demon territory and trying to capture it in one fell swoop. Qin Yu arrived at his destination smoothly. If calculated according to the time of the universal continent, it should be 8 o'clock in the evening. As it was not completely dark yet, it was convenient for Qin Yu to march, so he could march so fast. At this time, a cavalryman came galloping from a distance. When they got closer, the scouts of the front army could see clearly who was coming. Let him go. The scouts of the front army gave orders, and the white horse volunteers put down their longbows with arrows already on them. The cavalryman came straight to Qin Yu more than 10 meters away, reined in his horse and stopped, clasped his fists and said, my lord, the first squad of the 1st Battalion of the White Horse Volunteers has applied to return to the team. As soon as the words fell, smoke and dust rose not far away. The visitors were none other than the 1st squad of the 1st Battalion of the White Horse Volunteers that Qin Yu had sent out earlier. Qin Yu looked at the newcomers and asked, how did you complete the task assigned to you? Bai Ma Yi Song reported back. After Lord Zhu Di gave the order, we rode quickly to the outside of the demon territory and blocked all exits. Until just now, we have killed 78 demons in total, more than half of which were deserters who ran back from the front line. At present, the demon territory has not received any news that the army that went out to fight has been defeated. Good. Qin Yu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he heard this. When Qin Yu gave the task to the first team, he was thinking about the next move. If his plan failed, he would send a war eagle to convey a message, ordering them to retreat. On the contrary, Qin Yu can completely cut off the connection between the demon territory and the outside world. As for the purpose, of course, it is for the next siege. Qin Yu raised his hand and gave the order. All troops dismount and rest. No stoves or fires are allowed. Send General Eli, General Li Xian, Chen Xian, and Su Xiao to discuss this matter. Qin Yu's order was executed immediately. Soon, four people arrived at the tent. My plan is to use the cover of night to quietly send troops to seize the northern gate of the demon territory. After that, once the city gates are opened, we will use the cavalry to clear the way and the infantry to assist, and we will push away the resistance in the demon territory. Eli and others suddenly realized. It turned out that Qin Yu had cut off the connection between the demon territory and the outside world by making arrangements here. Qin Yu drew his sword, and the tip of the sword landed on the sketch map. General Li Xian, you lead 100 Qin elite soldiers, 100 Wu Dang flying soldiers, and 4 cloud ladders to complete the first step of the plan. General Eli, as soon as the city gate opens, you will immediately lead 100 beast riders to support General Li Xian and make sure to defend the city gate. Promise. Eli and Li Xian stepped out and clasped their fists to receive the order. Qin Yu looked outside the tent. Next, just wait until dark. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the sky became completely dark. Qin Yu and his men led their troops to quietly march towards the demon territory, and in less than a moment they arrived at the preset location. Superior, Qin Yu gave the order. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately took the elite troops he had selected and carried ladders to the demon territory. When they were halfway there, Li Xian raised his hand and waved, signaling the Wudong flying army to shoot the little demon on the city wall. Bang, bang, bang. The little devil with flames on his body is a target at night. The Wu Dang flying army shot their arrows accurately and eliminated the targets that showed up in just 2 or 3 shots. Arriving at the foot of the city, Li Xian gently set up the ladder and personally led the Qin warriors to climb the city wall. Afterwards, Li Xian and his soldiers continued to eliminate the demons stationed on the city walls. At this point, the mission is half completed. After a long time, accompanied by a slight sound, the north gate was pushed open. Seeing this, Qin Yu drew out the Tianwen sword and pointed it forward. The time has come. All troops attack. Upon hearing the order, Eli immediately led the troops assigned to him by Chinyu and rushed towards the city gate. At the same time, the demons in the city also noticed the movement under the north gate and immediately ran to reinforce. Li Xian led his troops to fight hard against the attacks of the demons in the city and fought to the death. Although the beast cavalry is heavy cavalry, it is not fast. But when it reaches a certain sprint speed, a distance of hundreds of meters is nothing to the ironclad beast. Brotherly, don't panic. The evil is coming. Eli took the lead and rode the iron-armored beast king directly into the group of demons, waving the long-handled axe in his hand and killing those who approached. Reinforcements have arrived. Everyone follow me and charge. Seeing that the beast cavalry had arrived, Li Xian quickly reorganized his troops and seized control of the city gate. Afterwards, among the large army led by Chinyu, the Bema, he was the second one to arrive at the city gate. They moved in one smooth motion, drawing their bows and arrows, aiming at the demons in the city gate and shooting them one by one. Soon, Chinyu led a large army into the battlefield. From then on, the Qin side completely seized control of the north gate and successfully repelled the reinforcements of the demons in the city. Seeing that his plan had been successful, Chinyu immediately gave the order. General Eli, lead the army to seize the south gate. General Li Xian, lead the army to seize the west gate. Su Xiao, lead your troops to seize the east gate. I will make all the demons in this territory die here today. Chen Xian, take 500 iron guards to rescue the humans in the city to prevent some demons from getting killed. Promise. Eli and others received the order at the same time, immediately assembled their troops, and advanced towards the capture areas they were responsible for. Chapter 49. The Death of Mosey and a Large Amount of Spoils. Chinyu narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw everyone leaving. Zeman, come with me to the city lord's mansion. I want to see where the demon lord gets the confidence to think his son can avenge him. At this time, the son who was highly expected by the demon lord was frantically organizing defense in the lord's mansion. Of course, he did not think that the power in his hands was enough to stop Chinyu's army. Therefore, his real purpose was to delay time in order to activate the space channel in the lord's mansion and escape back to purgatory. However, Chinyu's subsequent attack was too fierce. Qin's elite soldiers, the Iron Guard Battalion, the Wudong Flying Army, and the White Horse Volunteers cleared the way for them, and in less than 10 minutes they reached the Lord's mansion. Dianwei even put on heavy armor himself and led the Iron Guard Battalion to attack the gate of the Lord's mansion. With a loud bang, the two iron gates were pushed down directly by the Iron Guard Battalion. Kill! Dianwei triggered his skill Berserk and charged into the enemy camp on the spot, unstoppable. At the same time, the Iron Guard Battalion, which was strengthened by him, seemed to be invincible, following Dianwei and fighting together with the elite demons in the Lord's mansion. Chinyu rode on Saluzi and led his army into the Lord's mansion. He immediately saw the son of demon in the hall, fiddling with something. Zeman, stop him. When Dianwei heard this, his eyes turned, and he immediately saw the figure in the hall. He took off the flying spear from his waist and threw it towards the opponent. Click! The top core of the energy gate that had just been erected was shattered on the spot by Dianwei's flying spear. No! The son of demon looked behind him angrily. At this moment, he just wanted to find the person who had cut off his life and then tear him into pieces. But he didn't have to bother looking for him. Dianwei had already jumped out of the crowd and smashed towards him with his iron halberd raised high. Fighting alone, the demon lord is no match for Dianwei. So how could his son possibly stop him? Boom! Although the son of demon used his giant sword to block Dianwei's iron halberd, he fell to one knee and spit out blood because of the force from the weapon. How can a human be so strong? You're not much better than your father. Dianwei kicked the devil's son away and at the same time swung his iron halberd to behead him. Soon, the battle in the Lord's mansion came to an end. The Iron Guard Battalion was responsible for cleaning up the battlefield, while the Qin Ruishi, led by the other centurions, went to support other fronts. A large number of energy crystals were put together, and weapons and equipment were piled up into a small hill. Of course, what is more important is the collection in the Lord's mansion, which is also the reason why Chinyu is eager to capture the Lord's mansion. A son of the devil, it's not worth it for him to go to so much trouble. But if the devil's son absconds with the money in the subsequent battle, it will be a huge loss for Chinyu. Therefore, eradicating the roots is just an excuse, and coming here to protect one's own spoils is the fact. "My lord, the spoils have been counted." The Bema Itsong handed over a form listing the things found in the lord's mansion, not to mention the precious weapons and equipment in it. Those are the weapons and equipment of the devil. Except for some common accessories, they basically have to be thrown into the weapon refining mountain for recasting. Chinyu valued some blueprints or some high-quality special materials more. The result did not disappoint Chinyu. The number of special materials of excellent and perfect grades on the list alone reaches 20,000 units. As for other materials used to make weapons and equipment, there are countless of them. There are also many human buildings in the blueprint, and many of them can be used by Chinyu at this stage. In addition, there are various rare treasures and a kind of square crystal block. Item: energy crystal. Type: resource. Rank: excellent. Effect: condensation of energy crystals can be converted into 100 units of energy crystals. Introduction: a high-concentration crystal block produced from the place where energy converges. It has a variety of functions, far beyond the reach of energy crystals. Chinyu tossed the energy crystal in his hand, with a thoughtful look on his face. At this time, a Qin soldier ran in to report. "My lord, the East Gate, West Gate, and South Gate have all been taken." Chinyu put down the energy crystal in his hand and gave an order. "Order General Eli, General Li Xian, and General Su Xiao to guard the city gates and not let any demons escape." "Promise." Qin Ruishi took the order and left. Chinyu waved his hand and called over a volunteer on a white horse. "Send the order. Have all the Qin elite soldiers and the centurions of the Wudong flying army lead their troops, with the Lord's mansion as the center, and sweep outward. Remember, don't push too hard. Try to drive them towards the city gate. Then cooperate with the city gate defenders to capture them in one fell swoop." "Promise." The Bema Itsong received the order and left. Chinyu continued to sit in the hall of the Lord's mansion, as steady as a rock. Next, all we have to do is wait. The killing in the demon territory lasted from 10 o'clock in the evening to 3 o'clock in the morning. All the demons in the city were killed. The humans rescued by Su Xiao included men, women, young and old, totaling more than 13,000 people. Chinyu then ordered the soldiers to load the captured supplies onto trucks and place the flammable materials throughout the city. When everything was ready, Chinyu immediately ordered the entire army to withdraw from the demon territory, and then sent people to set fire to the flammable materials in the city. Boom! The orange-red flames covered the entire demon territory, causing many humans who had been captured before to burst into tears. They were mourning their loved ones who were killed by the devil. I'm even more heartbroken about why they didn't hold on a little longer. If they had held on a little longer, wouldn't they have been rescued just like me? Of course, there are no ifs in the world. All Chinyu could do was to kill all the demons and destroy the sad place before him. That was all. Set off. Chinyu waved his sword and gave an order, and the entire army immediately set out in the direction of Daqin. Because he was carrying civilians, Chinyu could not march as fast as before and could only walk and rest for a while. However, Chinyu did not take this little thing to heart. To be honest, being able to accept 10,000 people at once is definitely a good thing for Daqin. The first batch of crops planted will be harvested tomorrow. The same thing happened in the following days. Therefore, Chinyu was not worried about the food problem, but was only concerned about how long it would take Daqin to convert these people into productivity. Just when Chinyu was distracted, the reminder from the universe continent sounded again. You have completed the challenge mission, optional mission 1, optional mission 2, optional mission 3. Would you like to leave the mirror battlefield immediately? Chinyu chose to ignore the above prompts. In fact, when the demon lord died, the universe continent had already notified him once. However, Chinyu wanted to take over the demon territory in one fell swoop, so he ignored the reminder from the universe continent. Now I don't want to gamble. After all, given the operating habits of the universal continent, who knows whether it will withhold the spoils it has captured? If he really doesn't return the things to Chinyu, wouldn't he be at a big loss? Besides, the challenge lasts for 2 days, and only 1 day has passed. Chinyu now has plenty of time to slowly walk back to Daqin. Anyway, the universe can't punish itself for this, so who cares? Chapter 50. 20 consecutive draws, talents emerge. Daqin. On the north gate wall, the Qin soldiers stationed there looked forward. Amid the rolling dust, a man wearing bright armor and riding a tall horse came towards Daqin. Qin Ruishi was one of the elite troops of the Qin dynasty, so he could naturally recognize who was riding on Saluzi. Qin Ruishi shouted to his colleagues not far away. My lord, return to the army. Open the city gate. At this time, Zhuge Liang, who received the news, immediately brought officials from various chows to the square. They were not only there to welcome Qin Yu, but also to take over the population and resources that Qin Yu brought. Greetings, my lord. In the square, many officials bowed and saluted. Qin Yu waved his hand, signaling them to stand up. The victory of this war is inseparable from everyone's efforts. When everything is settled, I will give you another reward. Thank you, my lord. Everyone bowed quickly, their faces full of joy. Qin Yu nodded, turned sideways and said to Eli and the others, Generals, please take the soldiers back to the barracks and report to the Lord's mansion later. Promise. Eli and others took the order and left, leaving only Jian Wei to escort Qin Yu back to the Lord's mansion. Qin Yu left, and the officials in the square began to work. The new population needs to be registered, and then their destinations need to be arranged according to their abilities. The captured resources and spoils need to be classified and stored. Some weapons and equipment that need to be recast must be handed over to the military sergeant after registration, and then the military sergeant will transfer them to the weapon refining mountain. Although considering the current scale of Daqin, this is a bit troublesome. Without rules, there will be no order. Some things need to be cultivated and cannot be achieved overnight. Besides, it's just a few more steps, so it's not that troublesome. There was a flash of light outside the city, and Daqin returned to the maple forest. Congratulations. You have completed the challenge and officially become the true lord of the universe continent. Congratulations. You have completed optional task 1 and received the reward, Talent Enhancement Card X1. Congratulations. You have completed optional task 2 and received the reward, 1 soldier symbol of any type, up to 5,000. Congratulations. You have completed optional mission 3 and received the reward, 100,000 refugee cards can be summoned in batches, X1. The above are the personal tips Qin Yu received. Then came the world announcement from the universe continent. From today on, the growth cycle of all replanted crops and cash crops on the universal continent will double. From today on, refugee cards will no longer appear in the treasure chests of the universal continent. Refugees will only be refreshed based on the progress of territory construction. In the study, Qin Yu whispered, I knew it would be like this. There are better crops above the basic level, but basic level crops can also meet the daily needs of civilians. Such a thoughtful setting is totally inconsistent with the behavioral logic of the universal continent. Qin Yu even suspected that the doubling of the growth cycle of crops would not be repeated only once. Of course, that actually had no effect on Qin Yu. Or it could be said that there is no impact at present. Qin Yu clicked on the talent enhancement card. After some consideration, he decided to use this prop on the hidden dragon. Talent determines the upper limit, hard work determines the future. Zulong and Soldier Lord are very powerful, but the areas they add bonuses to are all territories, which have little to do with Qin Yu himself. Hidden Dragon is different. It increases Qin Yu's upper limit. Therefore, when making choices, he will naturally tend to prefer those that are more advantageous to him. You use the talent enhancement card on Hidden Dragon. Its rank is upgraded to the royal level, and its attribute effects are changed. The card in Qin Yu's hand turned into starlight and disappeared. Nothing seems to have changed. Qin Yu opened his data panel and checked the relevant information of Qianlong. Talent name, Hidden Dragon. Talent level, Emperor level. Talent effect 1. When serving as a ruler, the loyalty of your civil and military officials will not decline easily, and your civil and military officials' administrative efficiency will increase by 10%, and their command ability will increase by 10%. Talent effect 2. When serving as a ruler, personal luck is 50%, territory luck is 50%, and the luck of civil and military officials under your command is 10%. Talent effect 3. When serving as a ruler, you will have a clear mind, be calm and cautious, have 40% brain area, and 200% learning ability. Talent effect 4. After becoming king, this talent will become a permanent personal ability. Talent introduction. A dragon hidden in the water, flying in the sky, with the purple stars shining. The throne will finally be decided. Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he saw this. Not only have a few more talent effects been added, but the data has also doubled from the previous level. That means that no matter what Qin Yu does from now on, he will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Qin Yu calmed down and whispered, Since we are so lucky, let's just go for the big one. After saying this, Qin Yu muttered to himself, Use 20,000 energy crystals to give me 4-5 draw combos. The turntable appeared, then quickly disappeared, turning into rows of data. Ding, you get 1 Emperor-level Zhuge Liang, 1 excellent-level medicinal field design, 2 whiteboard-level shower equipment, and 1 epic-level weapon manufacturing guide. Ding, you get Emperor-level Meng Tian times 1, blank-level Qin Rue soldier talisman, 1000, times 1, legend-level Mo Tingju lair design times 1, excellence-level sweet apple sapling times 20. Ding, you get 1 Emperor-level Sang Hongyang, 200 excellent-level rice seeds, 1 whiteboard-level Qin Rue soldier talisman, 1000, and 20 excellent-level yellow ox cubs. Ding, you get King-level Yuan Kai X1, perfect-level Ling Tian X40. When Qin Yu saw what he had drawn, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Although there were many duplicates and items of low value, overall, Qin Yu made a lot of money. First of all, except for Zhuge Liang, the other character cards have not existed before. 2 Emperor level and 1 King level, and there is absolutely no conflict in their abilities. Especially Sang Hongyang. He was not only a politician, but also a famous financial expert in ancient history. At present, Qin was transforming into private ownership, and Sang Hongyang could be said to have arrived at the right time. As for Yuan Kai, he was an expert in architecture. For example, the construction of Daxing City and the eastern capital Luoyang during the Sui dynasty was supervised by him. Although Fan Chun worked diligently, due to his limited ability, most arrangements had to be handled by Zhuge Liang. Therefore, the appearance of Yuan Kai just took over Fan Chun's position, so that Zhuge Liang could have more time to do other things. Use Zhuge Liang's enhancement card directly, give the building design to the engineering officer, and give the seeds, saplings, and cubs to the farming officer. The weapon production illustrations will be sent to the weapon refining mountain, and the military talisman will be sent to the Lantian camp together with the military talisman rewarded by the mission later. As for the whiteboard-level shower equipment, to be honest, this thing is as eye-catching as the braised pork last time. But at least the braised pork is still edible. What use is this thing at this stage? Qin Yu shook his head speechlessly. Not only is it an eyesore, but it happened twice in a row. It's really an eye-catcher. After Qin Yu finished complaining, he called out to the door, "Someone come." The butler gently pushed open the wooden door and said, "My lord, what do you want?" Qin Yu was tidying up the things on the table and said, "Please come to the study, sir." "Promise." The butler took the order and left. The moment the door closed, Qin Yu threw the 3 cards in his hand forward. Chapter 51. Meng Tian, Sang Hongyang, and Yuan Kai. 2 middle-aged scholars and a young general appeared in the study. The 3 of them saluted at the same time. "Greetings, my lord." Qin Yu stood up and bowed to them in return. "Now is the time when the Qin dynasty is in need of reconstruction. I hope you can help me and create a great cause together." The 3 of them were flattered and immediately said, "It is our honor to share the Lord's worries." At this time, the butler's voice sounded outside the door. "My lord, Mr. Zhuge has arrived." Qin Yu raised his hand and said, "Please come in, sir." "Promise." At the door, the butler gently pushed open the door. "Sir, please." Zhuge Liang nodded and walked slowly into the study. "Greetings, my lord." Coming to the table, Zhuge Liang bowed to Qin Yu. Qin Yu waved his hand, indicating that Zhuge Liang did not need to be so polite. He then introduced them to Zhuge Liang. "These 3 are the talents I have recruited recently." Next, there is the inevitable conversation. Because they had lost their memories of their past lives, none of them knew each other. So Qin Yu needed to make Zhuge Liang understand that Sang Hongyang and the other 2 were truly capable. Zhuge Liang's contribution to the Qin dynasty is obvious to all. However, Sang Hongyang and the other 2 had just arrived. If they were given high positions right from the start, some people would definitely be dissatisfied. However, if those in power have Zhuge Liang's endorsement, their process of taking office will become very easy. It's not that Qin Yu's words are ineffective, but that Zhuge Liang's work image is too good. Secondly, it was usually Zhuge Liang who interacted with the students, and Qin Yu rarely had direct contact with them. Therefore, in terms of work, Zhuge Liang's recognition in the students' minds is naturally higher than Qin Yu's sudden promotion. Of course, during the conversation, Qin Yu did not forget to check the data panels of the 3 people. Name, Meng Tian, Infantry and Cavalry. Loyalty, 100. Tailan, rank Royal. Talents, First Warrior. When fighting a general, your overall combat power is 50%, and the opponent's overall combat power is reduced by 10%, 20%. Strong Qin, when the soldiers under your command are Qin Ruishi, Your own bravery is 2, command is 1, intelligence is 1, and the overall combat power of Qin Ruishi is 20%. Defend against enemies. When fighting with aliens, your overall combat power is 20%, and each time Qin Ruishi kills an alien, the attack power is temporarily increased by 2 with a maximum of 20. Level, LV10. Bravery, 50, up to 98. Leadership, 50, up to 99. Politics, 40, capped at 80. Intelligence, 30, capped at 70. Arms, Golden Fire Cavalry. Note, the relevant construction drawings of the Golden Fire Cavalry have been included in the Lord's construction column and can be viewed at any time. Meng Tian's attributes are very luxurious. When war breaks out, Meng Tian's bravery and leadership will directly increase to 100. Thinking about that kind of intensity, Qin Yu felt sorry for the alien races that would have to fight against Meng Tian in the future. As for the Golden Fire Cavalry, they are quite special. His soldiers did not come from civilians, but from Qin's elite soldiers. Simply put, it means transferring the elite warriors to stronger professions so that they can better exert their abilities. Name, Sang Hongyang. Loyalty, 100. Title, rank royal. Talents, financial expert. When in charge of the territory's finances, the territory's economic development speed will increase by 10%. The private business development speed will increase by 10%. The financial official's administrative efficiency will increase by 10%, and the tax revenue of various industries will increase by 10%. Official run system. When in charge of the territory's official run system, the official run income will increase by 20%, and the currency promotion rate will increase by 20%. Flat prices to suppress business. Prices in the territory are not likely to fluctuate, and it is not easy for businessmen to become big and affect the Lord. Level, LV10. Bravery, 10, up to 20. Leadership, 10, maximum 30. Politics, 50, max 100. Intelligence, 40, up to 99. Arms, none. Name, Yuan Kai. Loyalty, 100. Title, rank king. Talents, construction expert, construction projects in charge, consumables minus 10%, building strength 20%, construction speed 50%. Civil engineering expert, when building large cities or buildings, you can rely on the city to improve the building strength. Comprehensive attributes 20%. Engineer, officials or workers under your command have a work efficiency of 10%. Professional learning efficiency related to civil engineering or construction is 20%, and the apprenticeship rate is 20%. Level, LV10. Bravery, 15, up to 30. Leadership, 10, cap 30. Politics, 40, max 90. Intelligence, 50, capped at 95. Arms, none. The attributes of the above two people can have a direct impact on the territory, and they are both currently in urgent need. In addition, Yuan Kai's third talent can further promote the development of the territory. After all, having one person in a department be capable and having everyone in a department be capable are completely different concepts. Less than half an hour into the conversation, Zhuge Liang was amazed at the abilities of Sang Hongyang and Yuan Kai. It is precisely because he has so many interests that he can now see how powerful the two people are. As for Meng Tian's bravery, it is still unknown, but in terms of military tactics and strategic vision, he is definitely superior to generals like Eli. After that, Qin Yu's appointment of them became much simpler. With Zhuge Liang's endorsement, Qin Yu directly appointed Sang Hongyang as the director of the finance department. Although this position belonged to the household department, Sang Hongyang was actually under the management of Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang. Wang Er's ability is limited, and he is now struggling to manage the household registration alone, so it is natural that he cannot be asked to share the financial pressure. Otherwise, this old man who has followed Daqin all the way would be crushed. Yuan Kai was directly appointed by Qin Yu as the head of the engineering department, and Fan Chun became his deputy to assist in construction matters. Next, Qin Yu asked Zhuge Liang to take Sang Hongyang and Yuan Kai to familiarize themselves with the operation mode and environment of the Qin dynasty. There is no rush for work. After all, Daqin's current administrative framework has been completed, and all that is missing are a few big gears. If there are big gears, the administrative system will definitely operate more efficiently. On the contrary, according to the current size of the territory, it will basically not be affected too much. Of course, compared with civil officials, the gap in military generals is obviously larger. After all, Daqin's current situation is not good, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Moreover, What a military general needs to rise to the top is real military achievements and real abilities. If not, both his soldiers and other generals under Qin, you would be dissatisfied. Therefore, Qin Yu is not going to let Meng Tian and Sang Hongyang be the same. He wants to give Meng Tian a chance, an opportunity to do great things. If Meng Tian can successfully complete the task, he will be able to establish prestige in the army. On the contrary, Qin Yu couldn't help him. Qin Yu personally brought Meng Tian to the Lantian camp and said to him, "I will give you 2,000 Qin warriors. Tomorrow, the Golden Fire Cavalry Training Camp will be completed, and I will give you another 500 job transfer quotas. And the task I give you is to lead this new army to attack the dog-headed people's territory east of the Qin dynasty. Only victory is allowed. Defeat is not allowed." Qin Yu looks serious. "Remember, in this battle, you need to show your style. Don't let me down. Promise." Meng Tian clasped his fists and accepted the order. He is a steady person and won't brag. But he will repay Qin Yu's trust with a perfect answer. That's the way he does things. Chapter 52. Army Expansion, Organization, and First Place Rewards. When the Lords entered the mirror battlefield, the time of the universe continent was suspended. Qin Yu felt a little regretful that he didn't spend half a day more developing in the mirror battlefield. Of course, because of his early end, the time pause mechanism of the universal continent was also cancelled. Therefore, when converted, he still needs half a day longer to develop than other leaders. Although this behavior is obviously harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself, it cannot be blamed on Qin Yu. After all, it was the universe continent that set the rules, not him. As for the next plan, Qin Yu currently has no plans to deal with the enemies around him on a large scale. Previously, the surge in troops was mostly to deal with emergencies, and also to prepare for the unknown challenges after the 7-day protection period ended. Now that the protection is over and the challenge has come to an end, Qin can no longer continue on the road of war. The main theme of the world continent is war. But the cornerstones of war are national strength, money, food, population, and other factors. If the above conditions are not met, no matter how great the war potential is, it will come to an end sooner or later. Therefore, Zhuge Liang was very considerate and helped Qin Yu to settle the account afterwards. At present, Qin is not short of population. After all, Qin Yu still had a card in his hand that could summon 100,000 refugees. Therefore, the top priority now is to get all industries in Qin up and running. In order to further promote the speed of development, it is necessary to promote privatization within the territory of Qin. According to Zhuge Liang's estimation, Sang Hongyang could understand all the archives and rules of the Qin dynasty in just one afternoon. As long as the subsequent discussions between the two go smoothly, the specific implementation plan for privatization can be finalized before 8 o'clock tonight. If things go smoothly, the privatization-related regulations can be introduced tomorrow. In comparison, Yuan Kai's arrangement was much simpler. Because the internal construction of the Qin dynasty never stopped, all Yuan Kai had to do after taking office was to familiarize himself with the process and organize it. It wasn't difficult for him. After talking about internal appointments and future developments, the next thing is the military. Although the so-called challenge has ended, the military expansion plan cannot be suspended. The main reason is that there are too many enemies near Qin. Even if Qin Yu did not plan to mobilize troops to fight immediately, he could not neglect the necessary preparations. Moreover, without sufficient military deterrence, if the country develops too well, it will become a fat sheep in the eyes of others. Therefore, while accelerating the pace of development, the military force representing the territory's fist cannot be ignored. Afterwards, after discussion, Qin Yu decided to expand the Qin Rui Shi to 7,500 people. The Wudang Flying Army expanded to 4,000. The Bema Yitzung was expanded to 4,000. The Iron Guard Battalion expanded to 2,000. The Beast Riders were expanded to 200. The Golden Fire Cavalry has a strength of 500 men. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yu adjusted the organization of the troops under the generals. Qin Yu had previously assigned Elias staff of 2,100 people. Now he has been given 1,000 more Wu Dang flying soldiers, plus the expansion of the Beast Cavalry, so he has 3,200 people under his command. In addition, Qin Yu transferred Chun Xin to serve as Eli's deputy in order to strengthen the infantry combat capabilities of his army. As for Li Xin, 1,000 more Qin Ruishi were added to the establishment, bringing the total to 3,000, and Su Xiao served as his deputy. Meng Tian's army consisted of 2,500 people. Among them, 2,000 will maintain their career as Qin Ruishi, and another 500 are veterans who will be transferred to Golden Fire Cavalry later. In addition, there will be 500 veterans among the Qin Rui Shi, who will serve as Decapitation or Centurion. After the above troops were deployed, the number of troops remaining in Qin Yu's hands was 1,000 Qin Rui Shi, 2,000 Taiwei Battalion, 2,000 Wudong Flying Army, and 4,000 Beimeitso. Of course, military expansion cannot be achieved overnight. There needs to be qualified soldiers and sufficient weapons and equipment. The source of troops is not a problem. Qin Yu can summon people at any time. It is not easy to gather 10,000 soldiers out of 100,000. In terms of weapons and equipment, there is a big gap. The main reason was that Qin Yu kept selling the weapons produced in Lianqi Mountain in order to seize market share. Moreover, because the quality of weapons and equipment produced by Daqin is higher than that of other lords, its reputation has always been very good and its sales are also very good. Suppose that Daqin now has to face an unavoidable war. Qin Yu will definitely give up the business on the trading platform immediately. After all, Daqin is his root, and buying and selling on the trading platform is just a means to make money. But then again, the Qin dynasty has not encountered any opponent that is strong enough to require them to give their all. Therefore, Qin Yu decided to expand the army slowly, and there was no need to do it all at once according to his orders. Qin Yu was obviously preparing to adjust the balance of war and development in order to thoroughly consolidate the foundation of the Qin dynasty. 10 o'clock at night. Daqin. The challenge ends here, and all lords who successfully complete the task return to the universe continent. After calculation, your challenge score ranks first in the East District. You get a reward. East District Feng Shui Map. Qin Yu stopped what he was doing at the table and raised his hand to summon the card representing the reward. Item: Eastern District Geomancy Map. Type: Props. Level: Whiteboard. Effect: It records all resource reserves and topography of the East District. Note: It does not include the Lord, his subordinate territories, and artificially changed topography. Introduction: Although it is not a strategic map, it is very good if it can be used for development. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Butler, please come here, sir. Soon, Zhuge Liang came to the study. At this moment, a map 8 meters wide and 5 meters high was fully spread out on the carpet in front of the table. With just one glance, Zhuge Liang could see what the map represented and the value and strategic significance it contained. Sir, do you have any plans? Qin Yu didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Zhuge Liang cupped his hands and said, with this map, the city planning of Daqin can be further improved. In addition, the wild resources near Daqin can also be better developed. Of course, the more critical thing is the strategic significance. Qin Yu smiled. Sir, your views coincide with mine. Although the introduction says that it is not strategic, in fact, topography is very important for a war. For example, when Wei conquered Shu, it took advantage of the terrain to easily conquer Bashu. Focus on what is in front of you. Qin Yu used the terrain of Huku to stop the living dead, which was also an act of using the terrain to achieve his own strategic goals. Or the battle in Xiang Valley and the battle to kill demons. Those were all victories achieved by occupying advantageous terrain. Therefore, although the various resources recorded on the East District Feng Shui map are of higher value, in the eyes of Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang, the additional value of the East District Feng Shui map is far greater than its main function. The two continued to chat about the above topic for a while, and Qin Yu made a decision. Sir, I give you this map. Try to make as many copies as possible so that the generals can use it when they go out to fight in the future. Promise. Zhuge Liang bowed and accepted the order. After replying, Zhuge Liang was about to chat with Qin Yu for a while when he heard hurried footsteps coming from outside. Then, footsteps were heard stopping in front of the study. My lord, the White Horse volunteers who are patrolling the south have reported that the restraints on the ancient battlefield have suddenly disappeared, and a large number of living dead have escaped from the ancient battlefield and are moving towards the depths of the forest. Chapter 53. Golden Fire Cavalry, Rank of Arms. Qin Yu called the guards outside the door in and asked, Are there any signs that the living dead are moving towards the direction of Daqin? No. The Iron Guard responsible for conveying the information shook his head. Qin Yu thought about it. Pass on my military order. Immediately order General Eli to lead his troops to suppress the ancient battlefield early tomorrow morning. Remember, this battle is mainly for training. Promise. The Iron Guard took the order and left. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and analyzed. There should be something else in the ancient battlefield. At least we haven't investigated the mass grave yet. Chinyu returned to his seat, looking somewhat helpless. I'm afraid we won't know about this until General Eli finishes suppressing the ancient battlefield. Shaking his head, Chinyu stopped dwelling on the matter. He changed the subject and asked, Sir, how do you plan to resettle the next 100,000 people? Zhuge Liang smiled confidently. I think that given the size of Daqin, it would be a bit crowded to accommodate 100,000 people at once. Therefore, I suggest that Daqin should be divided into two parts, the inner city and the outer city. Then we will open up new fields outside the city to increase our sources of food. Chinyu thought about it and nodded in agreement. Okay, then follow your instructions, sir. Zhuge Liang responded. I will discuss this matter with Yuan Kai and other masters in the machinery building in the near future and work out a plan as soon as possible. The presence of the office building in Daqin is very low, but its value and status in the territory are very high. There are three types of buildings. One is a finished building like the Lantian camp or the Bema Yitsung training camp. As long as the corresponding building materials can be provided, it is only a matter of time before the rank of the building is upgraded. The second is a blueprint purchased at a general store. The upper limit of the blueprints is perfect level, and you need to figure out how to get anything beyond that on your own. Every time a building is upgraded, not only materials are needed, but also corresponding drawings. The third type is an all-in-one design, like the Beast Cavalry Training Camp or the Golden Cavalry Training Camp. As long as the initial construction is completed, subsequent upgrades will be the same as the first type of building. You only need to spend the corresponding building materials and no longer need to consume blueprints. The reason why the machinery building is important is that it helped Chinyu draw many perfect level or above general architectural design drawings. In addition, they also provided designs for common functional buildings such as grain shops, butcher shops, weaving workshops, and coin mints. Of course, the above is the work of a gifted scholar who has mastered the Mahis mechanical arts. A scholar with the talent of domineering mechanical arts mainly focuses on offensive equipment. For example, traps, crossbows, catapults, ancient chariots, etc. Or perhaps you could improve the weapons in the armory. For example, the crossbows produced previously have been improved into the Shinbi bows of the Song dynasty. It can be said that their contribution accounts for at least 20% of the rapid development of the Qin dynasty. Therefore, even Zhuge Liang had to call the craftsmen of the machinery building a master. It's not because of their high status, but out of respect for their contributions to the Qin dynasty. The next morning, the Golden Fire Cavalry Training Camp and the Magic Tingju Lair were officially completed. Qinyu's purpose of coming here is very simple. The first thing is to take a look at the quality of the new soldiers and mounts. The second reason was to boost Meng Tian's reputation. After all, it is a new army, so it is understandable to give it more support. Eli is different. He received the military order early in the morning and led his troops directly south. You can't help but admire the efficiency and execution. Besides, it wouldn't take him much time to go to the military district with Meng Tian, so it wouldn't cause any delay. At this moment, Chinyu stood on the reviewing platform, looking at the 2,500 soldiers below. The first 500 people have been transferred to Golden Fire Cavalry. His entire body was covered in pitch-black armor, with only a pair of eyes showing. As for the weapon configuration, it is not too fancy. Today, the unified configuration of the Qin dynasty's heavy cavalry is a horse lance, a long-handled blunt weapon, and 3 javelins. The horse lance is most practical for horse combat, as it can be used for chopping, cutting, smashing, and stabbing. When equipping the beast riders with weapons, Chinyu considered the suitability of the soldiers. But after being reminded by Zhuge Liang, Chinyu finally understood that there is a difference between soldiers and high-ranking generals. Although replacing familiar weapons would make them feel a little unfamiliar, once they became familiar with the new weapons, the practicality of the long-handled axe on horseback would definitely not be comparable to that of the horse lance. As for the long-handled blunt weapon, it is the iron bone dagger, which is mainly used to deal with heavy infantry and heavy cavalry. One-handed weapons are uniformly equipped with tang, horizontal swords. Cavalry, infantry, and archers are all the same. Chinyu gave a loud speech to motivate the soldiers, and at the same time, he did not forget to call up the relevant data panel of the Golden Fire Cavalry. Type: Golden Fire Cavalry. Loyalty: 100, never betray, never surrender. Rank: unparalleled. Talents: Golden Fire. When the commander is Meng Tian, the Golden Fire Cavalry has an attack power of 20%, a defense power of 20%, a charge speed of 20%, and a shock power of 20%. Fighting, when in a tough battle, the overall combat power is 20%, and each kill increases the attack power by 1, with a maximum of 20. Unity. When the Golden Fire Cavalry reaches 100, the overall attack power is 10, with a maximum of 50. Level. LV3. First Order. Attack 40. Health 40. Defense 40. Chinyu only recently figured out the specific rank mechanism of the military units. To give a simple example, the upper limit of the building grade of Lantian Camp is the Holy Weapon level, so the Qin Ruishi transformed from it belongs to the Gold level troop type. The upper limit of building rank is Blank level, Excellent level, and Perfect level, which can produce Bronze level soldiers. Epic, Extraordinary, and Legendary levels produce Silver level troops. Holy Weapon level, Artifact level, the ones trained are Gold level soldiers. The soldiers trained at the Super Artifact level are the most powerful ones. Military units are different from heroes, and the gap between their ranks is huge. For example, the attributes of the Gold level Qin Ruishi are completely incomparable to those of the Golden Fire Cavalry, and the gap is far greater. Of course, the attributes of the Golden Fire Cavalry's mount, the Mo Tongue Horse, are not bad either. Mount Nocturne. Rank Silver. Talents, Patience, 10% of marching speed, 20% of endurance, 20% of weight-bearing capacity. Vigor, 100% of physical strength. Level, LV10. Health, 40. Speed, 20. Stamina, 40. Compared to Taxwabai, the speed of Motengju is half as slow. But although both are at the silver level, the Mo Tongju excels in endurance and can bear twice as much gravity as the Taxwabai. Simply put, Snow-Treading Horse is a mount for light cavalry, while Mauding Horse is a typical heavy cavalry mount. And in terms of practicality, the Mo Tongju is slightly larger than the Taxwabai. Because in addition to being a mount for heavy cavalry, the Mo Tongue Horse can also serve as a camel horse. Strictly speaking, this behavior is a bit of a waste of talent. But since there are no suitable camel or horse mounts in the current territory, the Mo Tongue Horse is obviously the only choice. In front of the East Gate, after Qin Yu boosted the morale, he immediately drew out the Tianwen sword and pointed it towards the east. Go, soldiers, crush the foreign tribes in the east. I'm in Daqin, waiting for your triumphant return. Meng Tian raised the iron halberd in his hand, pulled the reins in his hand, raised the horse's head high, and shouted loudly, "Go to war!" The Qin Rui soldiers, who were lined up in neat rows, shouted in unison, with an astonishing momentum. Chapter 54, Privatization, Level 4 Territory. After sending Meng Tian off in the morning, Qin Yu returned to the Lord's mansion. This morning he has to approve an important plan, privatization. Zhuge Liang and Sang Hongyang have already listed all the specific rules and steps. As long as Qin Yu reviews it and nods in agreement, they can implement the plan in the territory. Next, Qin Yu, Zhuge Liang, and Sang Hongyang held a small meeting in the study. The subsequent discussion went smoothly. Qin Yu nodded at 8 o'clock and let Zhuge Liang and Sang Hongyang go ahead and do it. You guys can discuss what kind of people you need. I just want the results. Delegate authority for things you don't understand. Sang Hongyang didn't know it for the time being, but Zhuge Liang's loyalty was obvious to all. Therefore, Qin Yu had no need to doubt that there was something wrong with the plan they submitted. In fact, there are only two things he really needs to decide. One is currency, and the other is tax rate. First, let's talk about currency. On the universe continent, the currency of the lords is energy crystals. Perhaps because bright crystals have too many uses, they cannot be used as currency within the territory. Therefore, Sang Hongyang proposed using conventional copper, silver, and gold as currency materials. If conditions permit, Qin Yu will definitely use paper money as the mainstream currency. However, current conditions do not allow for the minting of high-end banknotes. So Sang Hongyang followed Qin Yu's request and made the three currencies of copper, silver, and gold into round coins. The tax rate is not complicated. Daqin does not need too many exorbitant taxes. It only needs a few taxes that can stabilize its economy. As for the proportion, Zhuge Liang and Sang Hongyang would adjust it according to the situation of the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu also believed that they would not do anything reckless. After all, Zhuge Liang is a typical infrastructure maniac. Usually, he would just make the pie as big as possible without thinking about exploiting the civilians. That is also the reason why Zhuge Liang had such prestige in Sichuan and Shu back then. As for the issues of land and houses, they are relatively routine. The ownership of the land belongs to Dachin, and the right to use the land belongs to the lessee. Whether it is farmland or residential housing, the leasing rules are almost the same. As for the rest, such as job benefits, market price management, and development issues in various industries, Chinyu only had a general understanding of them. If you don't understand something later, you can learn it slowly. There is no need to rush to fully understand the privatization plan in your hands. Today is not only the day to set out and implement privatization, but also the season for harvesting the first batch of grain. On the first day of his arrival on the Huanyu continent, Chinyu only had rice and wheat seeds in his hands. Therefore, the first batch of crops harvested were naturally rice and wheat. Now, because of the existence of the office building, Dachin has divided the warehouses into two types: resource warehouses and granaries. The resource warehouse no longer has the so-called preservation function, but instead has a more powerful storage capacity. Granaries are just the opposite. They don't have a large storage capacity, but they can preserve food to a certain extent. Farmers will be very busy after this. Not only does the harvested grain need to be processed properly, it also needs to be transported into granaries in batches, followed by a new round of sowing. In addition, Dachin's animal husbandry also improved after the cubs provided by Chinyu. Moreover, the beast rampage activities some time ago resulted in the death of a large number of beasts, and a large number of beast cubs appeared outside the city. Although not all the roaming wild animal cubs can be raised, it is not a big problem to select a dozen or so from them. At the same time, in the Lord's mansion, the butler came to the door of the study and knocked gently. "My lord, the supplies are ready." Chinyu's voice was heard in the study. "Okay, I understand." Upon hearing this, the butler retreated silently. In front of the table, Chinyu raised his hand and summoned the Lord Crystal. "Do you spend 10,000 units of energy crystals, 10,000 units of magic rock, 20,000 units of refined iron, 50,000 units of wood, and 50,000 units of stone to upgrade the Lord Crystal?" When Chinyu saw the prompt on the data panel, he couldn't help but shake his head secretly. Sure enough, no matter how many times I look at it, the numbers above can always remind me of the evil hearts of the Huanyu continent. The first 3 stages of the territory are completely benefits for novices. Today, the upgrade requirements have not only increased tenfold, but the next stage requires perfect grade special materials. To be honest, if Chinyu hadn't looted the supplies in the demon territory last time, he might have had to wait for more than half a month to upgrade the territory to the 4th level. Yes, although it was expensive, Chinyu had no choice. At the same time, a large amount of materials flew out from the personal warehouse in the Lord's mansion, and were then completely absorbed by the territory crystal that suddenly appeared in the center of the courtyard. When everything was settled, the Lord Crystal suddenly fell to the ground. Boom! The ground inside the Lord's mansion shook, and the walls grew thicker and higher, expanding outwards. Fortunately, Chinyu had reserved some space beforehand. Otherwise, the wall expanding outward would have crushed something. Next comes the changes within the Lord. The red wall rises from the ground, separating 9 courtyards. The vacant space was occupied by new houses, which were arranged full and in an orderly manner. In the backyard, there are many exotic flowers and plants, rockery, and flowing water, which are both beautiful and elegant. There are pavilions and towers in the courtyard, which make the style of the Lord's mansion even higher. To be honest, the Lord's mansion is now truly qualified to be called a mansion. Its previous scale was at most a courtyard. Chinyu's study has been moved to the 2nd floor in the backyard. He stood up and walked to the window, taking in the entire layout of the Lord's mansion. Of the 3 courtyards in front, the middle one is a pure courtyard, the left one is the office of Zhuge Liang and others, and the right one is the resting place for guards such as Dianwei. There are 3 courtyards in the middle. The house in the middle connected to the backyard is the meeting room, and the 2nd floor is Chinyu's office. The courtyard on the left is the kitchen and rest area for servants, and on the right is the warehouse and stable. There are 3 courtyards at the back. The middle one is Chinyu's personal activity area, the left one is a garden, and the right one has a small building which is used to store some important items or collections. Territory Dachin. Lord, Chinyu. Potential: Kuan Earth Power, Magic Power, 10% attack power and 10% endurance of combat units in the territory. Tier 4. Population: 41,216. Military rating: 1325. Production score: 1458. Cultural score: 546. Economic score: 1156. Medical score, 985. Seeing this, Yu couldn't help but sigh. Although the price is a bit high, the design is really good. After sighing, Yu suddenly thought that the buildings in the territory that could be upgraded to epic level seemed to have a large shortage of special materials. No, we must send people out to mine special materials as soon as possible, otherwise it will take too much time. After saying that, Yu prepared to write down this plan in his notes so as not to forget it later because of other things. Just as he turned around, the butler's voice came from the study door. "My lord, Mr. Zhuge requests to see you." "I know, I'll be there right away," Yu said as he walked out of the study and headed straight towards the meeting hall. Not long after, Yu, who had just arrived at the meeting hall, had not yet spoken when he heard Zhuge Liang speak first. "My lord, spies from the north have reported that an army of orcs is heading towards Daqin." Yu frowned slightly. "How did they find us?" As he spoke, he walked to his seat and sat down. Yu remembered that Qin Ruishi had reported to him before that they had not been discovered by the orcs. According to Qin Ruishi's character and his loyalty to him, there is basically no possibility of lying. But if they were not lying, why would the orc army head straight to Qin? Chapter 55. The Wizard is Coming. Face the enemy head-on. Seeing the confusion on Qin Yu's face, Zhuge Liang explained. "In fact, when I was observing the sky last night, I found that someone seemed to be looking for us." After saying this, a trace of shame flashed across Zhuge Liang's face. "It's my fault that I didn't notice it for a moment and thought it was just an illusion, so the enemy took advantage of it." Zhuge Liang bowed and said, "Please punish me, my lord." Qin Yu waved his hand and said, "Sir, you work hard for the great Qin day and night. If I punish you for such a small matter, wouldn't it make me look mean?" Without giving Zhuge Liang a chance to refute, Qin Yu asked, "Sir, why do you think the orcs suddenly attacked us?" The reason why Qin Yu was confused was that there shouldn't be any living creatures that could sneak into the territory currently designated by the Qin dynasty quietly. There are white horse volunteers patrolling on the ground and war eagles soaring in the sky. Even if it was magic, it would be impossible to sneak directly into the Qin territory from outside the territory. If you really have that ability, can't you just sneak into the Lord's mansion and assassinate Qin Yu? Therefore, Qin Yu could conclude that the commander of the orc army that was rushing towards Daqin must not know his background. Otherwise, unless he was kicked in the head by a donkey, it would be impossible for him to lead his army to charge towards Qin. You know, even the 100,000-strong demon army failed to capture the northern gate of the Qin dynasty. According to the information reported by the spies, the number of the so-called army was at most more than 4,000 people. No matter how strong the orcs are, can they be more powerful than the demons? Anyway, Qin Yu didn't believe it. However, Zhuge Liang quickly answered Qin Yu's questions. According to the intelligence gathered by the Lord, that army of orcs should belong to a wizard in the East District. As for the other party's abnormal behavior, there are two possibilities. First, he did something wrong and was worried that the Lord would develop. Therefore, he planned to take advantage of the early advantages of the orcs and strike first. Second, he plans to devour all the lords around him as quickly as possible. Zhuge Liang paused and continued. However, with the warning from last night, the wizard's choice should be the first one. When Qin Yu heard this, all the doubts on his face disappeared. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Since someone has offered it to me, I will do as he wishes." Zhuge Liang felt helpless. "My lord, are you going to lead the army again?" Qin Yu smiled. "Sir, don't worry, I will bring Li Xian with me this time. With him leading the charge, there's no need for me to go on the field." Zhuge Liang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's great." After that, Zhuge Liang demonstrated a series of operations on specific problems and specific analysis. Afterwards, based on the information sent back by the spies, Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang decided on the location of the battle. Not long after, Qin Yu's order reached Li Xian, causing the Qin dynasty's war system to be restarted after being shut down for a short time. This time, in addition to Li Xian's troops, Qin Yu also took away 1,000 Iron Guard Battalion, 1,000 Wudong Flying Army, and 2,000 White Horse Volunteers. The army gathered at the North Gate, and everything was ready. Qin Yu rode on Saluzi, feeling a sense of heroism in his heart. 7,000 versus 5,000. The advantage is on me. After saying that, Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. It seems that this is not a good thing to say. At this time, Li Xian rode up on his magic horse and said, "My lord, the whole army is ready." Qin Yu stopped talking nonsense, drew out the Tianwen sword, and shouted, "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, Saluzi carried Qin Yu forward. In Daqin, except for the trees in the north, the terrain is almost flat until it is broken in half by the Bai River. Therefore, Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang decided to fight a decisive battle directly on open ground. The purpose is simple. Without terrain bonus, all you have to rely on is hard power. Moreover, in open areas, the defeated had little room to retreat. Since the wizard delivered the goods to his door wholeheartedly, how could Qin Yu refuse his kindness? Eat up all the soldiers and horses brought by the enemy, and wait until Meng Tian has finished cleaning up the ogre camp, then turn around and deal with the wizard's territory. It's perfect. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the wizard sitting in the carriage suddenly opened his eyes. He just looked down at the crystal ball in front of him. The picture presented on it was Li Xian advancing with 4,000 soldiers. Were they discovered by the scouts? The wizard frowned slightly, as if he didn't expect his actions to be discovered so quickly. But it's not a big problem. It's only 4,000 soldiers. The advantage is still on my side. After saying that, the wizard immediately gave the order. Full speed ahead. He planned to launch an attack first in order to achieve the purpose of surprise attack. He knew human beings very well. Once the war situation becomes unfavorable, the human army's formation will collapse. And the human army in that state was just a toy to the orcs under his command. However, he did not know that the Orc Legion's full-speed march had been seen by the White Horse volunteers who were serving as attendants. The War Eagle swooped down from a high altitude, and when it descended to a certain height, it suddenly slowed down and landed steadily on the armor of the Bema Itzone. He took out the note he had written and stuffed it into the small bamboo tube on the eagle's claws, then raised his hand and let it fly. Not long after, Qin Yu was a little surprised when he received the news. Of course, his reaction was not slow, and he immediately ordered, "Pass the order, let General Li Xian slow down the march in the open space ahead and be ready to fight at any time." "Promise." The Bema Itzone received the order and left. Li Xian then followed Qin Yu's orders and slowed down his march when entering an open space, and remained alert at all times. Suddenly, a hoarse animal roar came from the woods on the side. A large number of orcs wearing rough armor and carrying gray-black machetes rushed towards the large army led by Li Xian in a somewhat disorganized formation. If they were caught off guard, Li Xian might have to put in some effort to block them. After all, judging from the physique of the orcs, their various data are definitely stronger than those of humans. However, Qin Ruishi was no ordinary soldier, and Li Xian was not completely defenseless. At this time, the backup plan he had prepared also came into play. Qin Ruishi, who was exposed in front of the orcs, suddenly took the square iron shield from his colleague behind him and smashed it to the ground with a loud bang. One can imagine its weight. Wudong Flying Army, shoot your arrows. The Wudang Flying Army, who had already drawn their bows and strings, raised their crossbows and shot arrows at a 45-degree angle into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rounds of arrow rain fell, and the orc army was stunned on the spot. However, at this moment, the orc hero riding on the giant wolf shouted loudly, "Don't retreat, attack." After saying that, it took the lead and rushed towards Qin Ruishi's shield formation. It's not that it's stupid, but there is no way out now. If we turn around and retreat in an open ground, wouldn't we become a real target? So now it has no better choice than to rush forward. Unfortunately, although the choice was correct, Li Xian would not let it go just because the other party was right or wrong. Li Xian rode his horse forward, holding the iron spear and rushing towards the orc hero. Clown! The two men rushed towards each other, and in a short, while they were engaging in close combat. However, at the moment of the fight, the weapon of the orc hero was forcibly shaken away. With the enemy's goal wide open, Li Xian naturally seized the opportunity and stabbed forward with his spear. Puff! The crude armor was pierced by the perfect iron spear. Its eyes were full of disbelief. It seemed as if he couldn't accept the fact that he was killed by a human in one move. But Li Xian ignored its reaction. He just roared, exerted force with his arms, and directly lifted the orc hero off his mount. His momentum was amazing. Chapter 56, Hunting Down the Wizard with All Kinds of Methods. Li Xian's act of challenging and killing the orc hero on the spot not only frightened the orc army, but also stunned the Qin Rui soldiers. The former was that he did not expect his own hero to be so fragile, and the latter was that he did not expect the opponent's hero to be so vulnerable. However, after being stunned for a moment, Qin Rui's soldiers immediately let out a thunderous shout. "The general is mighty!" Li Xin threw the orc hero away with his backhand and pointed his spear forward. "Great Qin warriors, follow me and charge." After saying this, he threw the reins and rushed straight towards the orc army. Upon hearing this, Qin's warriors changed their positions and charged forward in formation. Kill! At this moment, the two sides were less than 100 meters apart, and Li Xin rushed into the orc army in a short while. I saw him wielding an iron spear with great force. Wherever he went, corpses were scattered all over the ground. No one could stop his charge. Immediately afterwards, Qin Ruishi also rushed into the orc army, like a bulldozer, constantly pushing the orcs in front of him into the woods. Qin Yu, who arrived at the side of the battlefield at the same time, saw this and his mouth corners slightly raised. "Li Heng, you lead the 2nd Battalion of the White Horse Volunteers to cut off their retreat. Su Xiao, you lead 500 Iron Guards to attack the battlefield from the side and completely crush the morale of the Orc Legion. Promise." The two men received the order, quickly assembled their troops, and headed to the designated location to carry out the mission. At this time, a White Horse volunteer who was acting as a scout rode forward. "My lord, a carriage was found in the woods." Qin Yu nodded. "Take your men and continue to keep an eye on the carriage. Remember, don't let it run away." "Promise." The Bema Yitzong received the order and left. Qin Yu pulled the reins and changed direction. "Z-Man, bring 500 Iron Guards and 1,000 White Horse volunteers, and follow me to meet the wizard." The battlefield ahead was in a state of great defeat, and the middle-aged wizard had already learned about it through the crystal ball. In fact, even at this point, he still believed that he would not lose. Or rather, you won't lose badly. After all, the physique of the orcs is indeed stronger than that of humans. Even if I can't win, it should be okay to escape, right? But when the middle-aged wizard saw Qin Yu and his men rushing towards him, he was completely panicked. The middle-aged wizard no longer hesitated and immediately gave the order to retreat. "Return to the territory immediately." The two white horses under his control turned the carriage around and galloped quickly in the opposite direction of the battlefield. At this time, the Bema Yitzong, who were responsible for monitoring the carriage, quickly discovered the other side's intention to retreat. One of the centurions said to his colleague, "Report this to the Lord immediately. I will continue to follow them. Then be careful." After saying that, another white horse warrior turned his horse around and quickly rushed towards Qin Yu. Not long after, Qin Yu, who received the news, couldn't help but sneer. "Want to escape? Then I have to ask my eyes in the sky if they agree." Upon hearing this, the centurion of the White Horse Guards, who was on standby at the side, immediately released the war eagle on his armor. Qin Yu ordered, "White Horse volunteers, hold on to that carriage and don't let it leave our territory." "Promise." Qin Yu himself did not rush to catch up, but instead advanced with the Iron Guard Battalion, which was marching at a slower pace. Thousands of meters away, the centurion of the White Horse Volunteers who came to help saw that the carriage was too fast. So he ordered, "Javelin." Upon hearing this, all the White Horse Volunteers put their longbows behind their backs in unison and reached out to take the javelins from the side of the saddle. "Cast!" The centurion of the White Horse Volunteers stood up from his horse. His arm muscles bulged, and he threw the javelin in his hand suddenly. The Bema Yitzong following behind him immediately followed, and their movements were completed in one go without any extra effort. Hundreds of iron javelins rained down like a chariot. Even if it was wrapped in a layer of iron sheet, the middle-aged wizard was sure that his vehicle would not be able to withstand the attack in front of him. Of course, giving up is impossible. And as a wizard, how could he not have any means to save his life? The middle-aged wizard in the carriage placed one hand on the crystal ball, chanting complicated and obscure spells. The next second, when the javelin was about to fall on the carriage, a strong gust of wind blew out from outside the carriage. The javelin was affected and was blown away in an instant, falling to the ground with a clanging sound. However, the middle-aged wizard did not stop. He stood up from the carriage dragging the magic ball and kicked open the back door of the carriage. Another obscure spell was recited, and red flames quickly condensed on the crystal ball. "Go!" The middle-aged wizard threw a fireball the size of a basin, and the high temperature caused the surrounding air to distort. "Get out of the way!" The centurion of the Bema Yitzong's face changed, and he subconsciously pulled the reins, forcing Taxwabai to change direction. However, the few white horse volunteers who were following closely behind did not react in time and were instantly hit by the aftermath of the fireball falling to the ground, and both the horses and the men were sent flying. The unknown things touched the deep-seated fear in their hearts, causing panic expressions on the faces of a few of the white horse Itsong. However, the centurion of the white horse volunteers is not just there to eat and do nothing. Chinyu had been given some instructions before he came, so his ability to accept things was naturally stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. He just raised his spear high and shouted loudly. This person just used some magic. Why do you have to be afraid? Could it be possible that he can continue to use it? Leave 5 of you to take care of the wounded, and the rest of you follow me to continue the pursuit. Upon hearing this, the Bema Itsong immediately came to their senses. Yes, if that trick can be used all the time, why should the people in the carriage be afraid of them? The centurion of the Bema Itsong's actions to reorganize the army's morale were very effective and instantly dispelled the little fear that was already in the hearts of the Bema Itsong. The pursuit continued, and the middle-aged wizard became even more embarrassed. The Bema Itsong seemed to be venting their inner depression by constantly drawing their bows and shooting arrows at his carriage. The chase lasted less than 10 minutes before the middle-aged wizard's magic power was gradually exhausted, and the horses also gradually slowed down due to the fast speed of pulling the heavy carriage. Good opportunity! The centurion's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up his spear and threw it at the wheels of the carriage. Click! The right wheel broke, and the carriage overturned on the spot. However, the image of the exhausted middle-aged wizard that by Ma-E imagined by the centurion did not appear. Instead, he was replaced by an old man with flying hair and beard and pale pupils. You guys forced me to do this. After saying that, the ground beneath the centurion's feet shook, and the next second, a huge hand made entirely of earth and stone grabbed him, ready to crush him to death. Team leader, the Bema Itsong who came with them became angry when they saw this, and immediately rode their horses forward, ready to smash the huge palm. Some of the white horse warriors even drew their bows and arrows, ready to shoot the middle-aged wizard down from midair. Go to hell? The middle-aged wizard was like a gambler who had lost all his fortune, and he desperately wanted to kill the white horse volunteer centurion who was trying to cut off his own life. But just when he was about to succeed, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Click! No! The middle-aged man roared in resignation. On the surface of the crystal ball floating in front of him, there is a flying spear inserted into it, which is covered with cracks and looks like it will shatter at any time. Chapter 57. The wizard dies. Meng Tian returns triumphantly. His magic power was exhausted. His spellcasting tools were destroyed, and the middle-aged wizard fell from midair with a bloody head. At the same time, the huge hand that lost control shattered, and the Bema Itsong centurion and his mount finally escaped. Soon, Dianwei arrived at the scene first. Qinyu was a step slower, and by the time he arrived, Dianwei had already tied the middle-aged wizard in front of him. He looked so miserable that you couldn't tell he was a wizard. Where is your territory? The middle-aged wizard said with a dead look in his eyes. Don't even think about getting any information from me. Qinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking of something, and said, Are you overdrawing your life just now? That's right. The middle-aged wizard did not deny it either. Qinyu nodded. In that case, then drag him down and kill him. Remember, burn the body afterwards so that nothing else can happen next time. He didn't know the wizard's ability yet. He wouldn't believe everything the other person said. Therefore, killing the person and then burning the body is the limit of what Qinyu can do. The middle-aged wizard had no comment on Qinyu's order. The winner takes it all. Although there may not be such a word in his world, there must be similar words. Next things are simple. The Lord was killed, and the Orc army was annihilated by Li Xian's army. Everything went very smoothly, and there were no accidents. But when Qinyu and Li Xian met, the latter challenged him to a fight. My lord, the wizard has been killed, the Orc army has been destroyed, and their territory is now empty. I am willing to lead the troops to attack them. Please allow me, lord. Qinyu waved his hand and said, I know the general is eager to make achievements, but now is not the best time. In order to dispel Li Xian's doubts, Qinyu explained, General, what do you think of forcing someone to accept it? Li Xian commented very pertinently. He only has brute force, but nothing else. Qinyu's mouth corners slightly raised. So what do you think will happen if we keep a group of people like this in the wizard territory? Li Xian's eyes lit up. Either a new ruler emerges, or we fall into a long period of civil strife. Qin Yu nodded. No matter which one it is, their power will be consumed internally. When we send troops to take it down, it will be much easier than it is now. Li Xian bowed his head and clasped his fists. My lord, you have thought it through. It was me who was reckless. At dusk, Qin Yu led his army back to Daqin. At this time, privatization had been officially implemented in Daqin. The enthusiasm of civilians has been mobilized and work efficiency has been improved. Not only that, Zhuge Liang and Sang Hongyang also developed two projects that were very important to the future development of the territory during their expedition. Those are schools and money houses. There are many children in the territory, and most of them are orphans. Therefore, Zhuge Liang decided to open a school and transfer dozens of students to serve as teachers in the school. Of course, Zhuge Liang's decision was somewhat one-sided. Or it should be said that Qin Yu stood on the shoulders of modern giants, and his vision was a little broader than that of Zhuge Liang. Qin Yu added two suggestions to this project. First, increase the number of talents in other professions, such as architecture, agriculture, geography, design, etc. We can even invite masters from the government building to be guest teachers to consolidate Daqin's talent base. Second, learning content. In this part, Qin Yu almost copied the education system before he traveled through time. Of course, the time must be more compact. As for the money house, Qin Yu didn't know much about it. Therefore, apart from writing down what I remembered, I did not write down any suggestions on the plan. Basically, he delegated power to Sang Hongyang and let him do it, and he only looked at the results. After finishing the above tasks, Qin Yu couldn't help but stretch. Xiao Shuang served the food. Xiao Shuang at the door was stunned for a moment and asked in a low voice, Lord, do you want to eat in the office? Yes, just eat here today. Qin Yu still had other documents to deal with, so he was too lazy to go to the restaurant to eat and decided to make do in the office. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuang immediately went down to prepare. Soon, Xiao Shuang set the table. Qin Yu was not used to being served while eating, so he asked Xiao Shuang to leave first. But he had just taken 2 bites of rice when the butler came up to report. My lord, General Meng Tian wants to see you, please. Qin Yu put down his bowl and chopsticks helplessly and said, Please let General Meng Tian in. After that, he added, Also, prepare another set of bowls and chopsticks. Promise. The butler bowed and left. In a short while, Meng Tian, full of blood and anger, came to the office. But just as he arrived at the door, he saw Qin Yu, who was eating. I didn't know my master was having dinner. Please enjoy your meal, my lord. I will come back later. Meng Tian clasped his fists and saluted, then was about to leave while speaking. Qin Yu waved his hand nonchalantly and said, I have been to the battlefield before, so I won't lose my appetite just because of the general's blood. Gomein. Promise. Meng Tian walked into the office and began to report today's battle report. It can be simply described in 3 sentences. Meng Tian first took advantage of the enemy's weakness to lure its main force out of the city, and then used the tactic of adding fuel to the fire to continuously lead the manpower of the ogre territory out of the territory. Immediately afterwards, Meng Tian saw that the time was ripe, so he personally led the army to defeat the ogre army that had been lured out. Afterwards, Meng Tian deliberately sent a small group of troops back to the Kobold territory, and then used the mobility of the Golden Fire Cavalry to open a way, attack the city gate, and occupy the Kobold territory. In this battle, we suffered 372 minor injuries, 32 serious injuries, killed 3,789 Kobold soldiers, killed more than 20,000 Kobold civilians, and seized a number of resources. After saying that, Meng Tian handed the battle report and list to Qin Yu. Please have a look, my lord. Qin Yu took his hand, took a look at it, and then put it down. I trust the general to do his job. I am very satisfied with the result of this battle. Meng Tian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Although he was quite satisfied with his own performance, he could hardly find any fault with it. But as a minister, he is not the final judge. Now that he had Qin Yu's approval, Meng Tian naturally felt extremely relieved. Next, Qin Yu invited Meng Tian to have dinner with him. The latter actually refused, but could not resist Qin Yu's invitation, so he had to bite the bullet and have dinner with Qin Yu. However, because the topic of the subsequent conversation was all about the other party's expertise in military tactics, Meng Tian quickly adapted and was no longer nervous. After dinner, Meng Tian returned to the military camp. During the conversation, he had already heard Qin Yu talk about the wizard territory. The greatest asset for a soldier's advancement is military merit. So Meng Tian would naturally not refuse any opportunity to improve his status in the Qin dynasty. Although the destruction of the ogre territory was a great victory, Meng Tian saw many shortcomings in it. It wasn't his fault, but the recruits' lack of cooperation. Therefore, he planned to take this opportunity to practice hard again and must not let Qin Yu down. Qin Yu didn't know what Meng Tian was thinking, because his attention at the moment was all on the list of spoils. I have to say, the saying about killing people and setting fires to gold belts really makes sense. Not to mention other resources, the amount of energy crystals alone made Qin Yu smile from ear to ear. Chapter 58 Pu Yuan. Entering the development period. Don't ever think that after Daqin develops, Qin Yu will be able to save a lot of energy crystals. Quite the opposite. The development of the territory requires energy crystals. The soldier's job change requires energy crystals. Many studies in the office building require energy crystals. Epic weapons also require energy crystals. Therefore, the larger the territory develops, the greater Qin Yu's gap in energy crystals will be. I was able to pull 10 or 20 times in a row before. That was because of the Beast Rage event quest and the raid on the demon territory. If it weren't for the two unexpected gains mentioned above, Qin Yu wouldn't be able to come up with so many energy crystals at once even if he lived frugally. Although 20 consecutive draws are a bit risky, 10 consecutive draws are more than enough. Qin Yu muttered in a low voice. Use 10,000 units of energy crystals to give me 2 5-draw combos. The dial flickered, and the needle swung unsteadily. Ding! You get 1 Wushuang level Pu Yuan, 20 perfect level Ling Tian, and 2 perfect level Kuan Yin. Ding! You get unparalleled level Li Xian times 1, perfect level Vinegar Workshop times 1, perfect level Soy Sauce Workshop times 1, perfect level Papermaking Workshop times 1, extraordinary level Fuchuan Design Drawing times 1. Qin Yu did not show disappointment on his face, but instead showed an expression of relief. To be honest, apart from the lucky draw mentioned above, the things I brought out at other times were a bit miscellaneous. Spiritual fields are good because they can accelerate the growth of crops while improving their quality. However, if it is impossible to continue to improve, the value of the spiritual field will be greatly reduced. Therefore, no matter how much you draw, it will not be of much use. As for the spring, it does have some practical value. Before this, Zhuge Liang had suggested to him to dig ditches to use the Baihe River water to irrigate farmland. Now that we have these 2 springs, the ditch project can be put on hold for the time being. After all, there are not many farmlands in Daqin now. If we really want to dig a canal directly to Baihe River, it will somewhat delay the current development. This was the second time Qin Yu had drawn the enhancement card representing Li Xian. I can only say that Li Xian is really lucky. There were so many items in the prize pool, but I had to draw it 3 times. The 3 types of workshops have great practical value, but it is a bit painful to take them out of the prize pool. After all, this thing can be designed in the machinery building, so Qin Yu has a headache about it. Fortunately, it's a finished product, otherwise it would be a real loss. The design drawings of the Fuchuan ship are not needed for the time being, but they may be of great use in the future, so I will collect them for now. As for the items Pu Yuan obtained from this 10 consecutive draws, his is the most valuable. If we think about it, Pu Yuan should be a craftsman, and he was the most outstanding craftsman in the Shuhan period at that time. It is recorded in history that Pu Yuan made 3,000 swords for Zhuge Liang in Shigu. The swords were sharp enough to split bamboo slips filled with iron beads, and were praised by Zhuge Liang as magic swords. Qin Yu nodded and said, Li Guang is a blacksmith with limited energy. He can't take care of apprentices and improve his skills while managing the refining mountain. Now, the appearance of Pu Yuan can just relieve some of his pressure. After saying that, Qin Yu threw the card representing Pu Yuan forward. Soon, a young man with a slim figure and bright eyes appeared in the study. Greetings, my lord. Pu Yuan clasped his fists with a respectful expression. Qin Yu smiled and said, From now on, you will be in charge of the refining mountain. You can rest in the Lord's mansion tonight and get familiar with the rules of refining equipment mountain and Daqin. Promise. Pu Yuan is a man of few words and doesn't seem to be a talkative person. Qin Yu then asked the butler to arrange a guest room for Pu Yuan and let Zhuge Liang meet him. As for Qin Yu's arrangement, it actually made sense. The key lies in Pu Yuan's talent. Name, Pu Yuan. Loyalty, 100. Tailan, Rank: unparalleled. Talents: forging expert. When forging weapons, the overall attributes of the weapons increase by 20%. The success rate when forging high-level weapons increases by 20%, and there is a high probability of giving the weapons a unique effect when forging high-level weapons. Craftsman: when managing a workshop, the consumable rate decreases by 10%, and the success rate of all blacksmiths forging weapons increases by 10%. Craftsman: the work efficiency of the craftsman under his command increases by 10%. The learning ability increases by 20%, and the apprenticeship rate increases by 20%. Level: LV10. Bravery: 30 up to 50. Leadership: 10, maximum 20. Politics: 20, max 40. Intelligence: 30 capped at 60. Arms: none. Average attributes don't mean Pu Yuan is incapable. On the contrary, the effects of the three talents actually say it all. Next, Daqin officially entered its development period. In terms of military, except for the ancient battlefield in the south of Daqin, the rest of the places are mainly for training or leveling up. Qin Yu discussed with Zhuge Liang and others and decided on a development plan for the next period of time. First, people's livelihood construction. Most of the previous buildings were built to serve the military, and there were very few buildings related to people's livelihood. Even the decision to build the school and the bank was only made the day before yesterday. Moreover, according to Sang Hongyang, a sufficient number of people's livelihood construction and entertainment projects can essentially further promote economic circulation. Therefore, buildings such as restaurants, tea houses, various shops, and government buildings must come up with corresponding design drawings in a short period of time. Of course, all of the above buildings were built by construction teams spontaneously formed by the public. Yuan Kai's workload nowadays is already staggering enough. If the above construction tasks were given to the other party at the same time, he would be overwhelmed. Second, the construction of the outer city. Zhuge Liang, Yuan Kai, and many other masters from the government building worked together and spent 2 days finally drawing a city planning map that satisfied everyone. Among them, the construction and area division of the inner city remained unchanged. Only some buildings around the Lord's Palace were demolished. There are no area divisions on the outer layer, only residential areas and some general buildings. For example, clinics, schools, various shops, etc. According to Yuan Kai's calculations, if other construction tasks were not affected, the construction of the outer city would take at least 1 month. And the above time is only for completing some infrastructure projects. If we really want to finish the project, it will take at least 3 or 4 months. Third, establish government offices and city defense camps. Before the Qin dynasty, public security was directly managed by the military. Although the effect was good, it was not appropriate in Zhuge Liang's opinion. Therefore, the office building was designed in accordance with Qin Yu's requirements, similar to the design of the government office. Afterwards, Qin Yu arranged for the retired soldiers to be transferred to become constables in order to take over the army's previous task of maintaining public order. The city defense camp is easier to understand. To put it simply, the Qin army was divided into 2 types: external conquest and defense. The former was responsible for expanding territory, and the latter was responsible for defending the city and the country. Currently, the City Defense Battalion is composed of 1,000 Qin warriors. Qin Yu decided that Li Xin would temporarily serve as the head of the City Defense Battalion. Of course, if Li Xin went out to fight, he could not take the 1,000 Qin warriors from the City Defense camp with him. Fourth, salary, military pay, and assessment. There is no need to say much about the first 2. Salary refers to the salary of students within the Qin administrative system. Military pay refers to the wages of Qin soldiers. Among them, what Zhuge Liang cared about most was the assessment. It doesn't mean that they will be able to do well in their positions just because they change their jobs to become students. Therefore, Zhuge Liang suggested to Qin Yu that he needed to send people to check the work regularly in order to eliminate those who were unqualified or tried to fish in troubled waters. Chapter 59. Changes in the South Spring Offensive. To be honest, Daqin's development plan is very complicated. Of course, Qin Yu is definitely not the one in trouble, because apart from handling official documents in the office, everything else was basically handled by Zhuge Liang. Just as Zhuge Liang said, what Qin Yu needs to grasp is the general direction, and there is no need to explain other things in detail. In this way, you will not only be exhausted yourself, but also the people below you will not have the opportunity to display their talents. But then again, when Zhuge Liang said these words, Yu always felt that he was the one who should not have said these words. Obviously, he does everything by himself, and he wishes he could do it himself. But in the end, I taught myself not to interfere with the work below so as not to tire myself out. Facts have proved that Yu's strategy of suspending the gears of war in exchange for greater development space was correct. In just less than 5 days, Daqin was completely transformed into a prosperous city. Although the clothes worn by common people are not fancy, they are full of energy and spirit. The shops lining the streets, the peddlers shouting on the road, and the constables patrolling everywhere undoubtedly prove that the development of the Qin dynasty was one step ahead of others. Construction work in the outer city will be slower. At present, all we have done is clear out the area within the outer city walls. As for the military development, it is relatively conventional. In addition to the completion of the previous military expansion plan, all branches of the Qin army have completed their equipment replacement. The weapons and equipment they were wearing were no longer of the blank grade, but were all of the excellent grade. If one reaches the position of centurion, he can receive a perfect weapon, which greatly stimulates the desire of many soldiers to improve themselves. Peaceful, harmonious, and prosperous, Daqin has developed at a pace that is out of tune with the rest of the world. But before Yu could get ready, an unexpected event broke the current balance. An urgent report was delivered to the Lord's mansion, and then handed over to Yu by Zhuge Liang. In the meeting hall, Yu sat in the first seat. At this moment, the letter in his hand came from Eli in the south. Soon, Yu put down the letter in his hand. I never thought that the ancient battlefield was actually a territory. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan. It's really surprising, but no matter what it is, it's too close to Daqin. Yu nodded. Indeed. Besides, the living dead are extremely hostile to any living creature. It is better not to have such neighbors. After Yu finished speaking, he gave the order. Immediately order Li Xian to lead the army to support Eli. Also, let them capture the territory of the living dead within 2 days without any mistakes. Promise. The messenger received the order and left. Yu tapped the table with his index finger. Although it's a day or 2 earlier than expected, since we've already started, we might as well just activate the spring offensive that we kept before. The so-called spring offensive was the military plan finalized by Yu and Zhuge Liang a few days ago. It's just because Daqin needs time to develop, so it's not in a hurry to start. After Yu finished speaking, he raised his hand and said, "Bring it up." The butler understood and immediately took the guards to the warehouse. In a short while, 2 guards came into the meeting hall, carrying a table that was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Of course, that table was actually a sandbox. The Bema Itzong continued to explore the outside world of Daqin through the geomancy maps awarded by Huanyu Continent. There are now 12 territories discovered by the White Horse Volunteers, 6 of which belong to the orcs. But there are many kinds of orcs. The orcs Yu had encountered before were the kobolds, but the 6 orcs he had discovered now belong to other branches. 2 of them are white werewolves and black werewolves, and they are also the best developed among the 6 orc territories. The rest, such as hippopotamus, minotaurs, white civets, and cat people, are less developed. Of course, poor development does not mean weak combat capability. For example, hippopotamus and minotaurs are beings that black werewolves and white werewolves dare not provoke. As for the white fox people and cat people, they are a race with a relatively low presence. If they were not in a relatively marginal position, they might have been exterminated by now. As for the remaining vampires, 3-eyed people, dwarves, elves, trolls, and orcs, they're the most difficult to deal with. Because they're not like orcs. The 6 races named above are not only stronger than humans in terms of individual combat power, but are also not much inferior to humans in terms of development and technology. In addition, the orcs and orcs among the above 6 races are 2 different races. Simply put, orcs possess the strength of wild beasts, but their productivity and intelligence are generally low. Orcs are different. According to Yu's understanding, those were green-skinned orcs from a higher world. Not only are they powerful in combat, some of them can also switch to other professions such as shaman. It can be said that the status of orcs in the universe is no less than that of high-level races such as elves. Let's get back to the topic. Yu came to the sand table and pointed his baton at the wizard's territory. According to the news sent back by the White Horse Guards, that place is now ruled by a strong orc hero. Of course, a lot of bloodshed occurred during this period. Therefore, the White Horse Volunteers who sent back the letter said that there is very little fighting force left in the wizard territory. Yu looked at Zhuge Liang. Sir, I plan to let Meng Tian lead the army to capture the wizard's territory. What do you think? Zhuge Liang looked wise and nodded, saying, bring enough siege weapons. The wizard territory is nothing to fear. Qin Yu moved the baton in his hand upwards, where a flag with a black wolf head painted on it was inserted. Black werewolves are brutal and more aggressive than white werewolves. Why not let Meng Tian continue northward after conquering the wizard's territory and take over the black werewolf's territory? Zhuge Liang analyzed. Although it is difficult to transport grain in the forest, with the help of the wooden ox and flowing horse, it will only take a little longer. Changing the subject, Zhuge Liang pointed his feather fan at a flag not far away. What I am worried about is that once the black werewolf territory is attacked, the white werewolf lord will immediately go to support it. After all, considering the combat power of Meng Tian's troops, the intelligent white werewolf leader still understands the principle of the lips and the teeth are cold. Seeing this, Qin Yu's mouth corners slightly raised. Therefore, I plan to deal with the white werewolf territory myself. If they don't come out, we will take over the northeast of Daqin. On the contrary, I will defeat all the elite troops they sent out, and then use siege tactics to trap them to death. After saying that, Qin Yu looked at Zhuge Liang, who looked helpless. What do you think, sir? Seeing this, Zhuge Liang could only suggest. If you want to completely occupy the northeast of Daqin, you need a city as a base. I suggest that if we can successfully capture the White Wolfman's territory, we should use it as a base to build a branch city. More importantly, Zhuge Liang took out a miniature geomancy map of the east region, pointed to the land near the White Wolfman's territory and said, the soil in that place is fertile and has extremely high strategic value. If we can occupy this place and develop it, our great Qin will have another large granary that is no less powerful than this city. It is obvious that Zhuge Liang was not fully committed to development in the previous 5 days. Otherwise, he would not have been able to point out the value and strategic significance of the White Werewolf territory so immediately. Chapter 60. Wanya's High, the expedition is imminent. While Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang were discussing, an iron guard walked into the meeting hall holding a wooden box. My lord, the 3 healing medicines of Wanya's High have been successfully developed and the finished products have just been delivered. Please check them. Qin Yu raised his hand and said, bring it up. The iron guard took a few steps forward and placed the wooden box on the table. The guard stepped aside, and Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang stepped forward to open the box. The box is divided into 3 compartments. On the left is a bundle of medicated bandages, in the middle is a kind of medicinal powder, and on the right is an ointment. Qin Yu picked them up one by one and checked the relevant information. First, the bandage on the left. Item, gold healing medicine. Type, consumable. Rank perfect. Effect, infection rate -10%. Pain relief effect 10%. Hemostasis speed 10%. Wound recovery speed 20%. Note, the above is the recovery speed of non-fatal injuries. The effect of fatal injuries is halved, and it cannot effectively treat internal injuries. Introduction. A practical and highly effective trauma medicine that is only mastered by some special doctors in the entire continent. The second type is the medicinal powder in the middle. Item, blood recovery powder. Type, consumable. Rank perfect. Effect, infection rate -10%. Pain relief effect 10%. Hemostasis speed 10%. Internal injury recovery speed 20%. Note, this medicine is for internal use. If used externally, the effect is halved and it cannot completely treat external injuries. Introduction. A practical and highly effective medicine for internal injuries, which is only mastered by some special doctors in the entire continent. The third type is ointment. Item, bone replenishing paste. Type, consumable. Rank perfect. Effect, 10% pain relief, 10% injury recovery speed, 10% bone healing speed. Note, this drug is only effective for various muscles or bones, and the effect is halved when used for other purposes. Introduction. A practical and highly effective plaster that is only mastered by some special doctors in the entire continent. The above 3 medicines all come from Wanya's High, and their effects are several levels higher than ordinary medicines. As for the so-called special doctor in the introduction, it actually comes from the architectural effect of Wanya's High itself. Building name. Wanya's High can be upgraded to super artifact level. Building level, perfect. Building cap, 0/300. Building effect, Civilians can be transferred to doctors. Note: 100 units of energy crystals and 20 units of extraordinary flesh and blood are required for the transfer. Building potential: Xuanhu Jishishi, self-medical skills 40%, probability of disease occurrence in the territory -10%, overall physical fitness of the people 10%. Jindanshu Xuanhu doctors master the technology of using flames to extract the essence of medicinal materials and then condense them into pills. Pill research 10%, pill success rate 10%. Medical family: disciples learning efficiency 30%, apprenticeship rate 30%. Building introduction: it is rumored that Wanya's High is a large sect in a certain big world, mastering various medicinal formulas and natural treasures. Whenever a medical practitioner is born, it will inevitably cause a stir in the martial arts world. In fact, the so-called alchemy does not necessarily mean completely round granular pills. At least at this stage, Wanya's High is unable to produce granular pills that are easy to take and have strong medicinal effects. On the contrary, finished medicines like those delivered to the Lord's mansion are actually the limit of what they can achieve at this stage. Different types of medicines are used for different injuries. Moreover, due to the limited effects of their use, 3 drugs such as Jinchuan medicine have extremely strong effects in their respective fields. Not to mention anything else, just using the above 3 medicines on injured soldiers, the effects are unmatched by any other medicine of the same grade. In the meeting hall, Qin Yu relayed the specific effects of the 3 medicines to Zhuge Liang. Sure enough, Zhuge Liang, like Qin Yu, realized the value of the above 3 medicines. Qin Yu turned and looked at the Iron Guard. Is the Xuanhu doctor who sent the finished medicines still there? Tai Wei replied, yes. Qin Yu waved his hand and said, go and invite him to the meeting hall. Promise. The Iron Guard took the order and left. Not long after, Tai Wei led an energetic old man with white hair and beard into the meeting hall. Shen Jue, come see the Lord. There is no need to be polite, old gentleman. Qin Yu raised his hand to signal the other party to stand up and asked at the same time, old sir, I would like to ask, how much of those 3 medicines can Wan Yao Zhai produce every day? Shen Jue touched his white beard and said calmly, if there are enough medicinal materials, we can produce 100 tablets of each of the 3 medicines in a day. So few. Qin Yu frowned slightly, as if thinking of something, and asked again, what if the grade of the medicine is lowered by 1 level? Shen Jue's expression remained unchanged and he replied calmly, the yield can be increased 5 times. Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang looked at each other. Zhuge Liang thought for a moment and nodded. Excellent level is fine. When Qin Yu saw this, he decided, old sir, please go back and take charge of the overall situation as soon as possible. This afternoon, Deqin's soldiers will accompany me on the expedition. I hope that by then, they will be able to use the drugs you produce on the front lines. Shen Jue bowed his hands and said, yes. After talking about the matter, Qin Yu personally sent Shen Jue away to show his attitude of respecting a virtuous corporal. Of course, he does this to most capable people. The episode brought about by Shen Jue came to an end quickly, and Qin Yu continued to chat with Zhuge Liang about the upcoming spring offensive. First of all, Deqin needs to carry out a new round of military expansion. Of course, the number does not need to be large. Only 3,000 Qin Rue Shi and 2,000 Wudong Feijun are needed. In addition, their mission is not to fight, but to be responsible for frontline logistics. For example, tasks such as escorting grain, weapons and equipment, siege equipment, or bringing loot back to Daqin. Secondly, Yu Wenkai needed to send an engineering team to accompany the army. Their task was not to build frontline fortifications, but to build a direct road to the battlefield. No matter how powerful the wooden ox or flowing horse developed by Zhuge Liang and Master Guanlo is, it is still a means of transportation. If there are no roads, the delivery of various supplies to the front line will slow down and the cost will increase. Therefore, Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang both believed that building a road, even if it was a temporary dirt road, was a link that could not be ignored. A letter came at 7 o'clock in the morning, and Qin Yu decided to launch the spring offensive. At 8 o'clock, Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang made up their minds and issued various war orders. The first person to receive the order was Meng Tian. Meng Tian, who had already been informed by Qin Yu, had already made preparations to attack the wizard territory a few days ago. Therefore, the moment the order was given, Meng Tian immediately assembled his troops and headed straight towards the wizard territory in the east. The second person to receive the order was Dian Wei. Dian Wei needs no mention. The main force of Qin Yu's expedition this time is the Iron Guard Battalion, so naturally Dian Wei needs to make good arrangements. The third person to receive the order was Zhang Niu. He is the centurion of the 1st Battalion of the White Horse Volunteers and is currently the strongest soldier in this branch of the army. The second person in line was Zhang Heng, the centurion of the 2nd Battalion, whom Qin Yu often called upon. Qin Yu will personally lead 2,000 Iron Guards, 2,000 Wudong Flying Army, and 4,000 White Horse Volunteers in this expedition. In terms of generals, in addition to Dian Wei, Qin Yu also brought the silver-level heroes he had obtained a few days ago to increase the cavalry combat capabilities of his troops. Chapter 61. Fierce General Su Chu, Tiger Guard Camp. Everything was ready, and Zhuge Liang returned to his post to take charge of the situation. This is not a battle at home, nor is it a surprise attack like in the Mirror War. The territories of the Black Werewolves and the White Werewolves were the two toughest nuts to crack in the northeast of the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu was even prepared to fight for 4 or 5 days. What is the war about? The commander's ability, the individual quality of the soldiers, and most importantly, the national strength. Why did the Qin state win the Battle of Chongping? Because Qin's national strength is greater than Zhao's. When the Qin state destroyed the Chu state, what did Wang Jian fight with Xiang Yan for in the early stages? It's also national strength. As for the decision not to take Zhuge Liang with him, Qin Yu also had his own considerations. Logistics are important, and Zhuge Liang's ability is beyond doubt. After all, Liu Bei's ability to use Sichuan and Shu to fight against Chao Wei came from Zhuge Liang's sufficient troops and food in the rear. Besides, if something really happened, Zhuge Liang would be able to support Qin Yu in the rear at the first time. After all, the existence of the conch saves a lot of trouble and allows Zhuge Liang to have more reaction time and solutions when something goes wrong. To sum up, these are the reasons why Qin Yu kept Zhuge Liang, whose command level was as high as 98 in the Qin dynasty. At least in his opinion, there was nothing wrong with it. In the office, Qin Yu rubbed his hands secretly. I've been accumulating luck for 5 days, so I'm going to get a big explosion at least. After muttering, Qin Yu silently said, use 1,000 energy crystals to give me 2 5-draw combos. After a while, the turntable stopped spinning and the light disappeared. Ding! You get King level Su Chu ×1, perfect level Hero Job Transfer Order ×2, perfect level Soldier Type Rapid Upgrade Card ×2. Ding! You get 1 Extraordinary Building Speed Up Scroll, 1 Epic Hero Job Change Order, and 3 Perfect Soldier Type Upgrade Cards. Good! Qin Yu slapped the table, excitement showing on his face. To be honest, his lottery draw a few days ago was really hard to describe. It can be said that apart from enriching the territory construction and personal quality of life, the things he drew had almost no sense of existence. This time is different. According to Qin Yu's understanding, as long as he could draw a new hero, the development of the territory would definitely be able to go further. Whether it's administration, military, or industry, as long as you are familiar with the heroes, you can basically find your place in Daqin. What's more, the hero drawn this time is Su Chu. Apart from other things, their combat capability cannot be that weak. After all, he is a fierce general who can fight with Ma Chao and remain undefeated. He will definitely become one of the fighting forces of the Qin dynasty. As for the hero transfer orders, Qin Yu had drawn a few of them a few days ago. Item: Hero Job Change Order. Type: Consumable. Rank: Epic. Effect: Soldiers who have reached LV 30 can be transferred to heroes. Note: Epic Hero Transfer Order can only transfer soldiers to Silver Heroes. Introduction: A tool that is enough to change a person's destiny. In addition to the Epic level, there are actually other levels of Hero Transfer Orders. It was just a perfect level Hero Transfer Order which could only transfer a soldier to a Bronze level hero. Keep these things for now, and you can use them to reward the soldiers later. Qin Yu put the Hero Job Transfer Order into the drawer, and then picked up the Troop Quick Upgrade card. Item: Class Upgrade Card. Type: Consumable. Rank: Extraordinary. Effect: After use, 200 soldiers can directly gain experience for a 10-level upgrade. Note: Only available for soldiers below LV 30. Introduction: Even if your level is raised, you're still a new recruit, and nothing can be changed. In fact, the introduction is already very clear. This item increases the soldier's level, not combat experience. Of course, as your level goes up, your various data will also improve accordingly. To be honest, As long as you can survive on the battlefield, you will basically not lack any combat experience. Therefore, just take a look at the introduction and don't take it seriously. After counting, Qin Yu threw the card representing Su Chu forward. In a short while, a 2-meter-tall man appeared in front of the table. General Su Chu pays respect to the Lord. Su Chu knelt on one knee, and the floor shook. Qin Yu stood up and personally helped Su Chu up. He reached out and patted Su Chu on the shoulder, smiling and saying, "The general is indeed mighty." Su Chu scratched his head in confusion, not seeing the demeanor of a fierce general at all. Qin Yu asked someone to bring the building acceleration scroll to build the Tiger Guard camp, and then he chatted with Su Chu and checked its properties. Nin, Toku. Loyalty, 100. Tailan. Ranking. Talents, Tiger Crazy. When fighting a general, the overall combat power is 40%. If the enemy is evenly matched, the bravery is 1. If the enemy is stronger than the self, the bravery is 2. Bloody battle, the attack power of the soldiers under his command is 10, and each time an enemy is killed, the attack power is 1. The upper limit is 20. Guard, when commanding the Tiger Guard Battalion to charge, the overall combat power is 20%, the overall combat power of the Tiger Guard is 10%, the charge speed is 10%, and the impact power is 10%. Level, LV 10. Bravery, 50, up to 98. Leadership, 30, cap 70. Politics, 20, max 40. Intelligence, 20, capped at 40. Arms, Tiger Guard Battalion. Note: the relevant construction drawings of the Tiger Guard Battalion have been included in the Lord's construction column and can be viewed at any time. Su Chu and Dian Wei are of similar fighting power. Of course, the performance of both of them mainly depends on the performance of their opponents. The more people besiege Dian Wei, the stronger he becomes. The stronger the opponent Su Chu meets, the stronger he becomes. In addition, Dian Wei's Iron Guard Battalion was heavy infantry, while Su Chu's Tiger Guard Battalion was heavy cavalry. Moreover, while Qin Yu and Su Chu were chatting, the mission he had just sent out had been completed. Doing two things at once, chatting while calling up the construction information of the Tiger Guard camp. Building name, Tiger Guard camp, can be upgraded to artifact level. Building level, whiteboard level. Building limit, 0/1000. Building effect, civilians can be transferred to Tiger Guards. Note: transferring requires 60 units of energy crystals, 20 units of extraordinary flesh and blood, and a silver level mount. Building potential, Tiger Guard. When Su Chu is the commander, Tiger Guard Battalion's attack power is 15%, defense power is 15%, charge speed is 15%, and impact power is 15%. Assault, when charging into the enemy camp, the overall combat power is 20%, and each kill increases the attack power by 1, with a maximum of 10. Strong. Physical fitness 100%, vitality 50%, strength 50%. Building introduction. The commander of the Tiger Guard Battalion was Su Chu, who had always been active in the Chow Wei military. His status was second only to the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, which was commanded by a member of the Chow clan. It was not until Cao Cao's death that the Tiger Guard Battalion gradually faded out of the Chow Wei military. Qin Yu integrated the resources he had. The weapons and equipment are sufficient to equip 1,000 Tiger Guard battalions. Add to that 5 quick upgrade cards for each type of soldier, and it will be enough to grow the newly trained Tiger Guard battalion in a short period of time. In this battle, Qin Yu's main force is still the Iron Guard Battalion, a legion composed of the Wudong Flying Army and the White Horse Volunteers. Bringing the Tiger Guard Battalion is just the icing on the cake. If conditions permit, Qin Yu will let the Tiger Guard Battalion go into battle. On the contrary, Qin Yu will let Su Chu lead the Tiger Guard camp to temporarily replace Dian Wei and the Iron Guard camp. After all, with the current strength of the Qin dynasty, arming a heavy cavalry is nothing. And in the final analysis, the Tiger Guard camp was just a casual move made by Qin Yu. If it really works, everyone will be happy. If it doesn't work, Qin Yu won't be disappointed. Anyway, he just wanted to give it a try, and it would be a win-win for him no matter what. Chapter 62. Setting up camp, Meng Tian attacks the city. In the afternoon, Qin Yu led his troops to set off on time. There were 2 generals on this trip, Dian Wei and Su Chu. The army had a total of 9,000 people, with 1,000 newly trained Tiger Guards, 2,000 Iron Guards, 2,000 Wudong Flying Soldiers, and 4,000 White Horse Volunteers. Moreover, the Qin dynasty had a profound cultural foundation, and its infantry and archers were equipped with their own war horses. Of course, because the mountain road was difficult to travel, Even with Taxwabai and Motengju as means of transportation, Chinyu still arrived at the preset camping site in the evening. Fortunately, they took the initiative this time, and the black and white werewolves didn't know their intentions. Otherwise, they might have met them in advance. On the high slopes, the soldiers were responsible for cutting down trees and carrying supplies. The engineering team used the design drawings provided by the office building as a template, directed the soldiers to put things in place, and then started working themselves. It's not because they are lazy, but because the project is too large. Without the help of soldiers, they might not be able to build this camp that could accommodate more than 10,000 people within 2 days. At the same time, Chinyu was not idle either. He did not wait in the unfinished camp for intelligence to be sent from outside, but personally took Su Chu, the Tiger Guard Battalion, and the White Horse Volunteers out to gather information. In the dense forest, Chinyu raised his hand to signal everyone to stop moving forward. At this moment, they were dozens of kilometers away from the camp, and in the distance of the dense forest was a territory completely different from that of humans. If nothing unexpected happens, that should be the territory of the white werewolf. Zhongkong, take a few people to catch a tongue. Chinyu looked at Su Chu. Promise. Su Chu turned and looked at the tiger guards he brought with him. You two, follow me. After saying that, he led 2 tiger guards and rushed straight towards the white werewolf territory. If it were somewhere else, Chinyu might have adopted a more cautious approach. But this is not necessary when dealing with white and black werewolves, mainly because they hit too hard. Almost every day, citizens in their territory would disappear inexplicably. For the orcs in the northeast of Daqin, this had basically become a daily routine. Therefore, as long as it doesn't cause too much noise, catching a tongue is nothing. Not long after, Su Chu came back with a white werewolf that looked like a human but had a wolf's head. Kneel down! Su Chu dismounted from his horse and knocked the white wolf down with one kick. Chinyu looked down at the white wolf and asked, How many professional soldiers are there in your territory? I have no idea. The white werewolf bared his teeth, looking extremely ferocious. Chinyu glanced at Su Chu, who understood and slapped the white wolf in the face. The white werewolf flew out, most of its teeth falling out. Chinyu continued, Let me ask you again, how many professional soldiers are there in your territory? By the way, let me remind you that if you don't tell me, I will kill you and then send people to capture the white werewolf and bring him back for questioning. So, even if you don't tell me, other white wolves will tell me the so-called secret you mentioned sooner or later. After all, not all white wolves are as hard-hearted as you. So, I advise you to suffer less. Just say what you need to say, don't try to lie to me, and don't waste your time. It's meaningless. Su Chu stepped forward and dragged the white werewolf back to Chinyu. The white wolf spat out a mouthful of blood and said through gritted teeth, I can only give you an approximate number, 7,000. I'm just a slave in the territory. It is impossible for me to know the secrets of the nobles. Su Chu pressed down the white wolf's shoulder so that Chinyu could see the slave mark on his back. That's the savagery of orcs. Those who are weak can only be branded as slaves and then spend their entire lives serving the nobles. Of course, the so-called weakness is actually due to class. For example, the white werewolf in front of us is not a simple guy. Not only does he know how to be patient, but his overall attributes are also not bad. At least not much worse than the so-called white werewolf nobles. Chinyu regained his consciousness and asked, It is said that all of you orcs are soldiers? The white wolf sneered, That's just a joke. Just imagine how much fighting power a group of old, weak women and children can have if they're forced to take up weapons and go to the battlefield. Chinyu nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. At this time, Su Chu asked, My lord, do you want to get rid of him? Chinyu looked at the calm, white werewolf, pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, Take him back and lock him up first. After saying that, he pulled the reins, signaling Saluzi to turn around. Withdraw. Promise. Upon hearing this, the others immediately followed. As for the white wolf man, he blamed the tiger guards who were traveling with him, and the white horse volunteers even wiped out all traces they left along the way. At the same time, outside the wizard's territory, several huge rocks fell from the sky and smashed onto the city wall, instantly destroying a large piece of it and raising a cloud of dust. Meng Tian outside the city saw that the morale of the beast men on the city wall was low, so he waved his sword and ordered, Move forward. Siege vehicles moved towards the city gate, and catapults continued to exert pressure on the city wall. The well guardrail is actually a slowly movable arrow tower. The middle baffle is pushed down when it approaches the city wall, and it can become a temporary bridge. The 8-meter-high siege wall, the shuttle-shaped siege vehicle, and the catapult at the back that required more than a dozen people to operate all went into battle at the same time. The productivity of the orcs is extremely poor. How could they have ever seen such a scene as the one before them? The already low morale dropped further, and the army was almost defeated. But at the critical moment, the orc hero who regained control of the wizard's territory beheaded an orc who turned around and tried to escape. With blood stained on its black armor, it said ferociously, "Whoever dares to run today will be punished by this. Get back to your positions on the city wall right now. They're just humans. How can they be our opponents?" Although the Uruk-Ako soldiers were still somewhat reluctant, they had no choice but to return to the city wall. But the orc hero overlooked a problem. That is, in the absence of long-range offensive weapons, if they did not leave the city to destroy Meng Tian's siege equipment, it would be tantamount to chronic suicide. How long has it been since the Lord came to the universe continent? How strong can a city wall be? Even Qin Yu, who had put a lot of effort into building the city wall, could not guarantee that the city wall of the Qin dynasty could withstand several waves of catapult bombardment. This is the case with the Great Qin, not to mention that the development speed cannot keep up with the wizard territory of the Great Qin. Soon, the well was touching the city wall, and the next second the baffle was pushed towards the city wall by the Qin Rui soldiers hidden inside. Kill! The Qin Ruishi centurion who was hiding among them jumped onto the city wall first and beheaded the closest orc soldier with one sword. The Qin Rui soldiers who followed closely jumped off the baffle, raised their tang swords high, and slashed at the strong orc soldiers rushing towards them. For ramps were leaning against the wall at the same time, and hundreds of Qin soldiers successfully climbed the city wall. They also successfully defended an area under the leadership of several centurions. Boom! While the fierce battle was going on above, the city gate was successfully smashed by the siege vehicle. Seeing this, Meng Tian on the battlefield immediately raised his hand and ordered the catapult to stop. "My fellow men of the Qin Empire, destroy the wizard's territory. Kill!" Meng Tian raised his iron halberd high and shouted, "Kill, kill, kill!" Qin Ruishi responded loudly, and at the same time, rushed towards the gate of the wizard territory in an orderly manner. Chapter 63. Information Gap. Idle chess takes effect. Report. The White Horse volunteers rushed into the military camp with military newspapers in hand. In a short while, he arrived at a unique marching tent. "My lord, a great victory has been achieved in the wizard territory. General Meng Tian has sent us the battle report." The guard at the door stepped forward, picked up the military newspaper, turned around, and walked into the tent. In front of the sand table, Qin Yu picked up the battle report from the Iron Guard. The content is concise, and there is no unnecessary detail. However, the contents of the military newspaper also revealed a lot of things. For example, how powerful are the siege equipment of the scholars who have mastered the domineering mechanical arts in the mechanical building. The Qin dynasty's siege equipment was very convenient to use, not in terms of operation, but in terms of transportation. The Qin dynasty's siege equipment was disassembled into parts when it was in the territory, and then transported to the front line by wooden oxen and flowing horses. It is also easy to assemble. A dozen professionally trained soldiers can assemble the catapult within 10 minutes. As for the power, there is no need to mention it. The ultimate pursuit of domineering scholars is destructive power. If the standards they require are not met, the corresponding siege equipment drawings will not be sent to the armory. Of course, what you gain is what you lose. While pursuing destructive power and convenience, the Qin dynasty siege equipment also has disadvantages. That is, it is not very durable and the parts recycling rate is extremely low. But then again, the accounts of war are actually very complicated. To be honest, the effect of siege engines is actually greater than their own value. For example, if 10 catapults could destroy a city wall, then the elite troops of the Qin dynasty would not have to waste their lives in difficult siege battles. Therefore, if calculated, the so-called shortcomings of siege engines are also included in the cost of war. At least for now, Da Qin can afford it. Let's get back to the topic. After closing the battle report, Qin Yu analyzed to himself. When the military report was delivered, Meng Tian should have been cleaning up the mess. If nothing unexpected happens, he should send troops to the Black Werewolf territory tomorrow. After saying that, Qin Yu looked outside the tent. Pass it to Li Heng. Soon, Li Heng arrived at the tent. "Greetings, my lord." Qin Yu raised his baton, pointed it at a place, and drew a circle on it. Although the black werewolves are brutal by nature, General Meng Tian's capture of the wizard's territory should not be hidden from them. Therefore, I need you to keep a close watch on this area. If you find any black werewolves entering, report to me immediately. Li Heng made a gesture of wiping his neck. My lord, do we need to get rid of the messenger? Qin Yu shook his head. If you kill the person, how can the white wolf man receive the message? I understand. Li Heng took the order and left. The black werewolf territory is located near the White River. The area is located at a higher altitude, like a solitary peak on a plain. Suddenly, a black werewolf riding a giant wolf rushed into the territory and headed straight for the Lord's stone fortress. It didn't take long for the black werewolf scout to arrive in front of the black werewolf lord, kneeling on one knee with a look of panic on his face. Reporting to the Lord, the wizard territory in the south has been captured by a group of humans of unknown origin. The black werewolf lord stood up directly, with an incredible expression on his face. The orcs' fighting power is not much worse than ours. How could they be conquered in just 2 days? And the ones who did it were a group of humans? The scouts said in a panic. To be precise, it took humans less than half a day to completely conquer the wizard's territory. All the Urukoktoks were killed. Not a single one was spared. The black werewolf lord's first thought was that it was impossible. However, when the image of the human lord who once ranked first on the 3 lists appeared in his mind, the impossible information in his mind was immediately transformed into an equal amount of fear. Why am I so unlucky? The black werewolf lord cursed inwardly and immediately shouted at the scout. Tell me everything you know right now. The scout naturally would not refuse the black werewolf lord's request, so he relayed what he had seen to the other party. After hearing the scout's words, the few glimmers of hope in the black werewolf lord's heart disappeared completely. But his face quickly regained its spirits. Just because I can't do anything to him doesn't mean all the lords in the White River region can't do anything to him. After that, the black werewolf lord said to the scout, Go and call all the scouts that can be mobilized in the city. Remember, be quick. Yes. The scout stood up somewhat unsteadily and walked out of the lord's stone fortress. Soon, more than a dozen letters were taken away by the scouts who were called in. Afterwards, they will deliver the letters in their hands to the lords near the Baiha River basin one by one. Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang's decision was not wrong, but they miscalculated one thing, that is, the number of lords hiding near the Baiha River basin. And because the distances between their territories were not far, there was some contact by the end of the protection period. Although there was some unpleasantness in the communication, they did know each other. Inside the stone fortress, the black werewolf lord gnashed his teeth and said, As long as you spread the news of your massacre of the orcs, those guys will definitely not sit still and wait for death. Just wait. I will not only defeat you, but also take away everything you have. The above is the second thing that Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang miscalculated. If the white werewolf is smart, then the black werewolf is cunning. They use their brutality to conceal their cunning. Moreover, the Bema Itzong were always light cavalry used for combat, and collecting intelligence was not their strong point at all. The reason why they performed well in the previous few times was that most of their operations were on the battlefield. But now that we have gone deep into the territory of the black werewolves, and they are hiding themselves, it is inevitable that we will be deceived by superficial information. Besides, the Bema Itzong are human beings and cannot sneak in to collect information, so naturally they can report even less. To be honest, what judgment is made above has little to do with them. Since then, a series of chain reactions have emerged. The purpose of the spring offensive was to capture the northeast of Daqin, but now it has become a way to provoke the nerves of all the lords near the Baiha River basin. Next, whatever those lords plan to do will directly interfere with Qin Yu's actions. Of course, Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang were not completely defenseless. They judged the black werewolf to be brutal and bloodthirsty based on the information collected by the white horse Itzong. But for smart people, the so-called information is not 100% accurate. Always keep a hand in everything to prevent any trouble. If nothing unexpected happens, just treat it as a casual move. Just like Qin Yu had previously sent out a battalion of white horse volunteers to cut off the connection between the demon territory and the outside world in the mirror battlefield. It's done, icing on the cake. It's gone, no loss. That is one of the good habits Qin Yu has developed since he became a lord. As for the backup they had left behind, it was also the white horse volunteers, and it was a battalion and a team. Therefore, when the Black Werewolf Lord sent out many scouts to spread the news, the 1st Battalion and 1st Team of the White Horse Volunteers, who were outside his territory, immediately discovered something unusual. Just as they reported the information they collected about the Black Werewolves, they did not try to analyze it, but instead quickly delivered the information to the 2 people through the Warhawk. One is Chinyu. One is Meng Tian. Chapter 64. Change of target. War situation in the south. The War Eagle flew in a Chinyu's tent and landed on a support. Seeing this, the guard at the side stepped forward, took the letter from the claw, turned around, and handed it to Chinyu. There wasn't much on the note, but it described in detail everything that happened in the Black Werewolf territory. Seeing this, Chinyu came to the sand table and touched his chin. If it's a request for help, then the number is a bit too much, isn't it? Next, Chinyu narrated the details to Zhuge Liang. As for the conch shell on the edge of the sand table, it is the confidence that Chinyu dares to go out to fight. Information exchange and intelligence sharing. In that case, except that the soldiers under his command cannot benefit from Zhuge Liang's talent bonus, it is basically no different from having him by your side. Perhaps we underestimated the number of lords near the White River Basin. Zhuge Liang opened his mouth, and his voice came out from inside the conch. Chinyu nodded, with some hesitation on his face. If the number of reinforcements is equal to the number of wolf cavalrymen that went out, then the next battle will be troublesome. Zhuge Liang analyzed. There are 17 wolf cavalrymen. 10 are heading east, 2 are heading west, and 5 are crossing the river to the north. In other words, if reinforcements can be brought in, the pressure will be concentrated in the east or north. An idea flashed through Chinyu's mind, and he said, "Perhaps we can change the direction of our main attack." Zhuge Liang agreed. The Black Werewolf territory should switch from offense to defense, and use the strategy of besieging a point and attacking reinforcements to buy time to conquer the White Werewolf territory. The White Wolf territory has a special geographical location. If we can occupy it, we can use it as a bridgehead to attack the northeast. We can advance to counterattack the invading enemy and retreat to defend the White River. Changing the subject, Zhuge Liang added, "But this plan depends on whether the White Wolf will fall into the trap. If they don't send troops out, or even strengthen the security, it will be too much pressure for the attackers." Chinyu agreed with this. Of course, he won't give up. On the contrary, he became more determined to continue fighting. We have to go no matter how great the pressure is. Otherwise, once they form a united force, it will have an extremely adverse impact on our series of deployments. Therefore, the White Werewolf territory must be taken. Zhuge Liang did not refute but suggested, "I suggest that you send a message to the 2 generals Eli and Li Xian in the south, ordering them to capture the territory of the living dead before dusk, and then go north to support the Lord." Chinyu nodded. "Okay, let's follow what you said, sir. I will send someone to pass on the message immediately." After Zhuge Liang finished his reply, he added, "All siege equipment will be delivered to the front line as soon as possible. Food, weapons, medicine, and other supplies will also be delivered at the corresponding time. Please rest assured, sir." Chinyu smiled. "Of course I'm assured when you do things." A piece of information and some analysis allowed Chinyu and Zhuge Liang to finalize the next action plan in just half an hour. Of course, there is a more important point in capturing the White Werewolf territory, which neither Chinyu nor Zhuge Liang explained in the above dialogue. That is the problem of Meng Tian's supply. Generally speaking, Meng Tian has fewer soldiers. If the enemy reinforcements arrive and choose to cut off the food supply, he will be in a dilemma of supply interruption. To put it simply, since Meng Tian did not have many soldiers, the amount of supplies he needed was not very large. As long as they could open a new path through the woods, Meng Tian's troops would still be able to obtain supplies, but the quantity would not be large. Simply put, the previous supply lines were in a Y shape, and where the 3 lines converged was Chinyu's camp. On the left is the White Werewolf territory, on the right is the Black Werewolf territory, and below is the Qin supply line leading to the camp. Now the situation has changed, and we can no longer support Meng Tian along the supply line on the right, because there is a possibility of food supply being cut off. Moreover, the White Werewolf territory on the left is also a threat. If it occasionally attacks Chinyu, it would be troublesome but disgusting. Therefore, Chinyu and Zhuge Liang's new plan was to directly capture the White Werewolf territory, and then use it as a base to connect to the Black Werewolf territory to form a new supply line. Not only would the distance be shorter, but Chinyu would also be able to support Meng Tian at all times, which was simply perfect. As soon as the call ended, the Qin war eagle flew to the ancient battlefield in the south at the fastest speed. Soon, Eli and Li Xian looked at each other after receiving the combat order. Their commanders were all highly skilled and could naturally see through the arrangements made by Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang. Therefore, Eli was straightforward and said, "I will personally wear armor and lead the charge this time, and you will be responsible for commanding the soldiers to attack the city." Li Xian knew that he was not as strong as Eli, so he said, "Okay, let's work together and try to take down the territory of the living dead in one go." In fact, the previous battles between Eli and Li Xian were all wars of attrition, which could hardly be called a real siege. After all, there was no equipment. As for why this is done, it is of course to make the reported results look better. According to the news they received, the war in the northeast of Daqin will not last long. Once the war in the south is settled, the war in the northeast will also enter its final stages. Since you can't even drink the soup, why bother joining in the fun? Therefore, they decided to take over the territory of the living dead with an extremely low casualty rate, which could be regarded as adding a beautiful number to their own record. But who would have thought that the war situation would change so rapidly? In a blink of an eye, the situation in the northeast was linked to the entire body, and more than a dozen lords in the Baiha River Basin were implicated. In that situation, Eli and Li Xian naturally could not follow their previous plans. The two generals in the south are both practical people who do what they say. Li Xian commanded the siege machinery to the designated location. Eli led the Qin elite soldiers to climb the well, ready to attack the city wall as soon as possible. "Tray buckle ready." Li Xian rode his horse in front of the formation and shouted loudly, "Put!" Upon hearing this, the flag bearer waved the flag violently. The next second, a sound of breaking air was heard, and a boulder as big as a water tank was thrown into the air, drawing a parabola and falling directly onto the wall of the zombie territory. Boom! A large piece of the city wall, which was made entirely of bones, was shattered. Most of the zombies on it were blown away, and a few were buried alive, causing heavy casualties. However, the living dead didn't care at all. After all, they were already dead, and dying again would be nothing to them. Attack with the siege tower, and move the siege vehicles toward the city gate. Li Xian gave orders again, and 4 siege towers and a siege vehicle moved forward at the same time. Tray buckle suppression. Li Xian gave the order again. Although the living dead and orcs are different, they have one very prominent shortcoming, which is their low productivity. According to previous calculations, the attack range of the zombie bows and arrows is only about 200 meters at most, and the power is average, not to mention any armor-piercing ability. Therefore, apart from the siege vehicle rushing to the city gate and being hit by a large number of stones falling from the sky, the zombies had almost no way to deal with the moving siege tower. Come close. At this moment, Eli, who was inside the well, was wearing heavy armor and holding an epic tiger head axe, with an astonishing momentum. Bang! The well guardrail collided with the city wall, and Eli kicked the baffle off with one kick. Kill! Eli, who rushed out of the well, took the lead and jumped up. When he landed, he split a zombie into 2 halves on the spot. Kill! A dozen Qin warriors immediately followed Eli, while the Wudang flying army used powerful crossbows to suppress the living dead on the city wall. Chapter 65. Evilly attacks the city, Kunbi's ambition. Seeing hundreds of Qin elite soldiers climbing up the city wall through the stairs in the well, Li Xian ordered, "The catapults will lock onto the city and continue to attack. The rest of you, follow me and charge." Qin's elite soldiers, beast riders, and Wudang's flying troops shouted loudly and quickly followed Li Xian, who was riding his horse forward, rushing towards the city gate. On the city wall, a tall figure appeared and swung a samurai sword towards Eli. Clown! Eli raised his axe to block and sneered. "You still want to stop me? Get lost!" Eli raised his foot and kicked, and the warrior who attacked him was kicked away like a rolling gourd, knocking down many zombies along the way. The battle situation on the city wall was completely one-sided, and the zombies who were trying to rush up the wall were bombarded by catapults. To be honest, the territory of the undead no longer has any chance of turning the tables. Their only fate is destruction. Click! The city gate shattered with a loud bang, and Li Xian, who rushed forward, immediately led the remaining troops into the city. The chaos begins, and the outcome of the battle is determined. Even if the living dead are not afraid of death, their behavior of charging forward is only to generate income for the Qin soldiers. In less than half an hour, the city wall collapsed and the city gate was breached. Another hour later, the Lord of the Undead gathered his troops and tried to inflict greater casualties on the Qin side. Unfortunately, its intention was seen through by Li Xian early on. Set up a pocket formation, lure the enemy deep into your territory, and then wipe out most of the troops gathered by the Lord of the Undead. Of course, there were also surprises on the Qin side. That is, the fighting power of the Undead Lord is very strong, and Li Xian can't even defeat it. You and I will join forces to end this battle quickly. Ali drove the iron-armored Beast King forward, with the long-handled axe touching the ground, ready to go. Li Xian also knew that the situation was urgent and it was not appropriate to waste time, so he nodded and said, "No problem." Upon hearing this, Eli immediately swung the reins and drove the iron-armored Beast Dynasty's zombie lord forward. At this moment, the undead lord holding the cross spear had already gained confidence in his fight with Li Xian, so he didn't take the evil rushing towards him seriously at all. Clown! When the two men's weapons collided, an incredible expression appeared on the face of the Lord of the Undead. Its weapons were deflected, its arms went numb, and its muscles trembled. It seemed as if what he had just endured was not the power of a human, but a head-on hit by a huge monster. Die! Eli ignored the changes in the expression of the Undead Lord and swung his long-handled axe, beheading him on the spot. Not far away, Li Xian saw this, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He knew that there was a gap between him and Ali in terms of bravery, but he didn't know that the gap between them was so huge. Of course, Eli was a straightforward person and didn't want to take credit for anything, so he explained, "It was mainly because of your previous efforts that I was able to kill him with one axe. This head belongs to you. It has nothing to do with me." Li Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. "Although I am eager to make achievements, I don't need others to give me credit. You killed the man, so the credit is naturally yours." After saying this, Li Xian did not give Eli a chance to refute and continued, "Don't worry, the credit will go to each of us. I won't let myself suffer any loss." Eli said no more, but just nodded to Li Xian to show his agreement. As night fell, Meng Tian, who was temporarily stationed in the wizard territory for repairs, received a letter from Qin Yu. It not only wrote about Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang's next arrangements, but also came with a hero transfer order. Qin Yu's statement was very simple. Tomorrow, Meng Tian will send troops to the Black Werewolf territory. The hero transfer order can give Meng Tian an additional silver-level hero under his command, which will also reduce the pressure on him. The silver-level hero will be responsible for tomorrow's siege, while he himself will lead the main force of his headquarters to fight for reinforcements. In that situation, as long as no mistakes were made, with the elite Qin warriors, the Black Wolf Lord and the so-called reinforcements would be unable to do anything to Meng Tian. Of course, precisely because they could block it, Qin Yu was worried that the other side would use the strategy of cutting off the food supply. Therefore, when Meng Tian arrives at the designated location tomorrow, Qin Yu must also take over the White Wolf Man territory as soon as possible. Otherwise, once a melee of multiple forces is formed, the Qin dynasty will be stuck in the quagmire of war and unable to advance or retreat. At the same time, the Black Werewolf scouts arrived at the White Werewolf territory. The subsequent meeting went smoothly, but the White Werewolf Lord did not give an immediate answer. The reason is simple. The reason why the White Werewolves were able to develop and expand their territory was because of the foundation coming from the nobles within the territory. It is precisely because of the powerful soldiers and various buildings they provided that the White Werewolf territory was able to always suppress the Black Werewolf territory and occupy the most fertile land in the White River Basin. But everything has two sides. A territory that grows by absorbing nutrients from the nobility will inevitably suffer a shock to its internal centralization. Although the White Werewolf Lord is willing to support the Black Werewolf territory, if the nobles in his territory disagree, then he can do nothing even if he is willing. In the meeting hall of the White Wolfstone Castle, the White Wolf Lord sat at the first seat with 4 noble representatives on both sides below. The human lord is coming with great force. His identity is most likely the great Qin lord who ranked first on the 3 lists some time ago. If we can't gather our strength to repel the enemy, once the Black Werewolf Lord is killed, we will be the next to suffer. The White Wolf Lord said with a fierce look in his eyes. By the way, let me remind you that the great Qin Lord has a precedent of massacring foreign races. Therefore, we must not sit idly by and wait for death. An old and frail white werewolf said, "That's just your speculation. Don't take it seriously. Besides, can we trust the words of the black werewolf lord? Anyway, I don't agree to send troops. Once the decision is made to send troops, the nobles will have to provide money and manpower. So won't they be the ones who suffer the losses? Therefore, it makes sense that the white wolf nobles disagreed with sending troops. At least for them, it is common sense not to send troops. However, the white werewolf lord didn't care about it at all. He turned to look at the other nobles and asked, "What about you? We don't agree with that either." The other three noble representatives looked at each other and finally made a decision. The white werewolf lord nodded, with a cold look in his eyes. "If that's the case, then you can't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of wolf fighters rushed out from both sides of the meeting hall. The four noble representatives of the white werewolf were horrified upon seeing this. "Kunbi, what do you want to do? Don't forget that the officers under your command are all from our nobility." Kunbi stood up and sneered. "Thanks for the reminder. But they died 2 days ago." "You!" Before the white werewolf noble could finish his words, the wolf fighter pierced his heart with an iron claw, and he died on the spot. Kunbi waved his hand, signaling the wolf fighter to drag the body away. At the same time, he ordered his deputy, "Gather all troops immediately and march to the black werewolf territory tomorrow." "Yes." Kunbi's deputy took his leave. In the meeting hall, Kunbi sat down again, with a smile on his face that gradually became more intense. "Once the Black Wolf and the Great Qin start fighting tomorrow, I will sit on the mountain and watch the fight until both of them are defeated. At that time, not only will Daqin be mine, but I will also be able to take over the Black Werewolf territory. Just wait, this Baiha River Basin will definitely belong to me, Kunbi." Chapter 66. Build dams to divert water and attack with heavy cavalry. Report. Outside the tent, the White Horse volunteers stepped forward quickly. "My lord, the White Werewolf Lord has gathered the elite troops in the territory and is heading towards the Black Werewolf territory." "All the elite?" Qin Yu put down the Taigong Art of War in his hand, with a somewhat intriguing expression. "Aren't their two families mortal enemies? Why are you suddenly fully supporting the Black Werewolf territory? Is there any fraud here?" After a long time, Qin Yu suddenly figured something out, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "It turns out that those who can survive to this day are not good people." He put down the Taigong military strategy in his hand and ordered, "Send a message to Generals Dian Wei and Su Chu. Leave 1,000 Wudong flying soldiers to guard the camp, and the rest of the troops to assemble quickly." "Promise." The Bema Yitzong received the order and left. Soon, Dian Wei and Su Chu completed the task. Seeing this, Qin Yu once again ordered, "The entire army will immediately advance at full speed towards South Beach." After saying that, he urged Saluzi to move forward. The army followed Qin Yu in a mighty manner. Although the two sides of the Baiha River are mainly plains, there are a few areas that are higher in the east and lower in the west. South Beach is one of them. Normally, Kunbi also led his army through this road to fight with the Black Werewolf Lord. Kunbi didn't care too much today and prepared to go straight to South Beach with his elite troops. At the same time, in a dense forest not far away, Qin Yu was leading his troops in ambush. The entire army was extremely quiet. Even the sound of breathing was suppressed. Suddenly, an eagle's cry was heard in the sky. After a long time, the gravel under my feet trembled slightly, and a rumbling sound came from the direction of Baiha River. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance when he saw this. On the South Beach, Kunbi held up his iron knife and issued combat orders in a roaring manner. All soldiers should immediately stick their weapons into the ground and form groups of 10, hugging each other tightly. As soon as he finished speaking, 3-meter-high river water poured back towards the White Werewolf Legion. Seeing this, a large number of white werewolf soldiers showed horror on their faces and tried to escape from the coverage of the river. But the timing Qin Yu chose was very clever. It was when Kunbi led his army into South Beach. As for when he was ready, of course it was last night, after he surveyed the terrain and ordered people to build earth dams to forcibly raise the level of the river water. Of course, data such as how high the earth dam should be piled, how to push it down, how long it takes for the river water to reach the battlefield, and how much power it has left when it arrives are all knowledge. Chinyu, who had no experience in that area, could only reduce the experimental data and send people to the bank of the Baiha River to conduct experiments. Fortunately, we got the result in the early hours of last night, so we didn't miss the opportunity today. Otherwise, Chinyu would definitely waste a lot of time on Kunbi today. But Kunbi is not incompetent. At least he saw that the river water Chinyu brought was not enough to defeat his own side, but could only disperse his formation. Therefore, he ordered his soldiers to stick their weapons into the ground as a fulcrum. Then they formed groups of 10 and held tightly together to prevent the army from being too scattered. In emergency situations, Kunbi can stabilize the morale of the troops and issue more practical orders, which is very good for a commander. However, although the performance was good, Chinyu was well prepared. Order the Wudong flying army to the designated location and wait. When the water recedes, shoot arrows immediately. Chinyu was still hiding in the dense forest and gave orders in a cold voice. At this moment, the flag bearer who had climbed onto a huge rock heard the words and immediately waved the command flag. Not long after, the water level had just receded, and a large number of Wudang flying troops appeared on the high slopes on both sides of Nansha Beach. Bang, bang, bang. With the crossbows firing at random, hundreds of white werewolf soldiers were shot to death while being dazed. 1,000 Wudang flying soldiers fired 200 arrows every 2 seconds, a total of 5 rounds of arrow rain within 10 seconds, instantly causing heavy casualties to the white wolf soldiers on South Beach. Kunbi raised his knife and chopped off an arrow that was flying towards him. Fear first appeared on his face, followed by boundless anger. With his intelligence, he could naturally understand that Chinyu was trying to divert his attention to the enemy. On the surface, the focus of the attack was on the black werewolf's territory, but in fact they ambushed him on his own path. As for the psychological changes, the fear was because of the critical situation at the moment, and the anger was because Chinyu had played him around. That kind of shame made him feel a little embarrassed among the many white werewolf warriors who supported him. But his reason overcame his anxiety in the struggle between nature and man. Kunbi panted and gritted his teeth. "Wolf fighter, follow me and cover your retreat. The rest of the soldiers will immediately retreat towards the territory." After saying that, Kunbi led his elite troops to rush towards the Wudong flying army, which was relatively close to them. But the centurion of the Wudong flying army ignored them completely. When Kunbi moved towards them, the centurion immediately evacuated with his men. Moreover, he did not retreat all at once, but retreated while fighting. In short, flying a kite. The idea is very simple. In fact, it is to bully you, the white werewolf, because you don't have a good long-range weapon. Kunbi was so angry about this that his teeth were itching. Of course, to be honest, Kunbi's prestige in the White Werewolf Legion is really high. When an ordinary army encounters this situation, even if the soldiers do not turn around and run away, their morale will drop to the bottom. However, the White Werewolf Legion was still able to carry out the orders given by Kunbi. In Chinyu's opinion, this was actually a very remarkable thing. Of course, although he admired her, Chinyu would not show mercy. He waved his hand in the dense forest and gave the order. Order Su Chu to lead 1,000 Tiger Guards and Zhang Liang to lead 3,000 White Horse Volunteers to attack the White Wolf Lord's front army. Remember, the Tiger Guard Battalion is in front, and the White Horse Volunteers are in the back, with a distance between them to prevent our fighters from colliding with each other. After a pause, Chinyu continued. Order Jianwei to lead the Iron Guard Battalion to attack immediately when Su Chu leads his troops to break through the Central Army. Let's crush the White Werewolf Legion completely in one fell swoop. Promise. The Bema Yitzong received the order and left. At Nanshatten, the river water has receded to the knee level. Kunbi's act of issuing a retreat order also restored some morale, making the White Werewolf Legion show signs of recovery. On the battlefield, Kunbi saw this and thought to himself, there is no way this trap can be that simple. Just when he was getting anxious, there was another dull tremor from the ground. After a while, Kunbi raised his head and looked forward. At this moment, there was a group of heavy cavalrymen covered in black armor and holding lances in one hand rushing towards them. Although there were only 1,000 cavalrymen in that formation, they charged out with an unstoppable force. Disperse! Kunbi roared loudly and did not dare to stay on the battlefield. The Tiger Guard Battalion has now reached full speed. Anyone who dares to stand in its way will be crushed. When the White Werewolf Legion, whose morale was low, saw its leader flee, the already loose formation collapsed instantly, and the soldiers fled in all directions. No one cared about anyone else. In comparison, Su Chu, who was stepping onto the battlefield for the first time since arriving in the Universal Continent, was particularly excited. He just raised an epic lance and shouted loudly, "Tiger Guard Battalion, follow me to crush the enemy. Kill, kill, kill." The Tiger Guard Battalion also raised their weapons and responded to Su Chu in unison. Chapter 67. Like cavalry harvests, Su Chu kills the general. The first appearance of the Tiger Guard Battalion boosted the morale of the gold-level troops. The armored demonic horse charged into the white werewolf legion, while the Tiger Guards riding on it kept swinging their lances to kill the enemies near them. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Tiger Guard Battalion completely tore apart the white werewolf legion's formation. However, because the order was issued in a timely manner, although the white wolf legion's formation was broken, the white wolf soldiers were completely separated, making it impossible for the Tiger Guard Battalion to further expand the results of the victory. However, the above command has a fatal weakness. That is, if a second cavalry appeared after the Tiger Guard Battalion, then with the current formation of the white werewolf legion, it would basically be a waste. Therefore, Kunbi, who escaped the disaster, couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the great Qin Lord couldn't help but attack. Otherwise, if he had been given some more time to develop, my entire army would have been wiped out here today. Before he finished speaking, the sound of horse hooves was heard again. Kunbi's tiger body trembled, and he looked forward in despair. The white horse volunteers attacked the battlefield like a white wave. That scene was very similar to the one when the Baiha River water submerged them before. Wherever the will leads, life and death will follow. Heaven is my witness, and the white horse is my witness. Loud slogans rang out, and the white horse volunteers charged into the completely defeated white wolf army with their guns. Screams and pleas for mercy were heard continuously. But at this moment, the Bema Itzong regarded life as worthless. Wherever they went, corpses were scattered all over the ground, and blood flowed like a river. "Humans, even if I die, I will take you with me." Kunbi jumped up from the boulder and slashed with his iron knife towards the Bema Itzong, who was closest to him. At this moment, his inner ambitions completely collapsed. The river water backflowed, causing his plan to go to the black werewolf territory to fail. The appearance of the Iron Cavalry caused the white werewolf soldiers under his command to be routed. The appearance of the Second Cavalry made him fully understand his current situation. If it was a life-and-death situation before, now there is no chance of survival. Therefore, he decided to take action himself and kill a few more humans to ease the anger in his heart. However, Kunbi unfortunately picked the only hero among the White Horse volunteers. Zhang Liang. Seeing someone attacking him, Zhang Liang immediately raised his gun and fired back. There was a clanging sound, and the moment the two weapons collided, Zhang Liang realized that he was no match for the attacker. But Zhang Liang did not retreat, but took the initiative to meet the enemy. Zhang Liang's talent Defeat the Enemy is triggered. His overall combat power is 20%. If the enemy is a foreign race, the overall combat power and that of his White Horse volunteers will be increased by an additional 10%. Even with the bonus of talent, Zhang Liang still couldn't beat Kunbi, but the opponent was also unable to attack the other Bema Itzong. Damn, why are humans so strong? I don't believe it. Kunbi's eyes were filled with confusion, and he swung his knife faster and faster with more power. Actually, it's normal that he doesn't understand, because in addition to Zhang Liang's own attribute bonuses, he also has several attribute bonuses brought to him by Qin Yu. The Gifted Ancestor Dragon. The comprehensive attribute combat power bonus that Qin soldiers can get when fighting with foreign races is 40%. A Gifted Military Master. The physical fitness of all the people in Daqin will be increased by 50%, and the weapon attributes will be increased by an additional 100%. Skills and Martial Arts. When Qin Yu personally takes charge, the comprehensive attributes of his troops increase by 40%, and the commander's personal combat power increases by an additional 20%. Although according to Qin Yu's calculations, no matter what the nature of the additional bonus is, there is basically an upper limit. Qin Yu didn't know the exact amount. However, when all the bonus values are maxed out, even if Zhang Liang is only a silver-level hero, he can fight with Kunbi, a gold-level hero, for 300 rounds without being defeated. That's why Kunbi suddenly acted like a gambler who had lost all his money. However, just when Kunbi was about to exert his real strength, A horse spear weighing 1,000 pounds knocked him away on the spot. "You go command the cavalry. I'll leave him to me." Su Chu retracted the lance he had thrown out, and a hint of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. "Promise." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang took the order and left. Kunbi was furious when he saw the cooked duck flying away. "Who are you?" "Captain of the Qin Empire, Su Chu." "Su Chu Gadin. I hope you can hold your own better than those wolf cubs just now, otherwise it would be too boring." "Court death." Kunbi jumped up and swung his sword at Su Chu at an extremely fast speed. The latter was not afraid at all and swung his lance towards the opponent. The moment the two weapons collided, Kunbi was sent flying. "How boring. You're not much better than them. Go to hell. You're wasting my time." Su Chu rode his horse forward and chopped off Kunbi's head with one strike of his spear. Once the main general died, a one-sided massacre ensued. On the battlefield, those who run slowly will be killed by the guards who arrive later. Of course, those who run fast will have no chance of survival, because the Wudong flying army that was responsible for the ambush had blocked their way. If there were any lucky ones who escaped, the hundreds of white horse volunteers left by Qin, you would also send them to death. Simply put, this battle was a total annihilation. Although it takes more time to plan and chase, it is more stable. It can not only ensure that no one escapes back to the White Wolf Man's territory to report the news, but also weaken the power of the White Wolf Man's territory as much as possible. At the same time, Meng Tian led his men to the outside of the Black Werewolf territory. However, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he methodically deployed troops outside the city, built platforms, set up camps, and even assembled siege equipment right under the nose of the Black Werewolf Lord. On the city wall, the Black Werewolf Lord's deputy was very puzzled when he saw this. "My lord, what do those humans mean? Are you provoking us?" The Black Werewolf Lord said coldly. "This possibility cannot be ruled out." After that, he added, "The enemies and ours have a huge disparity in combat power. As long as they don't attack the city, we will ignore them. We have the city wall and reinforcements are on the way. As long as we can hold on, victory will be ours." Obviously, although the Black Werewolf Lord was afraid of Qin Yu, he did not think that the other party could compete with all the lords in the Baihe River Basin. It can only be said that the Black Werewolf Lord knows nothing about the power in Qin Yu's hands. Otherwise, he would not make such a judgment. Meng Tian was unaware of the conversation on the city wall. All he knew was that there was no movement in the Black Werewolf territory. In the camp of the Great Qin, Meng Tian said to the centurion he had accepted his fate. "Yang Dong, you must remember that your mission is to feint and delay the living forces in the Black Wolf Man's territory. In addition, you are tasked with guarding our siege stronghold, so even if you are discovered, you cannot retreat, understand?" Yang Dong clasped his fists and said, "I understand." Afterwards, Meng Tian selected 500 Golden Fire cavalrymen and 500 Qin elite soldiers and led them eastward along the Baihe River. If Yang Dong's mission is of ordinary difficulty, then the mission personally carried out by Meng Tian is of hell level. Because he had to lead 1,000 men under his command to block the coalition forces of lords coming from most of the eastern part of the Baihe River Basin. Meng Tian didn't know how many people they would send. But even if each of them only sends 500 soldiers, a dozen lords together can form a considerable army. Of course, Meng Tian does not need to face the above situation for a long time, because at this time, Eli and Li Xin, who had completed their rest in Daqin, were leading their troops to the north. They will split into two groups halfway. Go all the way to support Qin Yu. Go all the way to support Meng Tian. It was for this reason that Meng Tian dared to lead 1,000 troops to block the coalition forces of lords in the east of the Baihe River Basin. Otherwise, as a talented general with a command level of 100, how could he possibly carry out a mission of fighting against a rock with an egg? Chapter 68. Lightning War, Lion and Tiger Duo. It's a dark and windy night, a perfect time for murder. After the Battle of Nanshatten ended, Qin Yu immediately reorganized his troops and went to meet up with the escort team sent by Zhuge Liang. Everyone changed to new weapons. Don't take the extra. Just take one siege vehicle and 1 day's rations. Qin Yu issued an order that was very confusing. Of course, from the time Qin Yu came to the Universe continent until now, he has won every battle and has never been defeated. Although there are many bonuses brought by military types, weapons, equipment, and powerful generals, Qin Yu's own growth cannot be ignored. The The confidence that came from deep within the soldiers made them trust Qin Yu very much. Even if they cannot understand something, they will not let their imagination run wild. Do what you can do well. The rest is none of their business and they cannot interfere. Everything was ready, and Qin Yu, traveling lightly, quickly led the large army westward. The White Wolf territory, also known as White Wolf City. At this moment, there was an illusion that 9 out of 10 households in the city were empty. The silence is chilling. Of course, that's actually true. First, Kunbi killed many nobles and the forces attached to them before leaving. That's like a rotten apple. If you want to eat it without any psychological pressure, you need to cut off the large piece near the rotten part. As for not killing, what will be the result? Kunbi was forced to go on the expedition against the will of the nobles. No matter what the result of the expedition was, the White Werewolf territory would no longer belong to him when he returned. Therefore, even though Kunbi knew that eliminating the hidden dangers of the nobles would bring huge losses to themselves, they had to die for the sake of their own ambitions and status in the territory. Otherwise, the longer the time goes, the more likely your position will be shaken. That is the first reason why White Wolf City is so quiet at this moment. As for the second reason, it was of course that Kunbi took away all the combat-capable soldiers in White Wolf City when he went to war. Perhaps it was precisely because of the weak defense of White Wolf City that Qin Yu only brought a siege vehicle and 1 day's rations and headed straight for White Wolf City. Suddenly, Qin Yu, who was marching forward, raised his hand and signaled the army to stop. At this time, the north gate of White Wolf City was in sight. The flickering torches on the city wall proved that Qin Yu's guess was completely correct. Su Chu reined in his horse and stopped, flattering the horse in a foolish manner. My lord is indeed very smart. Qin Yu rolled his eyes at him, and his expression turned serious. Z-Man, you lead the 1,000 iron guards and push the siege vehicles to take down the city gate. Remember, light the fire after the city gate is breached. Zhongkang, you will follow closely behind the attacking army. Once the city gate is breached, you will lead the 1,000 Tiger Guard battalion into the city. Promise. Dianwei and Su Chu clasped their fists and accepted the order. Soon, the two men with their troops quietly approached White Wolf City. Of course, orcs have extremely developed 5 senses. The vision distance of the white and black werewolves in the dark can reach 200 meters. Besides, the siege vehicle is pushed forward. Even if the wheels are covered with cloth, they will inevitably make noise when they come into contact with the ground. At present, the siege army led by Dianwei is less than 100 meters away from the city gate. But what happened next was just as Qin Yu had expected. The white werewolf soldiers on the city wall still discovered them, but it was found to be normal. Otherwise, if things went too smoothly, Qin Yu would feel something was wrong. Enemy attack! The white werewolf soldiers on the city wall shouted. Then, the sound of bells could be heard from the city wall. Qin Yu rode his horse and stood on the low slope, muttering to himself. It's actually pretty good that we were discovered within 100 meters. The next 100 meters should be treated as a sprint to charge the siege vehicle in advance. In front of the city gate, Dianwei saw that his actions had been discovered, so he stopped hiding. Men of the Iron Guard, follow me to take down the city gate. Kill, kill, kill. 1,000 iron guards covered the siege vehicle as it pushed forward, holding up their iron shields to provide cover. Rocks fell from the city wall, but they were all caught by the iron guards who were covering them. In a short while, Dianwei led his team to the destination and immediately pushed the siege vehicle towards the city gate. The structure of a siege vehicle is a cart plus a tripod, under which hangs a battering ram covered with iron sheets. At this moment, the guards responsible for pushing the cart stabilized the frame, while the guards standing at the back pulled the thick rope and dragged the battering ram backwards. Put! Dianwei gave the order, and the iron guards who were pulling the rope immediately let go. Boom! The battering ram fell on the city gate with a dull sound, and the whole thing shook. Continue! Seeing that the battering ram was not effective, Dianwei climbed onto the siege vehicle. Put! The iron guard obeyed the order and let go immediately. Dianwei pushed forward with both hands as the baton was swung forward. Boom! A gap was knocked into the city gate, but it was quickly pushed back by the white werewolf soldiers blocking behind. Continue! Dianwei gritted his teeth and prepared to use the same trick again. At this moment, a rock from the city gate suddenly fell towards him. Old Dian, let me lend you a hand. Clang! With a strike of the spear, a rock flew into the air. Su Chu immediately jumped off his horse and threw his weapon to the guard beside him. Dianwei did not refuse, but just nodded at him silently. Put! The iron guard let go of the thick rope in his hand, and the battering ram swung forward again. Dianwei and Su Chu were on both sides of the siege vehicle, their armor propped up by muscles, veins throbbing on their necks, and their hands pushed forward. Bang! The siege vehicle fell apart, and a gap was knocked out in the city gate, large enough for two people to walk side by side. Close the door! The white werewolf soldier behind the door exclaimed. Don't even think about it. When Dianwei and Su Chu saw that the gate was about to close, they immediately jumped up from the siege vehicle and kicked the gate at the same time. Dianwei and Su Chu triggered the bond, lion-tiger twins. When the two are present at the same time, their combined combat power increases by 10%. If the two work together to do the same thing, their combined combat power increases by an additional 10%. If one of them is injured, the other's bravery will instantly increase by 2. On the low slope, Qingyu looked somewhat surprised when he received the prompt. He knew that the talent could be triggered during combat. Skills are also possible, but this kind of bond was the first time he had seen it. Inside the city gate, Dianwei and Su Chu's sudden force caused the white werewolf soldiers behind the city gate to be blown away on the spot. Of course, if they had not laid the foundation of breaking down the door before, Dianwei and Su Chu would not have been able to kick the city gate open. Otherwise, why are they pushing siege vehicles? Can't you just kick the door open? The city gate has been breached. As soon as Dianwei landed on the ground, he grabbed a white werewolf soldier who was closer to him and broke the soldier's neck. The corpse was thrown aside, and Dianwei raised his hand to catch the weapon thrown by the Iron Guard. Iron Guard Battalion, follow me into the battle. After Dianwei shouted, he rushed into the white werewolf soldiers first, triggering his skill frenzy and killing everyone in the area. The Iron Guard Battalion immediately followed, and their fighting style was very similar to Dianwei's. Su Chu, who was a step behind, cursed. Old Dian, you are so unethical. After the city was captured, it was clearly my mission. Why did you just start killing people? Seeing that Dianwei ignored him, Su Chu immediately turned around, picked up the lance handed to him by the Iron Guard, and jumped on his horse. Tiger Guard Battalion, follow me into the city and kill the enemy. Su Chu sautet lauli ta boots mozan. Kill, kill, kill. The Tiger Guard Battalion, which had been waiting in line, followed Su Chu's footsteps, crossed the Iron Guard Battalion led by Dianwei, and attacked the reinforcements in the city. Obviously, although Su Chu cursed, his judgment of the battle situation was amazing. Chapter 69, Bloodbath of the Aliens, Assimilation of White Wolf City. On the battlefield, mixing infantry and cavalry is a taboo. Those inside the city gate were just defenders, so Su Chu didn't need to compete with Dianwei for the credit. It would be a great achievement if I could defeat the reinforcements in the city by myself. Su Chu looks very stupid, but on the battlefield he would not make a judgment like throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. The Iron Guard Battalion guarded the city gate, and the Tiger Guard Battalion drove back the reinforcements in the city, giving the White Horse volunteers who subsequently rushed into the city plenty of room to maneuver. On the streets, the Bema Itzong riding on white horses were running rampant. They drew their bows and drew their arrows and stabbed with their spears, and all foreigners were put to death. It's not that Qingyu is cruel, but the current situation does not allow him to be soft-hearted. Because only by killing all the white werewolves can Qingyu completely control the white werewolf territory. Otherwise, once Qingyu led his army to support Meng Tian, the white wolves in the territory would most likely cause trouble. Therefore, Qingyu was not afraid of how much of an impact the following killing scenes would have on his mind. If you stick your head out, you will be killed. If you hide your head, you will also be killed. If that is the case, then why bother trying to cover up one's mistakes? He was the one who gave the order, so naturally he had to bear the consequences. After all, we will definitely experience many similar things in the future. Either adapt early or die early. That is the iron rule set by the universe continent. Of course, Qingyu didn't pay much attention to it. After entering the city, he went straight to the White Werewolf Lord's mansion. At this moment, the few resistance forces in the White Wolfstone Fort had been killed by the Iron Guards, and Qingyu smoothly reached the core location of the territory. Arriving at the meeting hall and climbing onto the platform, Qingyu sat in the seat that originally belonged to Kunbi. "What's the situation outside?" Qingyu asked. Upon hearing this, the Iron Guard clasped his fists and replied, General Su is clearing out the remaining white werewolves, and General Dian is in charge of guarding the city gates to prevent anyone from escaping. Qin Yu nodded and said nothing more. He raised his hand and used the authority of the Lord to summon the Lord Crystal belonging to the white werewolf territory. A light flashed before Qin Yu's eyes. The next second, a Lord Crystal similar to a human Lord Crystal, but with many more animal patterns on it, appeared. Qin Yu reached out and grabbed it, and the next second a prompt came. You have successfully taken control of the territory crystal of the white werewolf territory. Please make your choice from the following options. Destroy, assimilate, occupy. Destroy. Destroy the territory crystal in front of you to obtain 70% of the resources used to develop the territory. Assimilation. Destroy buildings in the city that cannot be used by your own race. Obtain 80% of the resources of the destroyed buildings, and change the characteristics of the territory crystal to your own race. Occupation. Control the Lord's crystal, retain its race-related buildings, and the characteristics of the territory crystal. The core of this spring offensive is to capture White Wolf City and use it as a bridgehead and granary to occupy the northeast of Daqin. Therefore, Qin Yu could not choose to destroy. As for the previous Kobold territory, the Wizard territory, and the Undead territory, the first two were due to their poor geographical locations, and only by destroying and harvesting resources could they maximize their profits. The latter had a too gloomy environment, not suitable for territory development, and was too close to Daqin, so it was also chosen to be destroyed. There is no need for occupation. The main reason was that Qin Yu had issued a massacre order before entering the city, so it was impossible for him to choose to occupy it. So Qin Yu made a decision quickly. Assimilation. Many buildings in White Wolf City were reduced to ashes, and large amounts of supplies were piled up on the open ground. At the same time, Qin Yu could also vaguely feel the connection between Daqin and White Wolf City. Qin Yu came back to his senses and used the Lord's authority again to hide the Lord's crystal. Taking out the conch shell, Qin Yu said to Zhuge Liang, "Sir, White Wolf City has been conquered by our army. Please send students to govern it as soon as possible." "Promise." Zhuge Liang's voice followed. At this time, Su Chu and Dian Wei walked in. Qin Yu put down the conch and looked at the two of them. "Is everything settled?" Su Chu replied, "All the white wolves in the city have been killed, and their bodies are being cremated." Dian Wei added, "The important supplies in the city have been gathered in the square. Here is the list." After saying that, Dian Wei took out a list from his arms. Upon seeing this, Tai Wei stepped forward, took the list, turned around, and handed it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu picked up the list, flipped through it casually, and then put it down. "Zhongkong, tomorrow you will lead 1,000 Tiger Guards and 2,000 White Horse Volunteers to attack the Jackal territory south of White Wolf City. Remember, in this battle, all the gnolls must be annihilated, their territories destroyed, and not a single one left alive. Promise." Su Chu's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he clasped his fists and accepted the order. Qin Yu ignored his expression and continued, "The students from Daqin will arrive at White Wolf City early tomorrow morning. Zeman, let the escort team take over the defense of White Wolf City. We will rest in White Wolf City tonight, and tomorrow morning we will march east to support Meng Tian." "Promise." Dian Wei clasped his fists and accepted the order, remaining calm. "My lord, General Zhang Liang wants to see you." The guard standing guard at the door suddenly came to report. Qin Yu waved his hand. "Xian." In a short while, Zhang Liang arrived at the meeting hall. "My lord, thousands of humans were found in a dungeon in White Wolf City." "Excuse me, how should I place them?" Qin Yu said without thinking. "First clear a few streets and settle them down, and then make arrangements once the students from Daqin arrive tomorrow." After that, Qin Yu asked as if it was a routine matter, "Are there any heroes among those people?" The plan was arranged in advance, so there is no need to think about it in detail. As for why it is a routine matter, it is because Qin Yu has encountered too few heroic units so far. Apart from those related to oneself, there are only 2 hero units that are spawned through territory. One is Su Xiao, and the other is Zhang Liang in front of him. Apart from Chen Xian, there was no one else I met by chance. You should know that when Meng Tian broke through the wizard's territory, he liberated more than 2,000 people at once. However, among the more than 2,000 people, there is not a single heroic unit, not even the relatively rare life professionals at this stage. Therefore, Qin Yu gradually lost hope in this. Instead of hoping that the universe continent will give you something, It is more hopeful to rely on the altar of creation. But Zhang Liang's next answer was surprising. My lord, there are not only heroes among those thousands of people, but they also seem to be the leaders of all the prisoners. Qin Yu was curious and asked, Has he come yet? Waiting outside. Zhang Liang answered. Qin Yu raised his hand. Let him in. Promise. Zhang Liang turned to his soldiers at the door and said, Bring the people in. Soon, a centurion walked into the meeting hall with a girl. When Qin Yu saw the person coming, he couldn't help but feel familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen this somewhere before? The girl noticed that Qin Yu had a strange look in his eyes and became alert. Of course, the girl is very polite. Or should I say she is very bold. Facing Qin Yu's aura at the moment, he was not all nervous and bowed in greeting. My humble daughter's son, Ruowei, greets you, sir. Qin Yu couldn't help but slap his thigh when he heard this familiar name and said, I know you. Your father is Jing Qing, right? Sun Ruowei was stunned for a moment. She was sure that she didn't know the person in front of her. But since he didn't know the person on the stage, how could the other party tell her identity, which she had never told to outsiders? Just by looking at the name? Chapter 70. Taking over the team, Black Wolf Strikes. Qin Yu did not explain why he knew Sun Ruowei's background. On the contrary, he learned a secret from Sun Ruowei. That is, the situation on the universe continent is more complicated than one had imagined. Now that Sun Ruowei has appeared, will the protagonists or children of destiny from other worlds also descend on the universe continent? In addition, he also learned through chatting that Sun Ruowei had just arrived at the gate of Shuntian Mansion before landing on the Huanyu continent. In other words, the so-called protagonists or destined ones may not necessarily arrive in their peak condition. As for other ideas, I don't have any for now. Qin Yu had 2 girlfriends before he traveled through time, but because he was a homebody and liked playing games, they eventually chose to break up peacefully. Besides, although Sun Ruowei is beautiful, Qin Yu knows her character quite well. If Qin Yu really wanted to pick the little pepper in front of him, he might not end up well. Therefore, Qin Yu naturally had no interest in Sun Ruowei. Of course, Sun Ruowei's own attributes are still quite impressive. It's just that his talent is a little biased. Name, Sun Ruowei. Loyalty, 80. Rank Gold. Talents, Intelligence, Administrative Efficiency 10%, Learning Ability 20%. Heroine. If she voluntarily marries someone else, her husband's personal luck 10%. Level, LV 12. Bravery, 10 up to 30. Leadership, 10, maximum 30. Politics, 25, maximum 60. Intelligence, 25, maximum 65. Arms, none. 80 points of loyalty are only achieved with the blessing of one's ancestor dragon. Otherwise, Sun Ruowei's loyalty would just be passing. To be honest, as for talent, Qin Yu really has no lack of luck. And it is marked above that it is voluntary, not that you will get corresponding luck bonus by marrying her. It was for this reason that Qin Yu gave up on further contact with Sun Ruowei in an instant. Otherwise, with his now growing ambition, he would never let go. As for other aspects, it is of no use. The threshold for Daqin to make further progress in development is now too high, and it is not something that Sun Ruowei can solve alone. If placed in other places, Sun Ruowei's attributes might be good. But in the context of the Qin dynasty, it seems neither high nor low, so naturally there is no need to pay too much attention to it. Tomorrow you will return to Daqin with the escort team, and someone there will arrange a job for you. Qin Yu smiled at Sun Ruo. As for those who were captured before, they will continue to stay in White Wolf City. Of course, they're already the people of Daqin. You can rest assured about their safety. Everything is up to you, my lord. Although Sun Ruowei still had some doubts about Qin Yu, she couldn't refuse him. Not to mention anything else, just the 2 strong men standing at the bottom of the stairs gave her great pressure. That kind of aura was nothing compared to the Kuan that he had seen before. The 2 were simply not on the same level, and there was no comparison. Next, Sun Ruowei was sent out of the meeting hall, and Qin Yu stood up from the throne and walked straight outside. Just as he reached the door, Qin Yu suddenly turned around and pointed at the throne on the steps. I'll ask them to take that chair down. It's really uncomfortable to sit on. He won't be working here anymore, so there's naturally no need to keep a throne that symbolizes his status. Besides, the throne on the steps was designed for the white werewolves. Qin Yu was not comfortable sitting on it at all, so he didn't feel bad about taking it down. Promise. Zhang Liang took the order. The next morning, Su Chu, accompanied by Qin Yu, led 3,000 soldiers south to attack the Null territory. Soon after, the team of students sent by Zhuge Liang also arrived at White Wolf City smoothly. The leader of the team was Sang Hongyang. There is no way. There are only a few people in the Qin dynasty who can truly govern the government. Zhuge Liang cannot leave Daqin because that is Qin Yu's base. Therefore, at present, only Sang Hongyang is capable of managing White Wolf City. Of course, Sang Hongyang's work in Bailang City did not affect his work in Daqin. After all, the highway between the two cities is being built at a rapid pace. Once the road is completed, if the speed is fast, it will take a day and a half to get back to Daqin. Besides, Sang Hongyang was temporarily transferred to Bailang City because the new city had just been established and the people were unstable. After a period of time, when the situation in Bailang City stabilizes, Sang Hongyang will naturally return to Daqin to work. Next, Qin Yu's task was simple. First, give the list of trapped people compiled last night to Sang Hongyang. Second, take out the previous rewards and summon 20,000 refugees to fill the population of White Wolf City. After completing the above tasks, Qin Yu immediately led his troops and headed east with enough supplies. He didn't want to delay the war on the front line because of some trivial government affairs. After all, the difference between arriving early and arriving late is quite big. Black Werewolf Territory. As the sun just rose, the Black Werewolf Lord noticed something was wrong outside the city. The siege last night seemed to be very powerful, but in fact it was a bit weak inside. Of course, out of caution, the Black Werewolf Lord did not rush to judge. The main reason is that Meng Tian's battle record is too amazing. In the first battle, they flattened the territory of the Ogre Men, who were not much weaker than them. In the second battle, they broke through the wizard's territory in less than half a day and killed the powerful orc hero within 3 rounds. Although he is stronger than the orc hero, his strength is limited. Because he could not guarantee that he could defeat the orc hero within 50 rounds, this also showed the gap between himself and Meng Tian. However, defending the city could not break the deadlock. Before that, he was planning to wait for reinforcements to arrive before going out of the city to attack Meng Tian and actively create opportunities. But now the opportunity seems to be right in front of him, and the Black Werewolf Lord will naturally not give up easily. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard. The Black Werewolf soldier dressed as a scout rushed forward and knelt on one knee. "Sir, we found some traces of human activity 20 miles to the east. Our people followed the lead and found that some humans were stationed on Dongtu Mountain. Moreover, those people were dressed exactly like the humans outside the city." The Black Werewolf Lord slapped the battlement with an ecstatic expression on his face. "So that's how it is. No wonder last night's siege looked so weird." The deputy beside him frowned slightly when he heard this. "My lord, what do you mean?" The Black Werewolf Lord couldn't help but sneer. "That group of humans is trying to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. On the surface, it looks like they are targeting me, but in fact, they are targeting the reinforcements." The deputy said urgently. "Should we send someone to alert them?" "Need not." The Black Werewolf Lord gave a cunning smile. "No matter how strong the human soldiers are, they will definitely lose some teeth if they try to defeat the reinforcements sent by the lords. Let's deal with the humans outside the city first, and then support them depending on the situation. If humans gain the upper hand, we will just sit back and watch. Otherwise, we will wait until both sides are defeated, and then we will take action to take them out together." Upon hearing this, the deputy broke out in a sweat. He really didn't expect that his lord would even betray the reinforcements. If they really do this, who will be willing to rescue them if something happens in the future? But he didn't dare to say this out loud, because before him, the Black Werewolf Lord had already changed 2 deputies. He knew better than anyone how they died, so it was impossible for him to shoot himself in the foot. At this moment, the Black Werewolf Lord, unaware of his deputy's thoughts, continued to do as he pleased. He gave the order, "Immediately gather all the black werewolves in the territory who can fight, and go out of the city with me to counterattack the human camp." Chapter 71. Jian Wei charges into the battle formation and attacks from all sides. On the left bank of the Baihe River, thousands of soldiers were marching forward. Suddenly, a warrior wearing a white helmet and silver armor came galloping from the opposite direction. In a short while, the Beima Yitzong came in front of Qin Yu. "My lord, the Black Werewolf Lord has taken the initiative to lead his army to fight, and is now attacking the camp left by General Meng Tian." Qin Yu did not show any nervousness on his face. Instead, he smiled. He has a sharp eye. It only took him one night, to see through Meng Tian's arrangement outside the city. After saying that, Qin Yu changed the subject. But it's good, it can save a lot of time. White Horse Volunteers, Wu Dang Flying Army, follow me. The Iron Guard Battalion will be responsible for escorting the supplies. Zeman, come with me. Promise. Dian Wei took the order. Next, the army Qin Yu brought out was divided into two, each acting independently. Soon, the centurion of the White Horse Volunteers who served as the vanguard encountered the first spy. That's a scout from the Black Werewolf territory. Although the Bema Yitsong were not as good as them in gathering information, their direct combat strength was many times greater than that of the enemy. With just 2 shots, the Bema Yitsong centurion shot and killed the Black Werewolf scout, who turned around and fled. After that, we encountered several Black Werewolf scouts, but fortunately we were safe every time. It neither affected the marching speed nor exposed Qin Yu's existence in advance. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yu arrived at the battlefield. At this time, the Black Wolf Lord was in the rear, commanding the Black Wolf soldiers to carry ladders and rush towards their own camp. Qin Ruishi fought bloody battles on the wooden wall, constantly killing the Black Werewolf soldiers who rushed up. Of course, our losses were also not small. With 1,500 troops against nearly 8,000 Black Werewolf soldiers, many of whom were elite advance guards. To be honest, it's amazing that they have been able to hold off until now. After all, the Black Werewolf Lord has his territory at his back, so he can attack without any worries. On the contrary, Qin Ruishi's situation would be much worse. Seeing this, Qin Yu immediately issued a combat order. Z-Man, you will lead 1,000 White Horse Volunteers to attack the Central Army immediately. If conditions permit, kill the Black Werewolf Lord. If that doesn't work, let's take a step back and just destroy their command system. Zhang Liang. Qin Yu called out the names again. I will be here. Zhang Liang stepped out with a serious expression. Qin Yu ordered. You lead the remaining White Horse Volunteers to take a detour and attack the right side of the Black Wolf Army. Remember, focus on grappling. Don't confront them head-on. Promise. Dian Wei and Zhang Liang clasped their fists and accepted the order. After gathering their troops, they led their troops away. Soon, the Black Werewolf Lord on the same battlefield quickly discovered Qin Yu's presence. Of course, the first person he paid attention to was Dian Wei. After all, his target is himself, and he has no choice but to pay attention. Order the front troops to retreat. The Black Werewolf Lord's face turned pale, and he could only retreat to the territory with his elite troops. However, the speed of the White Horse Volunteers was beyond their reach. As soon as they left, Dian Wei immediately led his troops to catch up. Wolf Cub, give me your life. Dian Wei, with 2 centurions and 10 decanters, charged directly towards the Black Werewolf Lord. Black Wolf Cavalry, stop him. The Black Werewolf Lord felt the threat from Dian Wei and immediately sent his elite troops to meet the enemy. A black werewolf riding a giant wolf that was half a man's height rushed out, killing many Black Werewolf soldiers along the way. But they ignored it and only recognized Dian Wei and rushed straight towards him. Court death. Dian Wei glared with his tiger eyes and waved his iron halberd, making a series of sounds of breaking through the air. Puff! The Black Wolf cavalryman who was in the front was beheaded on the spot. Immediately afterwards, another Black Wolf cavalryman was hit in the chest by the iron halberd, flew backwards and fell off his mount. Once his skills are unleashed, Dian Wei is like a god or devil descended to earth. He kills anyone who stands in his way, and he is unstoppable. As the Black Werewolf Lord saw the 2 sides getting closer, panic grew in his eyes, and he was so frightened that he ran away. At the same time, Zhang Liang began to harass the enemy's right wing. The order to retreat was given from the rear, and the Black Werewolf soldiers on the charge naturally did not dare to disobey. However, Dian Wei's surprise attack caused the Black Werewolf Legion's command system to temporarily fail. Therefore, they were unable to organize an effective resistance for a while when they were suddenly attacked. Bema Yitsong was good at archery. Even when moving, as long as the distance is close, they can guarantee that they will hit the target every time. In less than a moment, the left wing of the Black Werewolf Legion was directly dispersed, leaving corpses on the ground. What's even more fatal is that once the Black Werewolf army that attacked the camp withdrew, Yang Dong and his Qin Ruishi were left without an opponent. Yang Dong is a silver-level hero and the candidate personally selected by Meng Tian, so his reaction naturally couldn't be too bad. The camp gate was wide open, and Yang Dong rushed out on his snow-white horse, beheading the black werewolf soldier who had no time to escape with one blow of his halberd. Daqin warriors kill. Yang Dong rode forward, swinging his iron halberd continuously to kill the black werewolf soldiers. Kill! Qin Ruishi followed closely behind, and although his speed was slow, his efficiency in killing the enemy gradually increased. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was on one side of the battlefield, saw this and immediately drew out the Tianwen sword and pointed it forward. Wudong Flying Army, follow me and charge. Qin Yu took the lead and charged directly towards the left wing of the Black Werewolf Legion. The Wudang Flying Army rode on snow-white horses and followed Qin Yu's steps closely. Shoot! When the attack distance was reached, Qin Yu swung his sword and gave the order. Wudang Feijuan raised the crossbow in his hand, pulled the trigger, and the arrow flew into the air. Change guns! At Qin Yu's command, the Wudong Flying Army immediately hung their crossbows on the saddles, took out the spears that had been prepared, and followed Qin Yu into the battlefield. Attacked from all sides, the Black Werewolf Legion was completely defeated. The soldiers fled and scattered, with no formation at all. But their actions are tantamount to committing suicide. You know, Qin Yu's side is composed entirely of cavalry. If they really play a battle royale on the battlefield, it will be useless even if their strength is doubled. Of course, we can't blame the Black Werewolf soldiers entirely for being too fragile. All I can say is that Qin Yu has a very good grasp of the opportunity. First, destroy the command system of the Black Werewolf Legion, and then harass its right wing, causing its formation to become a mess. Afterwards, Yang Dong's cooperation was very important. It was like lighting a fire behind the Black Werewolf army, forcing them to run back. As for Qin Yu, the troops he led were more like a hammer. A walnut that has already been cracked by being hammered will now have its hard shell shattered with just a slight hit. But Qin Yu also knew his limits. With their current strength, they are not enough to defeat all the Black Werewolf soldiers in front of them. Therefore, Qin Yu quickly changed his strategy. Except for Jian Wei's troops, the other three armies joined together and chased the Black Werewolf Legion towards the territory. Then he joined forces with Jian Wei, gathered all his forces, and completely crushed the morale of the Black Werewolf Legion. Using one's existing combat power to gain relatively objective benefits is the core of Qin Yu's adaptability on the battlefield. Of course, to put it simply, it just depends on how big the pot is and how much rice you put in it. As long as he can recognize the current situation, even if he is defeated, Qin Yu can ensure that the chips in his hand are always no less than those of his opponent. Chapter 72. Qin Yu's plan, Black Wolf, is terrified. Stop the pursuit. 200 meters away from the gate of the Black Werewolf territory, Qin Yu raised his hand and gave an order. Seeing this, Jian Wei could only reluctantly throw out his last flying halberd. When the sound of breaking air was heard, the Black Werewolf Lord who was driving the carriage was terrified. At the critical moment, the Black Werewolf Lord's deputy pushed him away. Puff! The offhand was hit by the flying halberd, and the left arm was cut off directly. Fortunately, although the Black Werewolf Lord rolled off the chariot and suffered some injuries, he still survived. Help me up quickly and retreat back to the city. The Black Werewolf Lord didn't even look at his deputy, and directly ordered the elite soldiers to help him into the city. 200 meters in front of the city gate, Qin Yu calmly watched the Black Werewolf Lord being helped into the city. Although Qin Yu could break through the Black Werewolf territory in one fell swoop by leading his troops directly to charge in, the losses would definitely be greater than he expected. In addition, now that White Wolf City has changed hands, the only threat left in the northeast is the coalition of lords. Now that the war has entered a buffer period, we must not rush into what happens next. Boiling a frog in warm water is in line with Qin Yu's current strategic goal. The entire army retreats to the camp. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he pulled the reins and rode Saluzi towards the Qin camp outside the city. Jian Wei suppressed his inner reluctance, immediately pulled the reins, and followed Qin Yu. Withdraw! Zhang Liang and Yang Dong led the rest of the troops and followed Qin Yu's footsteps. After returning to the Qin camp, Yang Dong naturally gave up the main tent. At this moment, Qin Yu sat in the first seat, looking down at the hand-drawn map on the table. Zhang Liang, send a reliable person with 1,000 white horse volunteers equipped with new equipment to take a shortcut to support Meng Tian. Remember, when you get there, listen to Meng Tian on how to fight. Promise. Zhang Liang took the order and left. When Zhang Liang walked out of the tent, Yang Dong asked in confusion, My lord, why didn't we just take down Black Wolf City in one fell swoop and then go to support General Ming Tian? Wouldn't it be possible for us to allocate more troops that way? In fact, Dian Wei had the same doubts. It was just because I trusted Qin Yu that I didn't ask. From a tactical point of view, you were right. Qin Yu first agreed with Yang Dong's statement, and then explained. But the art of war says that attacking a city is the worst, destroying its plans is the second, and attacking its heart is the best. Just as you said, we can rush into Black Wolf City while our morale is high and capture it in one fell swoop, and then move east to support Ming Tian. But when it comes to the root cause, how many people will we lose if this battle starts? At least 1/3 of the troops are necessary, right? Yang Dong was speechless for a moment. He really wanted to say that there would definitely be casualties in war. But Qin Yu had fought in more battles than him, so it was impossible for him not to know this truth. So he didn't know how to answer it the first time. Qin Yu didn't make things difficult for Yang Dong when he saw this. He leaned back in his chair and said calmly, "Our reinforcements are on the way now. The so-called Lord Coalition is like a grasshopper in autumn. It won't last for a few days. Therefore, we now have plenty of time to waste with the Black Werewolf Lord. There is no need to fight them to the death. After all, even a rabbit will bite when it's angry, let alone a group of jackals, tigers, and leopards." Don't ask how Qin Yu knew this, because there is only one answer, and that is experience. Qin Yu was not clear about the other territories. However, the Demon Territory and White Wolf City, which he was responsible for conquering, caused considerable casualties. Even as civilians, orcs are natural warriors. The soldiers under Qin Yu's command can fight 1 against 2, 1 against 3, or even 1 against 5, but can they fight 1 against 10 or 1 against 20? Once attacked by a group, even a strong unit like the Golden Fire Cavalry will fall. Therefore, Qin Yu was unwilling to fight a tough battle unless necessary, especially at this time. My lord is wise. I will learn from you. Yang Dong felt a little ashamed and bowed his head. Qin Yu didn't care and waved his hand, saying, "Zeman, you are responsible for leading people to reinforce the camp. Yang Dong, wait a minute. Send someone to line up 5 catapults outside the city and attack every 5 minutes. Remember, don't worry about anything, just smash it to death. Promise." The 2 men clasped their fists and accepted the order. Qin Yu finished speaking, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "First dig a pit and fill it with thorns, then make the Black Wolf feel desperate and have no choice but to leave the city and fight us. At that time, during the transition from offense to defense, we can defeat them at the lowest cost." Dian Wei and Yang Dong felt a chill in their hearts after listening to what Qin Yu said. But when I thought that my side was the executor, the chill turned into peace of mind. In the meeting hall of Black Wolf City, the Lord of Black Wolf City sat at the first seat with a gloomy face, and below him sat the generals he appointed. Among them is a Black Werewolf hero and 2 Black Wolf cavalrymen. As for the person under the stairs, it was the Black Werewolf deputy who had previously saved the Black Werewolf Lord's life. How many of our soldiers died in this battle? The Black Werewolf Lord was the first to break the deathly silence in the meeting hall. The Black Werewolf hero stood up and said, "In this battle, we lost more than 4,000 bronze-level soldiers and more than 2,000 silver-level soldiers. There are more than 3,000 people who were seriously injured and unable to participate in the battle in a short period of time." Bang! The Black Wolf Lord punched the armrest and gritted his teeth and said, "Just tell me, how many soldiers in Black Wolf City are still capable of picking up weapons?" The Black Werewolf hero lowered his head even lower. "Less than 2,000. Less than 2,000? The Black Werewolf Lord's eyes widened and he laughed. But obviously, his reaction was one of laughing in anger. "I have a group of Black Wolves with tens of thousands of soldiers and more than 3,000 elite soldiers. But in this battle, I lost 2/3 of my troops. Tell me, how was this battle fought?" The table in front of him was kicked over by the Black Werewolf Lord, and the anger in his heart had already reached his throat. Of course, no one on the field could give him an answer, because he was the one commanding this battle. Whoever dares to speak now will become the other party's punching bag. Therefore, remaining silent is their only option now, unless they want to die. However, they were ultimately unable to figure out the Black Werewolf Lord. At this moment, his wolf eyes were scanning everyone. The Black Werewolf deputy at the foot of the stairs already knew that someone would die today. The truth is actually simple. If no senior official takes responsibility for this matter, then all the blame will fall on the head of the Black Werewolf Lord. Therefore, the Black Werewolf Lord had to find a scapegoat to take the blame. Otherwise, once there are powerful enemies outside and troubles inside, the fate of the Black Werewolf territory will be obvious. After a long moment, the Black Werewolf Lord's gaze fell on the only hero on the field. Although it's a pity, you are the only one who can take the blame for me right now. The Black Werewolf Lord, who had made up his mind, raised his hand and was about to order the elite troops ambushing on both sides to go forward and capture the other party. But who would have thought that before he could wave his hand, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the meeting hall. The Black Werewolf Lord panicked and shouted quickly, "Guards, what's going on outside?" Soon, a Black Wolf Knight ran into the meeting hall. "Your Excellency, it's the humans who are using catapults to attack the city walls." The Black Werewolf Lord hurriedly walked outside and said, "Come on, follow me out to take a look." Chapter 73. Wait for the enemy to arrive and defend instead of attack. In the afternoon, Eli led his troops to the outside of Black Wolf City. After paying his respects to Qin Yu, Li Xian headed east to support Meng Tian. Since the decision was made to divide the troops into two routes, Qin Yu has already handed over the power to command the army in the east to Meng Tian. Meng Tian can make his own decisions on how to fight, where to fight, and who to fight. Therefore, Qin Yu didn't need to worry about what was happening over there. Now he only needs to take care of the Black Wolf City in front of him. Next, we had to wait for 2 days. The Black Werewolf Lord was really patient. No matter how the city walls were smashed, he would never fight. Of course, it is not up to him to decide whether to fight or not. The stone bullets of the catapult need to be processed by craftsmen before they can be used, otherwise the destructive power and accuracy will be affected. But Qin Yu has his own tricks. 800 soldiers worked overnight to weave a large net with vines and place stones the size of human heads inside. In this way, a relatively special stone bullet was made. Although the force of the catapult's projectiles would cause the vines to disintegrate in midair, what Qin Yu wanted was no longer just destructive power. An egg thrown from the 8th floor can kill a person, let alone a stone the size of a human head. As the weight of the stone bullet decreases, the distance it can be thrown will increase. In this way, the stone bullets that would have hit the city wall would fall into the city. By killing 1 or 2 Black Werewolf civilians, the Black Werewolf Lord might be able to suppress the matter. But if the number is too large, the Black Werewolf Lord will definitely not be able to suppress them. The people are outraged, but the morale of the army is low. How should the Black Werewolf Lord deal with this? Of course, that was the Black Werewolf Lord's problem, and Qin Yu didn't need to think of a solution for him. Besides, the situation that Qin Yu really wanted has already appeared. Because no matter what the Black Werewolf Lord decides, his position will become a crater. Pressure cannot be suppressed, it can only be released. Therefore, now he has no other choice but to fight. The reason why he is still waiting is because the Black Werewolf Lord hopes that the coalition of lords from the White River Basin can come to rescue him. Unfortunately, he couldn't wait. On the morning of the 3rd day of the siege, Qin Yu was still as steady as a rock. "It's about time." Zhang Liang sent someone to announce that the coalition forces of the lords along the Baihe River have been blocked by us. Yang Dong, once the people Zhang Liang sent come back, you will immediately throw all the stone bullets you prepared. Of course, if they attack midway, you will immediately destroy the catapults and return to the camp with your troops. Promise. The 2 men stepped out, received the order, and turned to leave. Qin Yu stood up and said, "Zeman will lead 2,000 iron guards to guard the right camp, and Eli will lead 2,000 Qin sharp soldiers to guard the left camp. The rest of the troops will follow me and take command of the central army. Promise." Dian Wei and Eli stepped forward, clasped their fists, and accepted the order. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, picked up the Tianwen sword, and walked outside. When the curtain was lifted, all the soldiers in the camp appeared in front of Qin Yu. They were lined up neatly, full of energy and high morale. Qin Yu raised the heavenly question sword and shouted coldly, "Wait for the enemy to arrive and defend instead of attack. Our army will win. We must win, we must win, we must win." All the soldiers raised their weapons and shouted loudly. Next, Dian Wei and Eli took their respective troops to the designated location and made preparations in advance. Suddenly, Zhang Liang rushed into the camp on horseback. At this time, Qin Yu was sitting on the armchair in front of the central army tent, resting with his eyes closed. He dismounted and walked quickly to the stairs. My lord, the wall of the north gate of Black Wolf City has been destroyed by catapults. At this moment, the Black Werewolf Lord Vala is leading the remaining black werewolves in the territory to attack our camp. Chinyu raised his eyelids slightly when he heard this. Pass the order down, seal the gate of the village, and prepare the whole army for battle. Promise. Zhang Liang took the order and left. Outside the camp, Walla had led his troops to the place where Yang Dong had parked the catapult before. The main reason he didn't leave was that he wanted to make good use of the waste. But Qin Yu is a man of integrity, so how could he leave the weapons to the Black Werewolf? Your Excellency, the core components of the siege engines have been damaged, and our craftsmen are unable to repair them. The Black Werewolf deputy came to Vala to report, lowering his head and not daring to look the other party in the eye. Vala's face was gloomy. Although he was mentally prepared, when the result actually appeared before him, he didn't know how to suppress his anger for a moment. With less than 5 seconds left, Wallace suddenly drew the sword from his waist and pointed it at the Qin camp ahead. As long as humans don't die, the Black Werewolves will have no chance of survival. Only if they die can we have a chance of survival. All troops, listen up. Charge! We will fight humans to the death today. Kill, kill, kill. The Black Werewolf soldiers echoed in unison, with an astonishing momentum. But in fact, they had no idea about this war, and everyone in the territory knew it. But the reality is just as Wallace said. If they don't fight, they will be trapped and die. They still have the strength to fight now, but if they wait any longer, they might not even have the courage to pick up the knife. Soon, the first wave of Black Werewolf soldiers rushed to 200 meters in front of the camp. Shoot! Yang Dong, who was standing on the wooden wall, waved his hand and gave orders. Bang, bang, bang. Qin's elite soldiers, Wu Dang's flying troops, and the dismounted Bema Yitzong all pulled the trigger or released the bowstrings. In less than half a breath, the sky above the battlefield was covered with a rain of arrows, instantly knocking down a large number of Black Werewolf soldiers. But the scarier things are yet to come. The Black Werewolf soldiers who were not hit by the arrows continued to charge forward. But the ground under their feet suddenly softened and the soil collapsed, revealing a trench 3 meters long and 5 meters deep with bamboo spears stuck at the bottom. However, the Black Werewolf soldiers at the back could not see the scene in front of them and still rushed forward. When the Black Werewolf soldiers in the front who found something wrong just stopped, they were pushed into the ditch from behind. From then on, the front army was in chaos. It even caused some internal conflicts. Fortunately, the Black Werewolf Legion's command system was not destroyed this time. Otherwise, the chaos caused by the front army alone would be enough to cause trouble for Walla. Soon, Walla, who discovered something unusual on the battlefield, immediately went to the front line. After killing a few troublemakers, he began to reorganize the army. At the same time, he asked the soldiers to take ladders and prepare to build a bridge across the ditch. But when the next group of soldiers rushed across the trench, they fell into the second trench. Those humans are so cruel. Walla's teeth were almost broken, but he could do nothing about it. Keep building the bridge and keep moving forward. Zhang Liang, who was on the wooden wall, saw that most of the Black Werewolves had rushed through the first trench, so he personally bent his bow and aimed at a certain place on the battlefield. If you look closely, you can see a hint of fire burning on the arrowhead, but it's hard to see because it's daytime. Bang! The flaming arrow flew out and landed directly into the first trench. Boom! The wine jar buried at the bottom of the trench was shattered by arrows, igniting a large amount of animal oil prepared in advance. The corpses in the trench were used as fuel, causing the fire to spread further, forming a wall of fire in less than a moment. Inside the camp, Qin Ruishi ran to the steps of the Central Army tent to report the battle situation on the front line. My lord, the Black Werewolves have passed through the first ditch. General Li Liang has built a wall of fire with fire arrows as planned to cut off their retreat. The first step of the plan has been successfully completed. Qin Yu waved his hand to signal Qin Ruishi to step down, and he stood up from the armchair. My soldiers worked during the day and overtime at night just to create this deadly situation for you. Since you're already here, why don't you stay? After saying this, he looked at the Bema Yitzong, who were on standby. Sent a message to Zhang Niu and Li Hong. Have them each bring 1,000 White Horse volunteers and go through the back gate of the camp to the 2 sides of the Black Werewolf Legion. If the enemy shows signs of collapse, attack immediately and annihilate its remaining forces. On the contrary, we will harass their 2 wings and further undermine their morale. Promise. The Bema Itsong took the order, turned around, mounted their horses, and went forward to deliver the message. Chapter 74. Destroy the Black Wolf. Meng Tian moves eastward. With their retreat cut off and the attack from the front going against their will and heavy casualties, the morale of the Black Werewolf Legion plummeted to the bottom. And looking at the overall situation at this moment, Vala found that he had been led by Qin Yu from beginning to end. From besieging the city without fighting, to building walls with fire, stirring up internal conflicts among their own people, and finally forcing them to come out of the city to fight a decisive battle. It can be said that he was forced into the cage in front of him step by Qin Yu. As for escaping, maybe if he was willing to give up everything he had run and run away, there would still be a chance. But now, Qin Yu would definitely not give him this opportunity. Not to mention anything else. Just the light cavalry deployed on both wings was the guillotine Qin Yu prepared for himself. If you dare to run, it would be like putting your head on the guillotine. It was both death, but despite his cunning mind, Vala would rather die on the battlefield than escape. At this moment, Qin Yu, who had climbed up the wooden wall, was somewhat impressed to see that Vala did not run away. After all, not many people dare to face death. There are even fewer people who are as cunning and have both backbone as the other party, so it is not an exaggeration to give a more objective evaluation. Qin Yu ordered, Zeman, lead 2,000 iron guards to clean up the battlefield. Remember, kill them all, and make sure to check them thoroughly. Alai, take 200 beast riders and 2,000 Qin warriors and go to pacify Black Wolf City. Same here, leave no one alive and destroy the territory. Promise. Qin Yu's final combat order was a verdict on the Black Werewolf Legion. As for territory, assimilation is meaningless. Firstly, there is no need to build a road. As long as the waterway is developed, it will only take more than an hour to get from White Wolf City to Black Wolf City. Secondly, developing cities requires resources. Currently, Daqin has not yet been fully developed, so there is no resource available to develop a third city. Moreover, after extracting the two front teeth on the northeast side of Daqin, the lords along the south bank of Baiha River no longer posed any threat to Daqin. In that case, it would be even more meaningless to keep the Black Werewolf territory. Therefore, Qin Yu's decision was so decisive. However, although he was fast, Meng Tian was even faster. The battle here had just ended, and less than 2 hours later, Meng Tian sent someone to deliver the military report in person. And its content amazed Qin Yu. Inside the big tent, Qin Yu sat in the first seat, and below him was Qin Ruishi, who was sent by Meng Tian to deliver the military report. My lord, General Meng Tian set up an empty camp on Dontu Mountain a day ago to lure the Lord's coalition into a trap. He then set fire to the mountain, which led to the fire burning the camp, and defeated the Lord's coalition, leaving only 1 in 10 soldiers who could fight. Afterwards, General Meng Tian and General Li Xian joined forces and marched eastward together. The two armies then conquered the territories of the Minotaur, hippopotamus, catmen, raccoons, and dark elves within half a day. General Meng Tian requests that we temporarily retain the Dark Elf territory as a bridgehead for advancing eastward. Go ahead. We can use 5,000 troops to sweep the remaining lords east of the south bank of the White River. Retreat. We can use 2,000 troops to defend the granary in the northeast of Daqin. This is a detailed military report and General Meng Tian's petition for orders. Please review it, my lord. After Qin Ruishi finished speaking, he handed over Meng Tian's military report and the letter of request with both hands. Without waiting for the iron guards to take it, Qin Yu stood up and walked quickly to Qin Ruishi, stretched out his hand to pick up the military newspaper and the petition together. He read the military newspaper first. The content is similar to what Qin Ruishi said, but it is more detailed. As for the petition, it was mainly about planning how to defend the current territory and how to solve the troubles caused by other lords. I have to say, a commander with 100 points is definitely not a lie. The above plan alone allowed Qin Yu to see the strategic deployment to recover the entire eastern line of the south bank of the Baiha River. If it is really implemented according to Meng Tian's plan. Boom! The sudden sound of thunder interrupted Qin Yu's thoughts. As if he had thought of something, he immediately walked out of the tent. At this moment, the clear sky was gone, replaced by dark clouds, thunder, and lightning. It's spring, and it's raining heavily. It's really bad weather. It looks like the offensive will slow down. Qin Yu whispered something and turned back to the big tent. He put down the 2 documents and sat back in his seat. I approve what Meng Tian said in his petition. As he spoke, Qin Yu picked up a pen and wrote something on a blank piece of paper. After a long time, he closed the letter and handed it to Qin Ruishi, telling Tian that although Da Qin's teeth are good now, they can't digest too much. As for whether to defend or attack the west bank of the White River, it's up to him. Qin Ruishi took the letter from Qin Yu with both hands and bowed his head and said, yes. After Qin Ruishi left, Qin Yu said to the guards beside him, send the two generals Dian Wei and Eli to see me. Promise. The Iron Guard took the order and left. Soon, Dian Wei and Eli walked into the tent. As soon as Qin Yu saw them, he said, Z-Man, the war here is over. In the afternoon, you will lead your troops and return to Daqin with me. Eli, you leave 300 Qin soldiers to guard the camp, and the rest of the troops, including you, go to White Wolf City together. For a short period of time, you will be stationed in White Wolf City to prevent some lords from looking for trouble with me. Promise. Upon hearing this, the two men clasped their fists and accepted the order. The arrangements after that were simple. The supplies from Black Wolf City will be transported to White Wolf City for development. The troops led by Qin Yu and Dian Wei traveled light and returned to Qin as quickly as possible. It's not because anything happened over there. I just don't want to get wet in the rain. My lord, return to the city and open the city gates. The Qin Ruishi who was on guard shouted, and the north gate of the Qin dynasty opened. The army led by Qin Yu and Dian Wei slowly entered the city, and the people knelt on both sides of the street to welcome him. To be honest, only by experiencing suffering can one truly understand how good life was in the Qin dynasty. What Zhuge Liang has always been promoting is who brought the good days of the Qin dynasty. Therefore, without any organization, when the people saw Qin Yu in person, they would naturally welcome him with the most respectful attitude. Qin Yu returned to the Lord's mansion smoothly, and the people gathered on the street dispersed and returned to their own jobs. The same was true for the students who greeted them in the square. Although Qin Yu was more concerned about work efficiency, Zhuge Liang from the late Han dynasty attached great importance to etiquette. Even though he is very particular about work efficiency, he believes that etiquette should not be abolished. What you should have must be there. Otherwise, it will cause a series of adverse effects. Qin Yu still didn't know much about this, so he could only follow Zhuge Liang's arrangements. My lord, please go to the office and take a rest for a while. Wait for your subordinates to sort out the recent official business, and then send them to the office together. When he arrived at the gate of the outer courtyard, Zhuge Liang suddenly stopped and turned sideways to bow to Qin Yu. That's fine. Qin Yu nodded and walked straight towards the meeting hall. Going up to the second floor, he walked towards his office as usual. But when I walked into a room that was supposed to be empty, the door was open. Qin Yu subconsciously glanced inside. He hadn't expected to see anything, and he didn't even stop. But just as he walked over, he suddenly stopped and then quickly retreated back to the door of the room. Why are you here? Sun Ruowei in the room stood up all of a sudden, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, with a panicked expression. Chapter 75. Baihe Water Conservancy. Zhuge Liang as matchmaker. I'm asking you a question. Why are you here? Qin Yu walked into the room that was supposed to be empty and found that the decoration here actually felt a bit like an office. Sun Ruowei put her hands behind her back and explained nervously, Mr. Zhuge asked me to be your assistant temporarily. This is my office. Of course I should be here. Assistant. Qin Yu's face was full of question marks. Why can't it be arranged anywhere? Why doesn't it have to be by my side as an assistant? What is this operation? Zhuge Liang, who had arrived late, saw Qin Yu and Sun Ruowei meet, and he bowed at the door and said, My lord, this is indeed my arrangement. Qin Yu originally wanted to ask why, but when he thought about the fact that I was here, he didn't have the courage to ask. Okay, I've been busy with official duties lately, and I just happen to be in need of a helper. Qin Yu said this and walked out the door. Seeing this, Zhuge Liang slowly followed. Sun Ruowei in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not discovered. What did you find? Sun Ruowei's body trembled, and when she looked up, she found Qin Yu standing outside the door, stretching his head to look at her. Nothing. After saying that, Sun Ruowei quickly changed the subject. My lord, what can I do for you? Qin Yu looked her up and down. Why do you look so unintelligent? You're an assistant. I'm already working. Why are you still here? Sun Ruoch. In Qin Yu's office, Sun Ruowei sat at a small table nearby, like a punching bag. Of course, Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang ignored her, because what they're discussing now has nothing to do with each other. First, Zhuge Liang and Qin Yu determined the development direction of the Qin dynasty in the near future. Secondly, replenish troops, launch the third round of military expansion, and mobilize troops abroad. Finally, of course, it is about the development of White Wolf City. After solving the above problems, Qin Yu said, "Sir, do you know what the biggest gain from my trip to the Baihe River is?" Zhuge Liang smiled knowingly and said, "Water." "Yes, it's water." Qin Yu stood up and walked to the map beside him. "In this first battle in the northeast, I relied on building dams to divert water and used a clever strategy to bury thousands of elite soldiers from White Wolf City on the South Beach. That's when I realized that the banks of the Baihe River were extremely fragile. Once the water level of the Baihe River rises, the riverbank distance of more than 200 meters will increase to at least 300 meters. After saying that, Qin Yu turned his head and looked at Zhuge Liang. If the construction there is not accelerated, White Wolf City will not only fail to become our granary, but may also become a refugee camp. Sir, do you understand? I understand. Zhuge Liang looked serious and cupped his hands, saying, "In fact, when the Lord obtained the geomancy map of the East District, I had already teamed up with Yuan Kai and the master of the mechanical building to draw a water conservancy map of the Baihe River." As he spoke, Zhuge Liang took out a roll of blueprints from his sleeve. Soon, the design drawings were spread out on the table. Qin Yu couldn't understand many of the designs above, but there was one thing he understood, that was that Zhuge Liang was many times more professional in water conservancy than himself. Apart from other things, the stone marker designed by Zhuge Liang for the Dujianjian irrigation system during the Shu Han era was still in use before Qin Yu traveled through time. The only difference is that it is replaced with stainless steel. Therefore, Qin Yu quickly nodded in agreement. This matter should be started as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. Changing the subject, Qin Yu asked, "Sir, how many people do you think should be sent to build this project?" 20,000. Zhuge Liang's answer was crisp and clear, as if he had prepared it in advance. "We could put the rest aside for now, but we need to implement the White Wolf City section project as soon as possible. One is to prevent floods, and the other is to develop White Wolf City's agriculture as quickly as possible. We need to reach a level of self-sufficiency within at least half a month." Qin Yu returned to his seat and sat down, a thoughtful look on his face. A project of 20,000 people plus the subsequent expansion. Next, the army cannot move around. Zhuge Liang nodded, expressing his deep agreement. After finishing the business, Qin Yu asked Sun Ruowei, who was sitting at the small table next to him, to leave temporarily. After the door closed, Qin Yu looked at Zhuge Liang and asked meaningfully, "Sir, why did you arrange Sun Ruowei to be my assistant? Is there no capable person in the territory?" Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "My lord, although you are still in your prime, it is time to consider marriage." Then Zhuge Liang said, "To be honest with you, my lord, I know a little bit about physiognomy. According to my observation, Miss Sun has the appearance of bringing good luck to her husband. In terms of character, she understands the rules, has a sense of the big picture, is understanding of human nature, and is bold but careful. She is a good match. My lord, why don't you consider it?" Fortunately, it was Zhuge Liang who said this. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have dragged the other party away and given him a few beatings. "You dare to interfere with my feelings? Are you crazy?" But he also knew what Zhuge Liang was thinking. People in ancient times married early, and they attached great importance to offspring. Some even believed that continuing the family line was more important than their current career. Just imagine this. If an emperor unified the world, but in the end was too busy to have any children to inherit the throne, wouldn't that be making things easier for others? In ancient times, the crown prince was the foundation of the country. Similarly, Qin Yu likes to fight outside. Although Zhuge Liang doesn't want anything to happen to him, having someone who can inherit the throne by his side can relieve Zhuge Liang's worries. And even in modern society, at Qin Yu's age, it's time for him to find a girlfriend. That is to say, his parents died early and he rarely interacted with relatives, otherwise the child might have run away. Let's get back to the topic. This is the truth, but Qin Yu doesn't want to work on his relationship for the time being, especially Sun Ruowei. Therefore, Qin Yu said, "Sir, I won't hide it from you. Miss Sun is a little special. She is a very persistent person in her relationship. Once you decide on someone, you won't give up easily." After saying that, Qin Yu shrugged. "Although I also wanted to have something happen between us, but unfortunately, she already had someone in her heart before me. Besides, Even if I shamelessly pursue her, based on your understanding of her, is it possible that she would agree? After hearing this, Zhuge Liang had no choice but to give up. After all, he couldn't do such a thing by force. My lord is indeed a gentleman. Before leaving, Zhuge Liang bowed to Qin Yu. Qin Yu waved at the other party. In today's chaotic world, a gentleman may not necessarily succeed. As soon as Zhuge Liang left, Sun Ruowei came to the office with a book. She put the book down first, and Qin Yu looked down. It turned out to be the records of the grand historian that he had drawn before. Thank you very much. Qin Yu tilted his head. What's the meaning? Sun Ruowei smiled at him. I don't know why you know me so well, but I still want to say thank you. Qin Yu did not continue his topic, but asked, have you finished reading it? Sun Ruowei didn't dwell on the previous topic, but said, I watched part of it. Qin Yu nodded and picked up the records of the grand historian to flip through it. I'm very curious. What do you think of Zhu Di now? Do you still hate him? Hatred. Sun Ruowei answered straightforwardly. Qin Yu put down the historical records and said meaningfully, hatred can be turned into motivation, but it is best not to pursue it as a lifelong goal. Besides, the place where you are standing now is a new world. There is really no need to be too attached to the past. Just as it is written in the history books. The sin is in this age, but the benefit is in the spring and autumn. The merits and demerits will be judged by future generations. After a pause, Qin Yu continued. To put it another way, if you can come into this world, why can't your parents? Upon hearing this, Sun Ruowei's pupils suddenly shrank and her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Yu. Chapter 76 Heavy Rain, Army Expansion, Elite. There were lightning and thunder outside and flickering flames inside the house. Are you telling the truth? Sun Ruowei's voice trembled a little when she spoke. Qin Yu smiled and said, everything is possible. Of course, don't hold your hopes too high. After all, what happened to your previous territory is the situation of most humans now. Therefore, I hope you will change your life goals a little bit. At least that way, you won't be under so much pressure, right? Sun Ruowei was a smart girl, so there was no need to explain in too much detail. She naturally understood the reason. Thank you very much. After saying that, she prepared to leave the room. Just as she raised her hand, Qin Yu asked, where are you going? Sun Ruowei subconsciously pointed outside the house. Back to the office, of course. Qin Yu rolled his eyes at her. What do you think an assistant's job is? Don't you see the card of documents I have here? I still want to go back to the office and sit there until the end of the day. What are you thinking about? Sunroch. It rained for 4 days in the East District. The rainfall is not very heavy either. After all, the water level of the Baihe River rose by less than 20 centimeters, which is still within the tolerance range of Daqin. As for some of Sun Ruowei's lower-level official documents, she was already able to handle them on her own. Some matters involving territory development and official suggestions will be reviewed by her and then submitted to Qin Yu. Of the 2 carts of official documents every day, Sun Ruowei handles almost half of them. Qin Yu's workload was reduced as a result, and his training time became longer. Of course, although it had been raining outside for 4 days, the inside and outside of Daqin were not as quiet as Qin Yu's office. Due to weather conditions, some construction projects have to be suspended. Otherwise, the quality will be affected and it will be unsafe. However, Yuan Kai did not waste the save time. Even though it was raining heavily outside, it did not affect his hard-working heart. The next day, he personally took the construction workers to measure the land and carefully demarcate the building area. 2 days ago, he had promised Qin Yu, as soon as the weather clears up, Gongchao can immediately start building the outer city. As for other projects, do them if you can, and put them aside if you can't. After all, there is no building that needs to be built urgently in Daqin now. Secondly, replenish troops and carry out the 3rd round of military expansion. The former is easier to handle, as we can just draw troops from the previous escort team. Escort teams generally do not participate in frontline combat. Therefore, their vacant positions will be filled by new recruits. The 3rd round of military expansion is more troublesome. Qin Yu and Zhuge Liang discussed for 2 full days before they finalized the plan. First, Qin Yu decided to fully staff the Iron Guard Battalion, the Tiger Guard Battalion, and the White Horse Volunteers, which had been upgraded to epic levels, in one go. 3,000 Iron Guards, 3,000 Tiger Guards, and 6,000 White Horse Volunteers. The Wu Dang Flying Army had already been expanded to 6,000. 1/3 of them were placed in the escort team. The Beast Riders were expanded to 500. 2 days ago, Eli was out on patrol, and accidentally discovered a group of wild, armored beasts. Afterwards, he led the beast cavalry to chase and intercept for a long time before he subdued these nearly 600 armored beasts. The previous military expansion plan was hindered by the lack of a source of mounts, so the number of beast riders could not be increased. Now that he has a mount, Qin Yu will of course include beast cavalry in the military expansion plan. After all, even Meng Tian's Golden Fire cavalry has been expanded to 1,000, so Qin Yu naturally cannot treat Eli unfairly. Next is the core military force of the Qin dynasty, the Qin Ruishi. Qin Yu decided to expand the Qin Ruishi to 10,000 in one go. The total number of troops mentioned above, excluding logistics, is 29,500. The reason why the army can be expanded to such an extent is mainly because Daqin is currently experiencing explosive growth in population. The population comes from 4 places. First, conquer the territories of other ethnic groups and liberate the population. Second, other human territories were conquered, and refugees fled from other places. Third, Qin Yu used the refugee card to summon the population. Fourth, the population refreshed by the territory itself. The total population of the 2 places is now 150,000, which is enough to support 29,500 soldiers. After discussing the expansion of the army, the next issue is distribution. Qin Yu decided to transfer Li Xin to the west, so he added 1,000 Qin elite soldiers to Meng Tian's organization. Together with the Golden Fire cavalry, he expanded himself. The number of people just reached 4,000. In addition to the additional beast cavalry, Eli replaced the previous 1,000 Wudang flying army with 2,000 White Horse volunteers, a total of 4,500 people. Like Meng Tian, Li Xin added 1,000 more Qin elite soldiers to make up a total of 4,000 people. In this way, the number of Qin elite soldiers was reduced to 1,000, and they were temporarily under the control of Zhuge Liang's escort team. Therefore, the city defense camps of Daqin and Bailang City must also change accordingly. In addition to the 2,000 Wudang flying soldiers required by the escort team, Qin Yu decided to arrange 1,000 Wudang flying soldiers to garrison the city defense camps in each city. To sum up, the remaining troops of Qin Yu were 2,000 Wudong flying army, 3,000 Iron Guard battalion, 3,000 Tiger Guard battalion, and 4,000 White Horse volunteers. It can be said that Qin Yu alone controls most of the elite troops of the Qin dynasty. Among them, the White Horse volunteers were the leaders, because most of the 4,000 people today followed Qin Yu before and after the Beast Riot event. In other words, they are all true elite warriors with an average level of LV40. That is something that no other general at present can compare to, otherwise they would not be called the elite of the Qin dynasty. As for military action, there is none at the moment, except for the evening 4 days ago, when Su Chu led his troops to complete Qin Yu's mission. The other troops did not move and maintain the status quo. For 4 whole days, apart from arranging things, every department in Daqin did not rest. Even Jian Wei and Su Chu, who stayed behind in Daqin, had to lead new recruits to sweep away the wild beasts outside the city. There are 2 purposes. 1. Train new recruits. Second, the construction of the outer city will have to be put on the agenda once the weather is good, and Qin Yu must continue to expand the safe zone drawn earlier. Otherwise, both the subsequent construction work and the plan to open up farmland outside the city will be delayed. You go off work, I'll take care of the rest. Qin Yu put down his pen and looked up at Sun Ruwei, who was a little drowsy. Sun Ruwei, whose name was suddenly called, came to her senses and shook her head subconsciously. No, I'm just not used to it. Qin Yu smiled when he heard this. I sleep until 10 every morning, but you have to get up at 6. Why are you competing with me? Go ahead. You've ruined your health. I don't have the time to train another assistant to help me. Sun Ruoch. Qin Yu insisted again and again, and Sun Ruwei had no choice but to pack up her things and leave. After the door was closed, Qin Yu whispered, the weather should be clear tomorrow. The lords north of the White River will definitely take this opportunity to test White Wolf City. I have to prepare in advance. After saying this, Qin Yu had a hint of expectation in his eyes. Consume 10,000 energy crystals and give me 2 5-draw combos. A few days ago, Qin Yu's several troops had already been deployed. But in Qin Yu's opinion, there are still some problems with the garrison in White Wolf City. For example, it is currently the rainy season, and the banks of the Baihe River are not very suitable for cavalry combat, so it is really a bit of a stretch to place Eli in the location of Bailang City. As for Li Xin, Qin Yu had other arrangements. Besides, Li Xion's mission was no less important than defending White Wolf City, so Qin Yu couldn't touch him easily. What Dianwei and Su Chu said was not appropriate either. First of all, their troops are heavy infantry and heavy cavalry, which are also not very suitable for being placed in White Wolf City. Secondly, both of them have lower command than Alai, and the effect of replacing each other may not be as good as it is now. Therefore, Qin Yu could only hope that the creation altar could give him something good. That way he can do his own thing with peace of mind without having to worry about it. Chapter 77. 10 consecutive draws, Xiexian of the Eastern Jin Dynasty. Ding. You obtained Emperor level Xiexian ×1, Legendary level, Hunyuan Gong ×1. Extraordinary level Military Officer Job Transfer Order ×3. Ding. You get Artifact level Pacification Bureau ×1. Extraordinary level Thousands of Miles Travel ×1. Legendary level Battle Soldier Code ×1. Perfect level Soldier Type Rapid Upgrade Card ×2. When Qin Yu saw what he had drawn, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Everything else is not important. Xiexian is the key. When mentioning the other side, we have to mention the classic battle where the outnumbered side won, the Battle of Feishui. The Beifu army, like the Qin Rui Shi, is a multi-service army that is good at fighting and able to endure hardships. It can be said that the appearance of Xiexian allowed Qin Yu to completely let go and make a big move in the east of Qin without any worries. Hunyuan Gong is a book of internal energy. Its advantage is that it can make one's internal energy become stronger and purer. Its disadvantage is that it is slower to practice and relies more on talent. Wanli Xinxing is a light kung fu. Those who have mastered it can increase their speed by dozens of times and can also improve their reaction speed and nerve reflexes. The War and Soldier's Manual is also a set of martial arts techniques. The difference is that Hunyuan Gong is an internal skill, while Zambingdian is an external skill. Moreover, although the level has reached the legendary level, the cultivation threshold of the combat code is very low, and the division of realms is also clear at a glance. The first level, changing the skin. The second realm, blood washing. The third realm, bone strengthening. The fourth realm is to strengthen the body. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. The combat code is only suitable for soldiers, because the basis of practicing this technique is to use the iron-blooded murderous aura on the battlefield to cleanse oneself. If your willpower is not up to par, even if you don't die from practicing, you will basically go astray. Therefore, although the threshold for practicing the War Soldier Code is low, the danger is actually quite high. Qin Yu put the General Job Transfer Order and the Troop Quick Upgrade card directly into the drawer and could take them out when he needed them. As for the Zhenfusi, it is a building. The Zhenfu Division was an agency under the Jinyui, divided into two divisions, the North and South Divisions. It was established during the Hongwu period and then abolished in the same period. Of course, after Zhu Di ascended the throne, he re-established the Zhenfu Division and recruited powerful men from the underworld to be specifically responsible for monitoring the capital, lurking and assassinating, and gathering intelligence. The people regarded them as the Emperor's minions. Building name, Zhenfusi, can be upgraded to artifact level. Building level, whiteboard level. Building cap, 0/500. Building effect. Civilians can be transferred to Jinyui. Note. Transferring requires 100 units of energy crystals, 100 units of extraordinary flesh and blood, and a skill of extraordinary level or above. Building potential. Warrior. Personal combat power 50%. Martial arts talent 100%. Martial arts qualification 100%. Ears and eyes. Vision and other comprehensive abilities 100%. Hearing and other comprehensive abilities 100%. Stealth when disguising oneself. Presence minus 100%. Stealth 100%. Building introduction. In order to strengthen the centralized rule during the Hongwu period, the Jinyui was given the power to manage prisons, patrol, and arrest. Among them, the Southern Jinfu Division was in charge of military affairs, while the Northern Jinfu Division was specifically responsible for executing orders assigned by the higher authorities, such as specially trying a case or arresting criminals. When Qin Yu saw the specific functions of the pacification office, an intriguing expression appeared on his face. Because of the wrong intelligence, I was almost tricked by the black werewolf. Now that the Pacification Bureau has appeared, it can just fill the gap in intelligence. After all, there is a difference between the soldiers in the army and the Jinyui who specialize in practicing fighting martial arts. In addition, there are some issues with the job description. Are you planning to ask me to reposition them? After Qin Yu finished speaking, he put away the other things and left only 2 on the table. One is the Zenfusi that Qin Yu will ask someone to arrange later, and the other is the card representing Xie. Qin Yu picked up the card and threw it forward as he had done before. Amidst the flickering light, a graceful young man appeared in the study. I, Xie, pay my respects to my lord. Qin Yu stood up and raised his hand to signal the other party to sit down nearby. With his new ability to read people's expressions, Qin Yu quickly started chatting with Xie. Although Xie looks young, he is actually very strategic. His conversation is extraordinary and his temperament is full of elegance. Of course, while chatting, Qin Yu did not forget to check Xie's data panel. Name, Xie, all departments. Loyalty, 100. Title on. Rank royal. Talents, winning with fewer troops. When the enemy soldiers are 2/4/7/10 times the number of our soldiers, the comprehensive combat power of our soldiers will be increased by 40%/80%/140%/200% respectively. Military management, 100% training efficiency, strict internal military discipline. And morale is not easy to decline, and the formation is not easy to be chaotic. Confucian general, when the enemy general's intelligence is lower than 95 points, the intelligence of the general is 3, and the intelligence is higher than 95 points, the intelligence of the general is 2. Level, LV10. Bravery, 30, up to 50. Leadership, 50, capped at 100. Politics, 30, maximum 60. Intelligence, 40, capped at 95. Arms, Northern Army, note. The relevant construction drawings of the Northern Army have been included in the Lord Construction column and can be viewed at any time. Although Xie is a Confucian general, if a real fight breaks out, he will not be much weaker than heroes below the gold level. However, compared with his ability to command troops and his wisdom, his military strength is far behind. Therefore, there is no comparison. After talking about Xie, the next thing is the opponent's exclusive military buildings. Building name, Northern Army Training Camp, can be upgraded to holy weapon level. Building level, whiteboard level. Building cap, 0/500. Building effect. Civilians can be transferred to Northern Army. Note, transfer requires 50 units of energy crystals and 20 units of extraordinary flesh and blood. Building potential, Beifu. When the commander is Xie, Lu Laoji and other Eastern Jin generals attack power 10, defense power 10, it is not easy to get confused when attacked, and the army can be quickly reorganized and morale restored. Good at fighting, comprehensive combat power 20%, combat experience gain 100%, easier to comprehend battlefield fighting skills. Hardworking. Own combat power is affected by terrain minus 100%. Own adaptability 50%, willpower 50%. Building introduction. Xie recruited brave men from the people who came from the north and founded and trained the Northern Army, which was good at fighting and hardworking. It once became the most elite armed force in the Eastern Jin dynasty. Later, it played a key role in Liu Yu's enthronement. Since then, the Northern Army has also become the royal main force of the King of Song. Next, Qin Yu's arrangement for Xie was very simple. First, he will stay in Daqin for a day. One is to understand the current war situation, and the other is to serve the Qin more effectively. It's not enough to have ability alone. One must also work hard in the right direction. Otherwise, it's a waste of time and talent. Secondly, during the waiting period, Gong Xiao will seize the time to build the Northern Army training camp and upgrade it to epic level. Because Qin Yu planned to equip Xie with 4,000 Northern Army soldiers. If the building level was not upgraded to epic level, there would not be enough places for job transfer. As for the rigid requirements such as war horses, weapons, and equipment, Xie had to match them himself. In addition, Qin Yu will also bestow a perfect level hero transfer order. At least it would allow Xie to be more comfortable with command, while also building up momentum for the Northern Palace Army. At that time, Meng Tian was promoted by Qin Yu. What now? Although Qin Yu did not make it clear, Meng Tian undoubtedly became the person in charge of the eastern line on the south bank of the Baihe River. Now, he fully supports Xie in the same way he treated Meng Tian. This is enough to show how much confidence Qin Yu has in Xie. Chapter 78. Jinyui, the Qin dynasty's eastern expedition. The next day, the weather cleared up, and Qin Yu introduced Xie to Zhuge Liang early in the morning. He did not participate in what happened afterwards. Because today's matters had already been decided, all Zhuge Liang had to do was to help Xie understand Daqin as quickly as possible. Of course, Zhuge Liang also had the idea of testing Xie. After all, wasn't it the same when Meng Tian first arrived? After solving Xie problem, Qin Yu asked Zhuge Liang to pick out 1,000 smart people from the reserve barracks and send them to the southwest area to wait. It took less than half an hour for Qin Yu to transform 1,000 Jinyui into soldiers based on Hunyuan Gong. At this time, Qin Yu had already prepared Feiyu suits, embroidered spring swords, and other items for them. The Qin dynasty had already achieved freedom in cotton and silk. In addition, Zhuge Liang strongly supported private industry and commerce, which naturally led to the emergence of many clothing and daily necessities. A set of Feiyu uniform, an embroidered spring sword, plus other miscellaneous items. The total amount is not as expensive as the weapons and equipment of a gold-level heavy cavalry. In this case, Qin Yu naturally wouldn't feel that distressed. Moreover, when the first Jinyui completed his job change, Qin Yu could see the difference between Jinyui and soldiers. In contrast, there was a hint of coldness in the Jinyui's eyes, and they were very sensitive to the movements around them. They will react immediately at the slightest sign of trouble. That level of vigilance is even stronger than that of some peerless-level soldiers. "Greetings, my lord!" After the 1,000 Jinyui changed their equipment, they knelt on one knee towards Qin Yu and performed a ceremony of submission. Qin Yu raised his hand and motioned for them to stand up. "Thank you, my lord." The 1,000 Jinyui stood up in unison, clasped their fists, and spoke at the same time. Qin Yu didn't care too much and said directly, "Next, you will practice in the town government for a day. Whoever masters Hunyuan Gong first, I will appoint him as a captain and temporarily take charge of the Pacification Bureau. At the same time, I will grant him an epic hero job transfer order." As soon as he finished speaking, most of the 1,000 Jinyui showed expressions of shock and ecstasy. "Thank you, my lord. We will not let you down." Some of them are serious-minded and do not show their emotions on their faces. In fact, that kind of talent is best suited for field work. However, it is not enough to just look at the surface to see whether someone is talented. At least at this stage, you must have the ability to convince others. That is why Qin Yu specifically pointed out that whoever mastered Hunyuan Gong first would be able to obtain the above rewards. Talents can be discovered slowly, and people with real abilities are not afraid of being buried. After all, Daqin is in need of people right now, so there is naturally no need to worry about the early competition. But Qin Yu now has to find someone who can help him mobilize the Jinyui as soon as possible. That way Qin Yu could simplify the orders he gave, otherwise he would be too busy to death. After dealing with the Jinyui matter, Qin Yu returned to the office. At this time, Sun Ruowei had already sat at her small desk processing official documents. "Morning, sir." Sun Ruowei saw Qin Yu walk into the office and stood up to salute. "You continue." While Qin Yu was talking, he came to his seat and sat down. "Is there anything important today?" Sun Ruowei, who had just sat down, heard Qin Yu's words and couldn't help but pick up a few documents and walk to the table. The first one is a letter from White Wolf City. Among them are financial expenditure reports and the specific implementation plan for the Baihe Water Conservancy project in the Bailing City area. In addition, Lord Sang Hongyang suggested building a dock north of White Wolf City. This will not only facilitate the construction of ships, but also provide more options for future transportation and supply. After saying that, she placed one of the white documents on the table. The second one is the list of supplies handed over by General Xie. The third one is General Meng Tian's request for battle, in which he attached a detailed battle plan. As she spoke, Sun Ruowei put the memorials away one by one. Qin Yu watched and listened at the same time, without delaying either side. To be honest, Sun Ruowei is becoming more and more outstanding at work. I go to work at 7 in the morning and finish most of the things before 11. Moreover, Qin Yu discovered that Sun Ruowei's growth rate was really exaggerated. Because now she will not only screen official documents according to Qin Yu's needs, but also mark some important contents with red lines. You know, the working relationship between Qin Yu and Sun Ruowei is very delicate. To sum it up, the busier Sun Ruowei is, the more relaxed Qin Yu is. Without saying too much, just looking at Qin Yu's mental state these days is actually obvious. Soon, the important work was done. When Sun Ruowei was about to return to her seat, Qin Yu suddenly said, "If it doesn't rain in the next 2 days, I should be heading out the day after tomorrow." Sun Ruowei showed a puzzled look on her face and asked, "Didn't we just occupy the northeast? Why do you want to fight again?" Qin Yu smiled. "We need to solve the problem in the northeast because the white and black werewolves are too deceitful. If we don't deal with them soon, we will definitely be the ones in trouble later. And if we take down White Wolf City, we can also use it to build a new granary to feed more people and more troops. As he spoke, Chinyu raised his hand and pointed at the map on the wall. It's the same this time. There are also many alien races in the east of Daqin, and that is also where many nearby mines are concentrated. If we can conquer the east in one go, Daqin's future development will officially enter the fast lane. Do you know what that means? After all, Sun Ruawei had limited experience and could only shake her head realistically. Chinyu had no intention of explaining and just smiled. Don't worry, you will understand later. Sun Ruawei. We were lucky in the next few days because it didn't rain. In this way, Daqin's next battle plan can be brought to the fore again. Of course, several important things happened during this period. For example, Xie Xian led the Northern Army northward the next day and received orders to exchange guard with Eli. Eli was transferred by Qin Yu to the west of Daqin in order to establish a more reliable outpost. As for the Jinyui, Qin Yu seemed to have underestimated the potential of this artifact-level building. In less than a day, 5 talented people who had mastered the basic level of Han Yuan Gong emerged from among the 1,000 Jinyui. The fastest one among them completed the introduction in just 3 hours, and now he has even cultivated Han Yuan Gong to the 2nd level. Of course, the other Jinyui were not slow either, with the latest one only taking 18 hours. Overall, the potential of the Jinyui is at least several times stronger than Qin Yu himself estimated. Of course, the above events are all interludes because the most important thing today is definitely Qin Yu's Eastern expedition, and all other things have to be put on the back burner. At the east gate of the Qin dynasty, Qin Yu's personal troops have been waiting here for a long time. Its lineup consisted of 200 Jinyui, 2,000 Wudong Flying Army, 3,000 Taiwei Battalion, 3,000 Hui Battalion, and 4,000 Bema Yizong. At the city gate, Qin Yu gently pulled the reins, and Saluzi stopped very humanely. Sir, Daqin is now in your hands. Zhuge Liang also stopped, rode on the snow-white horse, and said with a folded hand, My lord, please rest assured to supervise the battle at the front line. All the supplies in the rear will be delivered on time. Qin Yu said nothing, but just nodded to Zhuge Liang, then rode his horse towards the army. Soon, Qin Yu came to the front of the army, drew out the Tianwen sword, and pointed it at the sky. Go! As Qin Yu finished speaking, the morale of the entire army was ignited. All the soldiers shouted loudly, followed Qin Yu's footsteps, and advanced towards the east of Qin. Chapter 79. Rual Wei's a company, the situation in the east. Dian Wei is on the left side of Qin Yu, surrounded by 150 Jinyui. Su Chu did not follow him because he was serving as the vanguard at the moment. As for Zhang Liang, he left him in the rear army to deal with various emergencies. At this time, a Jinyui came to Qin Yu on horseback. My lord, Miss Sun is here. Miss Sun? Qin Yu looked back and saw Sun Ruawei riding on the snow-white horse coming towards him. Qin Yu waved his hand to signal the Jinyui to retreat and looked at Sun Ruawei, who came to his side. Why are you here? Sun Ruawei said helplessly. Mr. Zhuge said that you need someone to take care of you when you are away at the battle, so he sent me here. After saying that, she stared at Qin Yu with a vigilant look. You weren't lying to me before, were you? Obviously, Sun Ruawei thought Qin Yu still had feelings for her. And even what he said to Zhuge Liang before was to make him let down his guard. With Qin Yu's intelligence, he could naturally hear the hidden meaning behind Sun Ruawei's words. Therefore, he subconsciously rolled his eyes at Sun Ruawei. Secretary Sun, do you think too highly of yourself? Do you think that with my status, I need to cling to a woman? Sun Ruawei still asked suspiciously. What's going on now? How should I know? It wasn't arranged by me. Qin Yu replied, and then said, If you don't like it, you can go back now. If anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. Compared with appearance, Qin Yu now obviously values Sun Ruawei's work efficiency more. As for why Zhuge Liang made such arrangements, he probably had no other thoughts. I'm afraid it was just to take care of himself. After all, he had explained things very clearly last time, and Zhuge Liang was a sensible man, so he wouldn't really force his way through. In addition, the reason for choosing Sun Ruawei is simple. Qin Yu could see Sun Ruawei's abilities, so surely Zhuge Liang could do the same. When you are away from home, you naturally need someone to take care of you carefully, so that you can feel at ease. Looking across the territory of Daqin, the only person who meets the corresponding conditions is Sun Ruawei. Who else should we choose if not her? Let's get back to the topic. Sun Ruwei saw that Qinyu was not deceiving her, so she no longer doubted him. After thinking for a moment, Sun Ruwei replied, I've already come out. If I go back like this, it would make me look petty. Isn't it just a war? I'll go with you. Qinyu gave her a thumbs up. What a courage. Sun Ruwei raised her chin when she heard that. Obviously, Qinyu was very happy with her praise. Although she experienced the Jingnan campaign when she was young, in which her parents were killed and her sister went missing, Sun Ruwei was extremely mature at a very young age. But after Qinyu's psychological treatment, Sun Ruwei found new hope. Moreover, before being involved in the Zhu family's power struggle, Sun Ruwei herself was a relatively straightforward person. Otherwise, her character at this moment would not present the style of a female hero who can take on responsibilities, let go of things, and do her own thing. Sun Ruwei's appearance was just an episode and could not affect the marching speed. In the afternoon, Qinyu led his army to the former site of the Knoll territory. At this time, Li Xian, who was sent out 2 days ago, was stationed here. General Li Xian pays respect to the Lord. Li Xian led his army to greet Qinyu, and when he saw him, he immediately bowed. A war is imminent. No need for courtesy. Qinyu waved his hand and continued, Su Xiao, Zhang Liang, you two will be responsible for settling the troops. The rest of the generals, follow me into the tent to discuss matters. Promise. Soon, everyone arrived at the tent. But there is one more person who doesn't fit in, and that's Sun Ruwei. Seeing everyone looking at her, Sun Ruwei could not help but point outside the tent awkwardly. How about I step aside for now? Need not. As Qinyu spoke, he looked down at the sand table in front of him. Sun Ruwei was somewhat touched and couldn't help but smile slightly. Qinyu continued, just pretend she doesn't exist, and let's talk about our own things. Sun Ruwei. Well, the feeling just now is gone. Qinyu really ignored her and raised his hand to point to the location in front of his own camp on the sand table. Have you found out all the details over there? Upon hearing this, Li Xian replied, the people in the mountain are mainly dwarves, goblins, rat men, goblins, and lizard men. There are 13 territories in total, 5 of which belong to the dwarves, and 2 each to the other 4 races. Qinyu asked again, have you fought with them? Li Xian said somewhat ashamedly, I have fought a few battles, with some losses and some wins. How strong are they? Qinyu sat on the chair brought by the Jinyui with a calm expression. Although the dwarves are short in stature, their weapons are very sophisticated, and their strength is comparable to that of the Qin Ruishi of the Centurion level. In addition, they recently tamed a kind of wild boar to use as mounts, which caused us quite a bit of trouble. The lizard men are as strong as the dwarves, but they mainly rely on archers and infantry. No cavalry has been found so far. As for the goblins, they are good at making little inventions. However, their inventions often have a high damage rate. Sometimes they are scrapped before they can even be used. Ratmen and goblins are typical cannon fodder. Their combat power is the weakest unit our army has encountered so far. After the introduction, Qinyu touched his chin. Think of a way to lure them out. It's hard to really understand their background without a fight. Li Xian thought this plan was feasible, so he clasped his fists and accepted the order. Promise. Qinyu turned and looked at Su Chu. Zhongkong, you lead 500 white horse volunteers to support Li Xian. Remember, this battle is mainly for testing. Don't scare them. Promise. When Su Chu saw that the task fell on him, he quickly agreed. Of course, although he likes fighting, he will not forget Qinyu's instructions. Otherwise, Qinyu would not have sent Su Chu to cooperate with Li Xian to carry out this mission. The matter was settled, and everyone went their separate ways. Sun Ruwei stayed in Qinyu's tent reading a book, while Jian Wei stood guard at the door. In front of the sand table, Qinyu had a thoughtful look on his face. According to the time, Meng Tian and Xie Xian should have already started fighting. But I am really bold. I dare to fight with others on 3 fronts at this time. That being said, if Qinyu was really unsure, he would not let Meng Tian and Xie Xian act according to circumstances. The lords on the eastern line of the south bank of the Baihe River had basically been defeated by Meng Tian. Now that the weather has cleared up again, and the Qin side has no more supply difficulties, Meng Tian naturally has to find a way to help Qinyu solve some of his problems. As for Xie Xian, he did not take the initiative to attack. Previously, the reinforcements for Black Wolf City consisted of 3 parts. One is the white werewolves and jackals from the west. A few days ago, the above two families were destroyed, so there was naturally no need to worry about the West. The second is the coalition of lords from the East. There is no need to worry about that for now, because now they are able to protect themselves and have to burn incense and pray to Buddha, so they don't have the spare energy to provoke the Qin dynasty. As a result, the only ones who can threaten White Wolf City are the lords from the north bank of the White River. How will they fight against the aggressive ones? To be honest, Qin didn't really care. As long as it is not an aquatic race, there is no reason for Xie Xian to lose. Even if he could not return with a great victory, Xie Xian could ensure that White Wolf City would be safe. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear Qin Yu's previous support for him, and no one in the territory would equate him with Meng Tian. Chapter 80. King of the Hills, Mountain Fortress. The eastern front of the Qin dynasty. Li Xian and Su Chu, under Qin Yu's orders, sent troops to test the lords in the mining area. At the same time, the dwarf stronghold, Forge City, also held an emergency meeting because of the sudden appearance of humans. At this time, the dwarf who led the 5 territories was named Danar. His origins are also unusual, because it is said that he has the blood of the dwarf king of a certain world flowing in his body. Even though Danar's branch has established a tribe outside for many years, in terms of identity, he still belongs to the dwarf king line. And don't forget, in the universe, everything is possible. Just as Sun Ruwei has the talent of a heroine. That is the bonus brought by her own destiny. Same thing with Dan. He didn't know how he managed to activate his own bloodline talent. From then on, Danar quickly won the hearts of the people in the territory and recaptured 4 dwarf territories in succession within 2 days. Afterwards, he led his army to conquer many foreign tribes and even named himself the King of the Hills some time ago. However, Danar is not in a good mood now because he met Li Xian 2 days ago. They played a total of 8 times, and Danar's record was 5 losses, 2 draws, and 1 win. Moreover, the victory they achieved was due to the help of the mountainous terrain and the coalition forces of other ethnic groups. Otherwise, Li Xian would not have been defeated by him. Quiet. In the hall, which has a slightly rough architectural style but a strong sense of linear beauty, a deep voice sounded at the foot of the stairs. The alien representatives on both sides looked up at the person who was shouting. That's Bit, one of the 4 hero units in the Dwarven territory. The next second, Danar, with a long beard and a crown on his head, stepped onto the platform and sat down. Meet the Hill King. Goblins, rat men, goblins, and lizard men knelt on the ground in submission. Did any of them reply? Danar spoke with a gloomy expression. No. Fear flashed across the goblin's face, and he said, although no less than 30 lords have asked us about the great Qin lords in the Baiha River Basin, so far none of them are willing to send troops to support us. And after hearing that a small army under the command of the great Qin lord had completely subdued the lords of the eastern river basin on the south bank of the White River, they became even more afraid. A bunch of idiots. Danar clenched his fists and hammered on the armrest. Don't they know how powerful the Qin lord will be once he occupies the southern bank of the Baiha River? The 4 people below didn't dare to say anything after hearing this. They had endeavored to persuade the lords on the south bank of the White River to unite. But as long as someone inside has a lucky mentality, the others will choose to wait and see. After all, the fate of the lords who supported Vala before is already vivid in people's minds. No one wants to be the next victim, so naturally no one dares to respond. Everyone understands what Danar is saying. However, at this moment, there are really not many people who dare to fight to the death. After a long while, Danar calmed down and asked, "Are there any actions from the human side?" Bit looked a little embarrassed. Just now, the soldiers on the front line sent back a message saying that our crows have been killed by the war eagles trained by the great Qin lord. Right now, we are completely blind to the human side. Danar's face twitched. Obviously, he didn't expect to get such a reply. But before he could recover, a soldier suddenly rushed in from outside. King, General Adlai was ambushed by a human army, and the front line was lost. At this moment, the general is leading the Ironhide army to retreat to the mountain fortress and ordered me to request support. What? The people in the meeting hall were shocked when they heard this. Most of the main forces in their territory are gathered on the front line. If they lose their 2, how are they going to fight next? Danar stood up suddenly and said through gritted teeth, "It seems that humans are serious this time. Bit, gather the Ironfoot army immediately. I will personally lead the troops to the mountain fortress to support Adlai." Yes. Bit took the order and left. Danar turned his gaze to the 4 aliens on the field. Go back and tell them something for me. This time the humans came with great force, and they are obviously heading for the Baiha mining area. If you don't want to die or escape in disgrace, then immediately gather all the forces in the territory and support the front line. After saying that, he clenched his fists. This time it's a fight to the death, not a test. Yes. The 4 alien representatives looked horrified and could only agree to Daner's request first and then discuss it with the higher-ups in the territory after returning. Outside the mine was the first line of defense that Daner personally built, and it was also the place where he defeated Li Xin. Of course, the first line of defense has changed hands at this moment. Su Chu was walking on the battlefield and picked up a set of dwarf warrior armor. The craftsmanship is really good. If we can capture all of them and make them blacksmiths, Daqin's military industry will definitely be able to move to a higher level. Li Xin stepped forward and said, "This matter is not something we can decide. And judging from the stubborn personalities of these dwarves, they may not be willing to be captured." Su Chu threw the armor in his hand away with an indifferent look on his face. "No matter what choice they make, we can't lose anyway. Let the civil servants of Daqin deal with those things." Li Xin nodded, expressing his deep agreement. At this time, a Jinyui stepped forward and said, "Generals, the dwarf hero has led his troops to retreat into a mountain fortress." As he spoke, the Jinyui took out a parchment scroll from his arms. "This is a topographic map." Li Xin nodded and picked up the parchment scroll. The Jinyui were tactful and retreated immediately. Su Chu stretched his head to take a look at the topographic map and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems that there are capable people among the dwarves. They actually chose to build a fortress in this location. Li Xin put away the topographic map and gave Su Chu a cold look. "How else do you think I lost?" Su Chu shrugged upon hearing this. As the two were talking, a Qin Rue soldier ran up and said, "Two generals, the Lord has arrived at the front line." Li Xin and Su Chu did not dare to delay and immediately asked Qin Ruishi to lead the way. "Greetings, my lord." Li Xin and Su Chu saluted Qin Yu with fists clasped. Qin Yu got off his horse and asked, "What's the situation?" Li Xin replied, "The elite iron-skinned dwarves stationed at the front line have been repelled by us. Of course, we followed the Lord's orders and didn't beat them too hard. At this moment, they are retreating to the fortress inside the mountain, preparing to hold this line and wait for reinforcements." After saying that, he handed the topographic map that Jinyui had just sent to Qin Yu. Qin Yu took the map and glanced down, his eyes brightened. It's a good location indeed. The fortress is located right on the entrance to the mountain, with steep cliffs on both sides. It can be said that the fortress built in this location almost kept all enemies from the west outside the mountain. Unfortunately, although the location is good, it cannot change the nature of the building. Qin Yu spread out the map on the stone beside him and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" He was asking about Li Xin. As the Lord said, the fortress is a military building and it certainly cannot store too many supplies. Li Xin said, and pointed out a route. As long as we send a light cavalry to intercept them, their supply lines will be cut in two. Qin Yu nodded in approval. But then he expressed his guess. "But what should we do if they make a desperate move next?" Chapter 81. Li Xin offers a plan to wait for the enemy to fall into a trap. As Qin Yu spoke, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose slightly. "You know, the World Channel portrayed me as a demon who slaughtered aliens. Plus, we have destroyed more than a dozen territories in succession some time ago. The lords of the East District are now in danger, and the dwarves are definitely no exception. If I were them, I would definitely prefer fighting with all my might rather than being eaten away gradually. What do you think?" Hearing this, Li Xin frowned slightly and looked down at the topographic map. Qin Yu did not disturb the other party and waited for the result. After a long while, Li Xin said, "Perhaps we can let their army enter the fortress first and then cut off their supply lines." Su Chu muttered to the side, "The more people there are in the fortress, the more trouble there will be, right?" Li Xin continued, "But their supply consumption is also high." Qin Yu understood what Li Xin meant. "It's a good idea." Next, Li Xin led his troops to advance towards the fortress in the mountains. Qin Yu led Dian Wei and Su Chu, and the Iron Guard Battalion and Tiger Guard Battalion followed behind. Soon, Qin Yu saw the mountain fortress marked on the map. Dwarves not only have excellent forging skills, but also have impressive construction capabilities. Qin Yu had seen their weapons and equipment, and found that their level was even better than that of the Qin dynasty's forgers. As for the construction, the main focus is durability and solidity. They don't care much about the appearance. Set up camp. Qin Yu withdrew his gaze and ordered the soldiers to build defensive fortifications. At the fortress, Adlai had a gloomy face. At this time, his deputy said irritably, "General, are we just going to watch?" Adlai heard this and punched the battlement. "Do you think I want to? But the question is, if you go out and fight, can you win?" The deputy could only hold his breath, his face flushed, and he was speechless. The dwarves were known for their bad tempers, so it was naturally difficult for them to tolerate what Qin Yu and his men were doing. But it's just like Adlai said, going out to fight now is no different from giving it away for free. Report. In the silence, a dwarf soldier ran up and said, "General, the king is going to lead the army in person. He will bring the Iron Foot army with him, this time, to fight alongside you." A hint of joy flashed across Adlai's face, but he quickly asked, "Are there any movements from the other 4 tribes?" "Not yet." Adlai had a thoughtful look on his face and waved his hand to signal the soldiers to retreat. After the soldiers left, the deputy asked, "Are those aliens afraid?" Adlai frowned slightly. "Even if they are afraid, they have to follow us all the way to the end. Have you forgotten? The great Qin Lord has a precedent of massacring foreign races. If those weak guys don't rely on us, who else can they rely on?" The deputy looked puzzled after hearing this. If that's the case, then why aren't they making any movement now? Adlai snorted coldly. If nothing unexpected happens, they should still be arguing among themselves. What a bunch of cowards! If it weren't for the fact that the Lord of Qin was pressing forward, I wouldn't want to cooperate with them. At this moment, there are naturally more than just dwarf troops in the fortress, but the alien race only accounts for a small proportion of the combat forces. Of course, before the first line of defense was lost, the above situation was exactly the opposite of what it is now. It's just because of the difference in individual soldier quality that the Iron Army had the most soldiers retiring, which led to the current phenomenon. Not long after, night fell. The camp of the Qin side has been built on the ground, standing opposite the fortress in the mountain, and it seems that they are dissatisfied with each other. Inside the central army tent, Su Chu was breathing hot air from his nose and looked unhappy. "Didn't they say those guys have bad tempers? I've been cursing outside the city for the whole afternoon. Why is he ignoring me?" Li Xin said speechlessly, "When you fought in the afternoon, you hit the dwarf general dozens of meters away. If it were someone else, they might have stepped up to the challenge. But if it were you, they would be irritable, not stupid. So how could they come out just to get beaten?" Su Chu snorted coldly, with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. Qin Yu, who was sitting in the first seat, looked indifferent. "If you don't want to fight, then forget it. There's no need to compete with them." Changing the subject, Qin Yu asked, "Compared to this, I am more concerned about the situation in the fortress. Li Xin, have you checked it out?" Li Xin replied, "The Warhawk is locked onto the location of the siege equipment in the fortress. As soon as the battle starts tomorrow, our siege equipment will be able to destroy it." Qin Yu asked again, "When will the dwarf reinforcements arrive at the fortress?" Li Xin thought for a moment, then said, "According to their current pace, they should be able to reach the fortress tomorrow afternoon." Qin Yu nodded after hearing this. "In that case, let's proceed according to plan. Li Xin, you will be in charge of the siege tomorrow. Do your best to increase the pressure on the dwarves in the fortress. Z-Man, Zhong Kong, you lead the troops and follow me to command the central army. Zhang Liang, Zhang Yo, each of you will lead 1,000 white horse volunteers and stand by. As soon as the dwarven reinforcements arrive at the fortress, you will set out immediately, take the trail, and cut off their supply lines in the rear. Li Heng, you lead 500 white horse volunteers and 1,000 Wudong flying soldiers to protect the safety of our supply lines." Qin Yu stood up and scanned the entire audience with a serious look. "Do you have any questions?" "No." The generals in the tent answered in unison. Qin Yu nodded and waved his hand for them to leave. After they left, Qin Yu shouted outside the tent, "Sure Hung!" A Jinyui came in through the curtain and bowed his head in salute. "My lord, what do you want?" Qin Yu leaned back in the armchair and stroked his chin. "Send 4 Jinyui with relatively agile skills to the mountains and move around the territories of the 4 alien races other than the dwarves. Remember, our people must be discovered by the dwarves. Of course, you can't be too deliberate. Do you get me?" "I understand." Hung responded by clasping his fists, with a strange gleam in his eyes. He is the Jinyui who won the championship this time, and he is also the only hero in the Jinfu division at the moment. Being smart enough, he could naturally understand the deeper meaning of Qin Yu's words. After all, Qin Yu's method was not that sophisticated. It was just a crude strategy of sowing discord. Coincidentally, Qin Yu's plan was exactly what their Jinyui were good at. Now that you understand, go down and make the arrangements. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Remember, this is the first mission I assigned to you, the Northern Pacification Division. If you screw up, I'll hold you responsible. Promise. Heng's expression also became serious, and he dared not to have any more wild thoughts. When Heng left the room, Sun Ruwei, who was reading a book nearby, said, "The genie guards are hard to control, right?" Qin Yu, who was about to return to his seat, turned around and looked at Sun Ruwei, raising his eyebrows. "I thought you were reading." "I was reading a book." Sun Ruwei shook the book in her hand and added, "But as your assistant, I have an obligation to remind you. The Imperial Guard is a double-edged sword. If you are not careful, you will hurt yourself." It was for this reason that Emperor Taizu abolished the Jinyui. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry, since I have the confidence to establish the Pacification Bureau, I have the corresponding means to check and balance them." You, on the other hand, seem to have quite a bit of hostility towards the Jinyui. Sun Ruwei avoided Qin Yu's scrutinizing gaze and said uncomfortably, "I obviously didn't know you before, but why do you know me so well?" Qin Yu saw this and smiled evilly. "You guess." Sunroch. Chapter 82. Siege, Ironfoot Army. The next day, Li Xian deployed his troops outside the fortress in the mountain. All siege machines are in place, waiting for Li Xian's order. The dwarf soldiers on top of the mountain fortress had serious expressions. They had already learned from Adlai last night that there would be a tough battle today. Although most dwarves have flaws in their personalities, they are not afraid of fighting at all. Even though they knew they were no match for the Qin, they would not admit defeat easily, and would fight to the death if pushed to the limit. Of course, although Qin Yu and others admire their temperament, they will only analyze it as tactical data. Therefore, when the entire army was ready, Li Xian drew out the Tang sword at his waist and pointed it at the fortress in the mountain ahead. "Catapults, crossbows, get ready." The soldier in charge of operating the siege equipment had veins throbbing on his neck as he kept pushing the wheels in his hands. The instrument made a creaking sound, and the strings on it were stretched straight. Li Xintong swung his sword downwards and shouted, "Shoot!" Boulders as big as water tanks and crossbow arrows as thick as bowls flew towards the fortress at the same time. Boom! The huge rocks and crossbows fired at the same time, causing the bricks on the fortress to shatter and smoke and dust to fly. Dozens of dwarf soldiers were blown away on the spot, and many were buried alive. "Don't panic. Keep your composure." Adlai on the fortress calmed the soldiers and shouted to the messenger, "Hurry up and give the order. The siege equipment troops will counterattack." Different from the orcs before, dwarves and goblins have good hands-on ability and inventive creativity. The combination of the two gave rise to some powerful and durable siege engines. Therefore, facing the siege equipment of the Qin dynasty, the dwarves have a certain ability to resist. But then an embarrassing scene occurred. The attack on the fortress in the city was indeed launched, but the distance was far enough to reach Li Xian's troops. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but sneer. Pass the order. Crossbows prepare for the second round of attack. Catapults move forward 100 steps. No one doubted Li Xian's combat order. Moreover, with the cooperation of the same type of troops, the orders issued by Li Xian were quickly and perfectly executed. Put! Li Xian waved his sword again and gave the order. As the catapults moved forward, the crossbows continued to assault the fortress walls. Soon, the catapult arrived at the designated location and completed preparations for the attack. On the fortress wall, Adlai suddenly realized something and cried out inwardly, "Oh no!" Siege equipment troops moved quickly, too, before he could finish his words, for huge rocks fell from the sky and smashed most of the siege equipment in the fortress into pieces. "Damn it!" Adlai cursed. Immediately afterwards, people were quickly sent up to rescue the siege equipment that had not yet been damaged. However, before the people he sent out could pull the undamaged siege equipment to a safe location, the Qin side's catapults launched a second round of attack. Huge rocks fell, debris flew everywhere, and the fortress was instantly in ruins. At the same time, Li Xin waved his knife and gave the order. Move forward and send out the siege vehicles. As soon as he finished speaking, a siege vehicle was pushed out by Qin Rue Shi from 4 siege towers and headed towards the fortress in the mountains. On the city wall, Adlai asked his deputy with a gloomy face, "How many siege weapons do we have left?" The deputy's expression was equally grim, and he replied, "There are only 2 catapults left that need repairs before they can operate." Adlai was a lord before, but because he chose to surrender, he became a hero from a lord. Therefore, his IQ was not low, and he immediately figured out the cause and effect of the matter. That group of cunning humans must have used the war eagles to lock onto the location of our siege equipment last night, which is why they were able to launch such a targeted attack today. The deputy glanced at the siege towers and siege vehicles outside the fortress. So what should we do now? Without siege equipment, we seem to be helpless against those mobile arrow towers. Since there is no way to destroy it, then fight. Adlai was also a man of bad temper. Seeing that things were hopeless, he picked up the war hammer beside him and shouted, "Iron soldier, listen to my orders and fight to the death. Fight, fight, fight." Adlai activated the inspiration skill to boost the morale of the dwarf warriors and tried to turn the tide. However, the next scene made Adlai almost vomit blood in anger. Because the ladder that the soldiers were sent to climb first should have been close to the city wall, it suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, the Wudong flying army on top of the well began to shoot at the dwarf warriors from a high position. Dwarves are naturally strong and are a race that has a relatively advantageous early stage. Therefore, as long as it is not a character issue, they can almost all become powerful warriors. However, the dwarves also have a weakness in combat, which is that they are not very good at using bows and crossbows. But the Wudong flying army is different. The effective range of the crossbow, improved by the master of the mechanical building, has been increased to 500 meters. Coupled with the Wudang flying army's good shooting skills, the dwarf soldiers on the city wall were suppressed almost instantly. If they were not all wearing heavy armor and their equipment was of relatively good quality, the current casualty figure would probably be more than doubled. What about the lizard men? Adlai roared, "Hurry up and get them up." The deputy looked angry when he heard what he said. They said that coming up here would mean we would die, and they told us to abandon the city walls, retreat into the city, and wait for reinforcements to rescue us. Aled swung his hammer and knocked away several flying arrows. When he heard this, his face became even gloomier. Those idiots are really unreliable. If they don't die today, how do you think I'm going to deal with them when I get back? General, if this continues, we will be exhausted to death. The deputy quickly said, "General, let me lead my men out of the city to fight. At least that way we might be able to force them back." Adlai was about to refuse when he suddenly heard a melodious horn sound. The deputy was the first to react, an expression of ecstasy on his face. "General, that's the charge horn of the Ironfoot army." "I know." Adlai also showed excitement on his face. At this moment, Li Xin, who also heard the horn, frowned slightly. But before he could ask, the Jinyui who had just stopped his horse said to him, "General Li, the dwarf reinforcements have arrived. The Lord ordered General Su to cover your retreat." "Li Xin not de?" "Sound the retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of ding 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 rang out on the battlefield. The well guard before the game and the siege vehicle that served as a mascot in this battle were pulled back by Qin Ruishi. Although the speed is not fast, it is orderly. But at this moment, the fortress gates opened wide, and a team of dwarf soldiers, led by Aled, rushed towards the retreating siege troops. At the same time, a group of dwarf soldiers wearing heavy black iron armor and holding iron shields and iron spears appeared from the side of the fortress and trotted towards Adlai's team. The 2 dwarf armies quickly merged into one army, then formed a charging formation and accelerated their advance. "Kill! Crush them!" Bit, who led the Ironfoot army, rode on a wild boar, wielded his war hammer, and roared loudly, instantly raising the morale of the dwarf army. Adlai was also riding a war pig, following behind Bit with an excited expression. "Bit, I'll stop the Qin reinforcements. You take your men to destroy their siege equipment." That was also the purpose of his proactive attack this time. Our siege equipment has been destroyed and cannot be replenished in a short period of time. Therefore, Alad's eyes fell on the siege equipment pushed forward by the Qin dynasty. As long as it succeeds, the levels of siege equipment of both sides will be reduced to the same dimension. In that case, they will still have the next battle to fight. Chapter 83. Heavy Cavalry versus Heavy Infantry. Su Chu defeats the enemy. However, even the best plans require cooperation from people. Bit is obviously a belligerent and grumpy old man. Therefore, when he heard Adlay's order, he subconsciously showed a look of disgust. Let's switch tasks. You go destroy the siege equipment, and I'll stop the Qin reinforcements. That's it. After that, Bit waved his warhammer and shouted loudly, "Ironfoot army charge!" Adlay had no time to stop it, and could only watch Bit and the Ironfoot army rushing towards the Qin support troops. At this point, Adlay had no time to hesitate. Although it's different from the plan, it's just a matter of swapping positions. It shouldn't be a big problem. Adlay comforted himself in his heart, and immediately led his troops towards the Qin's siege troops. At the same time, Bit was getting closer and closer to Qin support troops. It was not until the straight-line distance between the two sides was less than 200 meters that Bit issued a new combat order. "Shield wall!" The Ironfoot army shouted, and the soldiers in the first two rows immediately overlapped their shields. Due to height issues, a dwarf shield wall can only consist of two shields. Otherwise, given the height of the shield wall formed by their height, even if they don't break through the shield wall, the people outside can easily attack the dwarves inside the shield wall. "Gun forest!" Bit shouted again, and the next second, 3 rows of iron spears extended diagonally from the upper, middle, and lower rows inside the shield wall. To be honest, there are only 2 types of people who dare to use heavy infantry to confront heavy cavalry head-on. Either he is very confident in his own ability, or he is a madman who is determined to die. Obviously, Bits belonged to the former. But in the eyes of Su Chu, who was charging, he belonged to the latter. Tiger Guard Battalion, crush them. Su Chu took the lead, his eyes fixed on Bit behind the shield wall. That guy might be my rival. Although Bit is reckless, he is not stupid. From a distance, the momentum of the Tiger Guard camp is not very visible. But when facing the enemy's attack, Bit felt a palpitation. Bang! The first row of Tiger Guards swung the iron bones in their hands forward, breaking the shield wall of the Ironfoot army with just one strike. At that second, Bit had no time to react. The shield wall was broken, and the Tiger Guard battalion drove straight in. The tight formation was broken up by the heavy cavalry, and it was defeated in just a moment. At the same time, Su Chu, who did not change to a long-handled blunt weapon, waved his lance and ran towards Bit. "Shorty, give me your life!" Su Chu roared and swept his lance out, heading straight for Bit's vital points. Dwarves have a common thread, the problem of height. Basically, it explodes at one point. "Die, you bastard!" Bit was so angry that his face turned red, and he waved his hammer towards Su Chu. The next moment, the 2 weapons collided, and the sound of the shock made the surrounding soldiers pause. However, the weapons of both sides only lasted less than 2 seconds before Bit's warhammer was forced to the ground by Su Chu with his horse lance. How is it possible for a human to be so strong? BD had an expression of disbelief on his face. Su Chu snorted coldly and swung his lance again. "What happened to humans? Remember, the one who will kill you today is me, a human being." Puff! Bit's head flew up, his expression still dull. Bit, the most powerful general in the dwarf territory, was killed by Su Chu in 3 moves. At this moment, the Tiger Guard battalion, under the command of Su Chu, had already plowed a round from the Ironfoot army. After the first round of charge, only less than 3,000 of the 5,000 Ironfoot army were left, plus 1 hero, Bit. The main general was killed, and their own formation was broken up. No matter how brave and skilled they were in fighting, the morale of the Ironfoot army hit rock bottom at this moment. However, Su Chu did not pursue the victory. He did not forget his mission. Support is the key, and fighting with the Ironfoot army is only because the other side is blocking our way. Otherwise, Su Chu would not pay any attention to them. "Bit!" Aled roared, his expression full of grief and anger. Among them, they were not only unwilling to accept Bit's death, but also angry that he did not follow his orders. "All troops, listen up. Retreat!" Although he was angry, Adlay was not affected by his emotions. The fact that Su Chu led the White Horse Volunteers to break through the defense line that he had built for several days was enough to prove how strong the opponent's combat power was. If he met the opponent head-on, Adlay couldn't guarantee that he could escape again. Besides, the enemy is a heavy cavalry that is good at charging into battle, so it is not shameful to turn around and retreat. This battle came to an end with Bit's death. The Ironfoot army he brought with him also successfully withdrew from the battlefield under Adlay's remote control. As for Su Chu, he covered the retreat of Li Xian's siege troops and did not do anything else unnecessary. From then on, both sides retreated to their respective camps. The first round of the attack and defense of Yamanouchi Fortress also came to an end. The result is obvious. If it weren't for Bit messing around on the battlefield, Adlay might have actually achieved some results. It's a pity that there is no if in reality. The Great Qin Camp. Report. The Jinyui quickly walked to the steps of the central military tent and knelt on one knee. My lord, General Li and General Su have been safely withdrawn from the front line. In addition, General Su encountered the elite dwarf Ironfoot army when he was supporting the siege troops, and a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. Qin Yu asked sleepily, "What's the result?" The genie guard replied, "General Su killed the dwarf hero Bit in battle, killing 2,000 enemies and wounding countless others, while his own casualties were less than 100. Qin Yu nodded, indicating that he understood. Use the War Eagle to inform Zhang Liang and Zhang Niu that the dwarf army has arrived at the front line. Order them to act according to circumstances behind enemy lines. Promise. The Jinyui took the order and stood up to leave. Soon, Li Xian and Su Chu arrived at the central military tent. Greetings, my lord. Qin Yu raised his hand to signal them not to bow. If nothing unexpected happens, the two sides will enter a stalemate period. Of course, because of our actions behind enemy lines, they will definitely not sit still and wait for death. After a pause, Qin Yu continued, Li Heng, you are responsible for the safety of our supply line. Remember, you must be cautious in the next 2 days to prevent the dwarves from learning and using them immediately. Promise. Li Heng clasped his fists and accepted the order. At this time, Li Xian said, My lord, you don't have to worry too much. We were able to implement the plan to cut off supplies because we had a complete map of the terrain. Otherwise, let alone operating behind enemy lines, even getting behind enemy lines would be a problem. Qin Yu nodded after hearing this. That is also the core of their plan this time. If it weren't for the East District Feng Shui map that he was awarded before, Li Xian would not have been able to discover at a glance that there was a path that could accommodate 2,000 Bema Yitzong to enter the Baihe mining area quietly. Similarly, it was precisely because of the existence of the East District Feng Shui map that Qin Yu dared to send out 2,000 White Horse volunteers and 2 generals to operate behind enemy lines. You have to know that in that situation, if you are not careful, you may be surrounded by the enemy. If he was not sure, how could Qin Yu have relied on his own luck to lead his soldiers? Isn't that ridiculous?